Shen Yunshu, a recent graduate in archaeology, has just embarked on her career 2 years ago. She possesses a profound fondness for history, with a particular admiration for the Lang Dynasty. Just a few days prior, she had the fortune of reading a historical account regarding the royal family of the Lang Dynasty. To her astonishment, upon awakening from slumber, she found herself transported to the very era she cherished, assuming the identity of the legitimate daughter of the Shen family in the northern town prince's residence. Though she had traversed into her favored dynasty and become a descendant of her idol, living in opulence with an entourage of servants, Shen Yunshu was not as elated as one might expect. This was due to the grim fate that awaited the members of the northern town prince's residence in history in a matter of years. Her family would face confiscation of property and exile. One day, as Shen Yunshu ventured down the road, she intervened to save a boy from being abducted, only to discover that he was a historical figure known for serving 3 dynasties as a vigilant guard. "I am eternally grateful for your rescue. I shall serve you like an ox or horse in return," he proclaimed. "Remember this well. I am Shen Yunshu, the legitimate daughter of the northern town prince's residence," she replied, playfully lifting the carriage curtain and tilting her head, her youthful visage adorned with a mischievous smile. "Have you seen clearly? Do not mistake me for another in the future." The boy, momentarily taken aback, had encountered countless false smiles and insincere actions, yet in that moment, her genuine smile illuminated the shadows of his heart. 13 years later, on the 8th day of the first month in the Lang Dynasty, at the hour of Chun, excitement filled the air. "Your Highness, push harder. Just a little more, it's almost time. Here it comes. Wow. Congratulations, Your Highness. It is a precious daughter." At dawn, as the first cries of the newborn echoed, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the previously somber sky. The sun valiantly broke through the thick clouds, dispelling the mist and illuminating the horizon. "Congratulations, Prince. Congratulations, esteemed matriarch. The princess has given birth to a daughter. Both mother and child are safe." The midwife, brimming with joy, exited to deliver the news. She had just assisted in the birth of the first legitimate daughter of the northern town prince's residence. Given the emperor's regard for the residents, this child was assured a noble title. The 2 young masters had been delivered by her as well, marking her contributions as complete. Henceforth, she would be esteemed in the capital's midwifery circles. Amidst the jubilation, one tall, stout man at the entrance, whose appearance was marked by a rugged handsomeness, threw back his head and laughed heartily upon hearing the midwife's announcement, his joy radiating as brightly as the sun itself. "How is the princess?" After his laughter, Shen Yun promptly inquired about his wife. "Your Highness, she is well, merely a bit fatigued. Once the birthing room is tidied, you may enter," the midwife replied, bending slightly in respect. The newborn should not be exposed immediately to the elements within the chamber. The prince's devoted maids attended to her. "May the Buddha bless us, and all the deities look kindly upon us. Our northern town prince's residence now has a legitimate daughter." The matriarch, seated in a grand chair outside the birthing room, rejoiced at the midwife's words, clasping her hands together in prayer, her eyes closed as she muttered fervent invocations to the gods, her thoughts a whirlwind of devotion. Before long, the maids emerged from the chamber, carrying away blood-stained linens and various items used for the prince's care, ensuring everything was in order before they retreated. Prince Shen Yun strode into the room, his heart aching as he gazed at his weary wife lying on the bed. "Yaoer, you have endured much. Now that we have a daughter, there shall be no more childbirth." Ji Shuyao shook her head gently, a soft smile gracing her lips. "It is no burden for me. Each experience of motherhood brings me joy. The decision to bear children rests upon the bond with each child." She beckoned for the nurse to hand her the tightly wrapped infant. "Have you chosen a name for our daughter? Let her be called Yunshu." "Yunshu, Yunshu." The tranquil clouds stretch across the horizon. The winds dance in the courtyard. Indeed, a name that embodies leisurely grace, Ji Shuyao mused, a tender smile playing on her lips. "I am not young anymore, and now that my wish has been fulfilled with a daughter, I hope to remain by your side, hand in hand." Watching the clouds drift, Shen Yun held Ji Shuyao's hand, gazing at her and the baby in her arms, his previously stoic face now softened with overwhelming tenderness. Ji Shuyao blushed at his words, aware that her husband was adept at sweet talk. Yet, the name was indeed lovely. As she was now older, this would likely be her sole daughter, and she harbored no great ambitions, only the desire to cherish her. "Yunshu, Shuer, come let me see my precious granddaughter." Once the maids had fully dispersed, The matriarch hurriedly stepped in, having overheard the name Shen Yunshu had chosen, her excitement palpable as she sought to see her granddaughter. Jishu Yao, slightly embarrassed as her intimate moment with her husband was interrupted, swiftly handed the infant to the nurse for the matriarch to admire. The two young boys, eager and curious, tiptoed to get a glimpse of their sister. So this is what my little sister looks like. However, one boy pondered if the infant's appearance was perhaps not as favorable. The slightly taller boy gazed at the swaddled infant, his brow furrowing with concern. Their family was known for good looks. He worried about how to comfort his sister should she later feel insecure about her appearance. Why does she look like this, red and thin like a little monkey? Will she be bullied? The other, seemingly more astute boy, echoed his worries, though he bit his tongue on the less flattering observation, recognizing she was indeed his sister. Do not speak such nonsense. Your sister's just been born. She is merely a bit red and wrinkled. In a few days, she will blossom beautifully. Children born with rosy skin often grow fairer as they mature. You two were not as charming as your sister when you were born. The matriarch lightly scolded her grandson, Huai Jin, for his criticism, then turned to impart wisdom to both boys. Huai Jin, this is your legitimate sister, the only daughter of the Shen family, and you need not worry about her future prospects. What you should be concerned about is ensuring that when she grows up, no rascally boys can easily charm her away. Understood? With a sigh, the matriarch adopted a serious demeanor. As you both serve as companions to the crown prince in the Eastern Palace, remember to conduct yourselves with discretion and, moreover, to refrain from discussing your sister too frequently. The Shen family shall never engage in schemes for advancement, nor shall our daughters enter the palace as concubines. While you may form close ties with the crown prince or other princes, keep your sister's interactions with the palace at a distance. Do you understand? Huai Wan and Huai Jin nodded earnestly, though the full meaning of her words was yet to be grasped. We understand, grandmother. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace within the study, the emperor received news. Your Majesty, a legitimate daughter, was born today at the northern town prince's residence at the hour of Chun. It is said that at her birth, the dawn broke, and clouds danced in hues of red and gold. A most auspicious omen. An elderly eunuch, having overheard a whispered conversation from a younger attendant at the door, turned and approached a bright yellow writing desk within. He bowed respectfully, addressing the figure seated behind the desk, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Oh, it seems that Asian can finally have his wishes fulfilled. The figure, donned in a brocade robe of deep yellow adorned with five-clawed golden dragons and a waist sash of multicolored cloud patterns, sat at the dragon desk, elegantly inscribing a red decree upon the memorial with a flourish. Upon hearing the remark, the emperor's hand did not pause, rather. His brushstrokes grew even more graceful, reflecting his good spirits. Liu Yongzhong remained bent over, patiently awaiting the emperor's further words. As anticipated, after completing another memorial, the emperor shifted the brush's angle to conclude his thoughts, placing it upon a nearby rest before tossing the document into a stack of already reviewed memorials. The emperor slowly lifted his gaze, stretching his neck from side to side, producing a series of audible pops. The first daughter of the Shen family this generation, the legitimate eldest daughter of the prince of Northern Town, was born at an auspicious time. Since it is a favorable omen, let us bestow additional rewards. Besides the gifts already prepared by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, fetch a measure of exquisite pink pearls recently presented by the vassal states from the storeroom. Such treasures are most fitting for a young girl. You shall deliver them personally. I humbly obey your command. Chapter 2. The first birthday celebration. Due to the fragility of her infantile form, Shen Yunshu had spent her days in a daze since her birth, mostly lost in slumber. It was not until she approached her first month that she could fully manage her waking hours. Over the course of a year, Shen Yunshu gradually unraveled the enigma of her rebirth, realizing that she had not merely been reincarnated, but had traversed time with her memories intact, inhabiting the body of a newborn. Perhaps the legendary Meng Pa had been remiss in her duties, diluting the soup of oblivion and miscalculating the era. Astonishingly, she had been reborn 15 centuries prior to her previous life. It is unheard of for one to be reborn in the past. However, the sole comfort in this bewildering circumstance was that it was within her favored dynasty, the illustrious era of prosperity known as the Lang Dynasty. The family into which she had been born was none other than that of her most admired historical figure, the founding war god of the Lang Dynasty, the esteemed General Shen Haoyang. Her lineage was that of the direct descendants of this war god. Her father, too, was a distinguished figure in history. bearing the same martial reputation as Shen Haoyang. He was the revered king of the north, Shen Yun, who commanded the northern army of 200,000. In his youth, Shen Yun had fought alongside the future Emperor Ming, Li Yin, traversing the lands and expanding the Lang Dynasty's territory by subjugating neighboring states, transforming them into vassal states. He was a pivotal figure in elevating the Lang Dynasty to its zenith and was the only non-royal to receive recognition and a title from Emperor Ming, being granted the rank equivalent to a prince. However, the family's fortunes waned after the death of Emperor Ming, when the new emperor, unable to tolerate the overwhelming power of the Shen family, grew suspicious, leading to their eventual exile. Historical records state that 3 years into the reign of Emperor Shaoxian, the Shen family was abruptly stripped of their military authority, resulting in executions and exiles, all under the pretext of treason for allegedly marrying a princess of an enemy state and colluding with the enemy. Such accusations seemed absurd, with the true reasons lost to time. Subsequent historical analyses suggest that the Shen family's downfall stemmed from their failure to align with the correct faction during a succession dispute. The marriage to the enemy princess was but a ruse. As Shen Yunshu pondered over this tragic history, she felt a profound sympathy for the Shen family. Now, immersed in their fate, she perceived the allegations of treason as part of a deeper conspiracy. Fortunately, there were still over 10 years before the family's demise, and she hoped that her delicate wings would somehow stir the winds of change, altering both history and the fate of the Shen family. Dear Shuer, soon it will be time for your first birthday ceremony. Shall we dress you in a lovely new outfit? At that moment, Shen Yunshu was cradled in the arms of a beautiful woman, adorned in an elegant style with a coiled bun and a golden phoenix hairpin. A black mink-embroidered headscarf adorned her forehead, exuding grace and warmth. This was her mother, Ji Shuyu, the princess of the north. My lord, should we instruct Shuer on what to grasp during the ceremony? Ji Shuyu asked, her brow tinged with concern as she glanced at her husband. No need. Our daughter will find her own path, regardless of what she chooses to grasp. If she desires a life of leisure as a county princess, that would suffice. The North's royal household is already quite illustrious. There is no need for her to add embellishments or seek the praise of outsiders. Shen Yun playfully remarked as he entertained the infant in Ji Shuyu's arms. Ji Shuyu considered this and found merit in his reasoning. Their household indeed stood in no need of further embellishment, especially with so many eyes watching from the shadows. Reflecting on how her husband had assisted the emperor in securing their realm, she could not help but feel disdain for those who sought to benefit from their endeavors while feigning humility. Do not fret, my dear, Shen Yun reassured her. Sensing her unease, he understood the current emperor, Ming Huang Liyin, though not as infallible as some founding monarchs, was nonetheless a wise ruler. These courtly intrigues required no elaboration. The emperor was perceptive enough to discern the true nature of matters. Should those who pranced about expose themselves, the emperor would have cause to act. My lord, my lady, the ceremony is about to commence. The matriarch has already escorted the 2 young masters to the front courtyard, announced Fu Rong, the princess's chief maid, as she lifted the beaded curtain to enter. Understood. Let us proceed, Ji Shuyu replied, handing Shen Yunshu to the elder Zhang Mama before rising to accompany Shen Yun to the main hall. As they entered, many officials in attendance rose to pay their respects, acknowledging the North's prince, the only non-royal to hold such a title in the Lang Dynasty, whose rank surpassed that of most present. Even those of equal standing stood in deference, recognizing the honor of the North's royal family. Esteemed guests, today we celebrate the first birthday of my daughter. I am grateful for your presence. His Majesty has arrived. Before Shen Yun could finish his sentence, a resounding proclamation echoed from the entrance, leaving the officials momentarily stunned. Those gathered were astonished that the North's prince could command such honor. The emperor himself had come to witness the ceremony of a legitimate daughter, a privilege rarely extended to other royal families. After all, the emperor had not attended the first birthday of the prince's previous legitimate children. Legitimate sons were expected to inherit titles, while daughters would ultimately marry into other families, rendering their status less critical. Shen Yun, caught off guard by the emperor's unexpected visit, thought to himself, the emperor truly knows how to stir trouble, showing up unannounced. Yet, he quickly masked his surprise, hastening to kneel before the emperor, lifting his robes in a gesture of respect. I, Shen Yun, humbly welcome your majesty. Long live the emperor. "Long live the emperor," echoed the assembled officials, hastily following suit. Although many had previously encountered the emperor in court, the opportunity to witness him so closely outside the palace was rare and precious. Everyone pondered how best to engage the emperor in conversation. "Rise, all of you. It has been quite some time since I have ventured beyond the palace walls. I heard today marks the celebration of your legitimate daughter's first birthday, and I thought to join in the festivities," the emperor declared, casting a glance at the kneeling assembly. "Dear officials, please stand. This is not the palace. There is no need for such formalities." Chapter 3. County Princess Yunshu Shen Yunshu, nestled in Zhang Mama's embrace, gazed curiously at the emperor, adorned in a long robe of deep black embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragons. This historical figure, Emperor Ming Li Yin, bore a scholarly visage yet exuded an imposing authority, embodying the essence of a ruler. As someone from a liberated and egalitarian society 15 centuries in the future, Shen Yunshu marveled at the reality of encountering a living emperor so closely. It was indeed a unique experience. The emperor, noticing the child's wide-eyed curiosity, remarked, and your daughter possesses a visage of remarkable intelligence." He could not resist reaching out to playfully engage with Shen Yunshu. In turn, Shen Yunshu, intrigued, extended her tiny hand to tentatively touch the emperor's large hand adorned with an exquisite Hetian jade ring, marveling at the sensation of genuine contact. "Wow, it's real. How fascinating," she exclaimed. The emperor, charmed by Shen Yunshu's innocent wonder, let out a hearty laugh. "Shen has always been like a brother to me. Your daughter shall undoubtedly be honored as a county princess. Furthermore, I shall grant her the fief of Qiushui County and Chanyu County. Go fetch the gifts I brought, silk and luminous pearls, to present to County Princess Yunshu as her birthday tribute." The grand eunuch Lu, who served the emperor, waved his hand, and the palace maids and eunuchs promptly presented the prepared rewards. The Northern King and his consort hurriedly expressed their gratitude. He was the Northern King, and according to customary protocol, his daughter should naturally be titled a county princess. However, as the only noble of a different surname in the current dynasty, such a situation was rare. Without the emperor's explicit endorsement, her title lacked legitimacy. Fortunately, the emperor not only spoke, but also bestowed upon his daughter the fiefs of 2 counties. While she was not granted a title, the fiefs represented substantial wealth, a privilege that many princesses and noble ladies had not enjoyed since the establishment of the dynasty. This emperor was known for his straightforwardness in bestowing rewards, eschewing any frivolity. As the onlookers observed Shen Zhen's joyful expression, they offered their congratulations, though inwardly they criticized his peculiar temperament. Shen Zhen, the only noble of a different surname, had once sworn brotherhood with the emperor. After the emperor ascended the throne, he could be considered akin to a royal prince. It was expected that his daughter would be bestowed a title, and his son should have been appointed as heir. Yet, he persistently refused to seek a title for his son, even when the emperor himself wished to grant it. Such behavior was unprecedented throughout history. The emperor's words were akin to divine decree. Whoever he wished to honor or demote would be so, and to refuse was unthinkable. Yet, Shenzhen did just that, stating that the Shen family was a lineage of military merit and that his bond with the emperor was personal. His son should inherit his rightful status, not a princely title. This statement not only failed to anger the emperor, but rather pleased him, leading him to commend Shen Zhen's son during court in front of the officials. Now, however, it seemed that the Northern King's pride had its limits. While he rejected his son's title, he readily accepted his daughter's status as county princess. Unaware of the whispers among the crowd, he silently rejoiced for his daughter. Meanwhile, Ji Shuyu, wishing to demonstrate the Northern King's respect for the emperor, instructed Furong to place the recently gifted luminous pearl alongside the items prepared for Shen Yunshu's first birthday ceremony. The luminous pearl, perfectly round and radiating a soft glow, was particularly captivating for children. If Shen Yunshu were to grasp the pearl during her ceremony, it would signify her connection to the emperor, while the pearl itself bore no special implications that others could criticize. The Northern King cast an appreciative glance at his consort, recognizing her cleverness. Old Madame Shen checked the time and signaled Mama Zhang to place Shen Yunshu among the items. Mama Zhang found a central position, laid Shen Yunshu down, and retired to the side, allowing her to explore on her own. Shen Yunshu, still absorbed in the joy of her new title, looked up to see herself surrounded by an array of objects arranged in a circle. Pondering what she should grasp, she recalled the significance of this tradition, believing that whatever she chose would dictate her future pursuits. If she selected items like qin, chess, calligraphy, or painting, would she be expected to excel in them? Such pursuits could be enjoyable as hobbies, but she preferred not to be forced into them. As for the abacus, she had little interest in arithmetic. Embroidery? Given her lack of skill, she thought it best to avoid that as well, fearing the embarrassment of failing at it. Medicine intrigued her, but that was a delicate matter. Better learn discreetly. So what should she choose? Her father's earlier words suggested she could pick freely without any pressure. As the Northern King, there would undoubtedly be envy directed at their family, and historically, their lineage faced downfall due to such jealousy. Thus, it was wise to curry favor with the current emperor, especially since he appeared to hold their family in good regard. Sure, hurry and crawl to grab something you like, came her mother's gentle voice. Hearing her mother's encouragement, Shen Yunshu abandoned her thoughts and began to crawl toward the luminous pearl, the most conspicuous item among the offerings. Winning the emperor's favor could only be advantageous, even if she did not fully understand why it mattered so much to him. As she reached the pearl, she wrapped her arms around it and sat still, her eyes wide with curiosity at the sizable pearl in her grasp. Ah, truly a county princess favored by the emperor. It seems she has a particular fondness for the pearl, remarked one lady, observing the scene. Another added, indeed, the moment the pearl was placed, she rushed straight for it. Clearly, she recognizes this as a gift from the emperor. How delighted she must be. The other ladies quickly chimed in with their flattering remarks. Regardless of their sincerity, they felt compelled to offer praise since the emperor had come to honor the Northern King. Ah, a Zhen has indeed raised a clever child, the emperor said, recalling that the empress had recently been unwell and had expressed a desire for the Northern King's sour plum syrup. He suggested that in a few days, the consort could bring their child to the palace to accompany the empress, fostering a bond akin to that of Huaiwen, Huaiqin, and Yuan Zhen, growing up together as siblings, allowing him to rest easy in the future. The emperor speaks truth. I too have been thinking of the empress's well-being, Ji Shuyu replied. With Shen Yunshu's birthday banquet concluded, she planned to visit the empress and the princess soon. Aware of the emperor's intentions to strengthen ties between the Northern King's household and the royal family, she recognized the importance of laying a foundation for the future crown prince. Very well, I shall inform the empress, and she will surely be pleased, the emperor declared. Now, the festivities have sufficiently concluded, and I must return to my duties. Enjoy yourselves without concern for me. Rising, he waved his hand dismissively and exited. Your servant's wife, bids farewell to his majesty. Chapter 4. Unfazed by favor or disgrace, time flew like an arrow, and a decade passed. During these 10 years, Shen Yunshu occasionally displayed her precociousness. After her first birthday, she articulated her thoughts clearly, no longer pretending to be a mere child. When she observed her brothers studying, she would often join in, writing and drawing alongside them. The Northern King and his consort, recognizing her talents, arranged for a tutor to enlighten her early on. Shen Yunshu learned swiftly. Although the subjects differed significantly from her past life, her adult comprehension allowed her to avoid unnecessary detours. The servants of a Northern King's household acknowledged her intelligence, praising her to the point that even tutors from various disciplines commended her talents and diligence, spreading the word among the noble women of the capital. It was said that Shen Yunshu exhibited a remarkable gift for poetry and music from the age of 3, displaying literary prowess by 6, and by 8, she was well versed in both ancient and contemporary literature, capable of eloquent expression. When her household servants relayed the rumors to her, she merely smiled, recognizing that while they contained a kernel of truth, they were largely exaggerated. Countless talented individuals exist, yet why is it that only she garners such admiration? It is merely because her father is the king of the north. Oh, did Yunshu truly utter such words? Shen Zhen set aside the military treatise he held, his gaze shifting toward Qin Yang, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Indeed, the county princess also remarked, the prodigious talents of youth stem solely from diligent study and hard practice. They can hardly be deemed true talents. Perhaps it is due to the lack of effort from their own family's offspring that they are regarded as the exemplary children in others' eyes. Qin Yang recounted Shen Yunshu's original words, his gaze filled with admiration for her. as a loyal retainer of the King of the North. He had once served as Shen Yunshu's personal attendant, later following him to the battlefield. Recognizing Qin Yang's aptitude for warfare, Shen Yun freed him from servitude and enlisted him in the army, where he now holds the rank of a minor commander, leading a unit that is unequivocally aligned with the Shen family. His loyalty to the Shens is self-evident. As someone who witnessed Shen Yunshu's upbringing, nothing brings him greater joy than discovering the excellence of his young mistress. Unfazed by praise or criticism, she is truly the daughter of Shen Yun. Shen Yun felt an immense pride swell within him. He had 2 sons and a daughter, but the 2 sons had already entered the palace at Shen Yunshu's age to serve as companions to the crown prince, leaving only the youngest daughter to capture his attention and affection. Whenever anyone praised Shen Yunshu in his presence, Shen Yun could hardly contain his pride. Meanwhile, Shen Yunshu awoke from her afternoon nap, attended to by a young maid who assisted her with a simple grooming before she made her way to the old matriarch's crane-s abode. Grandmother, mother, oh Shu-er, come quickly, my precious Shu-er, the kitchen has prepared almond corn cakes today. Come and taste. The old matriarch, who was conversing with Ji Shuyu on the couch, beamed with delight at the sight of Shen Yunshu rushing in. Shen Yunshu performed a slight bow and leaned beside her grandmother, while Ji Shuyu wiped her hands and offered her a piece of almond corn cake. Shu-er, you are now 10 years old and have grown up. It is time for you to select 2 personal attendants. Previously, the playmates who accompanied her were there to ensure she could choose 2 of her favorites as personal maids in the future. The daughters of noble families typically have no fewer than 8 attendants: 2 first-class personal maids, 2 second-class cleaning maids, 2 wet nurses, and 2 nannies, not to mention the guards responsible for their safety. As a county princess, the number of attendants she could have is even greater. To prevent anyone from gossiping in front of the emperor, her mother arranged for her to have 2 personal attendants suitable for her age. However, in a few years, as she attends more banquets, she will need to add at least 2 more. After all, she is a county princess, and sometimes she must maintain her dignity. Being overly modest could lead others to perceive her as easy to bully. Shen Yunshu nestled against her grandmother, munching on the almond corn cake, contemplating her childhood companions. Those children had been sent to her side to play since they were 6 years old, specifically to allow her to choose 2 favorites as personal maids later on. Do-ko's mother made the best osmanthus sweet potato cakes, and Do-ko claimed she had memorized the recipe, hoping to stay by Shen Yunshu's side to make them for her in the future. Then there was Qin Tai, who also excelled. Her weaving was remarkable, and not long ago, she learned to embroider sachets. Moreover, both of them were the most beautiful, and she decided she wanted them both. Shen Yunshu expressed her thoughts in the manner befitting her age. Indeed, Do-ko and Qin Tai were the most compatible with her temperament. Ji Shuyu was not surprised. Shen Yunshu had previously shown a particular fondness for these 2 young maids. Furthermore, since they were the most beautiful among the attendants and her daughter's favorite colors matched theirs, she had noticed this as well. Ji Shuyu signaled to the maid beside her, Rose, to bring the 2 young maids over. Anticipating her daughter's preferences, Ji Shuyu had privately instructed Fu Rong and Rose to teach the 2 young maids the etiquette expected of those serving their mistress. Therefore, when they arrived with Rose, though nervous, they displayed the proper manners without fail. The county princess has chosen you as her personal maids. From now on, you will be first-class maids in the royal residence. Despite your youth, you must possess the necessary dignity and not allow others to trample upon you. For you represent the face of the county princess, do you understand? Ji Shuyu assumed the demeanor of a royal matron, her expression stern as she addressed the 2 young maids, who were merely 11 or 12 years old, and instinctively nodded in response to her words. Ji Shuyu's intention was not to intimidate the children, but in such a place as the royal residence, where Shen Yunshu was the sole legitimate daughter of the Shen family, it was imperative they understood their responsibilities. Otherwise, any misstep could lead to significant consequences. However, Ji Shuyu did not elaborate further, as both girls were born into the family, their parents being longtime servants of the royal residence, and they had been raised with the notion of loyalty to the Shen family ingrained in them. Mother, may I rename them? Shen Yunshu inquired. Ji Shuyu nodded nonchalantly. Since these 2 had been named after 3rd-tier maids, their names would naturally be changed upon entering her service. After all, they would belong to her, and their names would reflect her preferences. Do-ko and Qin Tai were elated, as first-class maids in the royal residence. Their names would now be chosen according to the royal matron's customs, which predominantly featured names with grass radicals, such as Fu Rong, Rose, Peony, and Jasmine. The old matriarch's attendants bore names like Ming Xiang, Ming Yin, Ming Cha, and Ming Lu. Additionally, there were other second-class maids with names like Tung Luo, Bohi, and Ba Jiao. Except for the older wet nurse who had arrived earlier, most had double grass radicals, indicating a higher status, and were more prominent in the presence of the royal matron. Each batch of maids often shared similar names. For instance, those chosen to accompany the county princess had names such as Doko, Qing Tai, Ling Jiao, and Hui Xiang. This was a naming custom of the royal matron. But since they would be serving the young mistress, they could naturally adopt new names. Shen Yunshu tilted her head in thought and scrutinized the two girls closely before stepping down from the couch and approaching Qing Tai. I am not as graceful and poised as my mother, nor do I have a particular fondness for flowers and plants. I see how lovely you both are, so I shall choose names with auspicious meanings. Looking down at the elegant and poised Qing Tai, she declared, Lin Lang, a beautiful jade. From now on, as you follow me, you shall no longer be mere green moss underfoot, but a splendid jade upon the stage. Lin Lang felt a surge of joy upon hearing Shen Yunshu's words. The name given by the county princess was exquisite. Overjoyed, Lin Lang quickly knelt to express her gratitude. Thank you, county princess, for the name. Next, Shen Yunshu approached Doko, gazing at her cherubic round face and sparkling round eyes. For some reason, the words delicate and charming suddenly came to her mind. You are so adorable. I shall call you Ling Long. Thank you, county princess, for the name. Ling Long exclaimed, her eyes crinkling with delight. The county princess had a small appetite and always shared her treats with her, which made Ling Long adore her. The old matriarch chuckled at the names Shen Yunshu had chosen, playfully teasing her. These names possess splendid meanings and sound far more elegant than the string of floral and herbal names we have around the residence. You often claim to be low-key, yet you haven't done a single modest thing. Even the names of your maids are so extravagant now. The princess of the north hesitated momentarily. The old matriarch, perceiving her hesitation, reassured her, no worries. The current sovereign is a wise ruler. Our Shen family's excessive modesty could indeed pose a problem. The friendship between Zhen Heir and the emperor need not be elaborated upon. Huai Wen and Huai Jin are presently attending to the crown prince, while Shu Heir has formed a close bond with Princess Luan. The emperor's intentions are quite transparent, and it seems pointless for us to feign ignorance any longer. Do you think he is oblivious to our actions? The esteemed matriarch of the Shen family understands that the names Lin Lang and Ling Long carry significant weight, even incorporating the character for king. Although the emperor has never shown any reluctance towards such names, they are typically reserved for noble ladies. If the Shen family wishes to maintain a low profile, it would be ill-advised to bestow such names upon their maidservants. Nevertheless, as Yunshu was personally honored by the emperor during her first birthday celebration and was conferred a county title during the auspicious ceremony, it is noteworthy that he may not have attended the similar events for other princesses in the harem. Thus, if the emperor is willing to elevate them, they shall graciously accept, for the honors bestowed upon them are well-deserved given the military accomplishments of the Shen family. Lin Lang and Ling Long are delighted to have caught the attention of the young mistress, seeing a promising future ahead. Similarly, Shen Yunshu is pleased to have her own personal maid, facilitating her affairs. For some reason, she feels an inexplicable kinship with these two young girls. Were it not for her memories from a past life, she might have thought they were acquaintances from her previous existence. As the lady of the Wang family, Ji Shu Yao has numerous responsibilities to attend to, and after a brief visit, she departs. Shen Yunshu remains in Heji Tang for a while longer to keep her grandmother company before returning to her own quarters to allow the elder to rest. The following day, the rhythmic sound of horse hooves echoed along the outskirts of the capital. Ling Long lifted the gauzy curtain of the carriage and glanced at the sky. We are almost there. Does the county mistress still feel warm? Perhaps a bit more water would help. Despite being seated in the carriage, Ling Long worried about her mistress succumbing to the heat and urged Shen Yunshu to drink water several times along the way. Ling Long, there is no need for concern. I am quite well. Thankfully, Qinghua Temple is not far, and it has taken us merely half a day's journey. Otherwise, after all this water, and with no place to change, I would surely embarrass myself. Shen Yunshu helplessly set aside the book she had been reading for distraction. Reclining on the specially designed beauty couch in the carriage, her elbow resting on the cloud-patterned pillow, delicately supporting her chin as she teased Ling Long. Lin Lang stifled a laugh, saying, "Do not blame Ling Long, county mistress. This is her first outing, and she is anxious." Ling Long playfully poked at Lin Lang's waist. "You, Lin Lang, are you not also on your first adventure? Why make fun of me? I am merely worried about the county mistress overheating. It is exceedingly hot today. And what if she cannot bear it?" Lin Lang laughed heartily at Ling Long's antics. "Oh, Ling Long, I am simply teasing you. Be careful, or you might tumble out." With that, Lin Lang lightly swatted Ling Long's hand away, retrieving a small cup from the lower cabinet made of golden enamel wood, pouring a cup of mung bean water for her. "Here, you look hotter than anyone. Drink some to cool down. If you sweat more and faint from the heat, it will only delay the county mistress." Ling Long did not hesitate to accept the mung bean water, downing it in one go, as the refreshing taste eased her nervousness. After all, it was her first time venturing away from home, and she felt a mix of excitement and dryness in her throat. Fortunately, their county mistress treats her servants exceptionally well, especially those who serve closely, ensuring they are well taken care of and never mistreated. Even in the carriage, she allows them to bring their own teacups. They often play and joke together, and the county mistress never scolds them. The wet nurse and young servants often say they have accumulated 8 generations of virtue to serve in the town North Wangfu, and for those like her and Lin Lang, who can serve as the county mistress's personal maids, it is as if their ancestors must be smiling down on them. Ling Long believes they are right, as few mistresses are as unpretentious as their county mistress. She treats them not merely as servants, but as companions who have grown up together. Shen Yunshu does not mind their excitement. They are still young girls. Although she has been out before, it was mostly with her father and mother. Her personal maid is still quite young, so they seldom had the chance to leave the gates of town North Wangfu. This time, although they are only going to Qinghua Temple, it is still on the outskirts of the imperial capital, a rare opportunity for them to travel a bit further. And feeling nervous and excited is entirely natural. Chapter 6, Qinghua Temple County Mistress. We have arrived at Qinghua Temple. The carriage came to a halt as the attendant dismounted and set up a stool, bowing respectfully outside the carriage. Ling Long and Lin Lang assisted Shen Yunshu down, and she hurried towards the carriage of the town North Wangfei and the elder matriarch, the esteemed matriarch of the Shen family. As a first-rank lady and the head of the Shen clan, exuded an air of dignity when out in public, dressed in an indigo robe adorned with embroidered auspicious clouds, her hair adorned with a crown of emeralds and rubies, and a necklace of double phoenixes in red gold. She appeared exceedingly graceful and dignified. "Do take your time. We still have time to partake in the temple's vegetarian feast." The matriarch, with a kind smile, waved at Shen Yunshu as she approached briskly, playfully teasing her. "Grandmother, you tease me again. I hurried over not because I was thinking of the vegetarian feast, but because I was worried you would be exposed to the sun." Shen Yunshu pouted playfully, eliciting laughter from the matriarch and the town North Wangfei. It is no wonder Shu Er is so fond of food. The vegetarian dishes at Qinghua Temple are truly delightful, especially the bamboo rice cakes made from rare green bamboo. The temple's vegetarian days are highly anticipated. If missed, one would think about it for quite some time. Ji Shu Yao, perhaps wishing to spare Shen Yunshu's embarrassment, added, "It is no surprise that Shu Er is a bit greedy. It seems the origin of her desire lies here." Hearing Ji Shu Yao's words, the matriarch joined in the laughter. Qinghua Temple is renowned for its vibrant incense offerings, attracting a steady stream of worshippers, including many nobles and officials seeking blessings. Consequently, a winding mountain road has been constructed for carriages. The carriage of town North Wangfu halted at the steps leading to the temple. Amidst their laughter, they walked leisurely to the temple entrance, where a young acolyte welcomed them and guided them to the main hall. The matriarch and the Wangfei brought Shen Yunshu into the hall to offer their prayers, after which they proceeded to the dining hall to enjoy a meal and rest, awaiting the time for the revered Taoist to deliver his teachings. Given Shen Yunshu's young age, the matriarch and the Wangfei did not impose restrictions on her, allowing her to wander freely in the temple with the attendants. Although Shen Yunshu was not disinterested in the Taoist teachings, she preferred to explore the beautiful scenery around her. Children have their privileges, and she need not force herself to act too maturely. Taoism flourished during the Lang Dynasty, with many temples scattered throughout. Qinghua Temple is the largest Taoist temple in the imperial capital, aside from the royal ones, boasting a vast expanse filled with majestic halls and ancient trees providing shade. The scenery is truly splendid. To thoroughly explore Qinghua Temple would require even a physically fit man to walk tirelessly for an entire day. Shen Yunshu delighted in her exploration. In her previous life, she had always enjoyed visiting scenic spots, particularly places with mountains, waters, or temples, as they brought her a sense of tranquility. Passing by a bamboo grove, she admired the straight green bamboo with nodes as beautiful as jade, which filled her with joy. She greeted the Taoists in the temple and took a few bamboo branches for herself. The bamboo grove at Qinghua Temple is famous far and wide. Those who appreciate bamboo often come to take a few branches. Perhaps it is due to the temple's grandeur and thriving incense offerings. But the bamboo here seems to possess a unique spirit unlike any other. Shen Yunshu does not expect to replicate the atmosphere of a bamboo grove in her courtyard at the Wangfu. She merely wishes to take a few branches back to her own Zhuyun pavilion to try her hand at planting. On her 6th birthday, she had asked her mother for the only courtyard in the Wangfu that had a small bamboo grove, which she named Zhuyun Pavilion. Although it is not the best courtyard in the Wangfu, Shen Yunshu does not mind. The quality of one's dwelling largely depends on the people within it. As long as the individuals are significant, any place can be regarded as a good one. True to this sentiment. On the very day she planned to move into Zhuyungu, her father arranged for renovations to be made to the courtyard. He also connected 2 previously unoccupied sections of her residence, transforming one into a quaint garden and the other into a serene pond for her leisurely enjoyment. With these enhancements, her courtyard swiftly became the largest within the royal residence, apart from her parents' main quarters. As the Taoist priests were concluding their sermon, Shen Yunshu strolled towards the main hall in the front courtyard, preparing to welcome the matriarch Shen and the princess back. Yunshu, come quickly. I have often heard that Taoist Jingyun possesses remarkable abilities in divination. Since he happens to be present today, might we request him to divine for my daughter? The princess of Jinbei beckoned to the approaching Shen Yunshu, addressing the young-looking Taoist in a plain robe before her. The Taoist turned to Shen Yunshu, his brow furrowing slightly. The hand that was poised to calculate hesitated momentarily before he discreetly lowered it. I am unable to discern the fate of the county princess. What does this mean? The princess expressed her confusion, tinged with a hint of anxiety, fearing something was amiss with her daughter. There is no need for concern, for it is not that the county princess's fate is unfavorable, but rather that my skills in divination are insufficient to discern her destiny. As Taoist Jingyun shifted his hand, performing a gesture, he shook his head once more. Shen Yunshu, initially dismissive, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Before her transmigration, she had encountered numerous internet novels where the protagonist, upon crossing over or being reborn, would invariably meet a wise monk in a temple or an insightful wandering Taoist, only to be compelled into a fortune-telling session. The outcomes range from auspicious rebirths of phoenixes to ominous fates marked by various celestial influences. If the protagonist were particularly fierce, a sage might even admonish, the cycle of cause and effect is inexorable. Cease from slaughter and achieve Buddhahood in an instant. However, when Taoist Jingyun prepared to read her fortune, a myriad of scenarios from those novels flooded her mind, and she had even rehearsed her potential responses. Should she be assertive, slightly arrogant, or amicable? Yet, to her astonishment, the outcome was simply, I cannot divine. Stunned into silence, she found herself deprived of any chance to respond. Was this the disparity between an ordinary person and a protagonist? Others were endowed with grand destinies, while she seemed to possess none. It appeared she was unworthy. Yet, in Shen Yunshu's previous life, such divination often came with a formulaic approach, a mere ruse to deceive the unsuspecting. She had never placed her faith in it. Nevertheless, Taoist Jingyun's demeanor was calm, and his straightforward admission of his limitations lent him a certain credibility. At the very least, he was honest in declaring his inability to divine her fate. Internally, Shen Yunshu commended him with a mental thumbs up. Perhaps in ancient times, the art of fortune-telling truly held merit. After all, she had traversed realms. It wasn't too far-fetched to believe in the existence of someone capable of such divination. Taoist Jingyun, please do not trouble yourself. The inability to divine may be attributed to the fact that I was a celestial being in my past life. Shen Yunshu boasted shamelessly, feeling no pangs of guilt. Ah, how bold of you to speak thus in a temple. The Taoist masters will surely find amusement in your audacity. The matriarch Shen gently tapped Shen Yunshu's nose, feigning a stern reprimand. Shen Yunshu offered a charming smile to her grandmother and mother before turning to accept a green bamboo tube from Lang. Earlier, she had acted rather thoughtlessly. This tea, brewed with the temple's spring water, was a gift of cloud mist tea. Although it was not this year's harvest, it was infused with the exquisite spring water and housed in a freshly crafted bamboo vessel, offering a unique flavor. This was her way of presenting a token of appreciation to the Taoist. With spring barely having arrived, the first batch of new tea had yet to be presented, even to the palace. Thus, though the tea was last year's, it was not a source of shame to offer it. After all, if he were truly a capable diviner, she ought to make a favorable impression for future inquiries. Rest assured, I did not carelessly harvest bamboo from the temple. I sought permission before collecting the bamboo shoots and compensated accordingly. Shen Yunshu clarified, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings regarding her intentions. Taoist Jingyun bore no misconceptions. The bamboo groves of Qinghua Temple were vast and flourishing, occasionally sold to noble families, thus serving as a source of revenue for the temple. He lowered his body slightly, accepting the bamboo tube of tea with both hands. Thank you, County Princess. Although I cannot divine your fate, your appearance suggests great fortune. The matriarch and the princess need not worry. At times, ignorance can be a blessing. If perplexities linger, you may accompany me to the side hall to draw fortune. Observing her mother and grandmother's subtle expressions of concern, Shen Yunshu nodded and followed Taoist Jingyun to the fortune-drawing area in the side hall. Typically, when seeking a fortune, it was customary for there to be no one else present, and thus, Taoist Jingyun halted at the entrance, while the matriarch and the princess refrained from entering. Once Lin Lang and Ling Long had ensured the interior was secure, they also withdrew. Alone, Shen Yunshu saw no need for ritualistic formalities. She grabbed a bamboo tube filled with fortune sticks and began to shake. From a moment, she entered the temple. She had never offered a prayer or sought any divine favors, treating this outing as a simple respite. It was not that she lacked reverence for the divine, nor did she disbelieve in the supernatural, for her mere existence was an enigma beyond the ordinary. Yet, she firmly believed that everything in life required a certain cost to acquire. Even if the deities were benevolent, she did not trust in assistance that came without reason. Unbeknownst to her, she had paid a price for her transmigration, and now she sought to attain all she desired through her own efforts, which provided her with a sense of tranquility. Perhaps distracted, she accidentally let the bamboo tube slip from her grasp, causing it to tilt and drop 2 sticks. Though she caught it in time, 2 sticks tumbled out. Examining them, she noted one was a good omen while the other was not. Shen Yunshu thought, 2 do not count. Squinting, she returned both sticks to the tube and shook again. As she continued, another stick fell out. Picking it up, she found it was a favorable sign. Not bad, but merely a good sign. My mother and grandmother may not be overly pleased. After contemplating, she returned that stick as well and persisted in shaking. With a sudden clatter, another stick fell to the ground. Shen Yunshu picked it up again, scrutinizing it closely. This one is quite good. An exceptionally auspicious sign, though the text is somewhat brief. Very well, I shall accept this one. Shaking her wrist, she exited with the auspicious stick in hand. Alas, drawing fortunes is rather laborious. Taoist, I have drawn an exceptionally auspicious sign. That should be favorable, yes? However, I cannot comprehend its meaning. I implore you to enlighten me. Feigning delight, Shen Yunshu emerged from the side hall, presenting the bamboo stick to Taoist Jingyun with an eager expression. It states, "Only now do I realize my fate is not dictated by heaven." Taoist Jingyun glanced at the inscription, shaking his head with a gentle smile before setting the stick aside. The significance of the county princess's fortune is of little consequence. Your fate is now in your own hands. Much like this fortune, should you find it unsatisfactory, you may always change it. Shen Yunshu, under the penetrating gaze of Taoist Jingyun, felt a pang of guilt as she touched her nose. Surely, this implied something positive? With a subtle nod from Master Jingyun, he signaled to speak some comforting words to his bewildered mother and grandmother. Very well, Master Jingyun acknowledged, neither affirming nor denying. Upon receiving these 2 words from him, Shen Yunshu immediately activated her persuasion mode. Mother, grandmother, look, Master Jingyun has declared that my fortune is excellent, and it is indeed a superior omen. When I sought the oracle, I asked the enlightened beings in heaven to illuminate my fate, and, as a result, I drew the superior omen. Hence, my destiny must be exceptionally favorable, so you need not worry. The matriarch Shun and the princess of Jinbei felt somewhat dazed by Shen Yunshu's incessant chatter, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Fortunately, the omen was indeed a superior one, and Master Jingyun confirmed it was excellent, leading them to decide against probing further. As the evening sky darkened, the three of them bid farewell to Master Jingyun and took the same carriage down the mountain, heading home. Watching them depart, Jingyun hurried back to his quarters, retrieving 2 tortoise shells and a divination plate. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he meticulously performed a divination regarding today's events. However, the more he divined, the more furrowed his brow became, until nightfall descended. Looking up at the starry sky, it seemed as though the stars were conversing with him. With a sigh of realization, he understood. The fate star of County Lord Yunshu was indeed one of the 2 fateful stars closely tied to the fortune of the Lang Dynasty. Initially, he had only discerned that one was the prince's fate star, while the other remained shrouded in mystery. Now it appeared to be County Lord Yunshu. Though peculiar, it was reasonable to associate a legitimate daughter of the Shun family, a descendant of the god of war, with the destiny of the Lang Dynasty. Yet, why was the fate star he ought to guard not that of the Lang Dynasty's prince, but rather that of County Lord Yunshu? Chapter 8. When Peihan on the other side, after parting with Master Jingyun, Shen Yunshu noticed her mother's still furrowed brow and playfully clung to her arm, coaxing her. All right, mother, there's no need to worry. After all, Master Jingyun is still quite young. How could one fully comprehend the celestial mysteries before reaching 30? Some matters simply cannot be divined. Perhaps, as he himself suggested, it is due to his inexperience. Besides, not being able to predict it is not necessarily a bad thing. If my fate truly diverges from others, and even the master cannot ascertain it, does that not mean it is akin to a celestial being reincarnating to undergo tribulations? What more could you possibly worry about? Shen Yunshu winked at the princess, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. Hearing her nonsensical remarks, Ji Shuyu could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, if everything were to align with one's desires, it would hardly differ from a life of great wealth and honor. In this world, how many could truly have their wishes granted? Since Master Jingyun asserted that Schumer's fate was sound, then it surely was. If it remains unascertained, it must certainly be a fortuitous sign. Our Schumer's fate is undoubtedly the best. Madame Shun clasped her hands together, bowing in the direction of the heavens. She was a devout believer in the divine and held Master Jingyun's words in utmost trust. The day after returning from Qinghua Temple, Shen Yunshu informed her mother of her desire to venture outside. The customs of the Lang Dynasty were quite liberal. From a young age, parents no longer constrained their children, and there was no prohibition against appearing in public. However, some girls who had reached maturity and were betrothed would simply don a veil or face covering when going out. The princess of Jinbei looked at the little one clinging to her arm and gently pinched her nose. What makes you want to go out to play? Did we not just return from Qinghua Temple yesterday? Where do you wish to go today? Has your heart grown restless after a single outing? Shen Yunshu rubbed her pinched nose, protesting, not at all. Is it not true that the palace will soon host the Qinghua banquet? I am quite close with Princess Luan, and aside from the gift from the royal house, I wish to present her with something special. Coincidentally, Sister Peihan from the Wen family has invited me to explore Lanchi Lane today to see what other delightful items we might procure. Ji Shuyu nodded in agreement, recalling that they had received a decree from the palace a few days prior. Princess Luan was of a similar age, having visited the Fenghua Hall for incense offerings last year. Now it was time to hold a banquet. You need not concern yourself with the royal gifts. Your mother has already prepared everything. As for what you wish to give the princess, that is entirely your affair, and I shall not interfere. In the Lang Dynasty, after reaching maturity, children would typically be taken by their elders to a temple or monastery, symbolizing their safe growth and expressing gratitude to the myriad deities for their blessings. This was often a mere formality. However, for families with strong beliefs, it might include further divination to inquire about the future or request a protective amulet for the child. Similarly, royal offspring, upon reaching maturity, would often visit a royal temple to offer incense, with a more devout staying for a period. Typically, the spring and autumn equinoxes would see the palace host Xianghua banquets, inviting officials' children of the fifth rank and above who had not yet reached maturity. However, royal invitations were merely notifications. Without compelling reasons, who would dare refuse to attend? Moreover, only legitimate princes and princesses enjoyed the privilege of hosting banquets at the Qianghua Terrace within the palace. In contrast, illegitimate offspring would not have servants to assist them and would not be permitted to host banquets for external officials. More discreet gatherings would involve renting a boat for a lakeside excursion or holding a small poetry meeting. For those less discreet, they would host banquets for noble families on their maternal side, creating a lively scene. The Qianghua banquet primarily consisted of flower appreciation, wine drinking, and talent displays among the children of various families. Should any child showcase their abilities at such a gathering, they might catch the royal eye. Even if they could not ascend the social ladder, it would certainly benefit their future careers and marriages, making participation in these banquets highly desirable. Shen Yunshu was likely the youngest attendee this year, and with the prominence of the Jinbei Wangfu, she had no concerns regarding marriage. Ji Shuyu was equally untroubled about the banquet, merely reminding her to stay safe and consider how many guards to bring. Having received her mother's thorough instructions, Shen Yunshu finally stepped out, accompanied by Ling Long, Lin Lang, and 2 guards, ensuring ample protection. A carriage stood at the entrance of Lanchi Lane, and upon sighting the Zhenbei Wangfu carriage approach, the driver relayed a message inside. Suddenly, the curtain was drawn back, revealing the radiant face of Wenpei Han, the legitimate daughter of the Wen family and Shen Yunshu's childhood companion. Bored and waiting, Wenpei Han's eyes lit up upon spotting Shen Yunshu. She hurriedly rose to exit the carriage, while her maid, Yang Lu, quickly assisted her by lifting the curtain and steadying her arm to prevent any missteps. Yunshu, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Upon seeing Shen Yunshu, Wenpei Han feigned annoyance, yet her joy was unmistakable. It's my fault. I went to Qinghua Temple for incense yesterday, and by the time I returned, it was already dark. I completely forgot to inform my mother about our outing, and only this morning did I hurriedly ask for permission to come out. Has Sister Pei Han been anxiously waiting? Then how about this? I shall treat you to a meal at the 8 Treasure Restaurant to make amends. Shen Yunshu smiled, carefully stepping down from the stool with Lin Long's assistance, turning to the approaching figure clad in lotus pink, playfully saying, I must have that 8 Treasure sweet cream. Do not hesitate to indulge. Although when Pei Han appeared vexed, her hand instinctively reached toward Shen Yunshu. The 8 Treasure sweet cream, a signature dish of the 8 Treasure Restaurant, while not cheap, was hardly something the legitimate daughter of the Jinbei Wangfu, a county lord bestowed by the emperor, would find extravagant. Their banter was merely a light-hearted jest between close friends. The delightful offerings of the 8 Treasures sweet custard are not the only treats in store. There are also your beloved milk rice cake and crab meat puff. Sister can indulge as much as she desires, but do be cautious not to overindulge, lest your stomach becomes round and unwieldy, making it unseemly to wear a skirt. Should that be the case, you need only come to me in tears. Shen Yunshu stepped forward, linking arms with Wenpei Han as they made their way to Lanchi Workshop, teasing Wenpei Han about her past indiscretions. Chapter 9. A stroll with sisters, you are mistaken. It was Cindy who wept, not I, when Pei Han deftly deflected the jest, casting the blame onto the absent Ji Cindy. Shen Yunshu cast her a sidelong glance, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, yet she chose not to expose her friend's misdirection. Lanchi Workshop stands as the grandest embroidery and jewelry shop in the capital of the Shang Dynasty. The artisans within possess unparalleled skills, many of the embroiderers in the palace having hailed from this esteemed establishment. The jewelry produced here is renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, with many noble families adorning themselves in garments created by Lanchi Workshop. On this day, Shen Yunshu and Wenpei Han ventured out with no particular intention to purchase anything, merely seeking to browse. Their homes were already well equipped, and their outing was merely a pretext for a leisurely stroll ahead of an upcoming banquet. Wenpei Han selected a bolt of silver red and another of smoky purple satin, a butterfly hairpin adorned with pearls, a golden silk flower, and a ruby necklace, along with various silk flowers intended as gifts for their maidservants. Shen Yunshu chose a smoky pink and a moon-white silk for herself, also presenting the shopkeeper with a design she had sketched out of boredom: a magpie reflecting the moon hairpin, a golden fish ruby hairpin, a twin flower hairpin, a lark hairpin, and several other intricately designed adornments. These designs were inspired by her memories from her previous life, as she had always found them aesthetically pleasing and had even learned some basic techniques for crafting hairpins. However, upon arriving in this world, she came to realize that while the mass-produced items from her previous life were visually appealing, they lacked the charm of handmade artistry. Moreover, the materials gold, jade were exorbitantly priced, and it was nearly impossible to find artisans capable of crafting such intricate designs without incurring significant expense. Seizing the opportunity to bring her remembered creations to life, particularly those complex designs she could not replicate herself, she felt a sense of urgency to have skilled craftsmen undertake the work. Nonetheless, Shen Yunshu made it a point to inform the shopkeeper, should these items be completed, they are to be sent to the Duke of Northern Town's residence. Furthermore, these designs are uniquely mine, intended as gifts for Princess Luan, so please ensure they are safeguarded. Naturally, items meant for the princess must be one of a kind. In Shen Yunshu's words, serve as a reminder to the shopkeeper not to replicate her exquisite designs for sale. The shopkeeper, initially struck by the beauty of the patterns, had been contemplating inquiring about the artist's identity when he realized the talented designer was indeed Shen Yunshu herself, the county princess of the Duke of Northern Town. The thought of collaboration evaporated instantly. After all, how could they possibly commission such a distinguished figure? The shopkeeper bowed respectfully, promptly assuring Shen Yunshu, rest assured, county princess. Lanchi Workshop adheres to strict protocols. We will never replicate designs without the buyer's consent. Shen Yunshu nodded, satisfied that her assertion sufficed. Whether or not Lanchi Workshop enforced strict rules was secondary. She had invoked the names of the Duke of Northern Town and Princess Luan, which would certainly deter any attempts at unauthorized reproduction. The reputation of Lanchi Workshop was well established, so she felt no cause for concern. In truth, Shen Yunshu had entertained thoughts of emulating the protagonist from the web novel she had read, leveraging her skills and memories to engage in commerce in this ancient world. The hairpin designs she had presented were novel here, and if sold, they could yield considerable profit. With the uncertain future of the Duke of Northern Town looming, it was prudent to maintain a reserve of funds. However, as she delved deeper into the dynamics of this age of absolute monarchy, she recognized that her prior notions had been overly simplistic. The Duke of Northern Town was among the most powerful families of the Lang Dynasty, and from an outsider's perspective, they lacked neither wealth nor influence. Accumulating wealth through overt means could invite trouble upon her family. If she were to secure a fallback plan, it would need to be executed discreetly, devoid of any association with the Duke of Northern Town. After all, the sovereign on the throne was not to be trifled with. While trust might be professed, the scrutiny of the Duke of Northern Town was surely unwavering. If a prince with command over 200,000 troops were to engage in power struggles, it could easily lead to accusations of treason. Shen Yunshu had never forgotten that her family had once faced exile for such offenses. With this understanding, she resolved to devise alternative strategies. As she gazed at the designs in her hands, she contemplated crafting a few pieces to gift during festivals, ensuring that her creativity would not go to waste while also fostering goodwill. Yunshu, when did you acquire such remarkable skills? When Payon inquired, captivated by the unique designs. They appear not only singular, but also quite exquisite. I wonder what they will look like once crafted. Your ingenuity is truly remarkable. Fear not, dear sister. I shall certainly bring one for you. Once the craftsmen have completed their work, you shall see for yourself, Shen Yunshu replied with a smile. After perusing the shop for a while longer and finding nothing else of interest, she encouraged Ling Long and Lin Lang to select 2 items of their liking. The 2 young maidservants gleefully chose a silver hairpin inlaid with rubies and a jade moth silver hairpin. As the personal attendants of the county princess, they were occasionally permitted to wear gold or jade, yet it was customary for maidservants to adorn themselves with silver, ensuring they could test for poison if necessary. After finishing their shopping for clothing and accessories, they took a moment to rest at the 8 Treasures Pavilion. Although Shen Yunshu had a modest sweet tooth, she appreciated the diverse selection of pastries offered there. The culinary creations of this era were not only crafted from genuine ingredients, but were also meticulously prepared, each pastry a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. As a favored establishment among the nobility, the 8 Treasures Pavilion boasted delicacies that rivaled even the royal kitchens. Shen Yunshu savored 2 pieces of jade bean cake and some silver thread candy, followed by a bowl of 8 Treasures sweet custard. Feeling satisfied, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, quietly observing the bustling street below. Chapter 10. The Arresting Bureau. The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves broke the reverie of Shen Yunshu. Leaning out of the second-floor window, she beheld a squadron of guards clad in matching dark blue uniforms passing by, led by a middle-aged man donned in a resplendent robe of red and blue. The guards, maintaining a disciplined formation, carried swords at their sides, exuding an air of authority. The Arresting Bureau. Shen Yunshu mused, captivated by the sight of the uniformed officers. Historically, the Arresting Bureau was renowned for its meticulous and swift handling of cases, operating with a fierce efficiency that often overshadowed other judicial bodies. While the Ministry of Justice was responsible for arrests and detentions, the Court of Judicial Review for trials and sentencing, and the Censorate for oversight and impeachment of officials. Each department required layers of approval to act. Only the Arresting Bureau operated without oversight, answering solely to the Emperor's commands. If suspicion arose, they could arrest or inflict punishment without prior authorization. Throughout history, the Office of Justice Enforcement has gained a notorious reputation, with each officer known for their ruthless demeanor. Among them, the most renowned commander was Yu Wushuang, the second commander during the Inghe era. Historical texts record that Yu Wushuang was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. With a countenance resembling jade, he appeared to be a refined scholar, yet his strikes were mercilessly fierce. At one point, he wielded immense power, even compelling the usurping Emperor Shaoxian to yield. Regardless of whether he was attending court or entering the palace, he never parted with his dagger, maintaining a demeanor of cold indifference and rarely jesting. Clad in the distinctive four-winged serpent attire, he stood among a throng of similarly dressed officers, resembling a crane among chickens, strikingly out of place. Shen Yunshu observed the Justice Enforcement Cavalry riding away, noting that the leading commander in the serpent attire appeared to be in his 40s, certainly not Yu Wushuang, who was born in the 10th year of Inghe and should still be a mere teenager. Leaning on the table with her chin resting on her hand, she gazed at the passing cavalry, her thoughts racing. One peon, following Shen Yunshu's gaze, lightly skimmed the froth atop her teacup with the lid. The Justice Enforcement Cavalry always exuded an air of discipline and authority, their formations appearing rehearsed as if practiced 100 times. My grandfather once remarked that the Office of Justice Enforcement was on equal footing with the Ministry of Punishment until Commander Wang took charge, after which its reputation soared. Nowadays, the Justice Enforcement officers command more respect than those from the Six Doors, rivaling even the Imperial Guards. Regrettably, they selectively recruit individuals without any noble backing, and their interrogation methods are notoriously brutal. From the commander to the officers, each one is as cold as winter's ice, devoid of human warmth. Otherwise, the Office of Justice Enforcement might have been a favored choice for many young women seeking husbands. When Peon nodded in agreement, Shen Yunshu reflected on the speculations derived from historical documents about Yu Wushuang, feeling a sense of admiration. Dressed in the four-winged serpent attire, with twin blades at his waist, he possessed extraordinary looks and exceptional combat skills. He shunned female company and wealth, exhibiting a chilling demeanor. Most notably, historical accounts vaguely suggest he was exceptionally ruthless in his dealings, whether with others or himself. It is said that after Li Yuanshun ascended to the throne, Yu Wushuang was dispatched to eradicate the pirates, leading a mere 100 cavalry. He reached the battlefield in 3 days and nights, vanquishing 30,000 enemies and rescuing the captured deputy commander, averting the crisis of the besieged Liang city. Upon his return, only 49 of his men remained, having suffered significant casualties, and Yu Wushuang himself bore multiple wounds, rendering him unable to father children. Yet, this merciless commander, despite his condition, became the object of many young women's dreams. While noble ladies may admire heroes, they would not consider marrying a man with such physical limitations. Conversely, many common daughters believed that Yu Wushuang's injuries might just make him attainable for them, thus rendering him uniquely coveted throughout history. Sipping her tea, Shen Yunshu couldn't help but marvel at how prosperous the people of the flourishing Lang Dynasty were compared to her past life, living in abundance, with poets often composing verses about flowers and love, indicative of a truly blessed existence. However, this state of affairs was not destined to last long. After exchanging a few more idle words, the two decided to return home before nightfall. Although the Lang Dynasty was relatively open, the capital had its own restrictions, and nightfall brought about curfews. Once the outer city gates closed, patrols began, and being caught wandering at night would lead to inquiries, though not necessarily imprisonment. As Shen Yunshu rested her eyes, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Fortunately, the pace had been slow, merely causing a slight jolt. What could have happened? Lang lifted a corner of the curtain, exposing only half of her figure, shielding Shen Yunshu from view. "Your Highness, is a carriage from the palace. We must yield." The escort respectfully replied. Although it was Lang who inquired, the escort knew he was answering Shen Yunshu. "Very well, we shall move aside." Though unaware of which noble was aboard, protocol dictated that any official or commoner must yield to a palace carriage, regardless of whether it carried a maid or a eunuch, as they were on official business, such as delivering edicts. A palace carriage represented the imperial face, demanding respect from all. The escort guided the carriage to the side, and Shen Yunshu lifted the gauze curtain to peek outside. A carriage adorned with the palace insignia passed by, and as dusk settled in, the details became less discernible. Nevertheless, due to her previous attentiveness, she could identify it as belonging to the Eastern Palace. Chapter 11. The Return of the Crown Prince Pondering. Shen Yunshu reflected on the Crown Prince from the Eastern Palace, who was indeed extraordinary. She recalled seeing him before he departed for Suzhou when she accompanied her mother to visit the Empress. The Crown Prince had regarded her with curious and incredulous eyes. On another occasion, he had scrutinized her for an extended period. She had later subtly inquired with her parents, but the Crown Prince had displayed no discernible difference in behavior towards her or the Duke of Beiping's residence. Perhaps due to her youth, he did not conceal his emotions, allowing her to perceive his distinct regard. If her memory served her right, the Crown Prince had recently returned from Suzhou after addressing a flooding crisis. Not long ago, he had inexplicably succumbed to a high fever, falling into unconsciousness, and despite the physician's treatments, he remained unresponsive for an extended period. The imperial doctors attributed his condition to wind and cold, unable to explain the persistent fever. The Empress, concerned for the Crown Prince's health, personally prayed at the Fenghua Hall, consuming only minimal sustenance for 3 days and nights. Her sincere devotion moved the heavens, and the Crown Prince recovered without medication within a day. Upon awakening, he mentioned a divine visitation in a dream, predicting relentless rains in Suzhou and the destruction of levees, which would lead to disaster for the people. The Ming Emperor was skeptical, believing the Crown Prince's worries stemmed from his illness. Yet, within half a month, a messenger from Suzhou confirmed the onset of incessant rains. The Crown Prince then issued a military order, pledging to personally oversee the disaster relief efforts. 2 months have now passed. The floods have been resolved, with casualties under 10, and property losses minimized. Rumors have spread among the populace that the heavens were moved by the diligent governance of the Lang Dynasty, leading to a divine message to the Crown Prince to save the people from calamity. The Emperor, delighted by this news, allocated funds for disaster relief to aid the residents of Suzhou, and the Crown Prince actively participated in the recovery efforts, returning to the capital only now. This incident has significantly enhanced the royal family's image among the people, and songs of praise abound in the capital's tea houses and taverns, where storytellers recount the tale. Shen Yunshu, who had once admired the flourishing atmosphere of the Lang Dynasty, had meticulously studied its history, delving into both official records and folk tales. Although not every event was documented, most significant occurrences were recorded. From what she gathered, the Ming Emperor did indeed face flooding during his reign. But historical texts depict countless casualties, and the Crown Prince's performance was not particularly noteworthy. In the power struggles for the throne, the Crown Prince met his end, and even the common tales failed to celebrate his deeds significantly. While he had provided porridge for the refugees and sought justice for the common people, his acts of kindness were few and far between. Historical records have chronicled that during the reign of Emperor Ming, the Crown Prince was nurtured in the virtues of a benevolent ruler, exhibiting little ambition and a profound love for his people. Tragically, he passed away in the bloom of youth. Shen Yunshu furrowed her brows in perplexity. The recent grave illness of the Crown Prince and the subsequent management of the flood seemed rather peculiar. It bore a striking resemblance to the narrative style often found in novels, where characters experience rebirth or traverse through time. "Your Highness, it seems that a carriage from the Northern Prince's manor just passed by." "Understood. Pay no mind. Let us return to the palace to report." The carriage adorned with the emblem of the Eastern Palace glided past Shen Yunshu's carriage without a moment's pause. As the two vehicles converged, a gust of wind stirred, lifting a corner of the sheer curtain draped over the carriage, revealing a fleeting silhouette in deep purple. Has the county princess risen? Today marks the Chonghua banquet, necessitating an early arrival at the palace. Lang gently called out to Shen Yunshu, entering to adjust the gauze curtain and beckoning a couple of maids to bring in water to assist Shen Yunshu with her ablutions. Shen Yunshu languidly propped herself up on her arms, her gaze still hazy. After a yawn, she splashed her face with water from the basin and rinsed her mouth before being guided by Ling Long to the dressing table for her hairstyling and makeup. At Shen Yunshu's behest, Lang simply fashioned her hair into a modest bun and lightly enhanced her brows, ensuring her appearance was slightly more elegant than usual, striking a balance that neither diminished the county princess's dignity nor overshadowed Princess Luan. Lang and Lang had grown up alongside her, absorbing numerous beauty tutorials from her, adept in the art of makeup and attire. As a county princess attending such an event, it was essential to be resplendent and graceful to command attention. The exquisite twin flower hairpin crafted recently for Shen Yunshu, paired with the flower pattern long skirt of azure silk embroidered with silver thread gifted by the princess, was a perfect match, rendering her akin to a celestial being. You need not worry about eclipsing Princess Luan. Given her nature, she will undoubtedly don something far more ostentatious. Lang remarked playfully while adorning Shen Yunshu's hair with the hairpin. Shen Yunshu shot her a lazy glance. You have become increasingly audacious, daring to jest even about the princess. Be cautious once we enter the palace. Should a noble overhear, you might learn why the flowers of spring bloom so vividly. Lang, with a resigned poke at Ling Long's head, shot her a glare. Ling Long stuck out her tongue, aware that the county princess was merely teasing her, yet understanding that it served as a reminder to adhere to palace decorum. Though rarely would anyone disturb the northern prince's manor, the palace operated under a distinct set of rules, and as a mere maid, she recognized the importance of discretion. I only rely on the county princess's fondness for me. Within the palace, how could I dare to be audacious? Ling Long smiled ingratiatingly at Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu smiled in silence, trusting Ling Long's words. The attendants beside her were all meticulously trained by her mother before being sent to her. Particularly, Ling Long and Lang, who had grown up together with her, not only learned the 6 arts, but also received guidance from Aunt Furong, her mother's most capable aide, on proper conduct. After all, the influence of those who serve closely alongside their master can be significant, especially for someone of her tender age. Chapter 12. Attending the banquet at the palace this year. My father has applied to the emperor for me to commence my studies at the Taishua earlier than usual. The esteemed scholars at Taishua are renowned figures of our time. Such an opportunity is rare, and I shall certainly seize it. However, it means that I can no longer study openly with you all as I do here in the prince's manor. Yet, do not neglect your studies at home in my absence. Playfulness should not overshadow your learning. I rely on you both to become my trusted aides in the future. Lang is relatively steady, yet I worry that Ling Long, being younger and more spirited, may resist the pursuit of knowledge. What does the county princess wish for us to learn? Lang inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Shen Yunshu. Although their county princess was kind and treated them like sisters, she was acutely aware of her own status. No matter how much they learned, it was ultimately to serve the county princess. The prince and princess permitted them to study alongside the county princess. But this was not with the intention of cultivating a maid into a lady of high standing. As the county princess prepares to enter Taishua, where the scholars are esteemed and the other students hail from noble families, it is clear that they, as mere maids, cannot accompany her. The manor would not engage scholars for their instruction, thus their learning opportunities would be limited. Hence, it is essential to discern what the county princess wishes for them to focus on, so they may channel their efforts accordingly. Shen Yunshu regarded Lang with approval. The girl always understood her position without belittling herself. Given the chance, she would learn diligently, yet she would never take pride in her knowledge over others, always contemplating the ultimate utility of her learning. Upon hearing Ling Long's question, Ling Long too comprehended the underlying implications. The princess had indicated that the county princess was amiable and wished for them to learn and listen more, and they should remember to apply their knowledge for the county princess's benefit in the future. Shen Yunshu beamed at the 2 pairs of earnest eyes fixed upon her. Learning is a pathway to greater understanding. The more one knows, the clearer one's thoughts become, rendering one less susceptible to folly and deception and broadening one's horizons. Initially, I invited you to study with me because I did not wish for my attendants to be simpletons, easily swayed and sold off due to naivety. However, that was merely the foundation. There is no need for you to become ladies of high society. Mastery of the 4 books and 5 classics is unnecessary. Rather, focus on honing a singular skill, a craft in which you excel. What I seek is for you to be more competent than others when the time arises. What you choose to study will depend on your own talents. Broader subjects like medicine or martial arts, or more delicate arts such as perfumery and embroidery. The choice is yours. After all, you have grown alongside me, and I can afford you this freedom of choice. Once you decide what you wish to pursue, come to me, and I shall assist you. Shen Yunshu donned her final silk cape with Ling Long's help, the early spring breeze still carrying a slight chill. Rest assured, County Princess, I understand. Ling Long blinked, glancing between Shen Yunshu and Ling Lang, and she too comprehended. Once Shen Yunshu had arranged her attire, she stepped forth. Let us proceed. We must not keep my mother waiting. The princess's banquet differs markedly from those of ordinary noble families. Their gatherings predominantly consist of their peers. However, as the princess resides in the palace due to her youth, those permitted to attend her banquet must be accompanied by elders from their families. After all, the event is orchestrated by the queen, and they cannot expect to entertain themselves. The matriarchs and noble women must accompany the queen. The northern prince's manor is a mere half-hour from the palace, and upon presenting their token, they passed through the gates without hindrance. Shen Yunshu lifted the curtain, observing the bustling scene at the palace gates, rivaling even the emperor's triennial selection. This Cheonghua banquet, though ostensibly a flower-viewing event hosted by the princess, would attract the daughters of noble families from across the capital, and even the young scions would not miss the opportunity. After all, it is the palace. A chance encounter with the emperor could elevate one's fortunes immensely, even if one does not meet the emperor. The crown prince himself would attend the Cheonghua banquet to greet the male guests on behalf of Princess Luan, with other princes in attendance as well, making the trip worthwhile. Her 2 brothers, having been appointed as the crown prince's companions in study at the Eastern Palace, rarely returned to the manor, having been summoned early to assist the crown prince. Yesterday, emissaries from the Eastern Palace conveyed that they were already within the palace to aid the crown prince. Liu Gonggong, what brings you here? Though the Duke of Northern Town enjoys certain privileges, his carriage may only advance to the palace gates, beyond which they must proceed on foot. The Duchess of Northern Town, accompanied by Shen Yunshu, was en route to the Empress's Fengyi Palace when they encountered the chief steward, Liu Gonggong, beside the emperor. Ah, it is the Duchess of Northern Town. May you and the county princess be well. I have been assigned by His Majesty to assist the princess today, fearing she might struggle with her tasks at such a tender age. Are you headed to visit the Empress? Liu Gonggong, who had been instructing a young eunuch, was startled by the sound and, upon recognizing the Duchess, hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Indeed, I'm going to check if the Empress requires any assistance, and perhaps to enjoy a cup of tea with her, Ji Xiao replied, raising her hand with a gentle smile, showing no offense at Liu Gonggong's prior oversight. Oh, if you wish to offer help, you have indeed missed the hour. It seems you are primarily seeking tea. Liu Gonggong jested, mirroring her gesture. Shen Yunshu was not surprised. She had often heard tales of her parents' close ties with the emperor during their military campaigns. The empress, being a close friend of her mother, had welcomed her and her mother into the palace frequently, making Liu Gonggong an old acquaintance. Chapter 13. Fengyi Palace. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of the steward. I have deliberately timed my arrival to avoid any tasks the empress might assign. Indeed, Ji Xiao showed no offense at Liu Gonggong's jest and shamelessly admitted to arriving late to avoid work. Liu Gonggong's stern demeanor melted into a smile, revealing creases of mirth. Your timing is impeccable. Many have gathered at Cheonghua Terrace by now. If you hurry, you might still catch a cup of tea with the empress. Then I must depart swiftly. You may return to your duties. Gonggong, Ji Xiao said, waving her hand and taking Shen Yunshu's arm to leave. Wait a moment. The crowd here is quite chaotic. Allow Xiao Anzi to escort you out, Liu Gonggong instructed with a glance at the young eunuch. Xiao Anzi promptly set aside his work, dusted off his clothes, and bowed to guide the Duchess and Shen Yunshu down a quieter path. Due to Liu Gonggong's need for assistance, Xiao Anzi escorted them out of the bustling area and retreated once they could faintly see Fengyi Palace ahead. It appears the crown prince's management of the flood relief has pleased the emperor, even drawing Lu Gonggong out to support him. The Duchess of Northern Town glanced at Xiao Anzi's retreating figure and commented to Shen Yunshu, "Is Lu Gonggong here to bolster the crown prince?" "Certainly. In the palace, there are many officials, and Lu Gonggong rarely attends to banquets unless it's for the crown prince or Princess Luan. Even though the emperor dotes on the princess, matters concerning the women are best managed by the empress's ladies-in-waiting rather than eunuchs. Lu Gonggong is likely assisting the crown prince with the male guests. The crown prince's first banquet is significant, and having a senior steward like Lu Gonggong indicates the emperor's support. Who would dare disrupt the crown prince under such circumstances?" Shen Yunshu was surprised to learn of Lu Gonggong's involvement in the princess's banquet, initially thinking it was merely the emperor's affection for Princess Luan. However, it was clear that the primary reason lay with the crown prince. Naturally, the emperor's fondness for Princess Luan played a role, for no other princess's affairs ever required Lu Gonggong's attention. Both the crown prince and Princess Luan are of royal blood, born of the empress, and their favor with the emperor is indeed a fortunate circumstance for the dynasty. The emperor's clear stance helps maintain stability in the court, preventing unrest over succession among the princes, who are aware of the futility of contesting. The Duchess of Northern Town lowered her head, meticulously explaining these relationships to Shen Yunshu. Their house is unlike others. The Duke commands 20,000 troops and has sworn brotherhood with the current emperor, intertwining their fates with the royal family. The struggles for the throne are matters from which the Shen family cannot escape. Thus, the Duchess has always been candid with Shen Yunshu, ensuring she understands these dynamics to avoid falling prey to manipulation. Shen Yunshu, listening to her mother's words, subtly shook her head. She understood her mother's intentions, but felt her mother was somewhat idealistic. In this world, the most enticing elements are power, wealth, and beauty. When these forces converge, they awaken the desires of many. When one can seize a throne and possess everything, even the knowledge of the futility of such pursuits cannot quell the greedy heart. Being born of the same father, who would willingly remain subservient to their siblings. From the history she knew, the one who ultimately ascended to the throne was not necessarily the seemingly secure crown prince. "Greetings to you, Duchess, and to you, County Princess. At last, you have arrived. The Empress has been inquiring about you." After exchanging pleasantries, the Duchess and Shen Yunshu reached the entrance of Fengyi Palace, where the Empress's personal attendant, Mama Chia, greeted them with a warm smile upon hearing the announcement. "Mama Chia, you appear even more radiant than before. It has been too long." Shen Yunshu beamed at Mama Chia, standing behind the Duchess. Having been brought to the palace often in her youth, she was well acquainted with Mama Chia. "The county princess has grown, and it seems you are still fond of teasing the maids. If you flatter me too much, I might begin to think myself a beauty." Mama Chia chuckled, leading the Duchess and Shen Yunshu inside. "You two, arriving late and already trying to win my favor? Do you realize your tardiness?" As they entered, the Empress playfully chastised them before gesturing for them to sit. The Duchess, unfazed, merely acknowledged the Empress with a slight bow before taking her designated seat, saying, "I am not late. The banquet has yet to commence, and I still have time for a cup of tea." She then accepted the teacup presented by Shi Shui. "Your audacity knows no bounds." The Empress shot a disapproving glance at the Duchess, then turned to Shen Yunshu, saying, "Luan is still fussing over her array of jeweled hairpins. You might want to wait a moment. If called, she may drag you into her indecision." Shen Yunshu, usually quick to comply, hesitated knowing the banquet was about to begin. She recalled her friend Princess Luan's tendency to dither over choices and nodded in understanding. Recently, while out selecting jewelry, she had crossed paths with the Crown Prince's returning procession. "How was the Crown Prince faring?" she inquired, recalling his unusual demeanor. Upon hearing Shen Yunshu's question, the Empress's tone carried a hint of pride. "Indeed, he returned only recently and rushed to report to his father. Since then, he has been inundated with tasks, hardly affording me the chance to see him. His handling of the flood relief was commendable." The Emperor acknowledged his efforts. Since his severe illness, he seems to have matured significantly. Shen Yunshu could discern the Empress's struggle to maintain composure, striving to remain understated, yet unable to suppress the pride she felt for her son, wishing to express her admiration. Chapter 14, Princess Luan, Part 1. Brother Crown Prince is so impressive. I often hear the common folk and storytellers in tea houses and taverns speaking of his achievements in managing the recent floods. The crown prince had been a companion during her childhood visits to the palace with Princess Lewin. True to the accounts in historical records, he was benevolent and magnanimous, always treating her with kindness, ensuring that she received equal shares of whatever he prepared for Lewin. Both of her brothers served as companions to the crown prince, and the three of them shared a camaraderie akin to that of brothers. In her memories, the crown prince had never displayed any peculiar behavior. When he fell gravely ill some time ago, she accompanied her mother to the palace to comfort the empress and visit the crown prince. Subsequently, the empress left the palace to pray for blessings, and soon after, the crown prince recovered. Upon reflection, she recalled visiting him again after his recovery, during which she sensed something unusual in his gaze, complex and strange. Before she could ponder this further, he departed for Suzhou to tackle the flood crisis, only recently returning. The crown prince had matured, now capable of standing alone, fitting the emperor's standards for a successor. With his monumental success in alleviating the suffering of the populace, he had won the people's affection and the emperor's approval, a cause for quiet celebration on her part. After the princess of Northern Town spoke, the empress could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. "I can only do this in your presence. After all, while you jest, I know you genuinely rejoice for me." The ladies of the harem, who smiled widely and showered her with praise, likely harbored deep-seated envy. Reflecting on the courtiers who had come to congratulate her, the empress regarded their insincere expressions, often fighting the urge to roll her eyes. She could only wonder how long they had rehearsed their smiles in their respective quarters before presenting them to her. "Mother!" Princess Lewin exclaimed, rushing in with her skirts swishing. Upon noticing the princess of Northern Town and Shen Yunshu, she slowed her pace and greeted them. "How do you do, princess?" "Well, thank you. Yunshu, I'm glad you're here. I was just deliberating for ages over which hairpin to wear. What do you think of this white jade lotus pin on my head? It feels a tad too plain for me. It suits your cool demeanor better. Yet, it is the finest white jade from a vassal state. The most valuable piece in my collection." Princess Lewin settled beside Shen Yunshu, tilting her head to showcase the exquisite white jade lotus pin. Upon inspection, Shen Yunshu acknowledged its exceptional quality. The lotus design was intricately carved, lifelike, as if it were a water lily in bloom. However, it did not quite match the vivacious spirit of Princess Lewin, resembling the style she herself would typically choose. "Did I not tell you? You are a princess and need not select only the most expensive items. Anything you wear becomes valuable." The empress sighed, shaking her head at her daughter. "That cannot be. I am the most esteemed legitimate princess of the great Chuan dynasty, the beloved daughter of the empress and the favored Princess Lewin. I must ensure that everyone knows my possessions are not only the finest, but also unique." Princess Lewin pouted defiantly. Shen Yunshu understood Lewin's motivations. She was merely trying to outshine the seventh princess, born of the beautiful concubine Li, who was favored by the emperor. The seventh princess, emboldened by her mother's status, often sought to compare herself with Lewin. Though Lewin had been taught to be more composed than the seventh princess, she frequently found herself provoked. Their encounters were marked by rivalry and mutual disdain. Shen Yunshu gestured to Lin Lang, who promptly presented a meticulously crafted sandalwood box. "This is a hairpin I designed with Sister Payon from the Duke's residence during our recent outing to Langsy Lane. While it may not match the grandeur of your exquisite white jade lotus pin, I guarantee its uniqueness. I designed it with your taste in mind. Do you like it?" Opening the pearwood box revealed a golden fish hairpin adorned with rubies. "Wow, is that a golden carp? It's truly beautiful," Princess Lewin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly examined the hairpin. The pin's head was a round, golden fish with meticulously detailed scales encrusted with vibrant rubies. Its eyes fashioned from translucent glass, sparkling in the sunlight. "It is indeed a golden carp. I thought it perfectly embodied your lively spirit, which is why I commissioned it. This adorable golden carp is so charming, with such large eyes, just like me. I shall wear this today. Quickly pin it for me." With exuberance, Princess Lewin removed the white jade pin and handed the golden carp pin to Shen Yunshu, who shook her head in resignation, knowing well that Lewin would adore this new piece. The golden carp, also known in the Great Chuan as fire-scale fish, was a rare breed introduced from a vassal state. Its beauty made a coveted species among the nobility, and thus it became the most valuable fish in the realm. Few outside the aristocracy had ever seen a golden carp, making such hairpins exceedingly rare. Princess Lun waved to her maid, who skillfully produced a small, exquisite bronze mirror, holding it up for Lun to admire her reflection. Only you, Yunshu, understand me. I adore these opulent treasures. They bring me such joy. This was one of the reasons Princess Lun cherished having Shen Yunshu assist her in selecting items. She appreciated the luxurious allure of jewels, but often struggled to avoid the gaudy. Although she loved gems, her taste remained discerning. She would never wear anything too ostentatious, fearing it would tarnish her royal image. Shen Yunshu, in her eyes, had an exceptional talent for choosing treasures that were both grand and tasteful, and her refined demeanor and beauty set her apart, making her a delightful companion. Aside from Shen Yunshu, only when Payon from the Wen family and Ji Sini from the Ji family were able to share her interest. Chapter 15, Princess Lun, Part 2, Observing Hu Po's adeptness. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but sigh. Being a maid to this spirited little princess was no easy task. Each day brought forth a new whimsical idea from the princess, often leading to unpredictable antics. Even Hu Po's name had been changed later on, as was customary for personal servants to receive names that held significance, facilitating remembrance and ease of use by their masters. Due to her renaming her close maid to Lin Lang and Ling Long during a conversation with Lun in the palace, the young princess immediately felt that Shen Yunshu's maid had a splendid name, resonating with the elegance of precious jewels. Consequently, she insisted on renaming her own maid. Besides Amber, there was another named Agate. To prevent their maids from having the same names, they had made a special agreement that when they grew older, they would introduce 2 more maids, as both a county princess and a royal princess were entitled to have 4 close attendants. At that time, Shen Yunshu's other 2 maids would be named Lioli and Ingluo, while her own would be Coral and Pearl. The names sounded extraordinarily noble, which greatly pleased the young princess. Shen Yunshu felt somewhat helpless, understanding that Lun's notion of nobility merely revolved around selecting the most valuable names. After Lun's conversation with Shen Yunshu spread throughout the harem, the servants began to deliberately avoid such names when naming their own children, fearing they might inadvertently clash with the princess's future maids and incur her displeasure. Many young palace maids became envious of the princess's attendants. It became widely known in the harem that Princess Lun treated her servants exceptionally well. She even had names prepared for the 2 future maids who had yet to appear. From that moment on, the Yongle Palace of Princess Lun became a coveted destination for palace maids and eunuchs alike. Shen Yunshu was a clever child, always coming up with intriguing and beautiful hairpins. The empress, admiring the adorable little goldfish in Lun's hair, smiled at the princess of Jinbei, saying, "She has a penchant for studying peculiar things and often harbors inexplicable thoughts." The princess of Jinbei, slightly proud, nodded in agreement. The empress remarked that this shared trait was likely the reason for the strong bond between the 2 girls. She reminisced about their own past, when they were not content to remain in the confines of the inner palace, and how, during a time of retreat, due to a lost battle, they insisted on joining the front lines to fight alongside the soldiers. As the empress spoke, a warm and blissful smile graced her face, reminiscent of cherished memories. It was during those times that they truly became bosom friends. It was precisely because of those experiences that the emperor regarded her differently from the other women in the Eastern Palace. Because of those shared memories, she never felt threatened by the presence of numerous women in the harem. She understood that the emperor would never belong solely to her. From the moment she entered the Eastern Palace as the crown princess, she was acutely aware of her position. Her marriage was one of loyalty rather than love. When the emperor went to the border to fight, she followed him without hesitation, knowing her true value lay in protecting him and sharing in the trials of war, just as her family had always intended. Over the years, her relationship with the emperor felt less like that of a husband and wife and more akin to comrades in arms. She maintained her position as empress because she was clear-headed, recognizing that excessive affection was unnecessary. She understood the emperor's stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, it was unchangeable. As long as the emperor reigned, her son would forever be the crown prince, and she would eternally hold the title of empress. Yet, in the stillness of the night, she found herself envying her dear friend. The courtyard of the Jinbei Wangfu was remarkably clean, a rarity among noble families, with only one devoted Wangfei, devoid of any concubines. Despite the Jinbei Wang's lofty status, he openly declared his fear of his wife, claiming that appointing concubines might suggest favoritism, which could displease the emperor. This was the first time someone so brazenly expressed such concerns. The emperor took it upon himself to admonish those ministers who sought to send people to the Jinbei Wang Fu, allowing the Jinbei Wang to refuse with confidence. When she first learned of this, she felt a pang of envy. After all, during their time on the battlefield, their families had shared a life of camaraderie, yet upon returning to the palace, their lives diverged dramatically. Her husband had 3 palaces and 72 concubines, while Ji Shuyu had only her in the inner chamber. One life, one love, she thought, having never experienced such a life and unsure what it truly felt like. But occasionally, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. After adjusting her hairpin in front of the mirror, Luan picked up a Haqian white jade lotus hairpin from the table and handed it to Shen Yunshu. Yunshu, I truly believe this white jade lotus pin suits you best. I know you adore water lilies. You gifted me a pin I liked, and now I shall gift you one that you cherish. But this is a rare Haitian white jade, a tribute from a tributary state, far more precious than my ruby and gold pin. Our bond surpasses mere value. The pin you gifted me was a unique creation, crafted just for me. This one, while a tribute, is not as heartfelt as yours, yet it is still unique, as they would not be able to replicate the exact tribute given to the royal family. Luan placed the pin in Shen Yunshu's hand, dismissively waving her hand. Shen Yunshu gazed at the exquisitely crafted pin, her heart swelling with joy. She had always favored elegant items like bamboo and lotus flowers, and Luan understood this, which is why she chose this particular pin for her. Have you two finished exchanging gifts? We should be on our way, the empress remarked, noting the time and preparing to depart. All right, mother, I shall take this pin out to show off. By the way, you prepared gifts for Peihan and Cinny, right? Luan exclaimed, springing from her seat and turning to Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu nodded, confirming she had prepared gifts but had yet to give them. Luan was the first. Luan, filled with excitement, urged, let us go. I want to show it off to them. Shen Yunshu was pulled along by Luan as they exited Fengyi Palace, heading towards Qianhua Terrace, where the attendees for the banquet were likely gathered. Only the Princess of Jinbei had the privilege of waiting in the Empress's Fengyi Palace before making their entrance. Brother, as the Empress and the Princess of Jinbei leisurely followed behind, Luan hurried ahead with Shen Yunshu and encountered the Crown Prince approaching them. Clad in a deep purple silk robe adorned with a golden dragon, he exuded an air of unparalleled authority. Long live the Crown Prince! Shen Yunshu noticed the Crown Prince's transformation over the past 2 months. He now radiated a more amiable and composed demeanor, yet his presence was even more commanding, hinting at the potential of a remarkable ruler. The Crown Prince's gaze upon Shen Yunshu lacked the scrutiny that had marked their last meeting. He appeared less inclined to display his emotions openly. Crown Prince brother, Shen Yunshu greeted him amicably. The Crown Prince nodded, satisfied. I have matters to attend to. You two should find your companions and not wander too far. Huaiwen and Huaijin will be keeping an eye on you. Seeing Luan and Shen Yunshu nod in agreement, the Crown Prince turned and walked away, joining Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huayin, who were greeting several young nobles. Shen Huaiwen exchanged a few words with the Crown Prince before striding towards them. Luan, sure you have arrived, having spent many years within the palace. Shen Huaiwen had watched Luan grow up, which made their interaction feel less formal. After a long absence from his sister, he wished to ruffle her hair as he used to, but noticing the exquisite hairpin adorning her meticulously styled hair, he refrained and instead gently patted Shen Yunshu's shoulder. Elder brother, Shen Yunshu exclaimed with joy upon seeing him, for since her brothers had entered the palace as companions to the Crown Prince, their encounters had become infrequent, and she missed them dearly. She recalled her mother mentioning that when she was pregnant, her brothers firmly believed that their mother would bear sister. As the people outside remarked that the Duke of Northern Town had no daughters, they would eagerly ask the wet nurse about the day of their mother's delivery, waiting to witness the arrival of their sister. Unfortunately, their mother went into labor at midnight, and Shen Yunshu was born just as dawn broke, while her brothers were still asleep. When they awoke and discovered that their mother had given birth, they rushed to inform their second brother, crying out in joy that they had a sister. They had long anticipated this day, only to find that they had missed witnessing her birth, which left them disheartened for quite some time. As Shen Yunshu grew older, her brothers showered her with various delightful toys and diversions, even including her in games like horseback riding, activities that most young masters from noble families would never indulge in. Despite possessing the wisdom of an adult soul, Shen Yunshu enjoyed a carefree and joyous childhood thanks to her brothers. Is mother conversing with the empress? Sister, do not wander too far with the princess. Let the servants attend to you. I and your second brother will be with the crown prince and may not be able to look after you, Shen Huaiwen advised. Rest assured, brother, Yunshu will take care of herself, she replied confidently. Do not worry, brother Huaiwen. I shall ensure Yunshu does not stray. Luan chimed in, patting her chest with a promise. Shen Huaiwen chuckled lightly at her earnestness. Then I thank you, princess. Together, Luan and Shen Yunshu watched Shen Huaiwen depart before swiftly heading towards Wen Peihan and Ji Sini. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for ages. Ji Sini complained, taking a bite of the crab meat pastry in her hand. Luan glanced at the nearly empty plate in front of Ji Sini. You don't seem to be too idle yourself. Ji Sini nonchalantly brushed the crumbs from her hands and accepted a handkerchief from a maid to wipe her mouth. I am simply bored. Wen Peihan sighed as she observed Ji Sini's blatant disregard for decorum in front of the princess. Their family's relationship with the royal family was not particularly close, but through her friendship with Ji Sini, she had become acquainted with Shen Yunshu and Ji Sini, thus forging a connection with the favored princess Luan. We have avoided the conversations of numerous noble ladies just to wait for you. She is quite exhausted, Wen Peihan remarked, bowing respectfully to Princess Luan. Now, all the noble ladies were well aware of their close relationship with Princess Luan, and whenever they met, they would engage in conversation, as if becoming friends with them would somehow enhance their own standing with the princess. Consequently, her parents had repeatedly advised her to be cautious in her friendships, avoiding indiscriminate associations that might bring trouble to the princess. Ji Sini had been confined at home several times by her mother, fearing her carefree nature would lead to mischief. Yet, they all understood that Ji Sini's apparent affability masked a shrewd intelligence. Aside from their trio, she had never truly forged a deep connection with anyone else. Chapter 17. The flowing waters and floating wine, may the empress be blessed with longevity. A harmonious chorus of greetings arose as the empress, accompanied by the Duchess of Northern Town, made her entrance. The Duchess as well, some of the lesser-ranked ladies offered their respects. Enough formalities. Today's flower viewing banquet is hosted by Luan. Let the children play freely. I have arranged for a stage in the adjacent garden. Sisters, why not join me for a few performances? The empress, tired of idle chatter, had already summoned a troupe for entertainment, allowing her to speak less. Truly, the empress's foresight was commendable. A throng of sycophants followed her, casting knowing glances at their own children as they departed. The Qianhua Terrace was divided into two sections, separated by translucent screens once the banquet commenced. A waterway was established for the floating wine, with a floral archway connecting the two sides for the male and female guests. Yet, this was merely a formality. The barriers were not particularly tall, allowing for casual glances between the two sides. In the vibrant month of March, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and the Qianhua Terrace had been intentionally adorned with these blossoms for everyone's delight. I believe everyone must be weary from wandering. Why not sit and enjoy some refreshments while the flowing wine entertains us? This was a customary approach at banquets, and all present readily agreed. The princess loves peach blossoms. So let us center today's theme around flowers, Luan suggested casually, accepting a specially crafted wooden disc from a young eunuch, upon which rested a delicate glass cup filled with sweet, non-intoxicating grape wine. With one hand elegantly draped in her wide sleeves, she placed the wooden disc into the waterway, allowing it to float gracefully as she gently nudged it forward. This floating wine activity was a traditional element among the nobility. The guests, bowing respectfully towards Princess Luan, took their seats on low couches arranged along the waterway, where seasonal fruits were laid out, engaging in light-hearted conversation as the wine cup drifted slowly past them. Soon, the cup came to a halt before a noble lady, and the young eunuch retrieved it from the waterway, signaling her turn to compose a poem. The lady drank from the glass and then cast a wistful glance towards the male guests behind the screen. Spring brings forth longing, as flowers bloom and hearts grow weary. Shen Yunshu, conversing with Princess Luan, was momentarily taken aback by the poem's melancholic tone. The other noble ladies shared her surprise, pondering who would dare to dampen the princess's spirits at the onset of the banquet. A brief silence enveloped the gathering. Ji Sini, nearly choking on her pastry, recognized the audacious poet, none other than her cousin Han Ruobing. This cousin had recently gained a minor official position, allowing her a rare chance to attend such a royal banquet. Yet she had clearly misjudged the occasion. Seizing the moment while others were still in shock, Ji rose swiftly. "Dear cousin, why the sorrowful poem on such a splendid day? Let me assist in revising your lines," she suggested. Noticing that Han Ruobing seemed to finally grasp the inappropriateness of her words as she offered an apologetic smile. "I apologize for being a damper, dear cousin Cinny." Ji wore a cheerful smile, yet her heart was inclined to curse. She was reluctantly saving face, but she had not even contemplated a proper poem. "I suggest we modify it to in spring, the wild geese arrive, flowers bloom, to send a letter." Ji had a sudden inspiration, attempting to alter Han Ruobing's lines to sound less sorrowful. After all, even if her poetic lines were mediocre, the princess would likely let the matter slide out of courtesy. Upon hearing Ji modified lines, Han Ruobing smiled thinly, her expression betraying no genuine amusement. Was Ji mocking her for sending a letter to a man? Many noble ladies, aware of the underlying story, stifled giggles behind their handkerchiefs. Quite well, the cousin's revision had indeed lightened the mood. Han Ruobing awkwardly murmured a response. Shen Yunshu, Wen Pei Han, and Princess Luan all turned in unison, surprised at Ji. In their circle, everyone knew about Han Ruobing's romantic poetry dedicated to Lu Mingzhi, and they were taken aback that Ji would speak so candidly in front of her. Moreover, when had Ji acquired the skill to mock others with poetry? She had always followed her uncle, General Han Jin, mastering the art of wielding weapons rather than the delicate craft of verse. "Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional?" Ji blinked innocently. Luan rolled her eyes, aware of Ji's poetic prowess. "But what is the matter with your cousin?" Yixini sighed, exasperated. "My cousin had recently taken a liking to the son of the Minister of Rights, Lu Mingzhi. Alas, affection is often unrequited. Despite her efforts, he has shown no interest. When you were not present, while everyone admired the flowers, Lu Mingzhi was engrossed in conversation with Jiang Xuanyan, the legitimate daughter of the Taichung Qing. My cousin was likely blinded by jealousy, leading her to act so thoughtlessly. There was something else she could not disclose here. Her cousin's uncle was known for his sycophantic ways and had even entertained thoughts of having Han Ruobing enter the palace as a consort. However, the emperor had not sought for maidens in recent years, leaving uncertainty about whether he would do so in the near future. Thus that notion quickly faded. Yet, merely mentioning it had unsettled her cousin. Though the emperor was formidable, he was no longer youthful. Han Ruobing, with her romantic ideals, still yearned to wed a handsome young man. Hence, she was hastily seeking a perfect husband, believing that if she were already betrothed, she would be exempt from the selection should the emperor decide to hold one. However, she, relying on her modest beauty, had become rather presumptuous. Lu Mingzhi was the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, while her father was merely a low-ranking official. Although she bore the surname Han, she belonged to a collateral branch of the Han family, and the family's resources were meager. In the social circles of the capital, Han Ruobing could only barely linger on the periphery. If Lu Mingzhi had no inclination toward her, Han Ruobing would have no opportunity to engage with the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, let alone marry him. Yet her uncle truly lacked decorum. He should have taught his daughter the proper etiquette before she entered the palace for the first time. Instead, she focused solely on one man, displaying a complete lack of perspective, acting like a lovesick fool. Were it not for Han Ruobing being a relative of her maternal grandmother, she would not have bothered to help extricate her from this predicament. Chapter 18. The Flowing Wine, Part 2. Upon hearing Ji's words, Shen Yunshu and the others chose not to pursue the matter further, treating it as mere gossip, content to let it go since it was a trivial affair. Ji knew they understood, for Han Ruobing was already 12 years old and would soon reach the age of marriage. Although she too was a member of the Han family, she was from a collateral line, and her father held a mere fifth-rank official position. For someone of her social standing, if the emperor decided to select maidens in the coming years, unless betrothed, she would have to participate. Those from families like theirs, at such an age, typically aspired toward the princes, who would wish to marry the emperor. The consorts in the palace hailed from respectable backgrounds, many having borne children and spent years within the palace. Newcomers would have to exert considerable effort to attain even a concubine's rank, and once the crown prince ascended, the young would be left childless, merely existing as a dowager in the palace. It was clear which path was wiser, marrying a young and suitable husband outside the palace. However, for those who did not wish to enter the royal family but still sought a high marriage, planning ahead was essential. Therefore, Han Ruobing's actions were not entirely out of line. She was merely caught up in her thoughts and acted impulsively. Once Ji Sini completed her poem, a young eunuch poured another cup of sweet wine, continuing the flow of festivities into a new round. This time, the small wooden dish holding the glass traveled further than before, drifting past the screen and landing before a youth with a distinctly charming demeanor. The young man, without much thought, bent one knee, resting his elbow on his knee, propping his head up with one hand while lifting the glass toward the ladies. Tilting his head back to down the sweet wine, a roguish smile gracing his lips. In a spring banquet, the peach blossoms bloom. Beauty's face resembles the lotus flower. This seemingly flippant remark was met with surprise, and before anyone could inquire further, Luin's companion, Agate, leaned in slightly and whispered, "That is Prince Ian." Luin's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Upon hearing the name, she had already guessed as much. After all, who else could be so carefree at her banquet but her cousin, Prince Ian? Many noble ladies on their side, upon hearing Prince Ian's words, either lowered their gazes or fiddled with their handkerchiefs, feeling a tinge of shyness. After all, he was the only prince of the current dynasty, not as high-ranking as the heir, but the favored younger brother of the reigning emperor, and the legitimate son of the Prince Rome. He had been granted the title of prince before reaching adulthood, and barring unforeseen circumstances, his future was destined to be prosperous and illustrious. To secure such a prince would indeed be an enviable choice. Many noble ladies of lesser, standing at the banquet, silently hoped that Prince Ian's casual remark was directed at them. "Ian, mind your manners." A clear, resonant voice rang out nearby, belonging unmistakably to a gentleman of rectitude. The heir of Prince Rong sat beside Prince Ian, positioned closest to the flowery archway leading to the ladies' section, nearly able to catch a glimpse of the gathering of beauties behind the screen with a mere turn. The noble ladies on the other side, upon hearing the Prince Rong heir's voice, were filled with an urge to steal a glance. However, the Prince Rong heir maintained a proper posture, focused straight ahead. For those noble ladies wishing to exchange glances with him, they would have to abandon their decorum, which would only leave a poor impression on the heir. It was better not to look at all. I merely speak the truth. Should not the joy of composing poetry be the primary focus of this banquet? Must it be as serious as preparing for battle? Prince Ian feigned innocence, glancing at his brother with a playful smile as the Prince Rong heir sighed in exasperation. The second prince interjected amiably, offering a friendly smile to both Prince Ian and the Prince Rong heir. Upon hearing the second prince, the crown prince cast a fleeting glance his way, his expression revealing no emotion, yet the smile on his lips had cooled somewhat. Luin reached out to take the small wooden dish from the eunuch, guiding it to float towards Shen Yunshu, offering a charming smile in her direction. Alas, this individual, among others, has caused her considerable distress, skewing her meticulously planned banquet. She had boasted to the emperor that her gathering would be absolutely flawless. Recently, Li Ru-yin, that troublesome character, had fallen ill and was unable to attend today, and even the favored consort sought the emperor's grace to miss her Qianghua banquet. This time, she must strive for perfection. Should Li Ru-yin discover even the slightest imperfection in her banquet, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to mock her later. Shen Yunshu felt a twitch in her eyelid as she glanced at the wooden plate that had floated before her, now held by Luin, and then at Lu An's face, which was etched with a plea for help. With a resigned sigh, she accepted the exquisite glass cup pushed towards her by Luin, draining the sweet wine within. In spring, the grass grows and the orioles fly, yet the tender shoots remain unseen. The swallows return, but their nests are yet to be rebuilt. Although she lacked significant talent, she possessed a certain quick wit. Observing the milk and bird's nest soup just brought to the table by the maidens, an idea sparked in her mind, and she spontaneously recited a couplet. Luin, tilting her head in confusion, stared at Shen Yunshu, puzzled. What does this verse mean? Shen Yunshu delicately dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and took her seat slowly. It is quite literal, devoid of deeper meaning. But why do the grass and orioles fly without the tender shoots? Aren't the freshest shoots of spring right before us on our table? And this new tea in the cup is from the very first batch of tenderbuds from this year's tea harvest. Indeed, after a winter devoid of leafy greens, The signature dishes at every restaurant have transformed into an array of vegetarian delights. Even wild greens have not been spared. One might as well rip up the entire grassy expanse outside for them. Where could there be any fresh shoots left? Oh, Lua nodded in understanding, as if a light had dawned on her. Then why do the swallows need to rebuild their nests? Shen Yunshu pointed to the bird's nest soup just served. Because their nests are not in your bowl. If the swallows desire their nests, they must construct new ones. Stirring the bird's nest soup in her bowl, she lamented, alas. Even if they were to rebuild, they would still be taken away, perhaps even replaced with the pricier blood swallow nests. Oh, I see now, Lun exclaimed, her expression one of enlightenment. Poetry can be approached in such a manner. I always knew Yunshu was extraordinary. She knows precisely when the shoots grow and when the swallows rebuild their nests. Unlike me, who simply knows what tastes good. Ah, the swallows are so pitiful. But this milk and bird's nest soup is delicious. What shall we do? Xine, upon hearing Shen Yunshu's words, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the bowl before her, caught in a dilemma. How amusing. Meanwhile, a slightly roguish chuckle echoed from the other side as Prince Ian stood and inclined his body towards the ladies, his voice easily penetrating the screen. May I inquire who composed that delightful verse just now? Shen Yunshu rose and offered a half-bow. I am Shen Yunshu of the Shun family from the Northern Command. Ah, so, it is the esteemed County Princess Yunshu. I have long heard of your beauty and talent. However, rumors claim you to be an ice-cold beauty. Today, you seem far more intriguing than the tale suggests. Shen Yunshu cast a glance at the expressions of the noble ladies surrounding her, sighing inwardly. This Prince Ian certainly knows how to stir trouble. Your Highness is too kind. I am not proficient in poetry. I cannot claim to be endowed with both beauty and talent. It is merely a couplet. Perhaps it can only be deemed interesting. The prince's interest remained unabated. You are too modest, County Princess. Should the opportunity arise, I would be eager to seek your guidance in poetry. I hope you will enlighten me. Your Highness is overly gracious. I am unworthy of such praise. Shen Yunshu humbly replied. After exchanging pleasantries with Prince Ian, she signaled Lu to commence a new round, diverting everyone's attention. I noticed several noble ladies looking rather displeased just moments ago. Xine eagerly leaned closer to gossip. If not for your tender age and status as a county princess, they would surely have displayed their displeasure even more overtly. I never imagined the prince would attract so much attention at such a young age. Shen Yunshu shook her head in exasperation. But she is merely a child. Alas, the ancients mature far too quickly. Yet, even with such maturity, she is still a young girl easily swayed by the charms of a dashing rogue. It seems that no matter how wise they may be, they cannot escape the youthful folly of falling for a scoundrel. This Prince Ian clearly wears the title of rogue upon his face. While Shen Yunshu conversed with Xine, the glass cup came to a halt before Wenpei Han. The spring breeze is chilly, and the flowers and leaves fall, unaware that winter has passed. Wenpei Han calmly accepted the wine cup and casually composed a verse. After drinking, she politely nodded to the crowd. Wenpei Han of the Wen family. The little eunuch's voice suddenly rose, as if reading from a guest list, announcing her name for all to hear. Though the male guest could not see the poet behind the screen, there was indeed a eunuch beside Luan. If anyone was curious about the poet, a simple gesture would prompt the eunuch to quietly reveal the identity after the verse was recited. Thus, Shen Yunshu felt that Prince Ian's earlier actions were merely a ploy to stir trouble. After Luan had flirted with Shen Yunshu, she whispered a few words to the nearby eunuch, directing him to announce the name of the poet whenever the wine cup floated to a noble. This ensured that no one could engage the ladies under the guise of ignorance, as the prince had done. Jiang Xianyan of the Jiang family, senior official of the Ministry of Rites. Petals drift with the wind, and the flowing water delivers exquisite delicacies. Jiang Xianyan, believing someone was interested in her, shyly accepted the wine cup and added a line. However, the prince did not comprehend Lu An's intent and merely thought her method clever, signaling his eunuch to follow suit. Chao Haiping of the Chao family, Deputy Minister of Justice. The eunuch on the male side mirrored the prince's actions. Peach blossoms fall upon the hair, and the beauty bears a smile. As Chao Haiping took his seat, Jiang Xianyan felt a moment of embarrassment, realizing that from now on, everyone would have their names announced. Zheng Hong, one of the Zheng family, Chief Minister of the Supreme Court. Petals fall into the glass, intoxicated by the beauty. Feng Jia, one of the Feng family, Minister of Rites. Curved streams and flowing wine, spring winds and slanting sun. Between the flowers, the jade liquid enhances the fragrance. Shen Yunshu of the Chun family, Minister of War. Once the wine flows downstream, the red apricot branches stir. Sun Jin Hui of the Sun family, Inspector of the Court. Peach blossoms flourish, landing in which household? As the male guests began to recite increasingly suggestive verses, many noble ladies on the other side blushed. Shen Yunshu's interest in the unfolding spectacle grew. How delightful! This is essentially a grand matchmaking event, especially those not so young, who seem to flaunt themselves like peacocks. Their intentions glaringly obvious. They are not here merely for a banquet. They are here for courtship. Chow Haiyu of the Chow family, Deputy Minister of Justice. The spring breeze whistles as one first meets Zining. This verse lacks floral references. Ji Hexen, he interjected, resting her chin on her hand, absorbed in the spectacle. Shen Yunshu discreetly tugged at the oblivious Ji Hexen beneath the table. At this moment, as the verses grew increasingly suggestive and the matchmaking event reached a fever pitch, why should they, as mere children, join the fray? Did they not see how the older ladies were eagerly engaging in romantic verse? At this juncture, who cared about the quality of the poetry? What mattered was the sentiment it conveyed. Chow Haiyu smiled awkwardly upon hearing Ji Sini's words, acknowledging her oversight with an apology. Moments ago, the wine cup had paused before her, placing her directly behind the son of the Sun family, and in her excitement, she had momentarily forgotten the significance of composing poetry as per the theme. One of the noble ladies, displeased with Chow Haiyu's poetic attempt, deliberately aligned her words with Sun Jinhui's previous line and mocked. I fear you were too eager to express your sentiments to bother with the theme. The pointed remark only deepened Chow Haiyu's embarrassment. After all, the wine cup had predominantly circulated among the gentlemen, a group of aristocratic young men whose verses, albeit somewhat flamboyant, were not particularly scandalous. However, her earlier response, likely influenced by the sweet wine, had been too overt in echoing the lines of the young master's son, which seemed rather lacking in decorum. Yet, Chow Haiyu felt no shame. Who could deny the purpose of such a flower-viewing banquet? Was it truly just for drinking and admiring blossoms? Those who were invited to the princess's flower-viewing banquet were all scions of noble families. Her own lineage might not be particularly esteemed. Thus, when encountering someone of good family and appearance, it was only natural to seize the opportunity first. As the river of flowing wine came to a halt, Luan, indulging in the spectacle, decided to liven up the atmosphere. Since it has stopped here, why not grace us with a performance of your talents? The term talent performance was one Lu and had learned from Shen Yunshu. Although Chow Haiyu had not heard of such a phrase before, she understood its implication. This humble woman would be delighted to play a tune on the zither to entertain the princess. Chow Haiyu quickly seized upon Lu An's suggestion. Shen Yunshu glanced at Chow Haiyu, noticing a hint of inexplicable joy at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, while performing talents could be seen as a punishment, having the opportunity to showcase her abilities was not without merit. If she played well, it would allow her to stand out among the noble ladies, leaving a lasting impression. Soon, the little eunuchs and maidservants of Cheonghua Terrace brought forth a zither, prepared for Chow Haiyu to play. After all, at such flower-viewing banquets, the noble guests could be unpredictable, so the servants were always ready. Once the zither was in place, Chow Haiyu's previous embarrassment dissipated. She smoothed her attire, taking her seat with confidence and grace, her fingers lightly plucking the strings, gradually bringing forth a rendition of Yangchun Baishue. Is that Yangchun Baishue? I had no idea she favored such a piece at her age. Luan was generally uninterested in playing the zither, preferring dance and lively melodies. Yangchun Baishue was one of the pieces she would least likely attempt. Wen Peian also cast a surprised glance at Chow Haiyu, who was now playing the zither. This piece was a classic and elegant composition. Though her performance was somewhat unrefined, the fact that she could play it indicated she had practiced at least somewhat. Chow Haiyu displayed a bit of cleverness. Observing Lu and Ji Sini's puzzled expressions, Shen Yunshu smiled faintly. Yangchun Baishue is a renowned and complex piece with few admirers. Those who appreciate it are often of refined taste, and anyone who can play it well is held in higher regard. By selecting this piece, Chow Haiyu could minimize the impact of her earlier faux pas of neglecting the theme while eagerly responding to the men's poetic lines. However, noble daughters, even from lesser families, are usually proficient in music and arts from a young age. The daughter of a fifth-rank official could hardly be considered of low birth. Even if she did not enjoy music, she would undoubtedly have mastered at least one piece. Yet, her somewhat clumsy rendition of Yangchun Baishua, particularly her faltering at key moments, suggested it was not her forte unless she simply did not favor playing the zither. But if that were the case, how could she choose to perform such a well-known, elegant piece? Was this not contradictory? Thus, it was evident she had prepared in advance, ready to elevate herself at a critical moment. Though her performance was unpolished, it was sufficient to impress those who were not familiar with the piece, such as the two before her. When Pei-Han scrutinized Chow Hai-Yue closely, her expression revealing her understanding, the calm and composed demeanor she now exhibited starkly contrasted with her earlier embarrassment after the poetic blunder. If her previous awkwardness had not been feigned, how could she now perform so confidently? Surely, she must realize how she played. Are you suggesting she did this on purpose? Just to showcase her talent? Did she know Lewin would ask her to perform? Ji-Sini had not considered such a possibility. When Pei-Han turned her gaze to Lewin, pondering if the princess's request for a performance had indeed been spontaneous or if it had been a custom passed down from the empress regarding the Qianghua banquet. Lewin, engrossed in gossip while enjoying her bowl of milk and bird's nest, looked up innocently at when Pei-Han's query, still holding a silver, peach blossom-shaped spoon in her mouth. My mother mentioned that the Qianghua banquet runs from the 4th to the 8th hour and must have moments of pause. If someone loses in poetry or games, they must perform to entertain the guests. This has been the tradition at every Qianghua banquet. Wen Pei-Han and Shen Yunshu exchanged glances, deciding to wait and see. The truth would reveal itself once the piece concluded. After caressing the last string of a zither, Chow Hai-Yue rose and performed a curtsy, her expression apologetic. I beg your pardon, I was a bit flustered earlier. The only piece in my mind was Yangchun Baishua, which I had only practiced yesterday. I fear I overestimated my abilities, and if my performance was lacking, I hope you will forgive me. With a shy glance toward the opposite screen, she added, I have heard that the young master of the Sun family has considerable knowledge of music. May I have the honor of seeking his guidance? Upon hearing Chow Hai-Yue's somewhat hesitant and delicate voice, Sun Jinhui hesitated. His interest was not in the daughter of a fifth-rank official. As he pondered, the Duke of Ian, intrigued, glanced at Sun Jinhui and then turned to the screen, speaking loudly. We have two young masters of the Sun family here. May I inquire which young master the lady refers to? Chow Hai-Yue's face brightened at the Duke's words, and she quickly assumed an innocent and embarrassed expression. Oh, it was my oversight. I was unaware there were two young masters of the Sun family. I only heard some rumors and did not inquire further. I have a fondness for music and melodies, which is why I pay attention to fellow enthusiasts. Upon hearing that it was a young master son who composed the poetry, I instinctively assumed it was the same person. I did not mean to presume. Please do not take offense. Sun Jinhui, charmed by Chow Hai-Yue's somewhat bashful tone, found himself appreciating her, even if his interest lay elsewhere. You need not concern yourself. It is an honor for me to exchange verses with you. Your taste is exquisite, and your rendition of Yangchun Baishua was splendid. Alas, I am not well-versed in music, and thus cannot accept your request for guidance. After a few more exchanges of pleasantries, they settled back into their seats. While Chow Hai-Yue maintained a composed demeanor, Sun Jinhui could not help but display a hint of triumph. Ji-Sini, observing the scene, finally grasped Chow Hai-Yue's intentions and nodded, mentally noting this tactic. When Pei-Han, feeling bored, discreetly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and stifled a yawn. As the talent performances continued, Lewin, who had little fondness for poetry, saw this as a perfect opportunity. She promptly called for the note she had prepared earlier. Since we have been reciting poetry for quite a while, how about we draw lots? Whatever you draw, you must perform. Lewin enthusiastically shook the jar, filled with notes. Wait a moment. Lewin, let me see the notes you've written. The Crown Prince's gentle yet authoritative voice interrupted, leaving no room for dissent. Lewin curled her lips in reluctance as she passed the jar containing the slips of paper to the young eunuch beside her, sending it to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince accepted the jar and casually flipped through a few of the open notes before placing them back inside. Some matters contained within were not suitable for all, such as dancing. If one could not dance, then perhaps swordplay would suffice. Yet, not everyone was adept at swordplay either. It seemed unreasonable to expect everyone to excel in whatever was drawn. Furthermore, with everyone required to showcase their talents, It appeared the banquet would drag on until the midnight hour. Luan furrowed her brow, pondering her elder brother's intentions. The crown prince glanced at the jar before turning to the nearby eunuch. Go, fetch another jar. Write down the names of all present according to the etiquette list. Cut them into slips and place them inside. When the princess draws a name, that individual shall select their talent to entertain the guests. In a short while, the eunuch returned with a jar filled with neatly prepared slips. Standing beside Princess Lu and extended her hand, swirling it within the jar, and withdrew a slip, unfolding it to reveal Princess Yunshu. Luan stared at the note in her hand, momentarily taken aback. Shen Yunshu was equally surprised. She had not anticipated being the first name drawn. Yet, it was no great matter. She could simply play a tune. It was well known that Princess Yunshu was exceptionally talented and beautiful, having mastered musical theory at 6, composed poetry at 7, and created her own dances and melodies by 8. Surely, today she would dazzle us with an original composition. Suddenly, the previously silent county princess, Xiang, who had not engaged with Shen Yunshu since the banquet began, spoke up. Shen Yunshu could not fathom what slight she had given this Xiang that warranted such a sardonic tone. Nevertheless, despite being the daughter of the Prince of Yun, they were both county princesses of equal rank. Moreover, even if her father was merely a prince of a different surname, in terms of status, he stood equal to the Prince of Yun. Thus, Shen Yunshu harbored no fear of her. You flatter me, County Princess Xiang. Rumors tend to exaggerate, and I hardly deserve such praise. If my performance is lacking, it would surely become a source of ridicule. I am still young and somewhat shy, Shen Yunshu retorted, countering Xiang Yi's earlier remark about her youth and timidity. After all, among those present, she was indeed the youngest, with Xiang Yi being 3 years her senior. By directly pointing out the age difference, Shen Yunshu implied that Xiang Yi was bullying a child, just because the young princess is renowned at such a tender age. I wish to witness firsthand whether the tales of her prowess held any truth, Xiang Yi remarked, implying disbelief in Shen Yunshu's reputation, suggesting it was a fabrication. Lu An's eyes narrowed as she shot a disapproving glance at Xiang Yi. Your cousin has come all the way to the capital, instead of enjoying its sights. She's fixated on gossip. I wonder if the noble ladies of Yunzhou lack talent in poetry and literature, to be so obsessed with others' accolades? Offended by Lu An's words, Xiang Yi struggled to respond. If Shen Yunshu truly possessed such talent, it would soon be revealed. Why deflect and cast doubt unnecessarily? Even with Lu An's support, Xiang Yi remained determined to undermine Shen Yunshu. The Li family had long been known for their male dominance, with few women, and only under Emperor Ming had a few princesses been born. Therefore, even as a county princess, she was still regarded with importance. Yet to her chagrin, a mere minister's daughter, elevated by the emperor's favor to become a county princess, stood on equal footing with her, a member of the royal family. This situation irked her even more, especially after hearing of Shen Yunshu's dual talents upon arriving in the capital. Yunzhou was her territory, cultivated by her father over many years, and she had finally emerged as the foremost talented lady of Yunzhou. Now, under the emperor's gaze, a daughter of an unrelated prince dared to act so brazenly. Today, she was intent on exposing Shen Yunshu's false reputation. She could not believe that a mere girl, just past her childhood studies, could be all that remarkable. Observing Xiang Yi's demeanor, which suggested she had uncovered some hidden truth, Shen Yunshu rolled her eyes internally, feigning helplessness. Since County Princess Xiang Yi wished to see, she would comply. After all, it would be ungracious to deny her a small wish. Luan, may I borrow your zither? Princess Luan waved her hand to summon her servant, Hupa, to fetch her zither. Shen Yunshu calmly sipped her tea while contemplating which melody to perform. Unlike the heroines in novels who might play the song of the vast sea at a palace banquet, more suited to the rivers and lakes, she understood that true nobility would not find it particularly commendable for a lady of a distinguished family to play a piece brimming with martial spirit, especially when it would later bear her name as if it were her own composition. Once Hooper retrieved Lu An's zither and set it up, Shen Yunshu approached gracefully, raising her delicate hands as a clear, melodious sound flowed forth like a mountain spring. Red silk skirts, golden fans, rouge umbrellas, green bamboo flutes, jade rings, and white jade crowns. Do you not see? Spring snow glimmers in the slanted sun. Petals fall into the clear stream. Do you not see? Withered trees sprout new buds the old man, changes his wine money. The verdant mountains are ever present, morning mist and clouds. Evening breezes caress the face. Raindrops dance upon the eaves. Youth hides within the bamboo grove. A tune on the flute lulls to sleep. The piece Shen Yunshu played was not a renowned masterpiece, but a simple southern folk tune she had heard during her travels and had grown fond of, though her memory of it was somewhat hazy. Upon arriving in this world and learning to play various ancient instruments, she had attempted to recreate this tune based on her recollections. It was not that she lacked the desire to create an entirely original piece. Rather, in an era bursting with entertainment, nearly every melody had already been composed. She was no prodigious musical genius, so her work inevitably bore the familiar shadows of her past life. However, the lyrics she composed during that brief tea time were indeed infused with subtle, youthful romantic sentiments, perfectly aligning with the atmosphere of this gathering. As the final note faded, Shen Yunshu rose and performed an elegant bow, far more gracious than the earlier bow made by Cao Haiyue. The performance left the audience in awe. What an exquisite piece! The melodies composed in mere moments were beautifully harmonious, and the lyrics flowed with perfect rhyme, affirming that Shen Yunshu truly embodied the phrase talented and beautiful. When Paon clapped her hands in admiration, while Li Xiang's expression soured considerably. She had intended for Shen Yunshu to embarrass herself, not to shine. Moreover, she could not believe that this song had been freshly composed. How can such a polished piece, complete with lyrics, be claimed as newly created? She scoffed, clearly skeptical. I, too, relish music and have likely heard 8 or 9 of the most popular melodies of this era. Yet, I have never encountered this particular piece. Such a delightful tune. If it had existed before, would surely not have gone unnoticed. The only possibility is that it is indeed a new creation, Zui Yushuan interjected, his eyes closing slightly as if still savoring the melody. Li Xiang opened her mouth to retort, but was discreetly tugged on the sleeve by her maid, who softly reminded her that the one who had just spoken was Zhuo Chengxiang's eldest grandson, Zui Yushuan. Li Xiang was not without wits. It was evident that Shen Yunshu had garnered more goodwill among the attendees than she had. Her father had cautioned her to temper her actions in the capital. For it was not Yinzhou. Should she offend both the Wang family of the north and the Zhuo family, 2 formidable forces in the capital, her father would not take kindly to the consequences. In truth, her discontent stemmed merely from the fact that Shen Yunshu had seized the title of a talented woman from her. After all, with her unremarkable appearance, she could only be regarded as mediocre among the noble families, where beauty was often celebrated. Thus, she resorted to flaunting her talents, as these were the 2 aspects that drew the most attention to women. Yet, she had not anticipated that the capital, teeming with hidden talents, was far from the place in Yunzhou where her father commanded respect. Li Xiangyi was left to silently swallow her indignation, choosing not to voice her grievances any longer. The red silk skirt, the golden fan, and the rouge umbrella were common possessions among ladies, while the bamboo flute, the jade ring, and the white jade crown were typically associated with men. The juxtaposition of women's accessories with those of men presented a refreshing novelty. As spring snow glimmered in the slanting sunlight, petals fell into the clear stream. New buds sprouted on withered trees, and an old man exchanged wine for money. There was a delightful blend of the old and the new, all imbued with the vibrant spirit of spring. The verdant mountains were ever present, shrouded in morning mist. Gentle evening breezes caressed the face, while raindrops danced from the eaves. The morning mist and evening breeze came in turns, and the mountains and raindrops continued to embody the essence of spring. The crown prince reviewed the lyrics and melodies composed by Shen Yunshu and rose to perform a scholar's bow in her direction. This gesture was a sign of respect rendered by scholars to their esteemed peers or those whose intellect they acknowledged. Although Shen Yunshu did not notice the crown prince's actions behind the screen, the male guests were fully aware of his gesture. Various thoughts flickered through their minds. Some believed the crown prince genuinely resembled a gentleman scholar, honoring those with talent, while others suspected he was merely feigning humility, lacking sincerity. There were also those who speculated that the crown prince elevated Shen Yunshu due to her connections with the prince of Northern Defense, aiming to secure his allegiance. For instance, the second prince, Li Yuanshan, observed the crown prince's behavior with disdain, thinking his elder brother was merely trying to appease their father by playing the part of a benevolent ruler in front of outsiders. Your sister's composition is splendid. Does it have a name? The crown prince seemed unfazed by the opinions of others, continuing his conversation with Shen Yunshu. You flatter me, Your Highness. It was composed on a whim, and I have yet to name it. Shen Yunshu stood to return the gesture. Do you have any thoughts on a title? She hesitated. Naming was indeed a challenge for her, far more difficult than composing poetry, since it was created for the Spring Rites Banquet. Perhaps it should be titled Spring Banquet. The crown prince considered this and nodded slightly. With both male and female perspectives woven into the verses, Spring Banquet was indeed an apt title. Shen Yunshu displayed a polite smile, her expression radiating, I am pleased if you are pleased. A youth hidden among the bamboo groves, the sound of a flute lulling him to sleep. Is this truly your ideal type, Sister Yunshu? After Shen Yunshu took her seat, when Peihan leaned closer, her hand covering her mouth, revealing a grin as if she had uncovered a secret. It was evident that the term ideal type was learned from Shen Yunshu. With a resigned sigh, Shen Yunshu wondered if anyone would believe she was merely seeking rhyme. At that moment, Lewin pulled out a slip of paper from a jar. Yen Jinshu. Upon hearing this, a tall, imposing figure, standing at 8 feet, rose from the male guests and bowed to Lewin. I am not skilled in the elegant arts of playing the chess, painting, or calligraphy, but my martial abilities are acceptable. I hope the princess will permit me to perform a sword dance. The Cheonghua Terrace was located within the palace courtyard, where external officials were required to remove their swords upon entering. Thus, Yen Jinshu needed Lu An's permission to proceed with his sword dance. Lu nodded, allowing Yen Jinshu to reclaim his sword. Upon receiving his sword, Yen Jinshu closed his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, his demeanor had transformed. His footsteps were light, and though there was no music, he seemed to move to an inherent rhythm. With one hand behind his back, he drew his sword, a flash of silver glimmering as swift as the wind scattering leaves. Where his sword passed, petals cascaded, dancing on the wind, refusing to settle. Yen Jinshu's martial arts showcased grand, bold movements, revealing a person of integrity. It was known that Minister Yen had once been a champion of martial arts, and it appeared that Yen Jinshu inherited a semblance of his father's formidable presence. If one were to hear only his name without witnessing his sword dance, one might assume he was merely a frail scholar. Lewin had always admired those skilled in martial arts, and could not help but praise Yen Jinshu's swordsmanship. However, she had heard that Minister Yen wished to cultivate a son proficient in the literary arts, which was why he named him Jinshu. Yet, it was unexpected that Minister Yan's strong lineage led his son to be more intrigued by martial pursuits, excelling in them at that. Lewin nodded in realization at Shen Yunshu's explanation of genetics, although she remained unaware of what it truly meant. She had grown accustomed to Shen Yunshu's occasional use of novel terminology and was no longer inclined to inquire. After several more rounds of performances, the banquet concluded before nightfall. The young ladies and gentlemen showcased their talents, and while there was nothing particularly novel, it was still a pleasing sight. Everyone arrived with enthusiasm and departed fulfilled, especially those with clear intentions who hurried home to discuss with their families the possibility of matchmaking, hoping for a harmonious union. Though a few individuals may have left unsatisfied, no one paid them any heed. Chapter 23. The Crown Prince's invitation after bidding farewell to several friends. Shen Yunshu prepared to return home in her family's carriage. Sister Yunshu, just as she was about to board, she heard a voice calling her name and turned to see the Crown Prince approaching her. Sister Yunshu, I heard from Lewin that you could design hairpins for young ladies. Might you possess other charming trinkets as well? Shen Yunshu regarded the Crown Prince with curiosity. Was he truly interested in such feminine matters? The Crown Prince smiled slightly, affirming his interest. Recently, my father entrusted me with managing some royal shops, primarily to help me learn about the lives of common folk and to ensure I do not become an out-of-touch prince. I believe that merely overseeing ledgers is not true experience. Rather, achieving tangible results would constitute real training. Are you suggesting you wish to engage in commerce? Indeed, commerce. Moreover, I aspire to become a wealthy merchant of considerable repute. The Crown Prince mischievously winked at Shen Yunshu, laughing as he added, I have perused the palace's procurement records, and aside from the expenses of the imperial kitchen, the next largest expenditures come from the wardrobes and adornments of various princesses. Each garment requires specific fragrance pouches, silks, fans, and hairpins, none of which can be neglected. Hence, I believe that engaging in the business of young ladies would be a lucrative endeavor. In many dynasties, merchants were often looked down upon, regarded as the lowest in the social hierarchy. However, during the reign of the Lang Dynasty, merchants held a comparatively higher status due to the founding emperor's reliance on a wealthy merchant ally during his campaigns. This historical context fostered a general respect for merchants among common folk, although some self-righteous scholars, who deemed the pursuit of wealth as distasteful, still harbored biases against them. Shen Yunshu had not anticipated that the crown prince, despite his appearance as a quintessential scholar, would embrace the idea of commerce, demonstrating that he was well-educated, yet not rigidly so. It seemed the emperor had successfully guided the crown prince towards becoming a benevolent ruler. Your Highness is correct. The most profitable businesses are few. Firstly, food, for the people's sustenance relies on it. Secondly, women, who have a penchant for beauty and fashion. And thirdly, children, who grow quickly, requiring different items each day, month, and season. The crown prince regarded Shen Yunshu with a gaze that conveyed both admiration and complexity. Indeed, Sister Yunshu, you are astute. I knew seeking your counsel would be wise. Therefore, I humbly request your assistance. Shen Yunshu nodded, assuring the crown prince that she would wholeheartedly support him. However, Yunshu, with her limited experience, could only engage in theoretical discussions without any practical business acumen, which might render her assistance somewhat minimal. Nevertheless, if the crown prince wishes for Yunshu to sketch designs for hairpins or other trinkets for young ladies, she would surely have no difficulty. I shall return to my residence shortly to organize and send some of the sketches I previously completed to the Eastern Palace for the crown prince's review, to see if they are of any use. You need not send anyone. I would trouble my sister to deliver them personally to the Jinxiu Pavilion tomorrow. I have other matters I wish to discuss with you, the crown prince replied. Shen Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, then revealed an official smile and bowed respectfully. In that case, I shall arrive punctually tomorrow. The crown prince nodded, watching as Shen Yunshu departed in the carriage of the northern prince, fading from view beyond the palace gates. Beside him, Ma Shang cast a puzzled glance at the crown prince. Your Highness, why have you summoned Miss Yunshu? Did you not mention that His Majesty had stated the Shen family would not form alliances with the royal family? The plans of the princes will ultimately come to naught. Moreover, I have observed that although Miss Yunshu is young, she is quite astute and not easily deceived. Ma Shang had initially assumed that the crown prince's intent was to engage with Miss Yunshu due to the interest shown by the princes at the recent banquet, perhaps to secure the support of the Shen family for future endeavors. However, upon further reflection, it did not seem to align with the crown prince's character, which he had intimately understood over the years. The crown prince valued loyalty. Should any prince possess the capability to be appointed as heir, the crown prince would harbor no resentment. The Shen family's refusal to marry into the royal lineage was an unspoken agreement between the Shen family and the royals. Thus, any hopes for such an alliance were futile. The crown prince, recognizing Ma Shang's thoughts without needing to inquire, swiftly dispelled his musings with a single remark. His expression was complex, and his tone, though light, carried a hint of self-deprecation. It is not that I do not trust her. I merely find myself ruminating on some dreams I've had lately, and I wish to speak with someone to alleviate the doubts in my heart. Is it true that Miss Yunshu possesses the ability to interpret dreams? Ma Shang inquired, bewildered. The crown prince shook his head and sighed. Whether or not she can interpret dreams remains to be seen. Ma Shang furrowed his brow. Ever since the crown prince recovered from his recent illness, he had exhibited peculiar behavior. Could it be a lingering effect from divine dreams? He had always believed that such celestial phenomena, when experienced by a mortal like the crown prince, could have repercussions on his health. It seemed that aside from fever, there were also signs of mental disarray. He resolved to keep a closer watch over the crown prince. As the sun began to set, Ma Shang expressed concern for the crown prince's well-being, suggesting they return to the Eastern Palace. The crown prince, pulling his thoughts away from the now-vanished carriage, conceded, very well. We shall speak of this tomorrow. Inside the carriage, Linglong cast a worried glance at Shen Yunshu. Miss, does the crown prince truly intend to engage in commerce? If this venture fails, the ministers supporting other princes may seize the opportunity to create discord. Should we truly involve ourselves in this matter? I fear it may bring trouble to you. Shen Yunshu peered through the carriage curtains of the palace path, the gentle breeze causing her eyes to narrow slightly. Although the Shen family had always been loyalists, her brothers were now companions of the crown prince, which naturally aligned the Northern Prince's household with the Crown Prince's interests. Even if she chose not to assist him today, she would still not garner any favor from them. Moreover, the disparaging remarks of a few petty individuals held no significance to the Crown Prince, so why should they trouble her? What prominent families did not possess some business to sustain their livelihoods? Some, who prided themselves on their integrity, might not have it directly under their names, but their wives certainly managed substantial estates and shops. They would sweetly claim it as their wives' dowries, yet it was merely a ruse. People, in their frantic pursuit, were merely after a few coins of silver. After reciting a few words of wisdom, did they truly consider themselves as ethereal beings? Chapter 24. Identity cannot be hidden the following day. In the afternoon, Shen Yunshu, accompanied by Ling Long, arrived at the Jinxiu Pavilion and ascended to the second floor. Guided by the attendant, Crown Prince, Shen Yunshu respectfully bowed to the Crown Prince. Outside the palace, there is no need for such formalities, my sister. You are exceptionally clever and maintain a close bond with Luan. I grew up alongside Huaiwen and Huaijin, like brothers. Hence, since you address me as Crown Prince brother, you may regard me as your elder brother. Shen Yunshu glanced at the Crown Prince for a moment, then smiled. If that is the case, then I shall indeed be less reserved. Have you summoned me today for something of great importance to discuss? After returning home last night, Shen Yunshu had pondered for a long while. From the Crown Prince's various behaviors, it seemed highly probable that he was a reborn individual. After all, since his return from resolving the floods in Suzhou, all his actions diverged significantly from historical accounts. Moreover, the notion of prophetic dreams could not occur repetitively. If every event were preceded by a prophetic dream, it would scarcely differ from being reborn. Most importantly, in the original history, there was no mention of her, Shen Yunshu. The Northern Prince's household had no legitimate daughter. If the Crown Prince were indeed reborn, he must recognize the differences in this life compared to the last. The prominence of the Northern Prince's household, now featuring a legitimate daughter, could not possibly escape the Crown Prince's notice. Hence, the peculiarities in his treatment of her in the past could now be elucidated. Shen Yunshu observed the faint wisps of incense rising from the burner beside her, adjusted her attire, and sat gracefully. Throughout their conversation, the Crown Prince had predominantly referred to himself as I rather than this palace, which she interpreted as a positive signal. At the very least, he did not wish to antagonize her. Recently, I had a bout of illness and was favored by a divine being who sent me dreams regarding the resolution of the Suzhou floods. Have you heard of this, my sister? Shen Yunshu's smile faltered slightly. Such a direct approach? Naturally, she had heard of it. Who in the entire realm had not? The emperor was diligent and benevolent, loving his subjects as his own children. The Crown Prince was compassionate and kind, cherishing the populace. Such virtues resonated with the heavens, prompting divine intervention to assist the Crown Prince in saving the people of Suzhou from calamity, ensuring the stability of the dynasty. With an unwavering expression, Shen Yunshu eloquently recounted the praises of the common folk, rephrasing their adulation into more refined language. The Crown Prince gestured for Ma Sheng to withdraw. Ling Long, stealing a glance at Shen Yunshu's expression, followed suit. The Crown Prince poured himself a cup of tea from the incense burner, the tale sounding almost mythical, akin to a beautiful legend. While the common folk believed such narratives, they often wished to cling to hope, perhaps even doubting the veracity of the events as they recounted them. The Crown Prince filled Shen Yunshu's cup as well, his gaze toward her tinged with curiosity. Do you believe, Sister Yunshu? Indeed, she had traversed realms. What was so remarkable about a prophetic dream? The divine had entrusted her with not just this matter, but many others as well. Would you care to know what those matters are? Seeing the Crown Prince personally serve her tea, Shen Yunshu hesitated for a moment, then calmly withdrew her hand. Since the Crown Prince was determined to elevate her status, she need not feign modesty any longer. It was merely a cup of tea, and if he wished to pour it, so be it. If the Crown Prince wishes to share stories with me, I would be delighted to listen. Yet, it was merely a tedious tale that bore little distinction from her current life. Upon awakening, however, she discovered certain discrepancies. Dreams, after all, were dreams differing from reality, and thus not of great consequence. Indeed, once a dream has been dreamt, it becomes the past. There are changes both within dreams and reality. That is quite normal. Yet, I remain uncertain whether the actions I undertook within the dream were indeed correct. Shen Yunshu's thoughts crystallized with the Crown Prince's words. The identity of this renowned figure in historical texts was that of a reborn individual. Moreover, the historical records she observed undoubtedly predated the crown prince's rebirth. Shen Yunshu lifted her teacup, and, as she expected, the tea brewed by the crown prince was indeed Qing Feng Shui. Zhuang Zhou dreamt of a butterfly, while the butterfly dreamt of Zhuang Zhou. In dreams and reality, like flowers reflected on the water, who can discern which is a dream and which is true? Does it matter whether there is change or not? As for right and wrong, each heart possesses its own balance. It is futile to argue over them. For as long as one is guiltless in heart, that suffices. The crown prince smiled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, being guiltless in heart is enough. If I were truly guiltless, there would be no need for such inner turmoil today. With that, the crown prince turned his head, gazing through the window at the bustling marketplace outside. In the tea house across the street, a storyteller's eloquence captivated passing scholars, while the waiter hastily wiped the table with a cloth draped over his shoulder, preparing to serve the incoming guests. A vendor selling candied hawthorn berries shouted loudly, carrying a straw target laden with them. As a small girl with twin buns tugged at a woman's hand, rushing out from a nearby fabric shop, clamoring to buy some candied hawthorn. The woman, perhaps just having dyed some cloth, had droplets of dark blue water still clinging to her hands. Frowning and scolding, she remarked, "Little girl, you are such a handful. All you think about is eating," while quickly wiping her wet hands on her clothes and retrieving a few coins from her waist pouch. The little girl, munching on her candied hawthorn, skipped across the street to join her drooling friends. The woman turned back, and, as she passed the entrance of the fabric shop, her eyes caught sight of a scruffy little beggar in the corner. After a moment's thought, she tossed the last coin she had into his tattered bowl. "Sister Yunshu, do you think it matters who occupies that position in the Cha dynasty?" Shen Yunshu observed the crown prince's somewhat distracted expression and took a deep breath. His current melancholic demeanor, could it be a remnant of his rebirth? Although she was unaware of his thoughts, she understood that providing an inadequate answer to his question could lead to peril. "Naturally, it is significant, Your Highness. The stability of the people's lives today is due to the fact that the current emperor is a wise ruler who appoints the capable. When the founding emperor and my ancestor Shun joined forces to establish the realm, it was precisely because the previous emperor favored kin over merit, leading to the people's suffering." The crown prince detected Shen Yunshu's evasion and gazed at her with a profound intensity. "Who, apart from me, do you believe could adequately occupy that position?" Shen Yunshu promptly rose, bowing in a manner that conveyed her trepidation. "Your Highness, though I have received the emperor's favor and been granted the title of a second-rank county princess, I lack the qualifications to attend court discussions. If today were merely sibling banter, I might dare to speak a few words, but regarding matters of succession, I do not presume to speak recklessly." The crown prince gestured for her to rise, giving her the chance to stand. "Please, today I have a matter to request of you, regardless of what I say. You need not bow. Your Highness speaks too highly of me. Might I inquire what Your Highness seeks?" Clarity. Chapter 25. A Celestial Descending to Earth. Once the crown prince's words fell, Shen Yunshu fell into a long silence. She wished to keep her time-traveling experience to herself. For this era differed vastly from her previous one, which was characterized by a surge of information. The people of this time would likely struggle to comprehend such phenomena. If things went awry, she might be deemed a demon. Yet now, faced with a crown prince who had undergone a similar experience, her identity could hardly remain concealed. "In your dreams, do you encounter me?" Shen Yunshu blinked, attempting to forge a connection while pondering how to articulate her thoughts. "No, as expected." Shen Yunshu maintained a composed demeanor, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "In truth, I and the crown prince are of the same nature. We are both celestial beings traversing the mortal realm to endure trials." The crown prince regarded Shen Yunshu with an expression that seemed to say, "Do I appear foolish to you? What? You've been visited by a celestial in your dreams, yet you still doubt their existence?" Upon witnessing the crown prince's expression, Shen Yunshu felt emboldened. The crown prince was momentarily speechless. He had uttered the notion of being visited in dreams and found himself unable to refute it. "But if I were a celestial, how could I be unaware of it?" "Because you have consumed Mangpo's soup," Shen Yunshu declared. "When the celestial visited you in your dreams, were there not other matters besides the floods in Suzhou? Those are fragments of your past life's memories, unfulfilled trials from your previous existence. hence you have been granted a second chance, returning with those memories. Shen Yunshu spoke with calm assurance, her tone so resolute that it seemed almost plausible, leading the crown prince to question his own beliefs. How do you know all this? He challenged, seizing upon a perceived inconsistency in her narrative. It cannot be solely your own celestial visitation. As a charming celestial maiden, I must have connections in the heavens. Your previous trials were unfortunate, and I happen to have a minor trial to endure as well, so the celestial arranged for us to come together. After all, being of the same kind makes mutual assistance convenient. While Shen Yunshu's words sounded fanciful, they were laced with subtle attempts to establish rapport, striving to align the crown prince with her cause. The crown prince did not wholly believe Shen Yunshu's claims, yet he found himself at a loss for a counterargument, leaving him to simply listen to her discourse. Shen Yunshu paid little mind to whether the crown prince believed her. After all, explaining her time travel and claiming to be from a future millennia, presenting everything here as mere strokes in the grand tapestry of history, would yield no greater credence for him than her claims of celestial trials. No matter how she framed it, the crown prince would never completely trust her. Then tell me, what do you dream of? The matter at hand was of utmost importance, and the crown prince set aside his concerns about the veracity of Shen Yunshu's statements. He was eager to know how the Qia dynasty fared after his demise. My dreams may not be as vivid as yours. After all, this is my first visit, and I lack past life memories. However, I am well regarded, and thus I am privy to some historical accounts regarding the Qia dynasty after your passing. I have indeed walked through a side door. With that, Shen Yunshu calmly sipped her tea, as though they were celestial beings on equal footing rather than a sovereign and his subject. However, dear crown prince, do not hold too high expectations of me. I only know a few scattered phrases from the historians. What was the Qia dynasty like according to those historians? The crown prince's expression remained inscrutable, yet his grip on the teacup tightened gradually. His childhood memories, the attitudes of the northern king's residents towards him across 2 lifetimes, combined with the Shen family's enduring loyalty to the Qia dynasty, all contributed to his willingness to believe Shen Yunshu. Hence the significance of their meeting at the Jinxiu Pavilion today. Whether Shen Yunshu was a celestial or a demon, or whether he himself was a celestial or a demon, mattered little to him. He was primarily concerned with the knowledge she possessed, particularly regarding the fate of the Qia dynasty. In the 30 years of the Qia dynasty, Emperor Ming fell gravely ill. That autumn, Crown Prince Li Yuanjin died suddenly. In the initial year of the 33rd year, Emperor Ming Li Yin passed away. Posthumously titled Martial Emperor, the second prince, Li Yuanshun, ascended the throne, adopting the title Filial and Virtuous Emperor and changing the era name to Yuanxian. After his ascension, the Filial and Virtuous Emperor executed all his brothers, leaving none alive. Historical investigations later confirmed that Li Yuanshun had committed patricide and fratricide to seize the throne. Both Emperor Ming and the Crown Prince met their ends at his hands. Shen Yunshu articulated the segment that intrigued the Crown Prince most, her expression devoid of emotion, as though she were reciting a cold historical account. She was willing to share with the Crown Prince some of what she knew, for from her perspective, his ascension appeared to be the most favorable outcome, based on historical descriptions, subsequent evaluations, and her experiences since her arrival. Crown Prince Li Yuanjin indeed possessed the potential to be a genuinely benevolent ruler, one who cherished the people, cultivated by Emperor Ming to stabilize the nation and safeguard the flourishing era of the Qia dynasty. In stark contrast, Li Yuanshun represented a thoroughgoing ingrate, lacking any sense of the greater scheme. From a moment she traversed into this realm, the Shen family has been seeking to ingratiate themselves with Li Yuanshun. Yet, it is inevitable that one day, Li Yuanshun, wary of the Shen family's military prowess and capabilities, will devise means to eliminate them. Thus, Li Yuanshun must not ascend the throne. He should never be granted the power that could easily eradicate the Shen family. Historical records following the ascension of the second prince reveal his admiration for his father, aspiring to emulate the great Ming Emperor Li Yin. Unfortunately, he lacks the requisite abilities. Although the Ming Emperor maintained a close rapport with the Shen family, feigning trust in them was merely a facet of imperial strategy. Occupying the apex of power within the dynasty, trust for him was a luxury. His capacity to employ individuals without suspicion was already a remarkable feat. The Ming Emperor possessed sufficient confidence, even bordering on arrogance, never believing anyone could unseat him. Therefore, he utilized capable individuals when necessary, never yielding to fear. In contrast, Li Yuanxin's incompetence renders him fearful of capable ministers, and he will never achieve the heights of the Ming emperor. The crown prince, however, diverges from Li Yuanxin. He is the benevolent ruler meticulously nurtured by the Ming emperor over the years, meant to stabilize the realm. Even if his martial prowess does not rival that of the Ming emperor, his magnanimity far exceeds that of the second prince, Li Yuanxin. Particularly, having been reborn once, the crown prince will not be duped by familial affection again. The second prince's schemes will find no fertile ground. After all, a conspiracy is termed as such because it cannot withstand the light of day. Once exposed, it shatters instantly. Chapter 26. Forming an alliance, the crown prince gripped his teacup with unrestrained force, shattering the plum blossom cup and scattering tea in shards across the floor. Mo Sheng knocked on the door, inquiring if the prince was well. The crown prince, regaining his composure, replied, "It is nothing." The cup fell. "Please wait outside for a moment." "Yes, your highness." Shen Yunshu retrieved another plum blossom cup, pouring tea and presenting it to the crown prince. He inhaled deeply, revealing a half-smile. "Shao Xian Emperor?" Observing the crown prince's expression, Shen Yunshu nodded earnestly. Indeed, he is that shameless. Upon his ascension, he conferred upon himself the title Shao Xian. When we examined the history of the Lang Dynasty, we all wondered what the Shao Xian Emperor was thinking. He committed fratricide and patricide, and history bears witness to his actions. How could the people of that time have been unaware? Such self-deception is laughable. The crown prince scoffed with a sneer. Shao Xian? Does he deserve that title? Had father not suffered from severe illness in his later years, during the gradual decline of his health, he had confided in me his suspicions. Yet, he met with an untimely fate first. Considering the choice of successor, it is not difficult to deduce the truth. Since childhood, father raised me as his heir, imparting lessons on benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and filial piety, teaching me to care for the people and wisely employ subordinates, while also instilling in me the art of imperial strategy. However, I was too soft-hearted then, unwilling to wield such strategies against my own brothers, which ultimately led to my downfall. Can you tell me, Sister Yunshu, what became of the Shao Xian Emperor? The Shao Xian Emperor devoted his life to military campaigns, expanding the territory of the Lang Dynasty, achieving the greatest expanse during his reign. Yet, while acquiring the throne is easy, maintaining it proves difficult. The Lang Dynasty, though vast, suffered immense depletion due to continuous warfare, imposing heavy taxes, leaving the populace struggling to survive amidst ongoing conflicts. The Shao Xian Emperor succumbed to old wounds in the 14th year of Yuan Xian and passed away in the 15th year. The first prince, Li Qitong, ascended the throne, adopting the title Hung Run. Hung Run, however, proved weak and incapable, and within 5 years, nearly half of the Lang Dynasty's territory was consumed by surrounding vassal states. In the 6th year, court officials rebelled, forcing Hung Run to abdicate in favor of Prince Rong, Li Junxian. At that time, Prince Rong Li Junxian was evidently the current Prince Rong's son, who had inherited his father's cunning nature. Nevertheless, the crown prince bore no grudge against the father and son of Prince Rong, as their discreet actions stemmed from a fear of provoking suspicion from the emperor. Yet, waiting until the second prince's son ascended the throne to topple that pile of mud suggests that the father and son of Prince Rong truly harbored no ambition for the throne. The crown prince furrowed his brow at the thought. What the Shen family? The records that Shen Yunshu recounted conspicuously omitted any mention of the Shen family. If the Shen family was present, why would they permit the second prince to ascend and wreak havoc upon the soldiers and citizens of the Lang Dynasty? This led to widespread suffering among the populace. In the 3rd year of Yuan Xian, the Northern Defense Prince's house exiled the Shen family. Exiled? The crown prince clenched his fists. Li Yuanxun, that fool with a mind like a donkey, was reliant on the Shen family during the time of the emperor and the founding emperor. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the stability of the Lang Dynasty owes half its success to the Shen family. Wary of the Shen family? Which emperor has not been cautious of the meritorious ministers? Not to mention the founding emperor, even his father formed a brotherly bond with Shen Zhen. Yet he still monitored the Shen family's every move. It was not a matter of distrust. It was a necessity of imperial duty. Even with the censorate overseeing the officials, If an emperor dared to remain aloof and ignore the movements of significant ministers, his hold on the throne would rest solely on luck. But which emperor would dare to recklessly dispose of a general capable of intimidating neighboring nations? If the second prince had not eliminated the Shen family, with the descendants of the god of war, how could it have escalated to a point where the emperor himself had to lead troops to battle, ultimately leading to serious injury and death? How could it have come to pass that after the second prince's demise, his inept son ascended and relinquished half the kingdom? Such a lack of foresight is infuriating. The more the crown prince pondered, the more enraged he became. The vast Lang Dynasty, with its surrounding vassal states offering tributes annually, witnessed thousands pay homage each new year. In such a flourishing era, how could half the kingdom be jeopardized? Shen Yunshu observed the crown prince's expression, noting his silence regarding the reasons behind the Shen family's exile. She remained cautious, as historical records indicated the Shen family was exiled for treason. Although she sensed something amiss and believed the Shen family could not have committed treason, the crown prince, as the heir apparent, must prioritize the nation above all. The notion of treason is intolerable for any ruler. Even if the crown prince believed today that the Shen family was framed, should he ascend the throne and harbor suspicions against them in the future, he might recall this incident and entertain unfounded doubts. Currently, the crown prince's unusual trust in her is merely due to her unique position. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the incense burning in the censer was dragon saliva, a palace specialty reserved for the emperor. Even the crown prince typically only received such gifts from the emperor. The tea serve was also a fine tribute, qi feng shui, exclusively from the palace, rarely seen unless bestowed by the emperor. Dragon saliva incense and phoenix marrow tea represent the highest etiquette for receiving esteemed guests. By employing this ceremonial treatment during their meeting, the crown prince extended a personal invitation to her. Henceforth, as the crown prince navigates the path toward the dragon throne, he hopes that Shen Yunshu will assist him, and he shall express his gratitude with the utmost respect. However, differing statuses dictate that contributions cannot be equated. The crown prince, due to her identity, separates her from the Shen family, yet she has truly been reborn and raised within the Shen family, feeling a profound sense of belonging that surpasses her bond with the crown prince. Thus, regardless of the crown prince's sincere demeanor today, Shen Yunshu must remain vigilant. Otherwise, if he were to retract his trust and sincerity after ascending to the throne, what she would sacrifice will be the honor and lives of the entire Shen family. Brother Crown Prince, Yunshu truly knows very little. Many matters are merely sketched over by a historian, making it difficult to assist you. The Crown Prince, lost in thought, snapped back to attention upon hearing Shen Yunshu's words, softening his expression. That is sufficient. Thank you, sister, for your candidness. He paused, his tone becoming remarkably sincere. My actions today were not intended to coerce my younger sister. Rather, my every word and deed intertwine not solely with my own fate. Having erred gravely in a past life, I now seize the opportunity for redemption. It is only natural that I aspire to ensure everything proceeds smoothly, safeguarding the integrity of the dynasty. I implore my sister for her understanding. Yunshu naturally comprehended this, as the crown prince. His Highness must indeed manage affairs with utmost diligence. In the 27th chapter, Rescue of Yu Wushuang, Shen Yunshu and the crown prince engaged in conversation at the Jinxiu Pavilion until the hour of supper, returning to their respective abodes only as the sun began to set. Beyond exchanging secrets, they earnestly deliberated upon matters of commerce, with Shen Yunshu offering numerous suggestions and innovative ideas. Subsequently, Shen Yunshu remained in her residence for several days, diligently writing, painting, and preparing for her studies. Occasionally strolling through the market with a few close friends, patiently awaiting the commencement of the Imperial Academy. Ah, County Princess, it seems an incident has occurred ahead. The road is obstructed by a crowd of onlookers. We cannot pass. Shall I investigate? Today, Shen Yunshu intended to make a commendable impression on the first day of classes, departing at the third watch of the day. To her surprise, traffic congestion awaited her so early. Are there alternative routes? Lang, aware of her mistress's aversion to meddling in others' affairs, lifted the carriage curtain to survey the situation, simultaneously addressing the coachman outside. This is the nearest route to the academy. The others are considerably farther. Taking a different path now may delay the county princess's arrival. Linglong, Please go and take a look. With so many gathered, it must be significant. Ling Long, a mere maid, would undoubtedly glean information more effectively than the towering guards. Yes, County Princess. Swiftly, Ling Long darted into the throng. Before long, she returned, a bag of dried fruits in hand, evidently having purchased them while posing as a customer to inquire with a vendor. Miss, there's a small beggar ahead, being dragged by a man who intends to sell him to a pawn shop. The man claims to be the boy's relative, stating that the beggar's parents have died, leaving debts unpaid, and he seeks to use the boy as collateral. The small beggar, clever as he is, has caused quite a commotion. The bystanders, moved by the boy's plight and wary of the man's intentions, surrounded them, preventing the sale. As Ling Long spoke, she shared the dried fruits with Ling Lang. Such street food was unsuitable for the county princess, as its cleanliness could not be assured. For a household like the northern town Wangfu, neglecting the quality of consumables could lead to dire consequences. Human trafficking is a matter for the Six Gates to address. Qing Shi, apprehend that man. Ling Lang, seek out the nearby patrol and request their assistance in escorting him away. Shen Yunshu's carriage halted at the roadside. Shortly after, Ling Lang returned with several guards, who took away the man attempting to sell the small beggar. Thank you, noble one, for your rescue. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant to repay your kindness. Repay kindness? Shen Yunshu, intrigued, lifted the curtain to see the small beggar bowing deeply in gratitude. Where are your parents? Why were you being sold? Observing the frail child, who was slightly older than herself, Shen Yunshu furrowed her brow. Why were you sold? Where's your family? My father disappeared years ago, and my mother passed away recently from illness. The man who sought to sell me is a distant uncle, a gambler who claims my parents owe him money. He intends to use me to settle his debts. The small beggar spoke with clarity and composure, despite his humble demeanor. Where's your home? I shall send someone to escort you back. Shen Yunshu realized, given his appearance, that his family could not possibly reside within the inner city. This was the heart of the empire, where only the affluent or noble dwelt. Even the uncle who sought to sell him was likely a foolish gambler from the outskirts, hoping for fortune in the gaming halls. My family is outside the city, in the outskirts of Guan City. Shen Yunshu paused. A family living outside the city, a father gone, a mother deceased, and now a child sold by a relative. This narrative felt eerily familiar. What is your name? Xiao Yu. Shen Yunshu's eyes widened slightly. Could it be that the tales from the history books were indeed true? Before her stood the future renowned commander of the Investigation Bureau, Yu Wushuang. Xiao Yu, though aware of his precarious situation, remained resolute, understanding that survival was a challenge without support. Today, his uncle's capture was a result of his own machinations. Though still a child, he had learned some self-defense from a wanderer, making it feasible to escape his uncle. Yet, without a destination, he risked starvation on the streets. His uncle's treachery was deserved retribution. Unbeknownst to Shen Yunshu, Xiao Yu harbored thoughts of his own. If this noble was willing to take him in, he would gladly follow her. After all, as a destitute orphan, living was fraught with difficulty, and he wished to avoid being sold by his ungrateful uncle, who would squander the money on gambling. Shen Yunshu, sensing his determination, decided against imposing her will upon his future. This encounter signifies a connection between us. Allow me to assist you, alleviating your immediate distress. Ling Long, Shen Yunshu signaled to her maid, indicating to provide the boy with some silver. She reflected that despite Yu Wushuang's future prominence, he was currently just a victimized child. As a county princess, she felt it her duty to extend her hand. Please, noble one, take me in. I am willing to toil and serve you. Xiao Yu realized her genuine intent to aid him and bowed once more in gratitude. Such kindness was rare, and he yearned to accompany Shen Yunshu. As she prepared to depart, Shen Yunshu regarded him thoughtfully. While I am indifferent to adding another servant, are you certain you will not regret this choice in the future? Once bound to servitude, it is a lifelong commitment, one that may also ensnare your descendants. Though you are now without a home, you are not yet a slave. You still have the opportunity to take the imperial examinations and pursue an official career to alter your destiny. Understanding Yu Wushuang's potential, she hesitated to dictate his fate. To bring him into her household as a servant would be a disservice to his abilities, even if she could later release him from servitude. The stigma of being a servant at the northern town Wangfu would forever remain, potentially weaponized against him by future adversaries. Although she wished to assist him, she recognized the complexities of human nature aware that admiration could wane over time, leading to resentment or even shame. In the 28th chapter, the first lesson at the academy, Shen Yunshu instructed Ling Long to provide him with some silver. After a moment as contemplation, she resolved not to take on such a burden. I must now proceed to the academy. I have no time to manage your affairs. Take this silver, use it to improve your situation, eat well, and rest. You possess an appealing appearance, and I find you rather agreeable. Thus, I shall consider it an act of kindness. With a sigh, she added, if you truly seek a means to survive, arrive at the back gate of the northern town Wangfu by the third watch, and I shall show you the way. However, the choice remains yours. Should you ever harbor thoughts of gratitude in the future, remember that I am the legitimate daughter of the northern town Princess residence, the esteemed county Princess Yunshu of the current dynasty. Xiao Yu was taken aback, likely having never encountered someone so forthright in expressing their expectation for gratitude. After all, it is customary for most to claim that their assistance is but a trivial matter, given without expectation of recompense. This little benefactor before her was indeed unlike others. Perhaps it was due to Shen Yunshu's exceptional nature that Xiao Yu involuntarily lifted her gaze, staring blankly, entirely forgetting the lesson taught by her mother about not directly gazing upon nobility. At this moment, Shen Yunshu was playfully lifting the carriage curtain, tilting her head, her youthful visage adorned with a mischievous smile, exuding an animated charm. Can you see clearly now? Do not mistake the identity of your benefactor in the future. Shen Yunshu recalled the cliché D plot lines often found in transmigration novels, where one misidentifies their savior. Thus, she deliberately revealed her identity to ensure he remembers who his benefactor truly is. Engaging in good deeds anonymously and selflessly is not something Shen Yunshu would entertain. I shall certainly go, since the Noble One has brought this matter to light. I cannot be too ungracious in insisting that the Noble One accept my assistance. Xiao Yu nodded at Shen Yunshu and stepped aside. Ling Long produced a few taels of silver and placed them in Xiao Yu's hand. Noticing his emaciated appearance, she pondered for a moment before adding a pouch of dried fruits to his hand as well. Shen Yunshu withdrew her hand from the curtain and, upon hearing Xiao Yu's earnest declaration, chose not to respond further. She was indifferent to whether he would genuinely seek her out. Her primary intention was to lend him a helping hand, and whether he chose to accept it was entirely up to him. Had she known from the outset that he was Yu Wushuang, Shen Yunshu might not have intervened in this affair. She was oblivious to the original trajectory of his life. Whether anyone had saved him, or who that savior might have been, all of this remained a mystery to her. Even with her extensive knowledge of history, she could only observe the scant records that documented the outcomes of lives lived, condensing the lengthy passage of time into mere lines of text. However, these matters became inconsequential after she enlisted Qingshi's assistance. Since everything had already changed, what remained was of little importance. Existence is inherently justified. Now that she was present in this realm, there was no need to constrain herself to preserve the original history. Ultimately, her actions were virtuous, and she had no reason for remorse. Qingshi drove swiftly without pause, ensuring that Shen Yunshu would not be tardy on her first day of school. Upon entering the classroom, Shen Yunshu found that most of the students had already arrived. Ji Sini and Wen Peihan were among them. Shen Yunshu shook her head in resignation, realizing she had risen early only to arrive late. Yunshu, come here. I've saved you a seat. Ji Sini cheerfully waved to Shen Yunshu as she entered. As the legitimate daughter of the Ji family, Ji Sini's social standing was not insignificant, and upon hearing her call, many in the room turned their attention to Shen Yunshu. Several attendees had noticed Shen Yunshu at the Qianhua banquet and recognized her as the county princess of the northern town. Shen Yunshu was not particularly familiar with those around her, so she refrained from excessive greetings. Even though her mother had arranged for her to familiarize herself with the children of prominent families before attending the academy, she found herself unable to match names with faces at that moment. Just as Shen Yunshu settled into her seat, before she could exchange a few words with Ji Sini, a distinguished elder in a long robe, with hair and beard as dark as ink, entered the room. I am Qi Shiyuan, the Grand Scholar of the Academy, and I shall be your instructor henceforth. Qi Shiyuan slightly nodded at the assembly. Though many students at the Academy hailed from noble families as the Grand Scholar, Qi Shiyuan possessed the authority to instruct and discipline even the royal relatives. Grand Scholar Qi. The crowd rose to perform a respectful greeting. none daring to adopt an air of superiority. For the current emperor held filial piety and respect for teachers in high regard, disapproving of youthful arrogance. After scanning the room, Qi Shiyan, having assessed the situation, instructed everyone to take their seats and commence the lecture. The first lesson was taught by Qi Shiyan himself, and the students, aware of the gravity of the occasion, listened attentively. Although there were no entrance examinations for the academy, each month there was a monthly assessment. Failing more than 3 times would result in expulsion. The families present were all of significant stature within the dynasty, and none could afford the disgrace of having a student expelled. Such a family would likely face severe repercussions at home should one of their own be dismissed from the academy. A month prior, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, addressed the flooding in Suzhou, a matter of great import to the people of our great dynasty, as it was a divine intervention that saved countless lives. Although no citizens of Suzhou were harmed, the force of nature is formidable. Suzhou has now become a waterlogged city, and its inhabitants are without homes. The Crown Prince has personally provided temporary accommodations for the populace, allowing them a moment's respite. Yet this is not a fundamental solution. The Emperor and the Crown Prince are deeply concerned about how to settle the people of Suzhou. I wonder if any of you have insights on this matter? Qi Shiyan posed such a daunting question, catching everyone off guard, and the hall fell into an immediate silence. While students at the academy were educated to address national concerns, discussions typically drew from historical texts and parables, often avoiding contemporary issues. The assembly was unsure of Qi Shiyuan's intentions. Although the emperor had previously expressed a desire for collective wisdom, each student was backed by their family, making them cautious in their responses. Shen Yunshu furrowed her brow slightly. This issue had diverged significantly from history due to the Crown Prince's rebirth. The Suzhou flood had shifted from a tragedy with numerous casualties to one with none. Thus, the prior solutions were no longer applicable. Suzhou's population was roughly estimated at 3 to 4 million. Historically, after the flood, only a few 100,000 remained, and local magistrates would be ordered to address employment issues. However, with the current population of 3 to 4 million, how would they provide for them? The most prudent solution would be to wait for the floodwaters to recede and then assist the populace in rebuilding their homes. Yet such a straightforward and conventional approach could not have escaped the attention of the court officials, since Qi Shiyuan had presented the matter as a challenge. It indicated that there was some contention regarding the issue, and the solutions considered thus far were inadequate. Chapter 29. The Aftermath of the Suzhou Flood. Why is that? Shen Yunshu recalled the other day when she visited her father and encountered him in his study discussing matters with his confidants, likely regarding news from the borders, hinting at movements from Nanyang. It was said that the third prince of Nanyang was valiant in battle, having pressed against the borders several times. Though victories and defeats were shared, the advantage lay with the defending side of our great dynasty. Moreover, when accounting for actual losses, our dynasty had suffered more than Nanyang. This third prince of Nanyang was likely youthful and impetuous, mirroring the ambitions of the former Ming emperor, eager to earn his place through military achievements. Nanyang, being a nation of horsemen, excelled in cavalry training, possessing a strong military and ample supplies. The people of Nanyang, from nobles to commoners, were adept at hunting and physically robust. While our dynasty also valued martial prowess, it had not reached the level of universal military engagement seen in Nanyang. Thus, should war break out, our dynasty could only rely on strategy and numbers. Hence, continuous warfare necessitated substantial military and logistical support at the borders. Though our dynasty remained relatively prosperous, the treasury's liquid funds were limited. Whether for post-disaster reconstruction or military provisions, the expenses were considerable, leaving the court in a precarious position. Shen Yunshu retraced the events and gradually comprehended the fundamental reasons behind the unresolved aftermath of the flood. Does anyone have any thoughts? Qi Shiyuan, observing the thoughtful brows of the assembly, quickly identified the one whose brow was most relaxed, the Duke Ian. Duke Ian, do you have any insights? If the houses have collapsed, then simply rebuild them. After all, no one was harmed, right? Everyone is fine. They have hands and feet. Can't they move a few bricks? It is a stroke of divine favor that the Crown Prince has worked tirelessly to preserve their lives. It would be rather presumptuous to expect heaven to deliver sustenance directly into one's mouth. Duke Ian leaned back casually in a chair, speaking with an air of nonchalance. The upright air of the Rhone Prince, seated before the Ian Duke, cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder and sighed faintly. Qi Xiuan was unperturbed by the Ian Duke's demeanor. Indeed, the Duke's remarks, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. It was only fitting that one should toil with their own hands to sustain themselves, especially since His Highness the Crown Prince could not perpetually extend his assistance. However, with approximately 3.7 million inhabitants in Suzhou, the labor required for urban development did not necessitate such a vast workforce. Moreover, only the able-bodied young men were fit for strenuous tasks, while the elderly, women, children, and scholars lacked the strength for arduous labor. So, they might as well venture farther afield. Yet, some individuals harbored profound attachments to their homeland and were reluctant to leave. The Ian Duke scoffed, asserting that while trees could be replanted, people clung to their so-called roots. Such stubbornness was indeed a hindrance. If they truly refused to depart, they might as well resort to begging in the vicinity of Suzhou. Nevertheless, it was imperative for the court to take action rather than passively witness the rise of beggars and vagrants. Realizing he could elicit no further insights from the Ian Duke, Qi Xiuan shifted his gaze to others present. "Wen Pei'an, what are your thoughts?" he inquired, directing his attention to her. He held confidence in the scholarly prowess of the Wen family, believing that the granddaughter of the Duke of Wen would possess considerable acumen. Although Wen Pei'an was unaware of why the water disaster in Suzhou warranted prolonged discussion compared to other regions afflicted by calamity, she assumed it was due to the absence of casualties this year amidst the multitude of refugees. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. "While the number of refugees is substantial, thanks to the Crown Prince's efforts, there have been almost no fatalities, and they have not suffered excessively. The young men still possess strength, and the reconstruction efforts need not be solely overseen by the court. They can rebuild their own homes with the court providing necessary resources. Those skilled in cooking could manage daily meals, while those adept in accounting could oversee material allocation. Others with various trades could be assigned in nearby towns to seek work." Qi Xiuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the practicality of her proposal, though it was not without its shortcomings. The issue of numbers remained unresolved, as the population of nearby towns was already at a normal ratio, lacking sufficient work opportunities for thousands of refugees. Furthermore, an influx of individuals could encroach upon the livelihoods of local residents, potentially inciting discontent among them, which could lead to significant problems over time. After offering his critique of Wen Pei'an's suggestions, he turned to Ji Sini, who was nervously plucking stray hairs from a writing brush. "Ji Sini, what do you think?" Startled by the call, Ji Sini looked up at Qi Xiuan, bewildered. She was not particularly adept at this sort of discourse. Her reluctance to respond was evident. In terms of basic needs, food and shelter are paramount. If we can resolve those, they can survive. Every place has vacant houses. Those that have long been unoccupied could be rented to the refugees. If they lack funds, they could work to offset their debts." Ji Sini mustered the courage to voice her thoughts, though she held no expectations of praise from Qi Xiuan. He shook his head, recognizing that despite being the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, she remained a naive young lady. Implementing such a solution would be fraught with challenges. Most abandoned houses were dilapidated and unsuitable for habitation, and any habitable properties would inevitably have owners. Wealthy families would hardly consent to allow refugees to reside in their homes, regardless of the monetary incentives offered, let alone the notion of working off debts. Ji Sini frowned. Could the court not intervene? Qi Xiuan explained. "The court cannot impose its will arbitrarily. This is not merely a matter of renting a few houses." Ji Sini struggled to grasp this perspective. Her uncle and uncle by marriage were both seasoned military men, and even her mother had fought on the battlefield. They had encountered countless refugees displaced by war. She had always enjoyed spending time at her uncle's home and visiting the Wang family of the northern town, watching them practice martial arts. From a young age, she had been taught that refugees existed due to warfare and that they were the very soldiers who brought about such conflicts, albeit in the name of peace. Thus, her parents often emphasized that the Ji family should never consider themselves superior or allow the oppression of common folk or the exclusion of refugees. Even among the Ji clan in Xianglin, they frequently engaged in charitable acts for refugees. Qi Xiuan then turned his attention to the poised Shen Yunshu. Recalling that Shenzhen was currently occupied with military affairs against the Lang Dynasty at the Nanyang border. "Miss Yunshu, do you have any insights?" Sighing inwardly, Shen Yunshu acknowledged that she had no effective solutions. Every approach required funding, and it was evident that Qi Shuyuan sought options that were either cost-free or minimally costly. Based on her previous experiences with post-disaster reconstruction, financial backing was essential, whether from the state or through voluntary donations from the populace. However, she knew better than to voice such sentiments. This era was not one of equality, and social hierarchies were distinctly defined. In the capital of Liang, a mere stray brick could easily strike a wealthy merchant or noble, who among them lacked wealth. If they truly possessed the inclination to donate for humanitarian aid, such discussions would not have lingered. To propose contributions at this juncture would be tantamount to forcing everyone to relinquish their resources, regardless of their willingness. This would be akin to leveraging others' interests for one's own reputation, pitting an individual against the entire affluent class of Liang. Shen Yunshu doubted her own capacity to withstand such pressure. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that post-disaster reconstruction was indeed necessary. However, it required both financial resources and time. It was not an endeavor that could be swiftly accomplished. Yet, the Ian Duke's point held merit. If nearby towns had available work opportunities, it would be prudent to recruit some of the affected populace, as their labor costs would likely be lower. Furthermore, the court could conduct an inquiry among the afflicted citizens to identify those with specialized skills, such as carving, embroidery, and various technical crafts, facilitating their livelihood through government recommendations. Should the court have needs of their talents, it could also absorb some skilled individuals for official employment. Additionally, given the logistical challenges and time constraints associated with transporting resources from afar, the court could encourage local merchants and affluent families to engage in charitable acts, whether by providing food to the refugees or supporting reconstruction efforts. In return, the court could grant recognition based on merit, such as honorary titles or accolades. Gaining the court's favor would undoubtedly ease their future business dealings, making this a mutually beneficial arrangement. Those with foresight would likely be inclined to participate, while others would not be coerced, resulting in minimal grievances. Moreover, it was a historical fact that disaster relief funds had never truly reached the victims in full measure. There would always be those who sought to exploit the situation for personal gain. Thus, it is evident that merely utilizing financial resources for disaster relief, dispatched from such a distant capital, is not the most effective approach. It would be far more beneficial to gather resources from the surrounding areas, ensuring that aid directly reaches the populace. As for the nobility residing in the capital, they could contribute items they no longer favor, such as outdated garments or jewelry typically bestowed upon their servants, to aid the disaster victims. This method increases the likelihood of the aid reaching those in need. After all, some individuals are reluctant to donate money, harboring doubts about where their contributions may ultimately end up. Initially, Qi Shuyuan found Shen Yunshu's remarks to be laden with bureaucratic jargon. However, upon reflection, the latter part of her discourse intrigued him further. Her seemingly casual words addressed numerous pressing issues, including the relocation of the populace, sourcing disaster relief funds, and the logistics of collection and transportation, while even considering the layers of exploitation by corrupt officials. Qi Shuyuan regarded Shen Yunshu with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Shen Yunshu lowered her gaze, silently sighing in relief, realizing that Qi Jizhao had understood her intentions. After all, her genuine concern for the common people stemmed from her first-hand experiences of calamities in her past life, where the devastation was palpable and heart-wrenching. Historical records depict a grim reality, with merely a few tens of thousands surviving from a staggering 3.7 million, leaving Suzhou almost obliterated. Since they had managed to survive such natural disasters, it was imperative that they not lose their lives in the aftermath. Qi Shuyuan had contemplated similar strategies and had previously presented them to the emperor. His recent visit to impart knowledge was merely an opportunity to test the young minds. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. It was particularly noteworthy that Shen Yunshu comprehended the implications of the military conflicts at the Nanyang border. Otherwise, she would not have articulated methods aimed at saving the court's expenditures. The fact that a young lady, yet to reach maturity, could grasp such matters was indeed exceptional. Her insights surpassed his expectations, igniting a sense of excitement within him. Promptly, he changed instructors and hastened to the palace to report to the emperor. The lectures at the Taishue commenced at the second watch and concluded at the third watch of the evening. Upon finishing the day's lessons, Shen Yunshu bid farewell to Lu En, Wen Peihan, and Ji Sini before departing in her carriage back to the estate. although the Taishua housed accommodations for scholars. Most of the students from distant lands resided in the dormitories. Local scholars, particularly those like Shen Yunshu who gained admission through their parents' official status, did not stay in the dorms. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Shen Yunshu first visited the study in the front hall to meet with Shen Zhen. Discussing the events of the day at the Taishua, there was no further action required. The emperor had already conferred with several high-ranking officials and determined the subsequent measures for addressing the flooding in Suzhou. It was likely that Qi Shi Yuan's recent ideas were merely spontaneous. You responded quite well. As long as certain interests are not infringed upon, there should be no significant issues. In fact, they fear offending the Jinbei Wangfu more than they fear offending us, Shen Zhen remarked confidently. Listening to Shen Zhen's assertive response put Shen Yunshu at ease. As a child, her parents often discussed court matters in her presence, believing she lacked understanding. However, she had become aware of the Wangfu's prominence, recognizing the overt challenges and the underlying threats they faced, which made her reluctant to burden her parents. After her conversation with her father, Shen Yunshu proceeded to her mother's courtyard, where they shared dinner. Briefly summarizing her day's learnings, she returned to her bamboo cloud pavilion, discovering that Qingshi had brought in the waiting Xiaoyu. "Greetings, County Lord." Xiaoyu respectfully bowed to Shen Yunshu. "All right, rise. You have indeed come." Shen Yunshu casually seated herself and sipped the tea prepared by Lin Lang. "Your kindness is greatly appreciated, County Lord. It is my fortune to receive your grace. I have seldom encountered such good fortune in my life, and I shall seize any opportunity that presents itself," Xiaoyu replied, his tone composed yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "You are quite honest. In that case, why not be forthright with me as well? If I had not saved you, what would your intentions have been? Surely you have some means of self-rescue?" Shen Yunshu inquired. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, she considered that had she not intervened, Xiaoyu would likely not have been sold so easily. After all, entering the slave trade would render one a slave, and slaves were not permitted in the palace, where even eunuchs and maidservants were required to have unblemished backgrounds. However, given the time she had waited without seeing anyone else, it was highly probable that Yu Wushuang possessed a means of self-rescue. "I once encountered an extraordinary individual who taught me some skills. Escaping from my uncle should not pose a problem," Xiaoyu admitted without reservation, recognizing that while a benefactor might save him, any enduring solution must be rooted in his own value. Shen Yunshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, possessing skills was advantageous, yet if she were to retain him, he must also prove useful. "I would like to ascertain the extent of your abilities." With a subtle gesture towards Qingshi, he understood and approached Xiaoyu, preparing to throw a punch. Xiaoyu, feeling the rush of air, deftly evaded the strike, but Qingshi's follow-up punch came swiftly. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, culminating in Qingshi halting his fist just shy of Xiaoyu's face. The techniques displayed were not those of an official, but bore a distinct flavor of the martial world, suggesting they were imparted by a practitioner of the streets. Considering his age, if he had attained such proficiency merely through casual instruction from a rogue, it indicated considerable talent and potential. After Qingshi withdrew, he turned to Shen Yunshu and remarked, "It appears that the previous exchanges were merely preliminary tests, with Qingshi exerting no more than 60 or 70% of his strength. After all, Qingshi, who is tasked with protecting Shen Zhen, has always been alongside him. He was assigned to Shen Yunshu due to her father's concern for her safety. Nonetheless, the fact that Yu Wushuang could exchange blows with Qingshi at his age and receive such commendation testified to the historical accounts of his martial prowess being no mere exaggeration. Such a skilled individual, possessing both intelligence and temperament, could undoubtedly succeed without adhering strictly to traditional paths, which would be an unfortunate fate to endure. However, to avoid misinterpreting his intentions and altering his original course, Shen Yunshu pressed on with her inquiry. "If I had not rescued you, what would your course of action have been after escaping?" Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before raising his head, responding earnestly, "I would seek out my father. I wish to understand why he abandoned my mother and me. I can assist in investigating your father's circumstances. However, I do not require a servant. Instead, I offer you a path filled with light, albeit one that entails hardship. In exchange, should I require your assistance in the future, I hope you will remember the promises of today." Shen Yunshu preferred a straightforward exchange over emotional manipulation. Extending kindness to those in need was commendable, yet establishing a bond based on future expectations felt somewhat unethical. If she were in dire straits, it might be different. However, given her ability to offer an equitable exchange, there was no need for such tactics. In 3 days, go to the Wuwei escort agency in the southern part of the city. The investigative office will be conducting business there. Master Wang, the supervisor of the investigative office, has a penchant for young individuals with skills. Think of a way to catch his attention, then present yourself as a candidate. Whether you succeed or not will depend on your luck. In truth, Shen Yunshu was aware that historically, Master Wang had admired Yu Wushuang, bringing him into the investigative office and even taking him as an adopted son. Thus, she intended for Yu Wushuang to seize an opportunity. Xiaoyu recognized that gaining entry into the investigative office would fundamentally alter the trajectory of his life. Although the chances were slim, he resolved to grasp this opportunity. Thank you, County Lord, for your guidance. While you do not require servants, I have expressed my willingness to serve you diligently. One must honor one's promises, even if the County Lord does not acknowledge it. I shall still regard her as my sovereign. Xiaoyu knelt on both knees, his expression grave as he bowed his head. Shen Yunshu, observing his actions, refrained from further comment. Regardless of the future, their current statuses remained starkly different. In this era where imperial authority reigned supreme, his bow was merely an act, devoid of significance. Rise, she said. My rescue of you stems from my admiration for your audacity to defy. Yet it is not without expectation of reciprocity. I have stated that should you prosper in the future, I shall welcome your gratitude. Unbeknownst to Shen Yunshu, it was her unvarnished candor that fortified Xiao Yu's resolve to repay her with unwavering loyalty. May I request the County Lord to grant me a name? Xiao Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope, carefully concealed. As he matured, he yearned for a proper name, one he preferred to be bestowed by the County Lord. Mo Shang Run Ru Yu, Gongzi Shi Wu Shuang, he mused. Yu Wu Shuang is quite a fitting name. You are indeed a handsome lad, perfectly suited for it. Shen Yunshu did not scrutinize Xiao Yu's gaze closely. She merely found the name Yu Wu Shuang appealing and deemed it unnecessary to amend. Thank you, County Lord, for the name. Yu Wu Shuang bowed deeply, a smile of joy curling at the corners of his mouth as he faced the ground. A name? Shen Yunshu's hand trembled slightly as she held the teacup. Had he not already been called Yu Wu Shuang? It dawned on her that he had consistently referred to himself as Xiao Yu. Had she mistaken his identity? What is your original name? I have no name. My mother never spoke of my father, who likely departed without giving me a name. Once, a passing Taoist sought water at our home and cast my fortune, stating that I possessed a fiery fate. To temper this excess of fire, he advised a softer, feminine name, hence my mother has called me Xiao Yu since childhood. Shen Yunshu scratched her head, realizing the correlation in his tale. In this era, it was uncommon for boys to bear names as gentle as Xiao Yu. Could it be that he later chose to name himself Yu Wushuang? Never mind. I shall have Qin Shi investigate this matter another day. Chapter 32. The Investigation Bureau, the Wuwei escort agency in the southern part of the city, was situated far from the bustling center, surrounded by few grand edifices. In order to present himself appropriately before Master Wang, Yu Wushuang refrained from utilizing the silver Shen Yunshu had provided, save for meals. He continued to don his coarse linen garments, resembling a vagabond wandering the inner city, particularly along the thoroughfare leading to the Wuwei escort agency. As anticipated, on the third day at noon, Wang Lu arrived near the Wuwei escort agency, accompanied by 2 guards from the Investigation Bureau, braving the blazing sun. Unexpectedly, while passing a dilapidated tea house, he encountered an assassin. Wang Lu's immediate reaction was disbelief. Who would dare attempt to assassinate him within the capital? After engaging in combat, he discerned that his assailant did not intend to kill, but rather sought to delay him. Wang Lu recalled that a crucial piece of evidence in the case he was investigating might be held within the cargo of the Wuwei escort agency, prompting him to grit his teeth and strike mercilessly, even contemplating sustaining injury to break through the encirclement. Yu Wushuang, having never witnessed such a scene, was momentarily stunned. He had been lingering nearby, hoping to present himself to Master Wang. The Investigation Bureau seldom accepted recommendations and only recruited youths without background or influence, leaving Shen Yunshu unable to assist him beyond providing an opportunity to encounter Wang Lu. Originally, his plan was to pretend to be a newly arrived beggar, victimized by older beggars due to his possession of silver. Although he possessed some martial skills, his youth and the sheer number of assailants made his defeat likely, allowing him to fortuitously cross paths with Wang Lu. thereby coincidentally obstructing his path. A mere few beggars posed no challenge for the guards of the Investigation Bureau. Though they were ruthless, they did not indiscriminately kill, only dealing with a few thieving beggars. As a victim, Yu Wuxuang would certainly emerge unscathed, allowing him to express his gratitude to Master Wang and seek a chance to enter the Investigation Bureau. His background was exceedingly simple, entirely aligning with the Bureau's selection criteria, and with the martial prowess he displayed, Wang Lu would at least consider him. Now that circumstances had shifted, Yu Wuxuang clenched his teeth, resolved to alter his plan and take the plunge. He had already arranged for the other beggars to be aware of his silver, and they were waiting to ambush him. He redirected his course toward the location where the beggars lay in wait. Just as he turned the corner onto another street, several ragged beggars surrounded him. "Hey, newcomer, do you know whose territory this is? Hand over the silver in your pocket." Yu Wuxuang engaged without hesitation, charging at the nearest beggar, sweeping his leg to knock him down, then grabbing a handful of dirt from the ground to fling at the other two. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free from the encirclement and sprinted toward the alley where Wang Lu was ambushed. "Hey, you little rascal, how dare you run?" The downed beggar scrambled to his feet, spitting in frustration as he pursued. Yu Wuxuang glanced back to ensure the beggars were in pursuit, adjusting his speed to avoid losing them, occasionally tossing stones behind him. Though not harmful, the insult was profound. The enraged beggars followed closely, ignoring how far or fast Yu Wuxuang ran. While Wang Lu's entourage may not have created much noise, a clear mind could still discern the commotion, necessitating Yu Wuxuang to provoke the beggars repeatedly, diverting their attention from the sounds of battle. He swiftly led the beggars through alleys, taking shortcuts directly toward Wang Lu's battleground. "Master Wang, this way." Yu Wuxuang emerged with a throng of beggars, momentarily disrupting the confrontation between Wang Lu and his assailants. The masked attackers, initially cloaked in secrecy, hesitated upon seeing Wang Lu's reinforcements, and the sight of a mob of beggars left them equally stunned. The beggars, caught off guard by the sudden chaos, had merely followed Yu Wuxuang and now found themselves in disarray, screaming and scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity while the masked figures were distracted, Wang Lu exchanged glances with his companions and dashed toward the young beggar who had called out to him. The assailants quickly pursued Wang Lu, but with the guards at his side, they were impeded. Yu Wuxuang, having familiarized himself with the local alleys over the past few days, led Wang Lu through unexpected routes. As they approached the Wuwei escort agency, the pursuing masked figures realized the futility of their endeavor and signaled a retreat. "Who are you? What is your name?" Wang Lu regarded the youthful boy, appearing no older than a mere teenager, with an impassive expression. "I am the commoner Yu Wuxuang, merely an orphan. Are those beggars your accomplices?" "The beggars sought to rob me. I led them here. Why assist me? I know you are Master Wang, and I wish to enter the Investigation Bureau." "Who sent you?" "No one sent me. It is my own desire." Yu Wuxuang recognized that he could not deceive the Bureau's officers, thus refraining from uttering any falsehoods. Uncertain whether Wang Lu believed him, he was scrutinized for a moment before Wang Lu turned, leaving him with a final remark. "At the third watch tomorrow, wait at the doors of the Investigation Bureau." With that, he entered the Wuwei escort agency, leaving Yu Wuxuang behind. Understanding that Wang Lu had business to attend to, Yu Wuxuang did not linger. Having aided Master Wang today, his chances of entering the Investigation Bureau had significantly improved compared to his original plan. Not returning to his previous lodging, he recognized that the masked figures might not overlook that location, especially given the disruption caused by the beggars today. Regardless of their knowledge, they could very well seek to silence any witnesses. However, Yu Wuxuang did not regret dragging them into the mire, for those were not true beggars. The vicinity of Longdu was prosperous, and there were means for anyone to survive through their own efforts. Yet, some still chose to beg, and they had subtly formed an organization. Many among them were able-bodied young men who spent their days either pretending to be crippled in the inner city to swindle wealthy individuals or engaging in theft and deceit at roadside stalls, preying upon even poorer vagrants and refugees. Should a destitute woman encounter them, it would be akin to falling into the depths of hell. He still vividly recalled how, after his father abandoned them in his childhood, his mother managed to shield him from such dangers. People like these were of little consequence. Their existence or absence was inconsequential. A sacrifice willingly made. After all, the events of today were a consequence of their own choices. had they not been driven by greed to seize his silver. This unfortunate incident would not have transpired. Individuals must inevitably bear the consequences of their decisions. Yu Wuxuang glanced up at the overcast sky and quietly approached a stall wafting with the aroma of meat. He hesitated for a moment, feeling the pouch of silver coins in his bosom, before withdrawing his hand, opting instead to retrieve 2 copper coins from his belt to order a bowl of plain noodles. Chapter 33. Wang Lu's test the following day at 1/4 past the hour of Chun. Come in. The master is waiting for you inside. The factory guard who had accompanied Wang Lu yesterday emerged to open the door for Yu Wuxuang, who had been waiting. Wang Lu observed the youth entering and gestured for someone nearby to fetch a chair. Please have a seat. I dare not, sir. What is there to fear? If you had mentioned yesterday that you were recommended by the Prince of Jinbei, I would have taken you directly to the Investigation Bureau. I have a good rapport with the prince, and this minor favor is hardly a burden. Wang Lu regarded Yu Wuxuang with a warm smile. I am not affiliated with the Prince of Jinbei, nor have I received any recommendation from him. I dare not impersonate the prince's name. Yu Wuxuang was not swayed by Wang Lu's words. He was well aware that the information he received from Princess Yunshu was correct, yet she had also cautioned him that his success depended solely on his own merits. Neither the Prince of Jinbei nor Princess Yunshu would offer assistance. The princess had explicitly warned him that once their conversation exited the gates of the prince's residence, it should not be mentioned again. Wang Lu scrutinized Yu Wuxuang's demeanor. Oh, you are not of the Prince of Jinbei? Then why did Princess Yunshu mention knowing you when I visited the prince's residence yesterday? Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxuang realized Wang Lu was probing him. The princess had previously informed him that the Investigation Bureau strictly avoided candidates recommended by powerful families, as it directly reported to the emperor and disregarded any other officials or nobles. Since Princess Yunshu had specifically instructed him not to disclose their conversation, it was unlikely that she would have mentioned him to Wang Lu. It seemed probable that the Investigation Bureau had investigated her act of saving him, given that it occurred in the bustling streets of the inner city, where many witnesses could confirm the event. Indeed, the princess had saved his life, and he had naively hoped for her support at the prince's residence. However, entry to the prince's estate was not granted to just anyone. It was a fanciful notion on his part. The princess, seeing his plight, had given him silver to seek another path. As Yu Wuxuang spoke the truth while omitting certain details, Wang Lu did not discern anything amiss. Since you possess silver, why do you associate with beggars? I have not learned any trade, and many places are reluctant to employ someone of my age. After several days of food and lodging expenses, I found myself in need and sought a place where I could stay without charge. Unfortunately, those beggars were not benevolent. Upon seeing I had silver, they attempted to rob me. I had already distanced myself from them, but when I noticed a crisis befalling you, I turned back to lead those would-be robbers away to assist you. Wang Lu observed Yu Wuxuang's sincerity. His demeanor did not exhibit the nervousness of a liar, and his account aligned closely with his investigation. Thus, Wang Lu's expression relaxed slightly. Yet, out of professional habit, he probed further. Although you have aided me, I can offer you an opportunity, but it does not guarantee your acceptance into the Investigation Bureau. The selection process is notoriously stringent. If you had a recommendation from the Prince of Jinbei, you might gain direct entry. Without it, you must adhere to the selection criteria. Fail to meet them, and you must depart. Princess Yunshu's compassionate act of saving him had inspired him to repay her, but she had made it clear that the prince's residence would not accept servants, nor did she seek repayment from him. Thus, he could not be so ungrateful as to implore her for charity. Yu Wuxuang wished to join the Investigation Bureau and was willing to accept the test. He bowed to Wang Lu, maintaining a humble tone, never betraying even a hint of association with the Prince of Jinbei. The beggars who tormented you last night have been silenced. Yu Wuxuang remained impassive. Individuals must pay for the choices they make. Wang Lu confirmed his suspicions. Casting a playful glance at Yu Wuxuang, heartless and shrewd, you appear quite suited for the Investigation Bureau. With agility and intellect, Yu Wuxuang swiftly devised solutions in moments of crisis, effectively rescuing himself while simultaneously eliminating the thieving beggars who had tormented him. The fact that he did not return to the southern city, but instead lingered near the Investigation Bureau for a night indicated he was likely aware of the potential repercussions of aiding Wang Lu and knew the fate awaiting those beggars. Wang Lu felt a twinge of appreciation for talent. Then let us keep him for now, have him train alongside the newly recruited. We shall assess his qualifications thereafter. He instructed his subordinates to arrange for Yu Wushuang's training, beckoning a nearby aide. Shurgung, observe him closely during training. Yes, sir. Do you suspect he was sent by the Prince of Jinbei? Wang Lu shook his head. The lead to the Wuwei Escort Bureau was a sudden revelation. This case could not possibly involve the Prince of Jinbei. Furthermore, the prince is no fool. Everyone witnessed Princess Yunshu saving a small beggar in broad daylight. My inquiry was merely to ascertain whether he had connections to those who obstructed my investigation yesterday. If this young lad is indeed up to no good, even under my inducements, he should not be able to completely distance himself from the Prince of Jinbei. After all, if his identity were to be exposed, it could easily be pinned upon the prince's residence. Thus, after several tests, Wang Lu believed that Yu Wushuang was likely trouble-free. The individuals obstructing Wang Lu were attempting to prevent him from reaching the Wuwei Escort Bureau in time, yet Yu Wushuang's intervention had enabled him to arrive promptly, which did not bode well for those obstructors. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Wang Lu's suspicion of Yu Wushuang stemmed from his habitual caution. He never thought that Yu Wushuang's entry into the investigation bureau was a spontaneous decision made by Princess Yunshu, for who would suspect a mere child of 10? The details Yu Wushuang provided aligned with his subordinates' findings, a humble background, a clear lineage, and no discrepancies. However, did the master not find his maturity and temperament somewhat at odds with his age? Shurgung, having worked alongside Wang Lu for many years, had encountered many individuals. Those like Yu Wushuang, possessing both courage and cunning at just 13 years of age, were a rarity even among the scions of noble families. Wang Lu reclined comfortably against the back of his chair. And what of it? Is it not precisely such individuals that the Investigation Bureau seeks? Chapter 34. Entry into the Investigation Bureau. Princess. The beggars in the southern city have been silenced. It is said that they assisted Master Wang during an attack, only to be eliminated thereafter. It appears that Yu Wushuang has independently altered her plans, yet it seems that this has inadvertently facilitated her successful entry into the Investigation Bureau. As per your instructions, I have merely listened to the rumors circulating in the streets without further inquiry. Ling Long entered Jian Pavilion, carrying numerous bags filled with delicacies such as the crab roe pastry from the 8 Treasure Workshop, the new-style round fan from Lanchi Lane, tea oil duck from the Left GT House, and fresh walnuts from the southern part of the city. One could tell that she had been busy running around all morning. Lin Lang hurried over to assist her in unpacking and arranging the items, ensuring she took a moment to drink some water and catch her breath, as this outing was quite exhausting in pursuit of information. As for Wang El's whereabouts, I received this information from the Crown Prince, though it seems he was unaware that Wang El would be attacked yesterday. Perhaps in his past life, Wang El was unharmed, and since he did not publicize the matter, those who paid little attention remained oblivious. Due to Yu Wushuang's actions, all the beggars in the southern part of the city were silenced overnight. And when this was discovered and brought to the attention of the Dali Si, it sparked public discourse. However, this matter is ostensibly unrelated to me, and I certainly shall not make any intentional inquiries. I merely instructed Ling Long to buy a few extra items and visit several more places. These establishments are renowned for their craftsmanship, and with Ling Long's penchant for food, she has frequented them multiple times. Even if she were to visit again at this moment, it would not raise any suspicions. Many patrons visit these places daily, often requiring queuing to make purchases. During these intervals of waiting, people engage in discussions about the latest gossip and events, allowing Ling Long to overhear a wealth of current rumors. Shen Yunshu specifically advised her to merely listen and ask as few questions as possible, particularly concerning the Investigation Bureau. Rest assured, I am quite reliable, Ling Long assured, patting her still developing chest. However, Lin Lang furrowed her brow and replied, County Princess, while there may be no apparent differences here, how can we guarantee that Yu Wushuang did not divulge anything related to you? Shen Yunshu, upon taking a piece of crab roe pastry from the box opened by Ling Long, inhaled its delightful aroma, her favorite scent, and felt quite pleased. Fear not, he appears quite astute. If he were truly foolish, he would not currently remain in the Investigation Bureau. Furthermore, Yu Wushuang has no connection to the Northern Princess residence, and even if Wang El were to investigate his ancestral grave, he would uncover nothing substantial. I merely happened to save him once. How old am I? What do I know? The Investigation Bureau operates in secrecy. Even my father is unaware of Wang El's movements, let alone myself. Shen Yunshu harbored no worries. After all, She was but a child, and by normal logic, she would not possess such knowledge. Even if Yu Wushuang mentioned something, Wang El would not associate it with the Northern Prince's residence, but would likely deduce it as an attempt by someone trying to obstruct his investigation to frame the Northern Prince's residence. The Investigation Bureau has always conducted its affairs without communication with other departments and can even delay reporting to the Emperor on matters requiring confidentiality, with only those involved in the case privy to their movements. Thus, the outcome of this matter holds little significance for her. Historically, while Yu Wushuang achieved great success, her humble beginnings and late opportunities delayed her entry into the officialdom. Now, if she receives a nudge from behind, should she succeed, it would allow capable individuals to emerge sooner, benefiting the entire dynasty. Moreover, the more capable individuals present in the court, the less likely it becomes for a select few, like the Northern Prince's residence, to remain atop the pinnacle. Should she fail, as long as she does not foolishly proclaim her prior knowledge of Wang El's whereabouts, it would not hinder his future prospects. At most, it would merely mean she could not enter the Investigation Bureau at this time. When the Bureau selects new recruits, opportunities will still arise. Of course, if she were truly foolish enough to admit her foreknowledge of Wang El's movements and to have been lying in wait, then she would hardly have any prospects left. A fool is ill-suited for a career in the civil service, let alone someone as renowned in history as Yu Wushuang. Opportunities have always coexisted with risks. Not everyone can ascend to the mountaintop. Shen Yunshu approached her writing desk, took up her brush, and penned a few lines regarding Yu Wushuang's situation, instructing Qin Shi to deliver them to the Chongming Study. The Chongming Study, a royal library, houses the most comprehensive collection of texts from the entire dynasty. Entry is granted only to royal relatives and students of the Imperial Academy, with only those who have passed the imperial examination allowed access, making a sacred place for scholars. The study also sells writing supplies crafted by royal artisans. Exquisite yet expensive, and there are no restrictions on purchasing conditions. Many scholars take pride in owning such materials from the Chongming Study, which also serves as a source of income for the royal family. The Crown Prince previously took over the royal shop adjacent to the Chongming Study, known as the Elegant Melody Pavilion, which originally provided work for palace maids from the 6 divisions of the harem. The goods sold there, such as hairpins and brocade, were of decent quality but lacked contemporary designs, primarily purchased by those of lower status seeking to enhance their appearance. Since the Crown Prince took charge, with Shen Yunshu assisting in design, the business has gradually improved. The Crown Prince often visits the study to work in a specially prepared study, and Shen Yunshu occasionally sits there, with correspondence sent there being received by his attendants. With the establishment of the Elegant Melody Pavilion as a connection, their communication need not be particularly discreet. The ever-observant Lin Lang stood by, carefully pondering Shen Yunshu's situation. Once she confirmed that there was indeed no impact on Shen Yunshu, she relaxed and assisted Ling Long in sorting and packing the items she had purchased that day. The tea oil duck tastes best when freshly made. I shall take it to the small kitchen for them to prepare. Would you care to have this for lunch, County Princess? Lin Lang suggested, eyeing the still steaming duck. Shen Yunshu nodded. Then let us have an early lunch today, and also pack a selection of those pastries to send to He Jitang and Qin Qiu Yuan. My grandmother and mother are not accustomed to lunch, so let us send them some pastries to taste. And this crab roe pastry, my father enjoys it as well. Let us send some to the front yard's Wuda Hall. Understood, I shall take care of it. Chapter 35. Successful fundraising for disaster relief in the Imperial Palace. Within the Emperor's study. Are you saying that all these ideas were proposed by that girl Yunshu? She devised the plans regarding the resettlement of the people of Suzhou and the post-disaster reconstruction. The Ming Emperor was reviewing reports submitted by the envoys he had dispatched concerning the progress of disaster management in Suzhou. Everything was proceeding smoothly as previously discussed with the ministers, particularly after Qi Shiyuan refined some methods, making them even more effective. At present, all was progressing steadily, and his mood was quite joyful. However, he did not anticipate that Qi Shiyuan would unexpectedly enter his study today to inform him that these methods had originated from County Princess Yunshu. The Ming Emperor raised his head, his tone tinged with disbelief. Indeed, I did not mention it earlier, as it was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea, using the situation in Suzhou as a question for my students in class. The quality of their answers was confined to the classroom. While I believed some matters were feasible, the decision to implement them ultimately rested with me. I did not wish for my students to bear the heavy responsibility for a question posed spontaneously by their teacher. Yet, as results have now become apparent, I prefer not to unjustly claim my students' accomplishments, which is why I have reported the matter to your majesty. Upon hearing Qi Shiyuan's explanation, the Ming emperor carefully examined the latest developments regarding Suzhou inscribed on the report in his hand, his gaze reflecting appreciation. If I am not mistaken, County Princess Yunshu is yet to reach 10 years of age. The bloodline of the Shun family is indeed extraordinary. He sighed, casting a complex look toward the crown prince, who had remained silent throughout. The crown prince deliberately feigned ignorance of the emperor's gaze, continuing to function as a transparent presence while handling official duties. Ever since he successfully resolved the flooding issue in Suzhou, the Ming emperor had required him to spend an hour each day in the study attending to administrative matters. The crown prince was generally aware of Shen Yunshu's affairs and understood the complexities of his father's feelings. However, he could only pretend to be oblivious. Qi Shiyan remained observant and composed, standing quietly to the side, neither claiming credit for Shen Yunshu nor diminishing her achievements. He simply recounted the factual role that Shen Yunshu played in the matter. The Ming emperor, lost in thought, engaged in a few more exchanges with Qi Shiyuan, refraining from further mention of Shen Yunshu's contributions. On the other hand, Shen Yunshu herself had not even considered her own merits. To her, it felt akin to completing an assignment in class. Although her initial suggestion was commendable, without tangible results, few, except seasoned officials like Qi Shiyuan, could truly appreciate the value of her proposal. The initial successes were not the time for accolades. Moreover, she understood the Ming emperor well. Though he harbored the usual reservations of a sovereign towards his ministers, he held a particular admiration for talent. As long as one demonstrated their worth without revealing any treasonous intent, he would not suppress them. As the post-disaster reconstruction efforts gradually unfolded, the court had dispatched envoys to negotiate with wealthy gentry and merchants in the surrounding towns. Alongside the imperial envoy from Langdu, officials from the Ministry of Justice also accompanied the negotiations, bolstered by the court's authoritative presence. The negotiations were amicable, avoiding coercive taxation for disaster relief. Instead, they promised that donations would be publicly acknowledged by name, ensuring complete transparency and that all funds would be utilized for reconstruction. Consequently, the affluent gentry and even ordinary citizens eagerly contributed, as they were all subjects of the Lang Dynasty, and most possessed a sense of compassion. Even many itinerant merchants passing through donated some funds. The Ming emperor was elated and honored the top 10 benefactors with plaques inscribed with the characters for loyalty, righteousness, benevolence, and trust, stamped with his imperial seal. Other notable contributors received commendatory edicts, which were publicly announced by local envoys during gatherings. The townsfolk, witnessing the altruism of their merchants, felt a sense of pride and chose to patronize those shops that had contributed to the relief efforts. The merchants who had donated significant sums found their businesses flourishing even before reaping the benefits promised by the court, realizing that their investments had not been in vain. Some astute businessmen even advertised that a portion of their profits would be donated to the Imperial Disaster Relief Fund with every purchase, resulting in their shops being inundated with customers the very next day. Upon reviewing their accounts, these merchants discovered that the money they had donated was returning to them at a remarkable rate. Such unprecedented unity and prosperity had not been seen in ages. The Ming emperor attended court each day with renewed vigor, even as he acknowledged the ongoing disaster relief situation in Suzhou, insisting on calling upon several ministers to report on the same matters, prompting them to devise unique presentations to differentiate themselves. In addition to the distribution of disaster relief funds, the court also coordinated with local officials in nearby towns to arrange employment for the displaced populace, with skilled individuals being recruited as needed. The Ji family, located in Xianglin under Suzhou's jurisdiction, had remained unscathed. Since the floods, they had set up a porridge stall outside the city to aid the victims. Shen Yunshu expressed to her mother her desire to enlist the Ji family's help in seeking out skilled women among the displaced, particularly those proficient in medicine or perfumery, as she had needs in her shop, thus alleviating some burden from the court. Following her suggestion to the crown prince, the business of Yun Pavilion had flourished, prompting her to request a shop from Ji Shuyu. Recognizing her daughter's talent, Ji Shuyu readily granted her a shop to manage. considering the family's financial situation was stable enough to absorb any losses. Now, aware that many effective ideas for disaster relief originated from Shen Yunshu, Ji Shuyu felt a sense of pride and readily agreed to her daughter's request to seek skilled individuals among the victims. In her eyes, her intelligent and compassionate daughter was merely demonstrating kindness by seeking artisans to assist her, a noble endeavor deserving of support. Chapter 36. The Jiang family physician, after conversing with her mother for a while, Shen Yunshu returned to Jian Pavilion, her mind reflecting on the historical accounts of a highly skilled physician from the Jiang family during the reign of the Xianxian emperor. This physician had earned the trust of the emperor's favored consort, Consort Jiang, due to her adeptness in herbal medicine and perfumery. Consort Jiang's enduring favor was closely tied to the physician's talents. As the consort's stature rose, so did that of the physician, who was frequently summoned by the emperor for consultations, earning his complete trust. Unfortunately, the emperor, after years of warfare, succumbed to the cumulative effects of poison within his body. Discovered only when it was too late. He had been suffering from chronic poisoning for years, and by the time it was revealed, his health had deteriorated to the point where he had only 2 months to live. This dire situation left him unable to properly raise a qualified heir, forcing him to choose among his 3 sons, selecting the eldest whom he had never nurtured as the new emperor. In those fleeting 2 months, the emperor sought to uncover the source of his affliction, ultimately tracing the poison back to the consort and the skilled physician, Jiang. The physician was a survivor of the flood in Suzhou. Her family had once been a renowned medical lineage, but they had perished due to their involvement in conflicts, leaving her and her grandmother to fend for themselves. To evade pursuers, she resorted to gathering herbs in the mountains for a meager existence, a life fraught with danger. Following the flood, having lost her grandmother, the young girl managed to survive on her own and wandered with displaced persons to Xianglin, where she was discovered by the Ji family, who, sympathizing with her plight, took her in as a servant. Eventually, she found herself at the residence of the Northern Prince, where she aided the princess in regaining her health. It was unclear how she escaped when the Northern Prince's household was exiled, perhaps due to the Shen family's intervention or other circumstances. Grateful for the kindness shown by both the Ji and Shen families, she remained fiercely loyal to them. However, once the Shen family was condemned for treason, it inevitably implicated the Ji family as well. After a series of trials, she eventually made her way to the imperial palace, where, having gained the Xianxian emperor's trust, she devised a method to poison him. The poison was slow-acting and not ingested through food, thus remaining undetected until the emperor's unexpected injury triggered its effects. Now, with the crown prince's rebirth and the safety of its Suzhou populace, the physician Jiang should still be living harmoniously with her grandmother. At this moment, Shen Yunshu sought a physician skilled in both medicine and toxicology, and Jiang was an excellent candidate. Soon, she received a response from the Ji family, informing her that among the Suzhou refugees, 3 women were proficient in medicine, and 5 in perfumery, with 2 possessing skills in both fields, one still prepubescent and the other well past her prime. The elder, though experienced, had a familial history intertwined with the underworld. However, given the Northern Prince's capabilities, they had no fear of such factions. The elder expressed that should the Northern Prince's residence offer protection, she and her granddaughter would gladly serve. Upon reading the Ji family's letter, Ji Shuyu turned to Shen Yunshu and said, "In that case, we shall take that pair of grandmother and granddaughter." Within a fortnight, the Ji family dispatched individuals to escort the elderly couple to the Northern Town Prince's residence. During this interval, Shenzhen had also sent someone to investigate their background again, confirming that the couple had indeed spoken the truth, and the Ji family's inquiries had left no stone unturned. After all, they were being sent to his daughter, and Shenzhen deemed it prudent to be exceedingly cautious. When the representatives of the Northern Town Prince's residence presented the couple before Shen Yunshu, she observed the elderly man who knelt, holding his granddaughter's hand. "Your Highness, we, the common folk, pay our respects to you." The elder continued to kneel, his demeanor respectful and calm. Shen Yunshu regarded the spirited couple and inquired, "Did the Ji family explain everything to you prior to your arrival? Although your previous life was fraught with hardship, you were at least free. Upon entering the Northern Town Prince's residence, you must become part of the household. Have you fully comprehended the difference?" She assumed they had contemplated these matters beforehand, yet felt compelled to reiterate them to prevent any grievances from arising. The elder replied, "We have come to understand. The Ji family's affairs must have been thoroughly investigated by the Northern Town Prince's residents, and our lives have long ceased to be free. We consider it a blessing to receive the protection of the Northern Town Prince's residents, shielding us from further tribulations. The elderly man spoke with a tranquil tone, his head bowed in reverence. Shen Yunshu then glanced at the young girl beside him, whose innocent countenance mirrored her grandfather's calm acceptance of the uncertain future. Please rise and speak, Ling Long, show our elder a seat. Though it was their first meeting, Shen Yunshu admired the couple's demeanor. The Ji family's correspondents had mentioned the girl's considerable medical skills. Since you're still young, have you not considered coming to the capital to serve as a palace physician? Would that not provide a more stable life for you? Upon hearing Shen Yunshu's words, the girl raised her head, realizing she was being addressed while casting a glance at her grandmother. Once one enters the palace, it is challenging to leave. My grandmother is advanced in age. I cannot abandon her alone. Moreover, the girl bit her lip. I do not wish to serve as a palace physician. The emperor's authority is formidable, and the palace is filled with people and complexities. Linger, do not speak so recklessly in front of the county princess. The grandmother disapproved, shaking her head. Such sentiments were not for common folk to express. Shen Yunshu, however, found no fault in these honest words. They were merely the truth, devoid of any treasonous intent. Observing the candid girl before her, Shen Yunshu reflected on her own tumultuous history, filled with suffering and ultimately leading her to seek vengeance in a place she despised, fulfilling her duty with utmost resolve. After being reprimanded by her grandmother, the girl inhaled deeply and knelt once more. Your Highness, you possess a kind heart and are willing to accept us refugees from Suzhou. I, Jiangling, have no means to repay your kindness except through my skills. Should your Highness require assistance, I am willing to endure any hardship for you. Shen Yunshu could not suppress her laughter at the girl's earnest declaration, prompting giggles from Ling Long and Lin Lang beside her. Your name is Jiangling? If I am not mistaken, there exists a medicinal herb called Jiangling. You are quite remarkable, and I appreciate your candor. Lin Lang chimed in. Our county princess has a fondness for those who are articulate, and those who possess good looks, added Ling Long. Enough of this banter. Lin Lang, please take them to settle in. Tomorrow, we shall. What is your elder's name? I am Ji Shaipaiwan. Dr. Ji is skilled in medicine. Tomorrow, have Ling Long accompany Dr. Ji to converse with the residence's physician, Dr. Yin, for mutual learning. As for Jiangling, she shall remain with me. Chapter 37. The hidden guards on a crisp autumn day. The gentle afternoon breeze brought a refreshing chill. Shen Yunshu reclined lazily on a bamboo couch, observing the two hidden guards, one male and one female, whom her father had meticulously selected for her. She stifled a yawn. At such a tender age, you have honed your skills. You must have endured considerable trials. No? Her opening remark caught the guards off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, the pale-faced female guard replied, I have trained since childhood, knowing it was for the county princess, and thus found purpose in the hardship. Her response was evidently embellished. The training of hidden guards was more arduous than that of soldiers in the barracks, often bordering on inhumane. It was implausible for one not to suffer. While this pair had been specifically chosen for her protection, many others awaited their turn. Hence, these two must have excelled among their peers to be selected. However, it was customary for subordinates to refrain from voicing complaints when questioned by their superior, and Shen Yunshu did not press further. You appear pale. Is your health compromised? Would you like me to summon a physician? The pale-faced female guard, upon hearing this, quickly knelt. I am in good health, my lady. We are regularly examined during training sessions, and those unfit do not dare present themselves before you. Should a superior perceive any sign of illness, it would render them unfit for duty, leading to their dismissal and rendering all prior efforts futile. Do not be alarmed. I understand the rigors of your selection and will not hastily deem you unworthy. Furthermore, I prefer to retain those who are capable and reliable. As long as you perform your duties well, I shall not send you away easily. However, your pallor indicates a lack of nourishment. Thus, adhere to the dietary and lifestyle rules of my residence. I value the longevity of my subordinates. Hearing this, the female guard felt a wave of relief. Yes, your highness. In truth, their provisions were not inadequate. Her symptoms of malnutrition stemmed from the recent rigorous selection process for the personal hidden guards of the county princess, where only one female was chosen. Consequently, she had pushed herself excessively to stand out. given their training began in childhood. It was essential to nourish their bodies and cultivate their skills. The Northern Town Prince's residence was not known for mistreating its subordinates, despite the hardships. Their situation was still preferable to living on the streets. What were your original names? Hidden guards were typically assigned numbers rather than names. I am the first of this election, designated Dark One. I am Dark Two. Shen Yunshu sighed, reflecting on the intense competition they faced. It was not an experience for the faint-hearted. The fact that untrained hidden guards lacked even names, being designated only by their order, explained their remarkable skills at such a young age. Recalling the names of the bright guards around her father, Qing Shan and Qing Shi, and the hidden guards, Qing Xiao and Qing Yun, she realized her mother also had a hidden guard named Qing Wan. Her two brothers each had one as well, named Qing Song and Qing Zhu. After a brief contemplation, she declared, since the hidden guards from the residence all bear names starting with Qing, you too shall follow suit. You shall be called Qing Ji and Qing Yu. Yes, your highness. Shen Yunshu regarded the two in their black attire, standing quietly by, diminishing their presence to the point where one could scarcely perceive their breathing. Qing Yu, you shall blend in with the guards when I go out. Any close tasks, such as driving, will be your responsibility. Qing Ji, you will mingle among the second-tier maidservants. When I go out, one you must follow. If I do not require your presence or assign you tasks, you may roam freely as long as you do not create trouble and remain available when summoned. As for your attire, Shen Yunshu surveyed their thin, seemingly pajama-like black clothing with a look of exasperation. Do you hidden guards have a fondness for this attire, or is it simply more comfortable? In response to the county princess, the dark clothing conceals injuries, resists dirt, and minimizes exposure during night operations. The garments are designed for mobility, ensuring they do not hinder our movements while acting covertly. And what of during the day? Is such attire not conspicuous in broad daylight? The shadow guards seldom reveal themselves during daylight unless absolutely necessary, relying on their skills and experience to remain concealed. However, that is the case for ordinary shadow guards. The personal shadow guard assigned to a master where whatever is given to them and prioritize their master's needs above all else. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunshu nodded in understanding, saying, I see. Henceforth, Qing Yu will don the attire of the palace guards, while Qing Ji will adopt the garb of a second-class maid. This way, they will not draw unnecessary attention. She then glanced at Lin Lang and Ling Long, instructing them to ensure that the two would have minimal contact with others, as the shadow guard are not adept at social interactions and lack cunning. Minor tasks do not require their involvement. If anyone inquires about their identities, simply state that they are from my Zhu Yun pavilion. By the way, should I provide you both with identity tokens? It would facilitate your movements within the royal palace. Shen Yunshu pondered, acknowledging that they had already been trained and that their ability to complete missions was paramount. There was no need for them to perform acrobatics atop beams or trees, as she was able to accept the societal hierarchy that dictated varying statuses. Yet she struggled to view others as mere tools. Replying to the county lord, the shadow guards only require weapons if they possess items denoting identity. It may lead to complications for their master. Most individuals in the palace could easily avoid detection due to their combat skills, while those unable to evade would inevitably recognize their identities. Shen Yunshu nodded. Very well. You may choose any unoccupied room in Zhu Yun Pavilion that suits your needs and facilitates your surveillance. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, Qingji will be responsible for teaching me some martial arts. Qingji was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that as a shadow guard. Her techniques were primarily lethal and unsuitable for the county lord. However, recalling their training, which emphasized obedience to their master's decisions without objection, she softly acquiesced. Lin Lang, however, was unconcerned, hastily interjecting, County Lord, but what if Captain Qingyang's instruction is inadequate? Shadow guards typically strive for a single decisive strike. If they were to injure the County Lord, it would be disastrous. If you wish to change instructors, we can request another from the prince. Shen Yunshu shook her head. There is no need to inform my father. This should remain confidential. Captain Qingyang is an excellent instructor and a trusted family retainer. I do not wish for my martial training to be publicized, so let him teach me. However, his techniques are rather overt and suited for the battlefield. I desire to learn some skills characteristic of shadow guards. Shen Yunshu did not give them a chance to argue further, gesturing for Lin Lang to take Qing Yu and Qing Ji to make the necessary arrangements. Ling Long, wishing to say something, was silenced by a piece of osmanthus cake that Shen Yunshu offered. Chapter 38. The ship will naturally reach the bridge. The reason these two shadow guards selected so swiftly was due to a recent incident when Shen Yunshu visited Qinghua Temple for a brief respite. Jiang Ling had been ambushed by underworld figures while gathering herbs on the mountain. Fortunately, Ling Long had accompanied her, having learned some basic self-defense techniques, albeit not formidable, sufficient to fend off attackers momentarily. Jiang Ling's possession of poison powder allowed them to escape with only minor injuries. Later, the palace guards apprehended the assailants. Those who resisted were executed on the spot, leaving one survivor to be brought back to the palace. The captured individual revealed that they had discovered Ji Shi at a medical clinic within the city, which belonged to the Duke of the North. They dared not cause trouble in the Duke's establishment, knowing Ji Shi frequently traveled between the Duke's residence and his apothecaries. Though they had never seen Jiang Ling, they were aware of a surviving child from the Jiang family named Jiang Ling, who had connections with Ji Shi, thus targeting her. Their persistence in pursuing the remnants of the Jiang family stemmed from a past bounty issued against them, believing the Duke would not go to great lengths for a mere servant. However, they underestimated the situation, as Ling Long boldly declared herself as the personal maid of County Lord Yunshu, threatening them with dire consequences should they harm her, assuring that the County Lord would seek vengeance. They recognized the distinction between a personal maid and other servants, understanding that harming the County Lord's maid would provoke her wrath. With Yunshu being the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of the North, they hesitated to act decisively against Ling Long. This hesitation allowed Jiang Ling's poison powder to take effect, thwarting their plans. Following this incident, Shen Yunshu took Jiang Ling under her wing as a personal maid, renaming her Liuli at Ji Shi's request. As the Jiang family had been annihilated when Jiang Ling was still a child, a name change would aid in her concealment. Jiang Ling's presence beside Shen Yunshu proved fortuitous, as she got along well with Ling Long and Lin Lang. Shen Yunshu subsequently granted her the name she had initially prepared for her personal maid. At Qinghua Temple, Shen Yunshu sat across from Master Jingyun. The two engaged in a game of chess on a square board, neither yielding to the other. Has the County Lord been troubled lately? Your visits to the temple have become more frequent, Master Jingyun inquired, observing Shen Yunshu's simple attire and her hairstyle in a manner befitting a practitioner. Shen Yunshu, without looking up, pinched a black stone between her fingers and placed it on the board. What? Do you find my frequent presence bothersome, Master? Master Jingyun chuckled lightly, glancing at her move. When have I ever found a County Lord bothersome? However, the style of your play sometimes mirrors music and painting, reflecting the player's current state of mind. Your current game exhibits a rather aggressive demeanor, diverging from your usual cautious approach, suggesting a sense of confusion and urgency to extricate oneself from a predicament. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yunshu sighed inwardly, her hand hovering above the board, her gaze fixed on the pieces as her thoughts wandered. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her stone. Is a person destined to follow the currents of this world, drifting along, lest they be deemed an outcast? Master Jingyun contemplated before replying. The world is rife with fools, making the wise all the more significant. Many are lost in ignorance, rendering the enlightened rare. Those who conform are numerous, highlighting the courage of those who break free from their constraints. Courage? Shen Yunshu mused. That is indeed a formidable challenge. After all, the greatest pastime of humanity is to wield their sharpest tongues against those who differ from them. In this world, only those like you, practitioners, can truly remain indifferent to the opinions of others. At her age, she was now able to attend banquets on her own. Naturally, such gatherings often featured matchmaking schemes, which she grew weary of and sought refuge at Qinghua Temple to escape. The notion that once carriages were slow, and one could only love once in a lifetime was mere folly. The world is filled with unfaithful souls, particularly in her social circle, where most men had concubines or extramarital affairs. Even if some feelings were genuine, they often stemmed from social obligations, clashing with her worldview. She was acutely aware that in this era, finding a partner akin to her father would not be easy, hence her reluctance towards marriage. The values instilled in her from a previous life influenced her deeply. Even if she sought a marital alliance for familial reasons, the thought still repulsed her. However, remaining single would subject her entire family, including distant relatives, to the judgment of society. Well, I'm still young. I will figure something out, she concluded. Jing Yun observed Shen Yunshu, sensing a hint of enlightenment in her demeanor, and smiled. Why does the county princess worry about events that have yet to unfold? The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Have you forgotten the fortune you drew on your first visit? Everything you contemplate will come to fruition. Shen Yunshu blinked, her thoughts lingering on that fortune. But that fortune, I may have cheated. I shook the box several times before finally drawing a superior fortune, nearly straining my arm in the process. Can that truly count? Is it any different from choosing myself? Jing Yun maintained his smile, yet reiterated that the fortune was indeed drawn by the county princess herself. For those meant to be, even if one were to break their arm, they could never draw a fortune that was not theirs. Shen Yunshu's expression turned skeptical. She believed Master Jing Yun was merely trying to comfort her, regardless of its truth. Master Jing Yun had good intentions. After all, there were still many years ahead, and solutions would surely arise. In a forgotten corner of Chengdu, a young man clad in dark attire emerged from a hidden cell, gripping a bloodied sword. With an impassive expression, he approached a large tree, flicking his wrist to plunge the sword into the earth beside him, before leaning against the trunk and extracting a piece of silver from his pocket, absently rubbing it between his fingers, lost in thought. Moments later, another young man, clad in dark red, dragged his weary form out, mimicking the same gesture of driving his sword into the ground and leaning against the tree. He gazed upward, inhaling a deep breath, then turned his head to observe the youth in dark attire. Why do you always stare at silver after training? Even if your family was poor in your childhood, this obsession seems excessive. Now the entire investigation bureau knows you Wuxuang, have a particular fondness for silver. You usually appear so aloof. TSK. Yu Wuxuang ignored him. This clever fellow trained alongside him, and though his martial skills were lacking, his agility, use of hidden weapons, and disguise techniques were commendable. They were among the more capable newcomers, having been dispatched together several times and understanding each other well. Hence, this fellow knew full well that Yu Wuxuang's fixation on silver was merely a ruse to draw him into conversation. Feeling fatigued, Su Jun turned away with a pout. Ceasing his remarks, he lacked Yu Wuxuang's prowess. The hidden cells housed some of the most dangerous criminals, and the investigation bureau frequently dealt with these individuals. To avoid an untimely demise, newcomers were required to train here. Those ruthless individuals had nothing to lose, and, harboring animosity toward the investigation bureau, would fight to the death. Lacking sufficient strength, it was challenging to emerge unscathed from such encounters. Hence Su Jun often bore injuries after training. Were it not for the investigation bureau's need to execute covert missions, he would likely require another 3 to 5 years of practice to refine his skills. Exhausted, Su Jun leaned against the tree, closing his eyes to rest. Yu Wuxuang gazed at the silver in his hand, a remnant he had been reluctant to spend. Although he knew it rightfully belonged to a maid named Ling Long, it was the only memento he had left. Yu Wuxuang lifted his gaze toward the inner city of Chengdu. In a bustling street, a luxurious carriage, and a radiant smile, as bright as sunlight after rain, seemed to materialize before him. Chapter 39. An assassination in the outskirts. Time passed at a leisurely pace, seemingly flowing like water, yet in the blink of an eye, flowers bloomed and withered, only to bloom once more. Butterflies were swept away by cold winds, only to return, and 3 years slipped by in an instant. Shen Yunshu sat in her carriage, lost in the scenery outside the window. A gentle breeze brushed against the strands of hair framing her face, as if seeking to tuck them behind her ear, protecting her exquisite beauty from being obscured. An assassin. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, the serene landscape disrupted by an unexpected swarm of intruders, causing chaos outside. Startled, Shen Yunshu quickly regained her composure, furrowing her brows as she beheld masked figures engaging the royal guards of the manor. Ling Lang, hearing the commotion, immediately spread her arms to shield Shen Yunshu. Ling Long, who had been dozing, was jolted to the carriage door by the sudden stop. Rubbing her head, she groggily rose and cautiously pulled back a corner of the carriage curtain, catching sight of Qingyu, who stood firmly at the front, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword and the other the sheath, his expression impassive. Yet, he was ready to unsheath his sword and strike should anyone approach. Qingyu, what is happening? Ling Long asked, her confusion evident. There are assassins, unknown in strength. I am here in front, and Qingji is behind. You must guard the county princess inside. Qingyu's eyes continuously scanned the area around the carriage, ensuring no one drew near, responding to Linglong's inquiry with brevity. Linglong, heeding Qing Yu's words, silently lowered the curtain and retreated, retrieving a dagger from a hidden compartment in the tea cabinet, positioning herself protectively between Shen Yunshu and Ling Lang, with the dagger facing the door. Shen Yunshu frowned, pondering why there would be assassins. The Northern Town Prince's manner, even if it had offended someone, should not warrant an attack on her. Was she merely an easy target? However, what purpose would an assassination serve besides inciting the wrath of the Northern Town Prince? Was it perhaps due to the impending selection of a crown princess? After all, outsiders were unaware of the agreement between the Shen family and the royal family, oblivious to the fact that no daughter of the Shen family would enter the harem. Shen Yunshu was not concerned about the guards outside being unable to protect her. The Northern Town Prince's guards were primarily seasoned warriors, not the ordinary household guards found in other estates. Moreover, she had trained in martial arts herself. Though not exceptional, she was hardly defenseless. For anyone to attempt her assassination while guarded by royal protectors would require an army. After a moment, the sounds of combat subsided, and Qing Yu lifted the carriage curtain. County Princess, the assassins have been eliminated. Were there no survivors? Qing Yu shook his head. No, those who attacked were ruthless, and capturing any alive proved challenging. Moreover, the second prince dispatched assistance. The remaining foes were slain by his guards. I was unable to secure any alive. As Qing Yu spoke, Shen Yunshu noticed the second prince riding a fine steed, stepping over the bodies of the deceased assassins, approaching with a singular grace that evoked the image of a hero descending from the heavens. Thank you, Your Highness the Second Prince, for your timely assistance. Regardless of her confusion, Shen Yunshu exited the carriage to offer her respects. The second prince, clad in a moon-white robe adorned with golden embroidered flowers and Sevres pearls, exuded understated elegance. Shen Yunshu briefly assessed the second prince before averting her gaze. County Princess, you are too courteous. This area is somewhat remote and occasionally plagued by bandits. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Allow me to escort you back to the city. The second prince offered a warm smile to Shen Yunshu. Your Highness, there is no need to trouble yourself. You must have matters to attend to in the city, and I would not want to delay you. The distance to the city gate is not far, and with your assistance, the guards have suffered no casualties. They can escort me back without issue. While that may be true, I have heard reports of bandits lurking nearby, and the distance to the city gate is not insignificant. One cannot guarantee there will not be a second wave. The second prince continued. The Northern Town Prince is a pillar of my dynasty, and my father regards him as a brother. Should anything happen to you due to my departure, how would I explain it to the Northern Town Prince and my father? Seeing that Shen Yunshu was about to speak again, he interjected, Rest assured, my affairs are not urgent. I only intended to visit Qinghua Temple to seek a talisman, as my mother has been unwell of late. After escorting you back, I will proceed there. Given the second prince's insistence on accompanying her, further refusal seemed inappropriate. Shen Yunshu could only smile and acquiesce. Then I must extend my gratitude to His Highness the Second Prince. Shen Yunshu lowered her gaze, offering a slight bow to the second prince, concealing a hint of contemplation in her eyes. Lin Lang assisted Shen Yunshu back into the carriage, while the second prince's entourage turned around, leading the convoy of the Northern Town Prince's residence towards the city. Lin Lang caught a glimpse of Shen Yunshu's somewhat serious expression and wondered, did the county princess not wish for the second prince to escort them home? However, the second prince had just rescued them, making it somewhat inappropriate to decline. Lin Lang understood that her mistress preferred to maintain a distance from royal relatives, especially from the princes competing with the crown prince for succession. Rescued us? How fortuitous that the second prince happened to save them. Shen Yunshu lifted the veil of the carriage window, gazing outside to see the second prince riding a robust steed at the forefront, appearing entirely untroubled. Lin Lang found it perplexing. Hadn't he the second prince mentioned he was going to Qinghua Temple to seek charms for concubine Xian? Typically, the route to Qinghua Temple was this way, seemingly without issue. Yet, there were many inconsistencies. Shen Yunshu's expression remained impassive as she lowered the veil. The second prince, opting for Qinghua Temple rather than the royal temple, could be attributed to its proximity. However, the second prince was known for his vanity, having never visited Qinghua Temple in his life. Moreover, just days prior, Luan had confided in her about concubine Xian's attempts to win favor with the emperor in the imperial garden. If one were unwell, it would be prudent to avoid the emperor for the sake of his health, rather than orchestrating encounters for favor. Furthermore, The assassins had concealed themselves adeptly, which explained why the guards had not detected them in time. Yet, with the second prince's large entourage, their timely appearance during the assassination attempt suggested a proximity that should have been noticed by the guards. The tone of Qingyu indicated that the second prince's group had not been detected beforehand. With Qingyu and Qingji's vigilance, if they had not noticed in time, it could only imply a significant distance. Both points were rather strange. Concealment seemed unwarranted if they were at a distance. The time it took for the second prince to arrive after the assassination attempt was remarkably brief, necessitating a swift ride. Why the urgency for merely seeking charms at Qinghua Temple? Moreover, had the assassins not inspected the route beforehand? Was it merely coincidental that the second prince's men arrived just in time to eliminate the assailants without leaving a single survivor? And why did they attack without uttering a word, leading the second prince to immediately conclude they were mere bandits? At this moment, Lang grasped Shen Yunshu's implication, her expression turning slightly irate. So, you mean to say the second prince is in cahoots with the assassins? What a despicable person. The guards at the residence worked hard, only for him to take credit for rescuing us. Qingyu has stated the assassins were not formidable. The guards could have handled them without the second prince's intervention. Lang's worries deepened as she processed Shen Yunshu's analysis. If the second prince is indeed orchestrating this, he could very well spread the tale of his life-saving deed, and then we would owe him a debt of gratitude. Lang's words made Lang's face puff up in indignation. A life-saving grace? Is the second prince trying to replicate the tales from storybooks, expecting the county princess to repay with her hand in marriage? Our Lord has declared that the legitimate daughters of the Shen family shall not enter the royal family. While the Lord had declared such, if the county princess wished to marry, it was not impossible. The trope of a hero rescuing a maiden easily swayed young women's hearts. If well publicized, and should the emperor truly appear to trust our residents, he would be reluctant to disrupt a budding romance. Furthermore, it appeared the agreement between the Shen family and the royal family had not been disclosed to all princes. It was uncertain whether the second prince was aware of this matter. No one could truly fathom the emperor's intentions. Lang observed Shen Yunshu's indifferent demeanor and mused that if their suspicions were correct, the second prince was miscalculating, for their county princess, having read extensively throughout the capital, was not an easily fooled, ordinary young lady. My fondness for visiting Qinghua Temple is no secret. If the second prince wishes to inquire about my whereabouts, he could easily do so. What shall we do now? Are we truly to allow the second prince to boast about saving the county princess? Lang grasped Shen Yunshu's arm anxiously. If he harbors intentions of deception, he would not announce it openly, but would instead await our gratitude, subsequently passively accepting it. Afterward, he would spread tales of his heroic rescue throughout the capital, leading the populace to believe this union was fated. This was a common tactic among the prominent families in the capital, creating public sentiment, gauging opinions, and primarily testing the emperor's stance. As some unions could provoke the emperor's ire, a beautiful romance could also enrich the imaginations of the common folk, establishing a positive image beneficial for both families. Shen Yunshu glanced at Lang and instructed, "Once we return to the residence, you shall visit our pharmacy and procure some calming herbs," ensuring the shopkeeper spreads the word that I was attacked on my way back from incense offerings, emphasizing the need for calming remedies, not healing ones. Lang's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Rest assured, County Princess, I shall ensure that the entire capital learns that the second prince merely lent a hand, without any claim to a life-saving grace." Meanwhile, the oblivious second prince escorted Shen Yunshu to the northern town prince's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he offered a graceful smile to Shen Yunshu. "County Princess Yunshu, I am relieved that all is well. Upon your return, kindly extend my regards to the northern town prince. I have other matters to attend to and shall not intrude further. Thank you, Your Highness, for your escort. Please take care." Shen Yunshu watched the second prince depart with an air of nonchalance, unable to suppress a sarcastic smile. Was he attempting to mimic her demeanor here? Many of the guards within their residence were seasoned warriors. Which of them lacked a more graceful riding posture than his feigned elegance? Lang, proceed as I instructed. In the martial virtue hall, as the second prince and Shen Yunshu's convoy arrived at the northern town prince's residence, the guards had already reported to Shen Yunshu, or what has transpired? Shen Yunshu inquired, his brow furrowed as he beheld his daughter's frostbitten expression. The county princess encountered assassins. Assassins? Shen Yunshu swiftly approached Shen Yunshu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Upon seeing that her clothing bore no damage, he finally relaxed. What happened? Are you injured? Do not worry, father. I am unscathed. The guards managed well. Shen Yunshu reassured him, softening her tone to soothe her father's concerns. I merely encountered the second prince, who came to my aid. Yet, it was peculiar that the second prince stumbled upon her during the assassination attempt. This was not within the city, but in a maze of alleys, with only one official road outside the city. The audacity of the assassins to target the legitimate daughter of a northern town prince's residence while being so careless was indeed strange. Shen Yunshu recognized where Shen Yunshu had been and found the situation odd upon hearing her account. However, he reasoned it was plausible. For instance, if the second prince's carriage had been some distance away and it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was understandable that the assassins had not anticipated encountering a prince. Moreover, the second prince's timely arrival could be attributed to the possibility that the assassins had not sent anyone to reconnoiter the area before the attack, or that the second prince's guards, in their caution to ensure the prince's safety, had scouted ahead and discovered the assassination attempt, prompting the second prince to hasten to their aid. While perhaps overly cautious, such behavior was not unfounded for a prince in public. However, this is still too coincidental. According to Shen Yunshu, the second prince insisted on escorting her back to the Wangfu, opting to ride horseback rather than take a carriage, boldly parading through the streets. The relationship between the Jinbei Wangfu and the second prince is not particularly amicable. In fact, ever since the emperor firmly designated the crown prince, assigning Huaiwen and Huaiqin as his companions, the Jinbei Wangfu has found itself increasingly shunned by other princes. Shen Yunshu pondered for a moment before addressing Shen Yunshu. You acted wisely. This matter must be approached with caution. I shall discuss today's events with His Majesty during the morning court tomorrow. However, my daughter is indeed unlike the typical sheltered young ladies, easily beguiled by such ostentatious displays. In this world, relying on others is far less reliable than depending on oneself. Never expect others to be your saviors. Shen Yunshu regarded Shen Yunshu with great satisfaction. In contrast to other delicate young ladies who might have been enchanted by the second prince's flamboyant tactics, his daughter was able to discern the absurdity of the situation, maintaining her composure. She truly is his daughter. Shen Yunshu smiled lightly, knowing well what pleased her father. I am the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. My feelings cannot be manipulated by such despicable means. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Shen Yunshu's expression grew even more gratified. As your father, I am aware of your exceptional qualities, yet my primary concern remains your safety. Lily has also learned quite a bit by now. While it is acceptable for you to have her accompany you for exposure, perhaps next time we visit Qinghua Temple or venture outside the city, you should have her by your side. After all, she has changed her name to become your personal maid and has grown quite a bit. She should not be recognized. Yes, father, rest assured I understand. The following morning at court, after the ministers concluded their discussions, Emperor Ming inquired, as per custom, whether any officials had matters to present. Seeing that no one did, he prepared to retire. Suddenly, Shen Yunshu stepped forward and proclaimed, I have something to report. Emperor Ming sighed, recognizing that this man would delay his departure yet again. Proceed, he said, his tone tinged with resignation. Yesterday, my legitimate daughter Yunshu was attacked while returning from Qinghua Temple. Fortunately, the guard were numerous and swiftly repelled the assailants. The second prince fortuitously passed by and rendered assistance. Both the second prince and my daughter believe the attackers to be mountain bandits, yet according to the guard's reports, the assailants were well trained. I suspect they are not mere bandits, but rather individuals privately harboring assassins, hence my decision to report this to your majesty. Initially, Emperor Ming assumed Shen Yunshu was merely bringing forth matters related to border issues and disputes with the civil officials. But as he listened, he sensed something amiss. Yunshu was attacked? How could such a thing occur? Are there truly bandits near Chengdu? And what of the second prince? Why was he in the countryside? Emperor Ming was bewildered. I heard from my daughter that the second prince went to Qinghua Temple to seek a talisman for consort Xian and happened to encounter the incident. Shen Yunshu explained. I also wish to express gratitude to the second prince for safeguarding my daughter on her journey home. Otherwise, I would have been deeply concerned, even with a multitude of guards. Since the second prince left in haste yesterday, may I accompany your majesty to the palace to personally thank him? Emperor Ming. frowning as he pieced together the logic of the situation, waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. You and I share a bond akin to brothers. And, as a general safeguarding the borders of the realm, it is only natural for my sons to assist Yunshu, both publicly and privately. There is no need for gratitude. Moreover, I am well aware of the capabilities of the Zhenbei Wangfu's guards. Whether or not Yuanshan was present, Yunshu would have been unharmed. Shen Yunshu did not insist. His purpose in bringing this matter to the emperor was to demonstrate the Zhenbei Wangfu's integrity. As the crown prince and other princes grew older, nearing the time for selecting their consorts, even the slightest incident could be magnified, and he must exercise caution to prevent Yunshu from being embroiled in the power struggles. In the outskirts of the capital, could there truly be bandits? Wang Lu, are you aware of this matter? Emperor Ming turned his gaze to the respectfully standing Wang Lu. Your Majesty, I did indeed hear reports of bandits in the outskirts of Chengdu some time ago, but I have not received any updates since. It is likely that the Jingzhou Yin is following up on this matter. Yi Shi, present. I have sent someone to investigate. Some traveling merchants claim to have their belongings robbed by bandits, while several merchants in the capital and local citizens reported no losses. Subsequently, that group of bandits has not been sighted again, which is why we have yet to apprehend them. Then let this matter remain with the Jingzhou Yin, ensuring a thorough investigation to ascertain whether these bandits are the same as those who attacked Lady Yunshu. I shall obey the command. Once the discussion concluded, Emperor Ming waved his hand to announce the end of court, his expression unreadable. Shen Yunshu understood Emperor Ming well. The latter seemed to have noticed some inconsistencies in this matter. After all, as a father, Emperor Ming undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the second prince than Shen Yunshu did. Thus, despite the higher efficiency of the investigation bureau, Emperor Ming chose to leave the matter to the Jingzhou Yin and continue to speak of bandits. It was evident to any discerning individual that those who dared to attack the Zhenbei Wangfu could not possibly be mere bandits. However, Shen Yunshu did not expect the emperor to take any action against the second prince. After all, the emperor would never permit any tarnish upon the royal family's reputation. He merely wished to illuminate for the emperor the second prince's true intentions. Upon returning to his residence, Shen Yunshu disregarded the emperor's dismissive remarks about expressing gratitude, procuring a fine inkstone to be sent to the palace as a token of appreciation for the second prince's assistance the previous day. Chapter 42. Gratitude to the second prince in the second prince's residence. Defeng received the gift from a little eunuch who had delivered it from the Zhenbei Wangfu. Observing the eunuch depart, he turned to the second prince, his tone laced with concern. Your Highness, the Zhenbei Wangfu informed His Majesty during court that you saved Lady Yunshu and expressed a desire to thank you in person, but the emperor declined. They have now sent a gift, indicating their unwillingness to owe you a favor. Li Yuanshan regarded the exquisitely packaged inkstone, well aware of its immense value. Yet, the more lavish the gift, the more it revealed the Zhenbei Wangfu's distance from him. He suspected that Shen Yunshu, the cunning old fox, had discerned something. Considering his years of experience in warfare, he was not easily deceived by claims of banditry. However, my initial intent was never to invest effort in gaining Shen Yunshu's favor. Rather, I merely wished for Lady Yunshu to feel indebted to me. After all, she is an unmarried young lady, most captivated by tales of heroic rescues. Li Yuanshan caressed the inkstone, his tone tinged with regret. Alas, I have not sensed the slightest affection from Lady Yunshu. She turned around and sent her maid to fetch medicine to guard against rumors. It seems my heroic act falls short of the bond she shares with her childhood companion. Her feelings for the crown prince are sincere, as she fears even the slightest gossip linking us. Li Yuanshan forcefully closed the brocade box, his gaze icy and his tone filled with resentment. He recalled how, in his youth, the emperor had chosen the crown prince and the Zhenbei Wang's legitimate sons to be his companions, allowing Luan, the crown princess sister, to play with the only legitimate daughter of the Zhenbei Wangfu, Lady Yunshu, fostering their relationship. Luan being the crown princess sister and born of the empress, alongside Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaiqin, who were Lady Yunshu's elder brothers, had formed a close bond from childhood, effectively tying the Zhenbei Wangfu to the crown prince from that point on. Did the emperor intend to marry Luan to the Zhenbei Wangfu and Lady Yunshu to the crown prince? Why does he always show such favoritism? Just because Li Yuanjin is the empress's son, he is made the crown prince, with the Zhenbei Wangfu as his backing? Contemplating this, Li Yuanshan regretted not taking advantage of his youth to create such encounters when Lady Yunshu was still young. Instead of waiting until she had grown and her heart leaned toward the crown prince, making it all the more difficult. In the Eastern Palace, upon hearing of Shen Yunshu's assassination attempt and its connection to the second prince, the crown prince was filled with doubt. Observing the Shen brothers' evident concern, he accompanied them back to the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Shen Yunshu was practicing calligraphy by the window when she heard her brothers had returned, accompanied by His Royal Highness. She hastily set aside her brush and ink and rushed to the front hall. "Crown Prince, elder brother, second brother, why have you come back?" she inquired, gazing curiously at the three tall, elegant young gentlemen seated in the hall. "Why else will we come? We were informed of your assassination attempt. Such a significant event, and you did not think to inform us. If word hadn't reached the Eastern Palace during morning court, we would still be unaware. Are you unhurt?" Shen Huaiqin spoke first, his tone tinged with anxiety. "I am perfectly fine. The guards of the residence are not idle. It would be difficult for me to sustain any injury," replied Shen Yunshu. "In fact, I didn't mention it because I didn't even lose a single hair." Shen Huaiwen scrutinized her for a moment, ensuring she bore no signs of injury, before speaking gently. "Did you suffer any fright, little sister?" As the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, Shen Yunshu had been cherished since childhood. Although she had learned some martial arts from her father and Captain Xingyang, it was merely for self-defense, and she had never encountered such violent scenes. Aside from those at Zhuyansh, no one else knew that Shen Yunshu had also trained in various skills under Qingji and Qingyu. Thus, even if Shen Yunshu had not been physically harmed, Shen Huaiwen suspected that she must have been psychologically shaken. "Elder brother, do not worry. I am a Shen. How could I be intimidated by such trivial matters?" Hearing her elder brother's care warmed her heart, compared to the second brother's sarcastic demeanor, which masked his genuine concern. Her elder brother was a true embodiment of a caring big brother. The saying, "An elder brother is like a father," holds its truth. Observing Shen Yunshu's arrival, Ji Xiao set down her teacup and stood. "You children converse. My presence may disrupt your discussion. I shall prepare some snacks for you in the small kitchen." As Shen Zhen was not present in the residence today, Ji Xiao, as the princess, naturally had to receive the crown prince. However, since the crown prince shared a good rapport with the three children, they would surely have their own matters to discuss, prompting her to discreetly withdraw after a short while. Once Ji Xiao left, the crown prince turned his gaze to Shen Yunshu. Earlier, he had been cautious of the princess's presence, fearing that excessive concern on his part might lead her to misunderstand, especially given that all princes had been showing interest in Shen Yunshu. "Did the second prince truly fend off the assassin for you?" Shen Yunshu met the crown prince's gaze and understood his inquiry. The incident was indeed true. On the surface, it appeared reasonable, with no suspicions concerning the second prince. Her father had dispatched someone to investigate, and the assailants seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving no trace, with no family in the capital missing guards. Moreover, Lord Gu, the magistrate of Jingzhou, informed her father that a band of mountain bandits had indeed been reported in that area, but they vanished without a trace after robbing nearby villagers and reporting to the authorities. The second prince handled the situation exceptionally well. If Shen Yunshu were not a mature young woman, she might have perceived the second prince as a hero emerging from a tale, or, at the very least, a gallant gentleman who intervened in a moment of crisis. Even Shen Zhen only began to suspect the second prince had ulterior motives after Shen Yunshu shared the details of the incident upon her return. Combined with thorough inquiries from the residence's guards, it was evident that the second prince had some capable individuals at his disposal. Regrettably, the second prince failed to realize that the reason for the failure of this scheme lay in the historical records, where he had condemned and exiled the Shen family, possibly even orchestrating their demise in secret. Ultimately, later historical accounts revealed no trace of the Shen family. This meant that regardless of whether he genuinely acted as a hero, Shen Yunshu could never place her trust in him. Even if the assassination attempt were a misunderstanding, Shen Yunshu would still not harbor any feelings for him. Thus, upon returning that day, he instructed his maid to procure medicine, yet only acquired tranquilizers, neglecting any external injury remedies, and allowed rumors to circulate from the pharmacy of the Prince of Jinbei. The common folk were now discussing how the guards of the Prince of Jinbei, seasoned from battle, managed to eliminate the bandits without sustaining any injuries. The second prince's contributions had been completely overshadowed. No one referred to him as a hero, merely commenting on his kind-hearted nature. The crown prince recounted the information he had learned from the streets with a smile, clearly in good spirits. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but roll her eyes. What did it mean that his contributions were downplayed? In fact, he had little merit to begin with. He claimed to have come to rescue her, but in reality, he only added to the chaos. Her guards informed her that had the second prince not intervened, they would have simply executed the assailants without question, perhaps even leaving a survivor. It was only natural that they left no survivors, as there was no need to confront him so soon. Allowing him to act out of desperation would yield no benefits, and the emperor would not hold him accountable for this incident, at most feeling disappointment. It was possible he might even harbor resentment towards Shen Yunshu. The objective had been achieved, and that was sufficient. Furthermore, she had already sent someone to spread tales of the second prince's benevolence. It was his first time engaging in such a prominent act. Even without merit, he deserved acknowledgement for his efforts, and as an elder brother, it was only natural to assist him. The crown prince calmly sipped his tea, deliberately instructing others to convey that due to the concubine Xian's prolonged illness, the second prince, out of filial piety, had traveled to Qinghua Temple to seek a talisman for her well-being, fortuitously encountering the ambushed Miss Yunshu and kindly escorted her home. Many kind-hearted citizens, harboring affection for the prince of Jinbei stationed at the border, began to perceive the second prince as a dutiful son, spontaneously praying for the recovery of concubine Xian. However, it was uncertain how the emperor would feel upon realizing that on the day his devoted son sought a talisman for his ailing mother, the mother, allegedly bedridden, was actually in the royal garden vying for favor. Shen Yunshu exchanged a knowing glance with the crown prince, sharing a quiet smile. Perhaps even the Yuanshan could resolve these little schemes. It seemed to have little effect on him. However, from this moment forward, the name Li Yuanshan would serve as a reminder for them regarding the Ming emperor. The emperor would begin to realize that his sons were no longer children. They had matured and were now preparing to vie for his throne. While the crown prince and Shen Yunshu engaged in pleasant conversation, Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaiqin were astonished by the familiarity and tone the two shared. Having followed the crown prince as companions for years, they were puzzled as to when their little sister had grown so close to him. This familiarity was clearly beyond that of an ordinary neighborly bond. It had escalated to a point where they could discuss political matters. Over the years, Shen Yunshu had mostly interacted with the crown prince in public settings and privately. They exchanged letters for important matters, often avoiding direct delivery to the Eastern Palace or the Prince of Jinbei's residence, opting instead for places like Chongming's study or Yayin Pavilion. The crown prince had trusted individuals to receive his correspondence, while Shen Yunshu had her own aides, Linglong for procuring food and Liuli for visiting the pharmacy. To ensure utmost caution, Shen Yunshu had even taught the crown prince some simplified characters from later generations and oracle bone script learned during archaeological studies, allowing them to blend important messages. If their letters were intercepted, they would not be easily decipherable, given the substantial differences from the characters of the Lang Dynasty. Due to this prudence, their exchanges remained undisclosed to any third parties, ensuring their secrets remained their own. As the last remnants of tea were consumed, the crown prince rose to return to the Eastern Palace, while the brothers Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaijin chose not to accompany him. Primarily, the royal residence was their true home, and there was no need for hurried comings and goings. Furthermore, having matured over the years and served as companions to the crown prince in his studies, they were on the cusp of participating in the imperial examinations next spring, a step that could lead them to official positions within the court. In the same year, Shen Yunshu's studies at the academy came to a close. However, just before the imperial examinations, an invitation arrived from the palace, indicating that the empress intended to host a banquet at the royal estate for the most talented and beautiful young ladies from this year's academy. The recipients of this invitation were perplexed, especially since it did not resemble the usual flower-viewing banquets that typically favored noble women. Rather, it included ladies of various social standings, including some talented and attractive daughters of humble backgrounds. The names on the invitation were of those female scholars who had garnered recognition from their teachers and peers at the academy, adhering strictly to the criteria of both talent and beauty. This invitation was delivered directly by palace attendants during the final lesson before graduation. Upon receiving the invitation, Shen Yunshu did not ponder it excessively and promptly returned to the royal residence to consult her mother. Ji Shuyao, having once shared a close friendship with the empress, could discern the empress's intentions. It seemed likely that preparations were underway for selecting a future crown princess. A mere glance at the invitation allowed Ji Shuyao to surmise its purpose. Given that the crown prince was the heir apparent, it was only natural that his future consort should possess both grace and intellect, especially considering the growing ages of the other princes. However, it was evident that the position of crown princess or prince consort would likely emerge from noble families. While the inclusion of humble-born women might suggest an increase in female officials within the inner palace, as most palace maids lacked the requisite education to fulfill certain official roles. Historically, the women of the dynasty were judged primarily on their virtues, speech, and appearance, yet some, like their male counterparts, sought to step beyond their confines and realize their ambitions. Notably, during the founding of the dynasty, there are instances of female troops achieving remarkable feats. Following the establishment of the dynasty, a lack of talent prompted the inclusion of erudite women in the court, who significantly contributed to its development. Thus, the dynasty upheld the founding emperor's edict that if a woman of exceptional talent and character arose, those in power should not shy away from allowing her entry into officialdom. Despite the edict from the founding emperor, the society remained predominantly male-centric, with very few women attaining official status, although there were numerous positions for female officials within the palace. Historically, the number of women who could genuinely participate in court meetings and engage with the centers of power was exceedingly limited. Only 2 in the current dynasty had achieved such prominence. Consequently, most women who aspired to become officials were often those from humble backgrounds seeking opportunities for advancement. As the middle of the month approached, guests began to arrive at the royal estate in accordance with the invitation's timing. Wen Peihan and Shen Yunshu arrived early and seized the opportunity to chat in a secluded pavilion before the crowd gathered. Wen Peihan, fanning herself vigorously, remarked with a teasing tone, "Have you heard? I am about to surpass you as the foremost talented woman of Chengdu." With an exaggerated grip on her fan, she playfully taunted Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu recognized that the jibe was not directed at her, and she responded with a smirk, "What's wrong? Are you not pleased? Admittedly, your literary prowess does surpass mine. I was merely a quick thinker in my youth, but as I've grown, I find myself no different from the average person. You are more than worthy of the title of the first talented woman." Shen Yunshu was aware of how her own reputation had been formed, a mere illusion of genius from her childhood, which had since dissipated with age. Maintaining such a title felt burdensome, and thus she was reluctant to bear it. While Wen Peihan's literary skills were indeed extraordinary, her rise to prominence had its own intricacies. Recalling her father's words, Shen Yunshu could not help but chuckle softly, which provoked Wen Peihan's irritation. "Still laughing? Witnessing my misfortune while you revel in it. I dare say our years of friendship may not be genuine," Wen Peihan exclaimed, her agitation causing her fan to flutter more vigorously. "Be careful, walls have ears. Even the emperor may not wish for you to become the crown princess, and speaking this way, even in jest, belittles royal intentions. It would be wise to temper your words." Wen Peihan understood the need for discretion, yet her emotions got the better of her in the company of Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu empathized with the empress's situation. After all, she had been a formidable figure in palace intrigues and undoubtedly sought to secure her hard-earned status for her family. With the empress in power, it was far easier for her maternal lineage to produce another empress than for others. While the strategy seemed feasible, the current emperor was known for his aversion to manipulation and control, and the empress was not his biological mother. His true mother had passed away, leaving him to be raised by the empress, who had experienced great difficulty in bearing children. Thus, the emperor's marriage to Ye's daughter, known for their discretion and reliability, had further solidified his trust in them. In contrast, the empress's family, though possessing substantial power, could not compare in influence to the Yi family, leading the empress to pursue the notion of placing a Wen daughter on the throne with fervor. However, both the duke and his daughter had their own ambitions, making the empress's plans increasingly tenuous. After some time, as guests continued to arrive, they greeted acquaintances and took their seats in the banquet hall according to the arranged positions. Ji Sini, arriving late, could only exchange hurried pleasantries with them before settling down. Shortly thereafter, the emperor and empress entered, appearing as though they had just returned from a stroll in another garden. The empress's cheeks slightly flushed from the sun. As they walked, the breeze lifted the empress's sleeve, revealing a delicate wrist, prompting the emperor to gently adjust her sleeve for her. The attendees observed this harmonious and warm scene of the imperial couple and could not help but envy the empress's fortunate position. The Li clan's emperors had always held their primary wives in high regard, no matter how favored a concubine might be. The established protocols never allowed for the empress to be overshadowed. This tradition, rooted since the founding emperor's reign, had been upheld by all subsequent emperors, with minimal selections from the ranks of candidates. Consequently, within the court, none dared to openly favor a concubine over the empress. The noble women capable of becoming primary wives and matriarchs were deeply appreciative of the current emperor's stance. In her modern studies of the history of the dynasty, Shen Yunshu concluded that the stability of the regime following the overthrow of the previous dynasty was largely attributable to the character and capabilities of each successive emperor. Regrettably, the vast realm of the Lang Dynasty has been adversely affected by Li Yuanxin and his son, losing half of its grandeur. Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! Emperor Ming held the empress's hand as they took their seats, nodding at the crowd, kneeling in reverence. Please rise. Today is the empress's banquet. I merely stopped by to join the festivities, no need for formalities. The emperor's words of no need for formalities were merely polite, and only a fool would take them to heart. The attendees complied with decorum, taking their seats in an orderly fashion, refraining from whispering. Among them were some who might never again have the chance to meet the emperor and empress, and their excitement was mingled with nervousness, leaving little room for contemplation as to why the emperor was present at a gathering of ladies. For those who frequently beheld the emperor's countenance, like Shen Yunshu and Wen Pei'an, the arrival of the emperor hinted at the possibility of selecting brides for the crown prince and several princes. Chapter 45. The Empress's Banquet, Part 2. The empress exchanged glances with the emperor, her gaze tender as she regarded the young ladies at the banquet. I have heard that you are all exceptional daughters of the academy, possessing both talent and beauty. In my youth, I was once your age, and now I have children of my own who are as grown as you. Time, indeed, is relentless. I have summoned you today for no other purpose than to chat and enjoy your youthful blossoms, which brings me much delight. With that, the empress cast a playful glance at the emperor, feigning annoyance. However, I did not expect you to linger in the courtyard and insist on joining us, which makes it rather difficult for me to share some intimate words with these young ladies. Her seeming complaint was, in truth, a playful tease directed at the emperor. He appeared momentarily perplexed, realizing that the empress was suggesting he had interrupted her private conversation with the ladies. Ah, if you wish for me to leave, then I shall take my leave, he declared, feigning an intent to depart, though he had yet to even lift himself from his seat. The empress hastily reached out to stop him, saying, I was merely jesting. How could I dare to send the emperor away? These private words can be spoken at any time. Today, I have gathered so many talented young ladies, and now that the emperor is here, let us have them showcase their abilities to see if they can rival the talents of the scholars. The empress shared a knowing smile with the emperor before addressing the assembly. Today, let us show the emperor that among us ladies, there are also many gifted individuals who are not inferior to the men. Shall we? The crowd responded affirmatively, standing in agreement. Emperor Ming nodded in satisfaction, curious about what the empress intended for them to showcase. Poetry and literature, often the focus of such contests, would be rather dull for a banquet setting. In my humble opinion, the empress suggested it would be more fitting to have them demonstrate their painting skills. Art can reflect one's character and refinement, and it retains an air of elegance. What do you think, Your Majesty? Emperor Ming nodded nonchalantly. However, with so many participants, shall we have volunteers or recommendations from others? The empress was not interested in viewing everyone's artwork. While artistic skill could indeed reveal aspects of one's character and refinement, it was not the quality of the artwork that mattered most. She sought to identify those young ladies of noble birth who possessed both capability and confidence, as women from humble backgrounds often lack the courage to self-nominate in such a setting when vying for the position of crown princess. The first to stand was Jiang Xianyan. I have grown up hearing tales of the empress's remarkable accomplishments and her partnership with the emperor in battle. I hold great admiration for her. As I possess some skill in painting, I wish to represent the ladies in this contest and invite the emperor and empress to judge how we compare to the men. The empress was taken aback by Jiang Xianyan's boldness. Jiang Xianyan hailed from a distinguished family. Her grandfather was a high-ranking official, and her father a scholarly bureaucrat. Her mother, a gentle woman from the southern waters, had endowed her with both grace and intellect. Jiang Yin embodied a blend of scholarly demeanor and the delicate charm typical of southern women, seemingly ill-suited for the role of a motherly figure for the empire. The empress had never considered her for the position of crown princess. Yet, her willingness to step forward in such a setting, whether from genuine admiration or desire to shine at the banquet, revealed a strength of character that belied her outward appearance. Ah, how delightful! I have heard that your artistic skills are among the best at the academy. Do you have any recommendations for others? The empress inquired, testing Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin glanced at Wen Peihan and Shen Yunshu, recalling that her grandfather had mentioned the empress's desire for Wen Peihan to become the crown princess. Though the emperor's stance remained uncertain, the young lady with the closest rapport with the crown prince was Shen Yunshu of the northern commander's household. If she could surpass these two, her chances of securing the position would greatly increase. I have often heard my teachers praise both Miss Shen Yunshu and Miss Wen Peihan at the academy, and I believe they too possess remarkable artistic talent. I have been fortunate enough to see Miss Shen's work, which truly embodies both skill and poetic essence. Might we have the honor of competing together today? Very well. Let us include them both, the empress replied with a warm smile. Shen Yunshu cast a mild glance at Jiang Yin, realizing the flattery was transparent and could be mistaken for genuine praise. Yet, she was aware of her own artistic capabilities. Her previous works had leaned towards realistic sketches, and she had never attempted traditional landscape or flower paintings. Her current skills were merely a result of learning since her arrival in this world. Though she had enjoyed the opportunity to practice, she had never showcased her true artistic talent. Compared to others who were starting from scratch, adjusting her style would be challenging. Her abilities were average at the academy, and her teachers had never commended her work, merely noting it lacked depth. Could it be that Jiang Yin, having heard her teacher's critiques, believed her skills to be unremarkable and sought to compete with her? After all, if Jiang Yin had continuously been praised for her artistry, her intentions could seem less than sincere. Chapter 46, The Artistic Contest, Part 1. Had the occasion been more suitable, Shen Yunshu would have liked to roll her eyes at Jiang Yin's antics. It was evident that those who find themselves in a position of perceived superiority often attempt to elevate themselves by stepping on others. Meanwhile, Wen Peihan felt equally exasperated. She had no desire to become the crown princess, so why should she be dragged into this? After Shen Yunshu and Wen Peihan were reluctantly coerced into standing, a few more ladies followed suit, either voluntarily or through pressure. The empress glanced around, noting the number of participants was sufficient, and instructed the attendants to prepare the materials, placing them at the center of the hall for the ladies to paint. There were no restrictions on their subject matter. The emperor simply requested they paint something that reflected the current state of the Lang Dynasty. Due to the time-consuming nature of painting, the onlookers did not merely watch in silence as the artists worked. The queen called upon several young women of humble origin, whom she had previously investigated, to engage in conversation. Some chatted, while others played the qin or flute, and two, caught up in the moment, were invited by the queen to compose poetry or mix fragrances on the spot. During this time, Luan stealthily approached, and though the queen shot her a glare, she remained unperturbed, cheerfully finding a spot to sit and enjoy the performances. After a stick of incense had burned, the queen had gleaned enough information. The findings were consistent with her investigations, for few dared to lie once they entered the palace. The girl who mixed fragrances hailed from a modest family that owned a spice shop. Her family valued her, having invested in her education at the Taishue with hopes of her achieving success. Even if it did not bring them glory, it would at least ensure her a respectable marriage. The queen took a liking to her concoctions and invited her to join the palace from that day forth, assigning her a position in the 6th Bureau for fragrance production. Two other girls of lesser birth also caught the queen's eye and were welcomed into the palace for future training as female officials. As for the noble ladies, the crown prince had his own thoughts, and the queen did not wish to interfere too much in the selection of brides for the other princes, preferring to await the emperor's decisions. Once the painting session neared completion, the Ming emperor gestured for the servants to present the finished works. Lu Yongzhong personally approached the emperor, presenting the paintings in their designated order. The first piece was by Shangguan Xinyue, the daughter of the Minister of Rites. On a moderately sized scroll, she depicted the bustling scene of the Lantern Festival in the capital. As the lights began to glow, the throngs of people surged, and the vibrant red lanterns stood out against the pristine white paper, vividly portraying a prosperous era where families thrived in peace. The emperor remarked that a painting of the current era would naturally depict prosperity. Shen Yunshu's work indeed captured the essence of the festival in the capital, and the emperor regarded her with a smile, noting her playful spirit, akin to that of Lu, and Shen Yunshu maintained a carefree demeanor. Clearly aware of her privileged position as the youngest and legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official, her parents, having aged at the time of her birth, doted on her. Wishing to shield her from the intrigues of royal succession, they intended to find her a husband of lower status, one whom they could manage easily, ensuring her a life free from want. She agreed with her parents' reasoning, having no particular interest in any prince, thus feeling no need to compete with the noble ladies vying for attention. Carefree as she was, she had no worries about marriage, for her father had assured her that if necessary, they could find her a son-in-law from a respectable family. The Ming emperor recognized Shen Yunshu's playful nature, deeming her unsuitable for the role of crown princess, while considerations for the other royal brides could wait. Handing the painting to the queen, he then picked up the next piece presented by Lu Yongzhong, which illustrated a banquet scene, complete with screens and floral arches partitioning the space, reminiscent of the Qianghua banquet. "Whose work is this?" he inquired. "It belongs to Pei Han of the Wen family," she replied, bowing respectfully. The emperor studied her painting, inquiring about its representation of the Qianghua banquet. Although he never attended, he was familiar with its grandeur. Pei Han explained that she had not traveled extensively and thought the banquet best captured the customs of the dynasty, reflecting the joy of her peers in revelry and poetry. Shen Yunshu suppressed a smile, recognizing that Pei Han was adopting a similar approach to Shen Yunshu, feigning simplicity and striving for neither accolades nor blame. Among them, Pei Han appeared the least enthusiastic after the Qianghua banquet, seemingly adopting a modest demeanor to align with the Empress Dowager's intentions of elevating her as a prominent talent, hoping for her to marry the crown prince. The emperor's gaze lingered on Pei Han's humble posture, recalling the rumors of her exceptional abilities. He initially thought these were orchestrated by the Wen family in collusion with the Empress Dowager to vie for the crown princess position. Yet, her unremarkable painting and modest remarks suggested otherwise. He pondered whether it was solely Pei Han who lacked such ambitions, or if the Duke of Wen shared the same sentiment. The queen observed the emperor's expression and kindly smiled at Pei Han, acknowledging that it was natural for a young lady to enjoy banquets. As the Qianghua banquet was a grand assembly of the youth, representing the future of the dynasty, the Ming emperor, pleased by the queen's diplomatic praise, placed the painting aside, also complimenting it. "Indeed, it is evident that you have practiced diligently. The details are exquisite." As the presentations continued, the Ming emperor looked up, and Lu Yongzhong discreetly noted that the next artist was Li Mayan, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. The emperor's interest was piqued as her painting depicted the scene of candidates participating in the imperial examination. "I recall your elder brother performed admirably last year," he remarked. "Thank you, Your Majesty. The painting reflects the moment I witnessed when my brother participated in the examinations," she replied. "Every 3 years, these examinations select the talents for our dynasty. Your depiction indeed represents our empire well. Your brother has done well, and you have not shamed your family. Encourage him to continue his efforts. I hope to see him in the final examinations." With a blend of cleverness and genuine ability, the Ming emperor admired such individuals. "I am unworthy of such praise. I convey my gratitude on behalf of my brother and the Li family," Li Mayan said, quickly kneeling in thanks. The noble ladies subsequently presented their works, showcasing a variety of themes, from lantern festivals to bustling markets, grand palace walls, and poetic gatherings on boats. Some, like Li Mayan, subtly infused personal aspirations into their art, such as a depiction of the judicial process to highlight their family's legal standing, or scenes of military defense for those with martial lineage. The emperor welcomed each piece, praising their merits, maintaining an air of neutrality while his smile remained superficial, leaving the onlookers unable to discern his true opinions regarding their works. As Jiang Xianyan and Shen Yunshu raised their brushes almost simultaneously, they were arranged to present their lengthy paintings together as the grand finale. Jiang Xuanyan's artwork illustrated the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan, divided into 2 sections, one showcasing the majestic mountains and vast waters, evoking a sense of serene beauty, while the other captured the daily life of a prosperous town. depicting a harmonious scene of the people thriving in peace. Upon viewing this painting, the emperor's expression shifted, and he praised the Jiangnan landscape thrice. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The atmosphere is filled with poetic charm and a sense of common folk life. Indeed, the granddaughter of Tai Chongqing is extraordinary, displaying a talent reminiscent of her grandfather's. The court lady, Xia, humbly acknowledges the emperor's praise, bowing gracefully. Shen Yunshu's painting is presented last. She is acutely aware of the intricacies surrounding the Shen family and the royal lineage, recognizing that neither the emperor nor the empress would select her as the crown princess. Thus, she refrains from the intentional modesty displayed by others, such as Shangguan Xinyue and Wen Peon. Since she has already been placed in the spotlight, she intends to seize it entirely. Emperor Ming glances at Shen Yunshu, intrigued by the scroll being presented by the young eunuch, which is slightly longer than Jiang Xian's piece. Raising an eyebrow, he contemplates. The treasured pearl of the Shen family has been wise since childhood, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although he has not witnessed her artistic skill firsthand, he has often heard Shenjin boast about her, and he assumes it must be commendable. While he recognizes the intent behind Zhang's display, he remains silent, eager to observe how Shen Yunshu will navigate this moment, wondering if she can live up to the praise lavished upon her by Shen Zhen and the public. However, as she is of his own kin, even if Shen Yunshu's performance falls short of expectations, he would still find ways to commend her, ensuring that this precious jewel held dear by Shen Zhen does not lose face. As Emperor Ming ponders how to praise her, he momentarily freezes, captivated by the painting's style. Something he has never encountered before. Each brushstroke is vigorous, more robust than the current feminine style, indicative of the artist's strength. Yet, the painting does not come across as overly rigid. Rather, it possesses a striking realism, as if each figure and object were mere miniatures of reality, evoking an impression that one is gazing through a circle formed by their hand at distant scenery. Such realism. He reaches out to touch the scroll, marveling at the texture of the paper. Upon closer inspection, he realizes the artwork depicts Princess Lun. It captures her joyfully departing the palace in a sedan chair, traversing the bustling streets, lifting the curtain to gaze curiously at the sights. It shows her seated in a refined dining room, intrigued by an array of delicacies. In Lanchi Lane, testing a butterfly hairpin, and at the Lantern Festival, cheering at the street performers alongside the common folk, solving riddles with Wen Peon. In releasing lotus lanterns with Ji Sini by the riverside, and lighting Kongming lanterns with Shen Yunshu to make wishes. The entire scroll unfolds in 12 scenes, portraying the delightful escapades of Princess Lun around the capital with remarkable realism. Without a single word written, it vividly narrates the story of a little princess who escapes the palace to revel among the people. This style of painting is unprecedented. Emperor Ming gazes at Shen Yunshu's scroll with immense delight, neglecting to pass it to the waiting empress. Your Majesty, this is a comic strip. Shen Yunshu smiles charmingly at the emperor, emboldened by her relationship with Lun and her father's ties to Emperor Ming. A comic strip? The emperor is momentarily taken aback, then glances back at the scroll, bursting into laughter shortly after. How amusing! Truly delightful! Lun, tickled by her father's laughter, is keenly aware that Shen Yunshu has concocted something novel again. Father, what is it that makes you laugh so? Let me see. I want to take a look. Lun stretches on her toes, peering toward her father with eager curiosity. In the 48th chapter, during the banquet and bestowal of rewards, the emperor hands the scroll to the empress. As she and Lun finish viewing it, both are intrigued but at a loss for words. The emperor gestures to Lu Yongzhong, nearly dropping the precious he sure by in his excitement, waving his hand joyfully. Go, let them see too. Lu Yongzhong takes the scroll from the empress and calls 2 young eunuchs to hold either end, unfurling the artwork for all in the hall to admire. Upon the first glimpse, the audience is irresistibly drawn in, slightly leaning forward to view the painting from a better angle. After a moment, they exchange glances astonished. This artwork is akin to a narrative. They are witnessing such a novel and unique style for the first time. While the technique differs slightly from the conventional, it cannot be deemed inferior. Rather, it exhibits exceptional skill with lifelike depictions. Thus, it stands apart from the previous works of others, particularly as it features the emperor's favored Lun, capturing her charming demeanor with vivid authenticity. It is clear that today, Shen Yunshu will certainly steal the spotlight in the emperor's heart. Emperor Ming is indeed pleased with Shen Yunshu's creation, not solely due to its innovative style and realistic execution, but also for the scene it portrays, a royal princess joyfully mingling with the common people. The emperor yearns for a prosperous kingdom and the well-being of his subjects. During his days as a prince, he often interacted with the populace while leading troops, and his ability to connect with soldiers and commoners alike helped him rise above his peers. Thus, he understands the delicate balance of power and is particularly attuned to the royal family's relationship with the people. Shen Yunshu's painting resonates deeply with him, especially as its protagonist is his beloved daughter, allowing him to envision Luan's demeanor through his own experiences. Yet, he notes that while it is realistically depicted, even the palace artists tend to embellish their works, unlike this one, which remains unadulterated. The close-up details reveal even the wrinkles on the face of a candy seller, which intrigues him. How is it possible that such ordinary brushes can render such fine detail? Luan, hearing this, glances at the painting again, surprised to find her dimples portrayed accurately. Indeed, it even captures my dimples. And look at Sister Wen's makeup. It was just like this when we solved riddles together. So beautiful. And Yunshu's beauty mark. She included that too. Listening to Luan's exclamations, Shen Yunshu smiles lightly. This technique is quite simple. I merely used a new brush that hasn't yet softened, allowing for better handling of details. Regarding the lack of embellishments, I believe pure water emerges from the lotus. Natural beauty requires no adornment. Both people and objects possess their intrinsic beauty, requiring no unnecessary embellishments. Emperor Ming nods approvingly. Indeed, pure water emerges from the lotus. Natural beauty requires no adornment. Well said. Observing the emperor's reaction, Shen Yunshu realizes her response may have been overly formal. After a brief pause, she continues, "There's another reason. I have never harbored the elegant pursuits of poetry and painting. My mother always said that though a girl need not master every art, she should at least know a few. Hence, when I practice painting, I aim to depict objects as they truly are. To avoid criticism of my skills, I sought clarity in my work, ensuring that even if it lacked elegance, my teacher would find no fault with it." The emperor bursts into laughter. "Indeed, you are not particularly elegant. I still recall the crude poem you composed for the Qianghua banquet during Luan's childhood. Haha." The emperor's merriment is genuine, leading him to laugh until tears form in his eyes. Wiping them away with a finger, he chuckles. "Today, I have truly not come in vain. The daughters of our great dynasty are indeed no less capable than the sons." The southern young mantis remarked that our women are weak and easily deceived, unlike their daughters who ride boldly on horseback. However, I perceive that the women of my dynasty are both cultured and martial, far superior to those who merely spend their days on horseback and shooting arrows. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the empress smiled gently, aware that he had been rather disheartened after court sessions lately, likely due to the incessant skirmishes at the borders that had kindled some ire within him. Since the emperor is so pleased, let's not be too stingy. If this is a competition, there ought to be some rewards. Could your majesty bestow a few to bring us joy? Indeed, rewards. It is no small feat for the empress to voice such a request. Since the empress herself advocates for you, I must grant some generous rewards to uphold her dignity. The emperor, while twirling the he sure by bracelet in his hand, gazed at the assembly, seemingly contemplating what to bestow. Those few who were to enter the palace had already received their due rewards. So I shall grant some gold and silver trinkets, which will be sent to your homes later. You may keep them for yourselves, or use them to acquire some land to ensure a sustainable livelihood, thus allowing you to reside comfortably in the palace in the future." The emperor discerned that these girls were all from humble backgrounds, and it was no easy feat for their families to afford their education at the Imperial Academy. By securing their families, they would be less likely to cause any trouble in the future. The maidens expressed their gratitude to the emperor and the empress, overwhelmed by the fortune of entering the palace and being promised rewards to support their families. They were immensely grateful for their decision to attend the academy, deeming any hardships endured worthwhile. All those who participated in the painting were awarded 100 taels of silver, along with 2 sets of exquisite ink from Jiangnan. "Thank you, Your Majesty. This reward is neither extravagant nor meager. It is sufficient for a group of students without official positions. Achieving such a reward for merely painting at the banquet is equivalent to a full year's salary for a government official, leaving little room for complaint. Most importantly, it has secured a reputation for the work being recognized by the emperor. In Chapter 49, Princess Qingran, Part 1. The piece crafted by the Jiang family's legitimate daughter, depicting the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan, was greatly admired by the emperor. Having spent years at the border due to warfare, he had never visited Jiangnan, yet had heard tales of its beauty, where mountains and waters meld harmoniously. Now, through your painting, I have truly experienced that essence. I recall that your mother is a Jiangnan woman from the esteemed Xia family. Initially disheartened, Jiang Xinyan quickly rose to respond humbly to the emperor's inquiry. Yes, my mother is Xia Yinyin, the legitimate daughter of the Xia family in Linjiang. I have heard that the Xia family is quite renowned in Linjiang. You may consider yourself half a Linjiang native. In light of this, I shall confer upon you the title of a county princess of the 4th rank, with the title of Linjiang. Jiang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the emperor had granted her such a title. Yet, recognizing it as a reward, she accepted it with delight. The emperor observed her exuberance, his eyes narrowing slightly. As the granddaughter of the Grand Minister of Rites, it appeared that the Jiang family intended for her to become the crown princess. However, after this encounter, he found Jiang Xinyan rather unremarkable for such a role, thus he could only offer a title to save face for the Grand Minister. Upon receiving the title, Jiang Xinyan glanced at Shen Yunshu, pondering that if she could be named a county princess, surely the emperor would favor Shen Yunshu's cleverness with a reward as well. However, she was already a 2nd-rank county princess, and by receiving the title of county princess, Jiang Xinyan would only be a 4th rank, thus remaining beneath her. Would the emperor bestow her with the title of princess as well? Jiang Xinyan shook her head internally, thinking it was merely a painting. Even if it were innovative, it was but a clever trick. The technique was not difficult, merely novel in its approach, and its realistic style gave it an immersive quality. But what merit was there in a painting that relied solely on technique without deeper meaning? Once something new appears, it will inevitably inspire imitation, rendering it less novel. Surely the emperor would not grant a princess title for a mere innovative painting? Jiang Xinyan was not entirely mistaken in her thoughts, yet she overlooked one crucial aspect: the emperor's disposition. His favorable attitude today indicated that Shen Yunshu's reward was assured, and it would not be trivial. Besides the Jiangnan landscape, it was Shen Yunshu's sequential artwork that particularly captivated me. This style is quite unique, resembling a narrative. I have seen such stories in the common literature from Luan, yet most possess mediocre prose and lack the allure of your sequential art. Would you be willing to teach the palace artists? Let them learn to create sequential art to amuse the Empress Dowager. Shen Yunshu readily agreed, recognizing the emperor's intention to create something for the Empress Dowager, alleviating her burdens as she aged, concerned that her family would lose prominence after her passing, and hoping to match her sister Peihan with the crown prince. Unfortunately, neither the emperor, the crown prince, nor the Wen family, nor even sister Peihan, reciprocated her affections. Yes, I recall that on the first day of the academy's opening, your esteemed teacher Qi praised your useful suggestions regarding the aftermath of the floods in Suzhou, which he later presented to me. I reviewed it. Although there were details lacking for someone of your age, it was quite commendable, especially considering you had never ventured beyond the capital. Your teacher Qi is quite generous with his students. At that time, I was still young, and my suggestions were merely a hodgepodge of ideas, mere theoretical musings. I believe what Qi presented to the emperor was refined. Moreover, my father later mentioned that my suggestions were already considered by both the emperor and the teacher. It was only I who mistakenly thought I had proposed something constructive, reveling in my own self-satisfaction. Your Majesty, please do not belittle me. Shen Yunshu was puzzled by the emperor's sudden reference to events from 3 years ago. Yet she deemed humility the better approach, for flattery has no bounds. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the emperor laughed heartily. Ha ha, you little girl, you are truly amusing. Do not heed your father's trivial remarks. Did the crown prince not inform you later? Your ideas had some merit. As he spoke, he twirled the bracelet in his hand, addressing Shen Yunshu, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, skilled in painting, innovative in her techniques, and with notable contributions to the resettlement of refugees after the Suzhou floods, her talents and grace shining brightly. Henceforth, I confer upon you the title of a 1st-rank princess, with the title of Qingran. Traditionally, Princess titles are derived from land grants. However, the Ming emperor considered that Shen Yunshu already held 2 county titles. Thus he refrained from granting her too much. Otherwise, should matters arise in the future, it would be difficult to reward her again, much like her father, the prince of the northern frontier, who could only bestow gold and jewels. Not wishing to grant land at this moment, yet unable to withhold the title, the emperor recalled the phrase pure water emerges from the lotus, unadorned by embellishments, and thus spontaneously uttered Qingran. Listening to her title as a princess, Shen Yunshu felt both astonished and unsurprised. It was within the realm of her expectations, yet somehow beyond reason, as if the emperor had intentionally sought to reward her. After all, 3 years had passed since the Suzhou floods, and she had yet to receive a reward for her contributions. Even if the rebuilding took time, it seemed excessively delayed. The emperor appeared to be consolidating various matters into a singular resolution, bestowing upon her the title of princess as a form of settlement. Regardless, the matter of Shen Yunshu receiving the title of princess was thus established, leaving the assembly with mixed emotions. Pei Han, Ji Sini, and others were naturally delighted for Shen Yunshu. Yet others felt envy, jealousy, and even dissent, like Jiang Xianyan, who found it hard to accept. After all, the emperor's intentions were notoriously enigmatic, and they were uncertain whom he favored for the title of crown princess. Thus their gazes fixated on the individuals who had garnered the most attention that day, Shen Yunshu foremost, followed by Jiang Xianyan. Beside her, when Pei Han discreetly observed the gazes of the noble women present, resolving to later advise Shen Yunshu to partake less frequently in the flower appreciation banquets hosted by the ladies of the boudoir, for discretion would serve her well. Until the conclusion of the soiree, neither the emperor nor the empress revealed their preference for a potential crown princess, leaving the noble women, who harbored various thoughts, in a state of anxious uncertainty regarding their standing in the eyes of the imperial couple. As the gathering dispersed, the attendees retreated, and the emperor raised his hand, prompting Liu Yongzhong to navigate to the back and bring forth the seemingly resigned crown prince. Did father summon me merely to eavesdrop? As the banquet neared its end, Liu Yongzhong's aide, Xiao Anzi, approached him, stating that the emperor had arranged for him to wait in that location. From his vantage point, he could neither see the guests nor be seen by them. Nevertheless, the angle arranged by the emperor allowed him to glimpse the emperor's position and the artworks presented by the various noble women, as well as to overhear their responses to the emperor's inquiries. How could this be deemed eavesdropping? I summoned you to appreciate the works. You merely arrived a tad early. The emperor defended himself in a calm tone. The crown prince recognized he could not out-argue his father and remained silent in the face of the emperor's justification. You witnessed it yourself, did you not? Do any of them pique your interest? Ultimately, it is your future crown princess. I cannot solely dictate the choice, for harmonious union will be of utmost benefit to you. The crown prince replied that he harbored no particular thoughts on the matter, trusting his father's judgment in such matters. The empress, somewhat anxious, interjected, "You have always spoken thus. Your father, and I thought you were merely young, yet now you are no longer a child. Why do you still lack any thoughts on the matter of marriage? You surely require a supportive crown princess, a wife who can care for you. Over the years, have you not encountered any women you deem commendable?" Listening to the empress, the Ming emperor contemplated the noble women who had been closely associated with the crown prince over the years, his gaze landing on the sequential art piece held in his hand, depicting Shen Yunshu. Yuanzhen, do you have any thoughts regarding Shen Yunshu of the Shen family? The crown prince was taken aback by his father's inquiry. Why would father entertain such thoughts? I regard her merely as a sister, and besides, the Shen family is not. The Ming emperor's emotions were quite intricate. He indeed had faith in the Shen family. Yet, recognizing their considerable influence, he felt confident in managing the likes of Shenzhen while in power, trusting in their loyalty. However, once he was gone, would the crown prince be able to control the Shen family? The crown prince was undoubtedly a benevolent ruler molded by him. Yet the emperor was aware that his son was perhaps overly kind-hearted, possibly because he himself was not a benevolent monarch and thus lacked the acumen for such relationships. Should he marry a woman from the Shen family, it could resolve these concerns. Unfortunately, the founding emperor had established an agreement that forbade the daughters of the Shen family from entering the royal family, even if he wished to break it. He could not act with tyranny and must consider the Shen family stance. It was evident that Shenzhen was unwilling for Shen Yunshu to marry into the royal family. The crown prince remained oblivious to his father's desire for him to wed Shen Yunshu, as the emperor still perceived him as the innocent and benevolent son, unaware of the perils of succession. Throughout these years of rebirth, he had maintained contact with Shen Yunshu, deeply recognizing her intelligence and uniqueness, gradually coming to believe in her ethereal qualities. Otherwise, how could one explain her myriad peculiar behaviors? He had even privately visited Qinghua Temple, seeking out the master of Jingyan, the esteemed Qingwei. Upon hearing that the master could divine fortunes through the patterns of tortoises and the elements, he had come seeking enlightenment, inquiring if the master could shed light on his uncertainties. Your Highness, what you seek shall be granted. The master recognized my identity. The purple star shines ever brighter, and your fortunes are on the rise. You shall have noble assistance, provided you tread cautiously and avoid missteps, thus ensuring a smooth path ahead. Who is this noble? Your Highness already has someone in mind. Does the master know her identity? Merely a passerby who lingers here out of obsession. The words of Master Qingwei were not entirely comprehensible to him. Perhaps due to the necessity of withholding celestial secrets, the master had refrained from divulging too much. Nonetheless, he had gleaned what was essential, and regardless of the presence of noble assistance, he would forge a new path, determined not to repeat past mistakes. The Shen family had always been loyal. The founding emperor, a keen judge of character, established this rule for a reason. Moreover, father had arranged splendidly for him, for the Shen brothers had grown up alongside him, and he was well acquainted with their dispositions. The Ming emperor, upon hearing the crown prince's words, hesitated momentarily before nodding. Yuan Zhan is correct. The Shen family has consistently produced excellent generals. Their prowess on the battlefield has greatly contributed to the stability of our dynasty for a century. Should a daughter of the Shen family enter the imperial harem, it would inevitably lead to a scenario of external relatives wielding power. If we wish to prevent the Shen family from gaining undue influence, future emperors must find ways to curtail their power. However, this would squander the martial legacy of the Shen lineage. As the Ming emperor regained his composure, he pondered further and found increasing merit in the founding emperor's decision. Perhaps he had been too greedy. The daughters of the Li family are commendable, as are those of the Jiang family, to be a crown princess. A touch of cleverness is necessary. The Ming emperor set aside his previous considerations, placing down the sequential art of Shen Yunshu and picking up the examination illustrations of Li Mayan and Jiang Xinyan. The crown prince remained noncommittal. Yet he recalled Jiang Xuanyan's apparent hostility towards Shen Yunshu and frowned slightly. The daughter of the Jiang family harbored somewhat dubious intentions. After marriage, she might prove to be a jealous individual. In his past life, Jiang Xinyan had been his betrothed, yet he had had little interaction with her, lacking any emotional attachment. In this life, aside from the childhood bond he shared with Shen Yunshu, the myriad strange circumstances that had entwined them meant they were on the same side. His companion, even if she could not assist him, should at least not create trouble. The Ming emperor considered Jiang Xuanyan's prior demeanor towards Shen Yunshu and nodded in agreement. A jealous individual is indeed unsuitable to be the mother of a nation. Thus, let it be the daughter of the Li family. I shall draft the decree forthwith. Father, please hold on. Allow me to meet her first before proceeding. On another front, Shen Yunshu returned to the Wang residence in her family's carriage. The imperial decree of rewards arriving shortly thereafter at the northern town prince's residence. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the legitimate daughter of the northern town prince, Shen Yunshu, is gentle, respectful, and possesses an exemplary demeanor, extraordinary beauty, and remarkable talents. I'm greatly pleased. She is to be conferred the title of first-rank princess, named Qingran. Thus it is decreed. The young lady expresses her gratitude for the emperor's grace. Long live the emperor! The eunuch delivering the decree, Jiao Lu, was known for delivering only the highest honors. With a beaming smile, he presented the decree to Shen Yunshu, congratulating her. I accompanied the princess here and feared you would be waiting, so I came ahead to announce the decree. Shortly, someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs will come to deliver your share and the emperor's rewards. Thank you, eunuch. Ah, princess, you are too kind. The eunuchs who announce decrees frequently visit the residences of various ministers, yet they especially enjoy visiting the homes of military generals. The current emperor is affable, placing little importance on formalities. As long as the recipient is present to receive the decree, all is well. However, in families with strict traditions, Receiving the decree still necessitates incense offerings, formal setups, and elaborate prostrations, and some even require bathing and changing attire, truly a cumbersome affair. In contrast, military households are far simpler. Especially with the northern town prince, there are hardly any formalities in the emperor's presence, let alone when receiving the decree. Typically, upon their arrival, they would announce the decree and leave, and upon returning, they might receive a red envelope from the princess, with no pretense of being invited for tea or meals. While simple, the value of that red envelope far exceeds the worth of 10 meals. After delivering the imperial edict, Jia Lu offered a few words of congratulations and departed. The members of the northern border prince's residence paid little heed to Jia Lu's references to the princess's shares and rewards. Instead, they began to inquire about the events that transpired at the banquet today. Your performance today was commendable. The emperor's bestowal upon you is indeed a reflection of the goodwill you have cultivated over the years. It is also partially due to the recent unfavorable reports from the borders. The Chang dynasty has enjoyed a period of stability with Nanyang in recent years, and I have not been stationed at the borders for many years. Recently, however, a promising young general has emerged in Nanyang, winning 2 battles and seemingly forgetting the pain of our past victories. Thus, the emperor intends to dispatch me once more to instill fear in them. In the past years, I traversed between the borders and the capital for the sake of the Chang dynasty, spending little time at home. It was only after your birth that I settled in the capital for a few years. Now, as I grow older, I am once again called to battle. Therefore, the emperor's rewards may also carry a sentiment of compensation. Chapter 51. Shen Yunshu goes to the borders listening to Shen Yunshu recount the events of the banquet. Shen Yunshu pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion. Fortunately, Yunshu performed admirably today, providing the emperor with a pretext. From a suggestion regarding the floods in Suzhou, Shen Yunshu played a significant role, leading to the emperor's decision to reward her as I prepared to march forth and impose order upon Nanyang. The emperor had already intended to grant rewards. With his good mood and the favorable circumstances, it was only natural for him to elevate Shen Yunshu to the status of a princess. Upon hearing Shen Yunshu's words, Shen Yunshu's initial suspicions were confirmed. However, recalling the historical accounts of the Shen family's treachery, she could not help but worry about her father's upcoming journey. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively spoke. Today, I perused numerous military texts and studied several historical battles, gaining some insights. Oh, pray, share with me, Shen Yunshu responded. Although a talented general has emerged in Nanyang, he is merely a newcomer, lacking the experience of seasoned veterans on the battlefield. Surely, the Prince of Nanyang, if not a fool, would refrain from leading his army against our formidable northern border prince. Shen Yunshu laughed heartily. Ha! Is my daughter's insight from her studies merely flattering me? Shen Yunshu remained unfazed by his lightheartedness. This was not mere flattery. It was a well-known fact. Despite having been neighbors with the Chang dynasty for so long, Nanyang had endured many defeats yet managed to survive, indicating that they were not entirely oblivious to their situation. Seeing her earnest expression, Shen Yunshu adopted a more serious demeanor, urging her to continue. If they can recognize this, then they should maintain their previous course. Even if their third prince is valiant, he has merely won a few battles. If they seek the welfare of Nanyang, they ought not to launch aggressive offensives, but rather develop quietly. At the very least, they should refrain from provoking matters to the point that the emperor feels compelled to send you into action. While Shen Yunshu spoke casually, the fact that the situation had escalated to the point where the emperor deemed it necessary to send him to battle suggested that it was no trivial matter. After all, there were other generals stationed at the borders. Although Shen Yunshu had returned to the capital, the northern border army remained steadfast at the frontier. Having faced Nanyang for many years, they were seasoned and experienced. If Nanyang had not been overly aggressive, there would be no need for the northern border prince to venture far into the wilderness. Shen Yunshu listened attentively to Shen Yunshu's analysis, finally regarding her with a newfound seriousness. He had always known his daughter to be exceptionally intelligent, yet he had not expected her to grasp such matters at her young age. My daughter is indeed wise, he remarked with a sense of pride. Father is certainly aware of the situation at the borders, and I understand your wealth of experience from years of warfare. Thus, I do not wish to overstep my bounds as a mere young lady. However, recent reports concerning the borders have been increasingly alarming, leading me to harbor an uneasy premonition. Moreover, I I recently came across an account from the history of the Chang Dynasty regarding General Yugua, who was framed by the enemy and chose to end his life to preserve his honor. Hence, I felt compelled to remind you to exercise caution. Unlike Shen Yun's shifting attitude from nonchalance to appreciation, Shen Yunshu maintained her composure throughout. She had not expected her father to take her words to heart, for as a young maiden, it was indeed audacious of her to offer counsel to a seasoned general like him. It was only because she faced a father who cherished her that he allowed her to voice her thoughts. Otherwise, anyone else might have dismissed her. Rest assured, my dear, I am aware. Though I am a mere military man, I am not devoid of intellect. Should Nanyang harbor any insidious schemes, we shall not cower before them. He had fought countless battles against Nanyang and was well aware of their tactics. They were a warlike tribe, skilled yet lacking the strategic acumen of the Chang dynasty's generals. Recently, their actions had seemed peculiar, likely the result of some newfangled strategies devised by the younger generation. Nanyang resembled a wild dog on the prairie, perpetually drawn to the opulence of the Chang dynasty, akin to a dog sniffing meat, forever waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Once I teach them a harsh lesson and remind them of their past suffering, they will once again enjoy a period of peace. Father is undoubtedly the most formidable. My worries are unfounded. Since you say so, I shall find solace in your words. Though Shen Zhan's reassurances bore a hint of condescension, Shen Yunshu felt content with his response. Several years remained before the Shen family's troubles would unfold, yet such significant matters seldom reached fruition in a day or two. It was likely that the enemy would slowly erode Shen Zhan's vigilance and lay their traps. If Shen Zhan could maintain his awareness, perhaps he would not fall victim to their schemes. The historical records were vague, and she was unaware of who among the enemy's princesses was involved. However, from her years of observation within the Shen household, she was certain that it was a meticulously crafted trap. The Shen family's love for and responsibility toward the Chang dynasty were ingrained in their very essence. They would never betray their country for personal gain. Following the emperor's hint regarding the intention to select Li Jia's daughter as the crown princess, Li Yuanjin dispatched individuals to keep a close watch on Li Muyan. It was not to uncover anything in particular, but rather to observe the situation, as he had many secrets in this life, and his partner needed to be utterly trustworthy. Your Highness, recently, Duke Chui returned from Changzhou with his wife and daughter, bringing with them rare and exquisite flowers, many of which are not found in the capital. The Chui family plans to host a flower viewing banquet on the 3rd day of the 6th month, inviting several noble families with whom they have good relations, including the Shen and Li families. It seems that Princess Luan also intends to join the festivities alongside Princess Qingran and the Shen brothers. Will your Highness attend? Siwen knew that his master had always been attentive to Princess Qingran's movements, and since Li Muyan was a candidate for the crown princess, it was likely that the banquet would pique his interest, prompting him to report this news. The crown prince lifted his gaze from the stack of documents presented by his subordinates, his expression deepening slightly. The Chui family. Indeed, Duke Chui had long resided in Changzhou with his wife and daughter, seldom returning to the capital. This was partly due to the maternal family of his wife, Lady Qin, being based in Changzhou, and partly because Changzhou was in close proximity to the border city of Shecheng, where Duke Chui commanded 20,000 border troops. Should a conflict arise, he would be required to take command immediately. In his previous life, Duke Chui had returned to the capital at this very time, intending to find a suitable match for his daughter, Chui Ziying. However, this endeavor ultimately led to her remaining unmarried. Chapter 52. The Chui family's flower viewing banquet, Part 1. On the 3rd day of the 6th month, at a quarter past the hour of the snake, Shen Yunshu, impeccably dressed, stepped out to meet her mother and 2 brothers, who had long been waiting in the main courtyard. Together, they boarded a carriage bound for the Chui family estate. Oh look, we were just saying that a woman's beauty cannot compare to the elegance bestowed by knowledge and culture. And here comes a paragon of talent and beauty. A voice refreshing and invigorating rang out. Following Ji Xiao, Shen Yunshu navigated through the main courtyard, past a winding corridor, and upon turning a corner, beheld the vibrant scene framed by a moon gate. Ladies engaged in lively conversation amidst an array of exquisite flowers, laughter echoing in the air. A splendid tableau of blooming beauty. This was indeed the domain of the ladies. Her brothers, Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaijin, had already followed a servant to the main courtyard. They would soon gather there and make their way to another garden across the small lotus pond to admire flowers and enjoy drinks. The pond was modest in size. With the opposite bank nearby, a raised voice could easily bridge the distance for conversation. This arrangement aimed to foster a more relaxed atmosphere among those still unfamiliar with one another. Should any young men and women wish to converse with the opposite sex, there were 2 adjoining pavilions available. Having met the Princess of the North and the esteemed Junju Qingran, the gathering noticed Ji Xiao and Shen Yunshu approaching. Prompted by the earlier jovial banter, those of lesser status rose to pay their respects. Ji Xiao glanced at the woman who had made the jest and was reminded that even after years, Madame Qin remained as she had always been. It is indeed your exceptional beauty that dazzles upon entry, making me think a celestial being graced us with her presence today. Madame Qin's laughter was bright and refreshing, like the tinkling of wind chimes, a melody that lingered in the air and warmed the heart. Before Ji Xiao could formulate a response, Madame Qin turned her attention to Shen Yunshu, her tone exaggerated once more. "Ah, so this is the esteemed Junju Qingran? It has been many years. I heard of your accomplishments upon your recent return. The word around town is that you possess both remarkable talent and beauty, rivaling even the Princess of the North in her prime. Yet, I must say, you now exude an ethereal grace that seems untouched by the mundane world. If it weren't for your proximity, I might have thought you a fairy, ready to take flight at any moment. Please do not tease Yunshu." Shen Yunshu feigned shyness. Madame Qin was the hostess of the day, the wife of Duke Cui. To those unfamiliar, it would be respectful to address her as Madame Qin. Shen Yunshu had met her in her childhood and appreciated her consistently vibrant and generous demeanor. Despite her lower rank as a second-class lady compared to Shen Yunshu's status as a princess, she was a respected elder and had maintained a cordial relationship with Shen Yunshu's mother. Thus, Shen Yunshu felt no need to uphold the airs of princess. Madame Qin had remembered that in Shen Yunshu's youth, she had collected a batch of pink pearls, and so, every year, she would send some back from Changzhou, varying in color and shape. Shen Yunshu cherished this gesture. Those pink pearls had been a royal gift, and though she found them beautiful, her nursemaid had worried about her playing with them, fearing she might swallow one. In secret, she had hidden a few. During a visit to the Princess of the North's residence, Madame Qin had chanced upon her fascination with pearls and made a mental note. Since then, every year, a portion of the festive gifts from the Cui family included pearls. Hearing Shen Yunshu's words, Madame Qin smiled. "What are you saying, dear? Changzhou is indeed by the sea, and we have some dealings with the ocean. Pearls are merely trinkets, hardly worthy of your remembrance. They may not be precious, yet I have not seen you send me any." Han Shuya, growing impatient with their prolonged exchange, approached and pulled Ji Xiao and Shen Yunshu away. "You can't monopolize Xiao. Let her chat with us for a while," she remarked, unceremoniously pushing aside Madame Qin. "Sister-in-law, aunt." Han Shuya smiled warmly at Shen Yunshu, gently smoothing the folds of her sleeve. Cindy is waiting for you over there. Go find her." Madame Qin and Han Shuya shared a cordial friendship, and after being nudged aside, continued to jest. "I haven't seen the princess in years. It's merely a conversation. Look at how jealous you are." Turning back to Shen Yunshu, she added, "They're admiring the lotus flowers by the pond. You should join the young ladies. We older folk shall not intrude, lest we make you uncomfortable." Shen Yunshu nodded, internally grateful for her aunt's intervention, which allowed her to escape the social circle of the matrons. "Yunshu, come." Ji Sini, eager to see her, hurried towards her, taking her hand and leading her to a pavilion where a group of young ladies were gathered. Junju Qingran. Since Shen Yunshu held the highest rank among the girls, they all rose to pay their respects. "This is your host for today, Miss Cui Xing." Yi Xining, lively by nature, had already become familiar with Cui Xing and now introduced Shen Yunshu. "You may call me Xing, Junju." Cui Xing stepped forward. Though she was a few years older than Shen Yunshu, she recognized the latter's noble status as a member of the royal lineage. Unlike Ji Sini, who had grown up with Shen Yunshu, she felt no need for formalities and dared to address the princess by her given name. Shen Yunshu took the opportunity to observe Cui Xing, who wore a dress of begonia color adorned with silver embroidery, her hair adorned with a golden butterfly hairpin. She appeared dignified and graceful, embodying elegance. There is no need for such formality. Madame Qin has graciously gifted me so many pearls. Calling you Sister Xing is hardly an imposition. Cui Xing charmed by Shen Yunshu's playful banter, smiled widely. If you insist, I shall shamelessly accept it. After all, when my mother sent gifts to the Princess of the North, I helped select the pearls. Now it makes sense. I wondered why the pearls always suited my taste so perfectly. It was you, a sister of similar age, who chose them for me. Chapter 53. The Flower Viewing Feast at the Chui Family. Part 2. Chui Xing, amused by Shen Yunshu's compliment, could not contain her laughter. Her embroidered handkerchief covering her mouth as her hair ornaments danced lightly. Across the small lotus pond, a young man dressed in purple, adorned with a golden crown, observed the scene with a deep gaze. Shen Yunshu, equally entranced, thought the rumors were indeed true. Her sister possessed an unparalleled beauty. With that, Shen Yunshu produced a brocade box from her sleeve and presented it to Chui Xing. I have heard that you delight in rare flowers and plants. Though it is our first meeting, I have prepared a small token for you, merely a trinket I designed myself. After all, you have selected pearls from me over the years. I wish to offer you something in return. Do you like it? Chui Xing was taken aback. Why trouble yourself with such a gift, Junju? I have always adored beautiful things, and hearing of your exquisite beauty, I thought the usual gifts were too mundane. They should match someone as lovely as you. Since she had begun designing jewelry as a side venture, Shen Yunshu had crafted several pieces, some of which she sold at Yiyun Pavilion, while others she kept for gifting. Over the years, she has gifted her personally designed jewelry to those close to her whom she deems worthy of friendship. After all, winning people's hearts is a gradual process. One cannot simply rely on last-minute efforts. It is fortunate for the princess to be a woman. Had she been a man with such eloquence, who knows how many young ladies would have succumbed to longing for her. Chui Xing smiled as she accepted the brocade box handed to her by Shen Yunshu. Upon opening it, she discovered a bracelet made of flawless white jade beads, adorned with 2 golden pearls and a small golden ring. The ring was embellished with a tiny pink lotus flower and a small golden pod. This bracelet is truly exquisite. The white jade beads are immaculate, and the pink lotus has its stamen in pink while the petals are entirely white, resembling a genuine lotus flower. The color coordination is remarkable, seamlessly blending the golden and jade beads. Chui Xing gazed with delight at the bracelet within the box, joyfully putting it on her wrist and gently rotating it. She had long heard of Princess Qingran's remarkable ingenuity. Even during the Crown Prince's first foray into commerce, it was the princess who conceptualized the ideas and designs, many of which are still emulated by major merchants today. It was not so exaggerated. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yunshu and Chui Xing engaged in a round of mutual flattery regarding their commercial endeavors. After a moment, Ji Sini inquired, "Is Lun not with you?" Having exchanged pleasantries, she pulled Shen Yunshu aside to admire the blossoms, seizing the opportunity to ask quietly. She was unsure if the Chui family was aware of Lu An's intended visit and feared that Luan might have encountered an issue preventing her from attending. Thus, she refrained from discussing it with others. No, it seems the Crown Prince is also coming, so she is waiting to depart the palace with him. Isn't the Crown Prince known for avoiding such gatherings? Who knows? Not answering Ji Sini's curiosity, Shen Yunshu scanned the gathering of women and spotted several noble ladies who had attended the Empress's banquet, leading her to speculate on the Crown Prince's purpose for visiting the Chui family's flower viewing banquet. Typically, gatherings among noble families entail appreciating flowers, the moon, and scenic views, accompanied by games such as throwing arrows, playing ball, and engaging in drinking games. Some attendees, with ulterior motives, would seize opportunities to showcase their talents. Shen Yunshu's gaze fell upon a nearby pavilion where a young lady from the Li family was surrounded by several women, her graceful hands skillfully demonstrating her exceptional musical talent. Ji Sini followed Shen Yunshu's gaze and whispered gossipingly, "Rumor has it that during the last Empress's banquet, the Li family's legitimate daughter caught the Emperor's eye and is among the most likely candidates for the Crown Princess. Hence, the Li family is making every effort to present Li Mayan at various banquets, not to mention her musical prowess, which she showcases at every gathering, afterward receiving compliments from noble families allied with the Li family, leading to the widespread belief that Li Mayan is the most suitable candidate for the Crown Princess." Shen Yunshu withdrew her gaze with a resigned smile, realizing why Sister Peihan claimed to be ill and did not attend. Ji Sini, slightly puzzled, looked up and asked, "Isn't Sister Peihan unwell due to a sudden chill? I was planning to visit her tomorrow." "What chill? How coincidental. We saw her just a few days ago, and now she's suddenly so ill she cannot leave her home. It's merely an excuse to avoid attending the banquet." As she spoke, her eyes caught another small gathering, where a graceful young lady was dancing elegantly. At this rate, if the selection for the crown princess does not conclude soon, her chill may never improve. As a strong contender for the crown princess, even if the one family, and when Peihan did not harbor such intentions, the empress's preferences still weighed heavily. After all, the emperor's intentions seem unclear. He does not appear to favor a daughter from the Wen family as his crown princess. However, filial piety holds great significance, and one could never predict if the emperor might relent due to the empress's wishes. Previously, Jiang Xinyan aimed to overshadow her and Wen Peihan. Now, with Li Mayan in the fray, the longer the deliberation, the more chaotic the situation becomes, as everyone seeks to stake their claim. Now that she has ascended to the status of princess, she need not overtly avoid those with ulterior motives. However, should Wen Peihan make an appearance, the targeting might become unpredictable, rendering the choice to compete or not irrelevant. Competing would mean being marked in the emperor's eyes as someone vying for the crown princess position, while refraining would allow others to ascend over her. What are you two discussing so secretly? The sudden appearance of a young princess, Lu, and startled the two, who were quietly observing the scene. Why are you both so far removed, whispering? Are you discussing someone has faults? We're merely sharing speculations about the future crown princess. Should we not be cautious? Shen Yunshu did not conceal anything from Luan, as she had long been privy to family gossip. I heard that Li Mayan has captured the attention of both the emperor and the crown prince, and that the position of crown princess is a certainty for her. Is that true? Seeing Lu An's arrival, Ji Sini quickly made room for her, her face lit with curiosity. She seemed entirely unbothered by the impropriety of discussing royal affairs in the presence of a royal princess, a matter that could lead to severe consequences. Chapter 54. Chui Xing falls into the water. Luan, in the company of childhood friends, displayed no airs of superiority typical of royalty. She merely nodded indifferently at Ji Sini's words. Yes, my father and mother have shortlisted a few candidates for my elder brother, with Li Mayan being the top choice. If not for my brother wanting to see for himself, the decree would have been issued by now. Luan was unsurprised that they were aware of the matter, as there had been no explicit instructions to the palace servants to keep it secret. Thus, some information had naturally leaked. After all, there were numerous individuals, including palace maids, eunuchs, guards, physicians, and female officials, who could intertwine with external officials and noble families, allowing most palace news to escape, barring any strict orders. The crown prince wishes to see for himself? Shen Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Historical records state that the crown prince had not married before his untimely demise, and shortly after. The Prince Rong ascended the throne, doing so under the pretense of restoring order, and within 3 years, he passed the throne to his son. Subsequent historical accounts suggest that Prince Rong's son might be the child of the late crown Prince Li Yuanjun, yet no definitive records have surfaced. Shen Yunshu had always presumed that the crown prince, despite lacking a special someone in his previous life, must have had an acquaintance. However, it now appeared he was unaware of any offspring from his past life. Could the later conjectures have been mistaken? Nonetheless, being a person reborn, the crown prince undoubtedly harbored his own thoughts, and Shen Yunshu did not intend to interfere, particularly in matters of the heart, which are intrinsically complex. Thud! Someone has fallen into the water. Quickly, someone helped to rescue them. The three of them sat in the pavilion, bewildered as they observed the commotion by the lotus pond, where shouts for help and rescue filled the air, creating quite a stir. Since the individuals who fell were from the lady's side, shortly thereafter, a few capable maids jumped into the pond to retrieve them. Once the two women emerged, they were immediately surrounded and escorted by maids to a nearby area suitable for washing and changing. Shen Yunshu watched as the two women, though only their shoes and hems were visible, bore a striking resemblance to Chui Xing and Li Mayan. Glancing around, she noticed the absence of the two. Aside from Madame Qin and several other ladies who had assisted, the remaining guests exchanged silent glances, choosing not to discuss the incident of someone falling into the water. After all, even in an open-minded era, a woman getting soaked was not a matter one would willingly speak of, particularly not in a manner that might invite ridicule from men of lesser standing. Generally, unless one had a true adversary, they would refrain from publicizing such incidents that could offend. However, even if no one speaks of it, it is merely self-deception. While the male relatives may be unaware, Can the women truly be oblivious to the absence of one among them? It is merely a silent understanding among them to pretend otherwise. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, but soon two ladies, well acquainted with the Chui family, stepped forward to ease the situation and enliven the mood. The guests resumed their flower admiring and games, feigning ignorance as if nothing had transpired. This scene, though seemingly an incident, was swiftly resolved. Yet Shen Yunshu could not shake a lingering sense of unease, especially as she had been contemplating the crown prince when she glanced towards the male guests and witnessed the chaos unfolding there. While she did not see who had fallen, she was astonished to discover that it was the second prince who had attempted to leap in to save the person. Was Li Yuanshun possessed by some spirit? Or was he, despite his ruthless ambition for the throne, a benevolent soul willing to rescue a drowning maiden? After all, following her inexplicable assassination attempt, the second prince had happened to save her, and Shen Yun had investigated, uncovering some traces of the second prince's involvement. While it might not confirm an assassination plot, it certainly indicated that his intentions were not purely noble. Now, with him striving to be a hero, one could only wonder if he harbored a savior complex. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by the crown prince this time. Shen Yunshu mused that the crown prince must know something. The flower banquet lost its luster due to the incident, prompting an early dispersal as daylight waned. Ji Shu Yao, having some rapport with Madame Qin, lingered with Shen Yunshu until the others departed. Once the crowd had thinned, Madame Qin led Ji Shu Yao and Shen Yunshu to Chui Ziying's chamber. Through Madame Qin's explanation, Shen Yunshu learned that her suspicions were correct. It was indeed Li Muyin and Chui Ziying who had fallen into the water. Ziying had suffered some fright and required the princess to stay and converse with her. Noting Shen Yunshu's nod, Madame Qin and Ji Shu Yao exited the room. "Is my sister well?" Shen Yunshu inquired softly, aware that Madame Qin had matters to discuss with her mother. She observed Chui Ziying's pale countenance and asked gently, "Are you all right?" "It is nothing. Thank you for your willingness to stay, princess. There is no need for such formality. My mother and Madame Qin share a good relationship, and I find a connection with you as well. You may call me Qingran." Yunshu was indeed her given name, and this was their first meeting. Given that she was a princess, it felt inappropriate for Ziying to call her by her title. It would be more fitting to use the honorific bestowed upon her by the emperor as a means of familiarity. "Very well, Qingran. What truly transpired today? How could one simply fall into the pond?" Ziying found the situation perplexing. After all, how could she, even if unaccustomed to the capital, fall into her own garden pond during her own flower banquet? She should have known where to tread and where to avoid. "I had not intended to inquire, but the events of today seem so strange, and seeing you in this state compels me to ask. Would you share what happened?" Chui Ziying, perhaps anticipating Shen Yunshu's curiosity, maintained her composure and explained, "Sister Qingran, the truth is, I was pushed into the pond. However, there were so many people around that I could not discern who it was. The individual's grip was loose, and though I instinctively turned to catch their hand, I failed. Yet, my jade bracelet inadvertently caught onto someone's sleeve, and in that moment I pulled them down with me." Shen Yunshu processed Ziying's words, piecing together the scene. "So the person you pulled down was Li Muyin? You reached for the individual who pushed you, and your bracelet snagged her sleeve? However, it was peculiar. Why would anyone's sleeve be so conveniently within reach? Either she was attempting to steady you, or she was indeed the one who pushed you." Shen Yunshu found the situation troubling. Li Muyin and Chui Ziying had no history of animosity. What motive could there be for such a reckless act? Ziying bit her lip, acknowledging, "Indeed, Li Muyin claimed she saw me falter and intended to assist, but inadvertently fell with me." Li Muyin had stated this, and no one had witnessed who had pushed Chui Ziying. They had only seen Ziying struggling and dragging Li Muyin into the water. Consequently, the Chui family could not openly accuse Li Muyin for fear of being seen as unjust and lacking decorum. Shen Yunshu understood that the Chui family, including Ziying, harbored suspicions towards Li Muyin. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that Ziying, the victim, held the clearest insight into her own plight and the complexities surrounding it. Logically, it did not seem plausible that Li Muyin would act with such malice. She had demonstrated intelligence at the previous banquet. No matter how dire the circumstances surrounding the selection of the crown princess, it would hardly warrant such reckless behavior. What gain could she hope to achieve? In a flash, Shen Yunshu recalled the sight of the second prince attempting to leap into the water, only to be calmly intercepted by the crown prince. Could it be that the second prince had colluded with Li Muyin? Was his intention to marry Cui Ziying? This recalled to her the message the crown prince had sent prior to the flower banquet, instructing her to remain close to Lu Un and avoid the throngs, steering clear of the male guests near the pond. This suggested that the crown prince was aware of the second prince's intentions, presumably based on prior knowledge. The mastermind behind this incident appeared to be the second prince, which explained the crown prince's timely intervention. It seemed likely that the crown prince had considered the possibility of Shen Yunshu as the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, becoming a target, and had sent a warning out of concern for her safety. Yet, it appeared that the second prince's aim had not shifted. He still sought Cui Ziying. After all, Cui Junggong was one of the few noblemen listed in the royal genealogy, alongside Shen Zhen. In the current court, only 2 non-imperial families had gained entry into the royal lineage. Perhaps she too would soon join their ranks, having been bestowed the title of princess. Though Cui Junggong may not wield the same military might as Shen Zhen, who commanded the formidable Northern Army, he led a significant force of 20,000 border troops and held the esteemed position of General Protector of the nation. The 3 most distinguished generals in the court, renowned for their valor, were the Northern King Shen Zhen, General Han Jin, and General Cui Junggong. Thus, the second prince's desire to gain Cui Junggong's support by choosing Cui Ziying as his consort was indeed a calculated move. However, history suggested that Cui Junggong was a steadfast loyalist, unwavering in his allegiance to the throne, refusing to stand behind any prince. He would heed only the emperor's command, rendering all else irrelevant, even if it were the mightiest of kings. Historically, the fate of the Cui family was rather unfortunate. Cui Ziying did not ascend to the position of the second prince's consort. In the initial 2 years following Li Yuanshen's ascension, the Cui family maintained a status not dissimilar to their former glory, yet gradually fell into decline thereafter. The Duke of Cui succumbed to a recurrence of old wounds. His wife, Madame Qin, chose to follow him in death, and their daughter, Cui Ziying, vanished without a trace. Certain events may appear reasonable in historical texts, yet when applied to real individuals, they become less so. The Duke of Cui, having fought for many years, passing away from a resurgence of old injuries is not implausible. However, she observed him in good health, seemingly not at risk of sudden affliction. Regarding Madame Qin, based on Shen Yunshu's understanding, the likelihood of her committing suicide after the Duke's death appears low. This is not to suggest a lack of affection between the couple, but rather that Madame Qin was a remarkably clear-headed individual, placing great importance on her family and capable of bearing substantial responsibilities. She did not strike one as someone who would lose heart and neglect the family's future in the wake of her husband's demise, resorting to an act of love-stricken despair. Until she boarded the carriage home, Shen Yunshu remained preoccupied, pondering the affairs of the Cui residence in conjunction with historical context. Shuer, what occupies your thoughts? Ji Shuyao observed Shen Yunshu's silence upon exiting the Cui residence and, concerned, inquired. Shen Yunshu snapped back to reality. Nothing of consequence, merely worried about Sister Cui. Madame Qin has been conversing with Mother for quite some time. However, is there something amiss regarding Sister Cui's incident in the water? Ji Shuyao, aware that Cui Ziying had likely confided in her, decided to be forthright. Such matters are not detrimental for a young woman to be informed about. At the very least, it allows for greater vigilance concerning her safety. Ziying was most likely pushed into the water, yet without evidence. The Li family, being of considerable standing, would not tolerate baseless accusations. Voicing such suspicions could lead to retaliation, potentially escalating the matter to the emperor and causing the Cui family further disgrace. So, what does Madame Qin seek from Mother? Madame Qin wished for Huaiwen and Huaijin to assist in recalling any suspicious behavior from the male guests present that day. Historically, the motivations for pushing an unmarried woman into water have been few. It is only men of pretentious demeanor with little merit who would conceive such shameless schemes. After all, following the incident of a female guest falling into the water, it was inappropriate for the male guests to remain, leading them to depart long before the women. At this moment, the Shen brothers had already returned to the royal residence. Ji Shuyao spoke with rising indignation. How brazen can they be to attempt to induce a marriage through such despicable means? Who does Mother suspect? Who else could it be? The guests at today's banquet in the Cui residence were hardly suitable matches for the Cui family's legitimate daughter. Shen Yunshu remarked, redirecting her mother's attention to those unworthy of the Chui family's lineage. It is not solely a matter of unsuitability. Some may be deemed too lofty for the Chui family to consider marrying off their daughter. With the status of the Chui family, their daughter would be fitting for any suitor, even a prince. However, the Duke of Chui was notoriously obstinate. Unless commanded by the emperor, he would not seek to curry favor, being a staunch royalist. Unless the emperor deposes the crown prince, the Chui family's legitimate daughter would not wed another prince, as that would be akin to choosing sides. Shen Yunshu fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Ji Shuyao, who paused momentarily before realizing, sure, did you witness something? I cannot be certain, but when the female guests were in distress, only the second prince reacted promptly, intending to dive in and rescue her, only to be stopped by the crown prince. Seeing Ji Shuyao's astonishment, Shen Yunshu continued, if the crown prince had not intervened, what would the outcome have been? What else could it result in? The second prince would have rescued the Chui family's legitimate daughter, naturally intending to take her as his consort. However, the Li family's daughter was also submerged. Before Shen Yunshu could elaborate, Ji Shuyao realized the Li family's daughter did not wish to enter the water. She was pulled down by Ziying. Regardless of whether she pushed or not, the presence of both a pusher and a rescuer makes it implausible to claim it was unplanned. If Ziying were to unwittingly harbor feelings for the second prince, or even if she currently sees through the ruse, should this matter become public, she would be overwhelmed with shame. The Duke of Chui, regardless of his stoicism, would likely feel compelled to marry Ziying to the second prince due to societal gossip. The second prince's machinations are overly shrewd. Ji Shuyao spoke with urgency, growing more resolute in her convictions. In recalling how Shen Yunshu had been rescued by the second prince during her assassination attempt, her ire intensified. Could it be that the second prince, seeing the Shen family as unattainable, has now set his sights on the Chui family? Why must he resort to such underhanded tactics against the daughters of noble families? What do the ministers supporting the second prince think? Can they truly expect him to be a wise ruler? Shen Yunshu nodded in agreement with her mother's sentiments. Indeed, the second prince's schemes were not lost on the descendants of thousands of years. The historical assessment of Li Yuanshen is one of shrewdness and unscrupulousness. Shen Yunshu had come to a strong conclusion that it was highly likely the second prince was behind this incident. The crown prince likely had some inkling as well. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to restrain the second prince's impulsive action so swiftly. However, the crown prince's previous life remained a mystery regarding whether the second prince was successful, as she had not encountered any such accounts in the annals of history. Yet, it was certain that the Chui family's legitimate daughter did not become the second prince's consort. That honor went to the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Shangguan Xinyue. Curiously, even until the downfall of the Chui family's legitimate daughter remained unmarried, and, subsequently, all records regarding her inexplicably vanished, leaving her fate unknown. Ji Shuyao grasped the intricacies of the situation and advised Shen Yunshu, do not involve yourself in this matter. I shall inquire with your brothers. Since the crown prince was the one to restrain the second prince, Huaiwen and Huaijin must have been nearby and are certainly aware of the details. Upon returning to the royal residence, Ji Shuyao summoned Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaijin to her Kinkiyuan to discuss the day's events, instructing Shen Yunshu to rest in her quarters. Shen Yunshu did not insist on participating in the matter, as it appeared that the situation was under the crown prince's control. Her brothers had a good rapport with him and would likely know his intentions. She had little connection with Chui Ziying and felt no need to meddle excessively. Outside the imperial study, the crown prince and the second prince emerged side by side. Royal brother, do you harbor intentions toward the Chui family's legitimate daughter? Li Yuanshen Ninkidat. Glancing sideways at the crown prince, testing the waters. Reflecting on the crown prince's rapid intervention that day, he contemplated whether the crown prince might have some interest. The crown prince's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Li Yuanshen's lingering thoughts about Chui Ziying, indicating that he was dissatisfied with the noble daughters presented to him by the emperor. The second prince was indeed not a child anymore, with his thoughts turning towards romantic pursuits. But do you have someone in mind? When father inquired earlier, why were you hesitant to speak? Li Yuanshen recognized the crown prince's probing and, knowing he could not extract any information, opted for silence, bidding farewell as he returned to his own quarters. The crown prince watched him depart, reflecting on his younger brother's stubbornness before returning to the imperial study. Yuanzhen, what brings you back? The emperor questioned, puzzled at his son's return. "Father, I wish to propose Cui Xing of the Cui family as the crown prince's legitimate consort." The matter was resolved swiftly. Within a few days, a decree arrived at the Cui residence, declaring that Cui Xing, noted for her grace and virtue, was to be betrothed to the crown prince as his consort. When Shen Yunshu next ventured to the Chongming study to meet the crown prince, she learned the intricate details behind this development. It aligned closely with her speculations. The crown prince's former life had no legitimate daughter from the Shen family, and the second prince's ambitions for military power had led him to set his sights on the Cui family. The incident of the drowning originally involved only the legitimate daughter of the Cui family, who was subsequently rescued by the second prince. Later, the second prince visited to express his intention to marry Cui Xing as his royal consort, yet the Cui family did not acquiesce. Among the court, several princes were eager to vie for the position of heir apparent. Although they could conceal their ambitions from the emperor, they could not deceive the ministers. After all, in their quest for power, they required the support of these officials. Thus, the Duke of Cui was aware of the second prince's intentions. As a staunch royalist, he was unwilling to marry his daughter to the second prince, given that the heir had already been established. Cui Xing was not so fragile. She knew she had been pushed into the water by someone. Although she could not identify the perpetrator, her heart harbored doubts about the second prince. She had no intention of allowing the rumors to burden her father and the Cui family. Consequently, the second prince's plans were thwarted even in the first life of the crown prince, perhaps due to the success of this plot. The outcome did not align with the second prince's expectations, even though the Cui family's legitimate daughter remained unmarried due to rumors. The second prince held a grudge in his heart. During the subsequent spring royal hunt, the second prince orchestrated a scheme against both Cui Xing and the crown prince. As the nation's heir, one ought to maintain integrity. Even if one is a libertine, one should not engage in indiscriminate liaisons. Moreover, the legitimate daughter of the Cui family was not a suitable candidate for the future crown princess. Although this matter did not become widely known, it was effectively controlled by the Ming emperor. However, the crown prince was distracted by this incident and failed to notice the other traps set by the second prince during the hunt, resulting in his grievous injury and eventual death. In Chapter 57, the crown princess is determined. Initially, I was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Cui family's daughter's fall into the water, as there had been no rumors indicating she had been pushed. Yet, reflecting on the matter now, it seems replete with oddities. Thus, I prepared myself at this banquet, keeping a vigilant eye on Li Yuanxin to prevent him from jumping in to save her. He too felt perplexed as to why there were changes in this life, why both the legitimate daughters of the Li and Cui families fell into the water together. Then, Shen Yunshu suddenly recalled Cui Xing's words about how the small golden lotus on her bracelet had snagged on Li Muyan's sleeve, causing her to grasp it in her struggle and drag her down with her. This revelation suggested that the incident stemmed from her own involvement. In the crown prince's previous life, Cui Xing had not been present, and thus, there had been no one to gift her the bracelet at Cui family's flower viewing banquet. Had the golden lotus not caught on Li Muyan's sleeve, she would have swiftly retracted her hand, and Cui Xing would not have been able to grasp anything, leading to her own fall. Therefore, it seemed that Li Muyan had not intended to pull her up, but rather to push her down. Fate is fickle. Although the previous scheme succeeded, the Cui family, with its pride, refused to align with Li Yuanxin. In this life, I intercepted Li Yuanxin, believing that disrupting the scheme would be my greatest achievement. Yet unexpectedly, with your presence, I also uncovered the hidden hand aiding Li Yuanxin. The crown prince shook his head, unable to contain a laugh. Much of the ease with which he navigated this life stemmed from his heightened awareness after his rebirth, allowing him to deduce the truths behind certain events from his previous existence. Moreover, Shen Yunshu's arrival had altered many original circumstances. Thus, was the Li family aligned with the second prince, or had Li Muyan struck some deal with him? The crown prince furrowed his brow, perplexed by this conundrum. Lord Li and the Li family's eldest son, Li Qianni, were both individuals of great integrity. Should there be any connection with Li Yuanxin, they would presumably aspire to see Li Muyan become the second prince's consort rather than the crown princess. Without Shen Yunshu's dominance, the talents of the Jiang family's legitimate daughter had stood out remarkably among the noble women of Chengdu, earning her the title of the foremost talented woman before she became the prospective crown princess. At that time, the emperor was quite pleased with Jiang Xinyan as a candidate. Thus, I can understand why Li Muyin had chosen to aid the second prince at the flower-viewing banquet. However, in the current context, with Shen Yunshu's support, Jiang Xinyan appeared less remarkable. Furthermore, given that he had rejected Jiang Xinyan as the crown princess, it was highly probable that the position would fall to Li Muyin. Yet, why did she still choose to assist the second prince? Observing that the crown prince also found no clarity in this matter, Shen Yunshu decided not to linger on it further. Every occurrence has its cause. Li Muyin would not assist the second prince without reason. Either the Li family was deeply entrenched in the second prince's faction, or the second prince had employed some trick to manipulate Li Muyin. Or perhaps she had a deal with the second prince that compelled her actions. These speculations were of little consequence, for the underlying reasons might remain elusive. It sufficed to maintain a degree of vigilance. Now that the crown princess position had shifted to the Chui family's legitimate daughter, the Li family must have gleaned some understanding of the situation. However, if the Li family was not aligned with the second prince, would they realize that they had lost the trust of the crown prince, leaving them vulnerable to the second prince's machinations, potentially becoming his faction? I contemplated this matter and subtly broached the peculiar behavior of my second imperial brother and the Li family's legitimate daughter at the Chui family's flower-viewing banquet with the emperor. I was uncertain whether he suspected anything. Nonetheless, with the palace examination approaching, the son of the king of Shu was among the candidates. If the results of the examination were unsatisfactory, it would be inconsequential. However, if they were exceedingly favorable, it would not be prudent to hastily bestow an official position, as he was the son of a feudal lord. Therefore, the emperor intended to arrange a marriage for him. In an instant, Shen Yunshu comprehended the implication. The emperor meant to bestow the Li family's daughter upon the son of the king of Shu. The king of Shu, Li Yi, was conservative by nature, favoring stability. He was cautious, avoiding recklessness or the pursuit of fame, preferring to maintain control over all affairs. His royal residence was always meticulously managed, and he conducted himself with a steady demeanor, exuding a sense of reliability. The son of the king of Shu, Li Huiyuan, bore a strong resemblance to his father. Listening to the crown prince's descriptions of the king of Shu and his son, it became evident that they were a pair with a strong desire for control, yet devoid of significant ambition. Bestowing the daughter of the Li family to the son of the king of Shu would render it challenging for her to stir any waves beneath their watchful gaze, regardless of her intentions. Upon reflection, Lord Li held the title of third-rank Guanglu doctor. Granting his daughter to the son of the king of Shu as a primary wife would not place her status significantly lower than that of the crown princess, considering he would be a feudal lord in the future. Apart from not being able to ascend to the position of empress, there was little to be dissatisfied with. Did the Duke of Chui exhibit any reaction to the emperor's sudden marriage arrangement? Traditionally, becoming the crown princess is regarded as an honor and a fortunate circumstance for most individuals. Moreover, once the emperor has spoken, it is unlikely that any minister would dare voice dissent. However, the Duke of Chui is known for his steadfastness, some might even say obstinacy and rigidity. Nevertheless, as the crown prince is the heir, as long as he remains unharmed, it should not hinder the Duke's royalist stance. Thus, he should not create any disturbances. Should he? Upon hearing Shen Yunshu's inquiry, the crown prince appeared to have an epiphany and could not help but chuckle. In fact, prior to the marriage arrangement, the emperor had summoned the Duke of Chui once to discuss the matter. The Duke remained obstinate, and no matter how the emperor pleaded, even resorting to invoking his own health as a means of persuasion, the Duke was reluctant to relent. Ultimately, it was only after the emperor's heartfelt display of vulnerability that the Duke finally acquiesced. Shen Yunshu smiled in response, having witnessed the Ming emperor's determination on numerous occasions. She understood that he was a man who would not rest until his objectives were achieved. The Ming emperor was not a tyrant. While he was decisive, he demonstrated considerable tolerance towards his ministers. However, once he had made a decision, regardless of the opposition, he had the means to see it through, all the while ensuring that his ministers felt respected by the emperor. Who could refuse an emperor whose word was law, especially when he personally engaged in heartfelt discussions with his long-serving officials over matters that could easily be resolved with a simple edict? Even if the Duke of Chui were as unyielding as a stone, he would still fear the subtle coercion from the emperor. The legitimate daughter of the Chui family possesses virtuous conduct and a graceful demeanor. She would undoubtedly make a commendable crown princess. Yunshu wishes for the crown prince and his future wife to enjoy a loving and harmonious union. Raising her teacup, Shen Yunshu offered her sincere blessings to the crown prince. In the previous life, the crown princess had not been determined, leading to the crown prince's early demise, while the legitimate daughter of the Chui family remained unmarried throughout her life. Now, as the two are joined in matrimony, another chapter of history has been rewritten. While the future remains uncertain and the impact on the course of history is unknown, nothing holds greater significance than the happiness of those before her. Thank you. The crown prince gazed at Shen Yunshu, who held her teacup and smiled brightly, and returned her smile before finishing the now lukewarm tea before him. Chapter 58. The crown prince's past connections. The crown prince understood that this matter, although primarily driven by Emperor Ming's subtle coercion of Duke Chui, also bore the merit of Chui Xing. In his previous life, the Chui family's daughter fell victim to a scheme. This was partly due to the Chui family's rejection of Chui Xing as the second princess consort, which enraged Li Yuanshan. However, another reason was that Li Yuanshan intended to deal with him, crafting a scheme that served two purposes. Initially, he thought that as long as he kept an eye on Li Yuanshan and prevented Chui Xing from falling into another trap, Li Yuanshan would direct his animosity towards him instead of focusing on Chui Xing. To his surprise, Li Yuanshan was so astute that he discerned the crown prince's intention to protect Chui Xing and came to test him. That day outside the imperial study, when Li Yuanshan inquired about his feelings towards the legitimate daughter of the Chui family, the crown prince realized Li Yuanshan would not spare Chui Xing. Out of a sense of indebtedness from his past life, he desired to protect her in this life. He had not intended to involve her. But now that Li Yuanshan had taken notice, if he did not bring matters to the forefront, Li Yuanshan would undoubtedly continue to fixate on the Chui family. Thus, he returned to the imperial study to seek his father's permission to marry Chui Xing as the crown princess. Without delay, he also had someone deliver an invitation to Chui Xing under the name of Luan, inviting her to meet at Yuyun Pavilion. Do you have someone you admire? If not, what are your thoughts on the position of crown princess? He remembered the astonished expression on Chui Xing's face when he posed this question. That day, he told her of his discovery of Li Yuanshan's schemes against her and how he had intervened, analyzing the current situation for her and promising her his future. I am the crown prince, the designated heir by my father. I cannot promise you a lifetime of togetherness. However, I am not fervent about romantic affairs, and I can assure you that I will never favor a concubine over a wife and will always grant you the honor of the principal wife. I see in your eyes that you are a woman of depth and ambition. I admire you and thus hope you will become my crown princess. I can promise you a lifetime of respect and power. As long as I live, no one shall cross me to harm you. Based on his understanding of Chui Xing from his previous life, the crown prince refrained from uttering sweet nothings typical of courtship, knowing she would not be swayed by such words. His promises were entirely sincere, even somewhat pragmatic. Yet, he believed Chui Xing would comprehend. Chui Xing gazed deeply into the crown prince's eyes, lingering there for quite some time. The crown prince did not rush her. They maintained eye contact, quietly awaiting her response. Throughout his life, he had never been passionate about love and had never felt drawn to any woman. In this life, aside from Shen Yunshu, who evoked a complex feeling within him, he had never harbored special feelings for any other woman. The woman before him had been wronged in his previous life, and he had felt a sense of responsibility towards her. Now, he required a crown princess, and she was eminently suitable, hence his inquiry. Rather than romance, he placed greater faith in mutual needs as partners. A relationship is only enduring when there is a continuous demand for one another. Chui Xing steadfastly met the crown prince's gaze, daring to hold it longer than she ever had. His eyes, clear and resolute, contained a depth she had never witnessed in the eyes of other noble sons, as if they held the weight of the nation. He did not promise her love, but was willing to share the world with her. It was a privilege for her to have the crown prince open his heart to her. Chui Xing had never had someone she admired and did not yearn for a lifelong partner. After all, life is long, and many fail to keep their promises. Thus, rather than chase ephemeral affections, she preferred to stand behind the crown prince, managing the inner palace and accompanying him to oversee the vast lands. Breath-quickening, Chui Xing felt a sense of worth at that moment. She was not a woman inclined to confinement within the household, yet her father was rigid, and the family rules were strict, preventing her from pursuing her ambition of becoming a female official. She had never dared to express such desires throughout her upbringing. She had thought her life would consist of marrying someone of equal standing, hoping merely to distance herself from her father by marrying into her mother's family in Changzhou, where she could escape his authority and pursue her own interests. However, the crown prince's words today opened up a new perspective for her. The responsibilities of a crown princess were far from trivial, and if she were to become the mother of the nation, she would have authority over all palace affairs, including the 6 departments and royal commerce. She could genuinely display her abilities and engage in endeavors that piqued her interest. Cui Xing respectfully bowed to the crown prince. Throughout her life, all decisions have been made for her. Today, graced by the crown princess favor, she willingly chose to stand alongside him, contributing her modest strength to serve him and the Chang dynasty. As his thoughts returned, the crown prince looked at the now-cold teacup after Shen Yunshu's departure. Perhaps having a partner who would not leave after the tea had cooled would be a pleasant prospect. As autumn gave way to winter, time swiftly passed. From the first day of the 12th lunar month, the entire capital of Chang had already brimmed with the festive spirit of the new year. By day, red silk fluttered in abundance, and by night, bright lanterns illuminated the scene, accompanied by the sounds of music and revelry. Inside and outside the palace walls, splendor intertwined. Even the usually solemn Changtian Gate appeared softened. On New Year's Day, the sound of firecrackers echoed outside the Golden Throne Hall. Emperor Ming sat upright on the dragon throne, seemingly proving to his civil and military officials that he was in his prime, healthy and vigorous. The officials presented the emperor with reports of the past year's achievements and plans for the coming year, concluding just before noon. As the royal banquet was set for the third watch, several princes chose to remain in the palace, awaiting the arrival of their female relatives. Although Shenzhen was not in the capital, Ji Shuyu, as the princess consort of the Northern King, still attended the royal banquet, especially since Shen Yunshu had now been recognized as a princess in the imperial records. During the festive season, with spring's blessings, the emperor wished for peace and safety in the palace, free from illness and disaster. For the officials, he hoped for longevity and prosperity, and for the borders, he wished for swift victories, ensuring the well-being of the common folk and the abundance of the realm. At the banquet, the emperor raised his cup, offering New Year's blessings to the gathered assembly. Upon hearing this, everyone rose, holding their cups with both hands, to toast the emperor. They wished him health and longevity. The first cup of wine the emperor offered, regardless of whether one could drink, was to be consumed entirely. Satisfied that all invited guests had arrived, Emperor Ming nodded approvingly. As it was a family gathering for the new year, he decided to announce some joyous news. Chapter 59. The New Year's Banquet. Emperor Ming waved his hand, and Liu Yongzhong stepped forward, chest puffed with pride, ready to present the imperial decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Li Muya, the legitimate daughter of the Li family, is gentle, kind, respectful, and virtuous, possessing both beauty and grace. I am greatly pleased with her. The heir of the king of Shu, Li Huyuan, is distinguished in both appearance and talent, having excelled in the imperial examinations, and is of suitable marriageable age. He is well matched with Miss Li. I, wishing to facilitate this union, hereby bestow upon Li Muya the title of consort to the heir of the king of Shu. May they select an auspicious date for their wedding. Thus it is decreed. Neither the king of Shu nor his heir exhibited any surprise. They simply stepped forward from their seats to receive the decree with gratitude. The Li family, however, appeared more taken aback, exchanging glances before realizing they needed to kneel to accept the decree, following suit to express their thanks. In contrast to the confusion of Li Daren and Li Qianni, Li Muya's expression was somewhat unnatural. She was aware of her actions. She had rejected the second prince for the position of crown princess and had pushed Cui Xing into danger, only to find herself ensnared by Cui Xing in return. Moreover, the second prince had not adhered to the agreement to rescue the drowning Cui Xing, and the position of crown princess remained with Cui Xing. Yet, had the second prince not professed his affection for her? Since the position of the crown princess was unattainable, why did she not request the emperor to grant her marriage to the second prince, instead of being betrothed to the heir of the king of Shu? Li Muyan was filled with confusion as she glanced at the second prince, but he offered her not even a fleeting glance. The status of a noble consort was a tier below that of a royal consort, and although Li Muyan felt a surge of reluctance within, she could not reveal even the slightest hint of it at that moment. Shen Yunshu had been observing Li Muyan closely. Upon noticing her perplexed expression directed at the second prince, she concluded that there must indeed be some sort of arrangement between them. Raising her gaze to the crown prince, she saw that he was also paying attention. Li Mu Yin accepted the imperial decree with gratitude, while Lu Yongzhong reminded her, as she seemed momentarily taken aback. This humble daughter expresses her thanks to your majesty. Once Li Mu Yin acknowledged the decree, Lu Yongzhong loudly read several marriage edicts. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. In summary, the esteemed heir of the Wen family, Wen Chengyuan, was betrothed to the fourth princess, Li Rushan. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Tian-yi, was to marry the sixth princess, Li Rujun, and the daughter of the Prince of Yun. The county princess, Xiang-yi, was to wed the eldest son of the Sun family, Sun Jinhui. The fourth and sixth princesses had reached marriageable ages, and the Prince of Yun had brought the county princess to the capital specifically to seek the emperor's blessing for their unions. Thus, the announcement of these marriages was not unexpected to the assembly. Now that the joyful matters have been addressed, the emperor continued. The reason these decrees were not proclaimed during the morning court is that I consider them family affairs. You're all my family, and I hope to see you gathered together during each festival in the future. After the edicts were proclaimed, the Ming emperor inquired about the health of several elders in attendance, exchanged a few polite remarks, and then, as if by chance, his gaze fell upon Shen Yunshu. Deep in thought, Qingran, is it true you are now 13? Shen Yunshu was somewhat taken aback by the emperor's sudden inquiry. Yet she responded with the customary decorum befitting her station. Your Majesty, I shall soon turn 14 after the new year. The emperor nodded. I recall your birthday is on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Indeed, that makes you 14. The attendees were puzzled by the emperor's intentions, their whispers quieting as they focused on him. Even the close relationship between the Prince of Zhenbei and the emperor seemed remarkable. It was unusual for the emperor to remember the birthday of a princess who was not favored in the harem. The emperor appeared oblivious to the expressions around him, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of inebriation, likely from the cups of wine he had shared with the company. He reminisced. I recall the year when the Prince of Zhenbei sent word to the palace to announce the birth of a daughter. The sky was clear, dispelling the clouds that had lingered for days, and the astronomers proclaimed it an auspicious sign. Zhen was overjoyed. Alas, he is not here today. Had he been, we will be sharing wine and conversation. No one can rival his capacity for drink. The guests realized that the emperor's remarks were a reflection of concern for the Prince of Zhenbei, who was currently engaged in battle at the border. The hardships faced by the prince were palpable, and several quick-witted individuals nodded in agreement with the emperor's sentiments. Some, with shallower thoughts, interpreted the emperor's words as a testament to his deep brotherly affection for Shen Yunshi, while others speculated that his attention to the prince's family stemmed from sympathy due to the ongoing conflicts. Only a few detected the underlying worry in the emperor's tone, sensing an ominous implication regarding the situation at the front lines. It seemed that the unrest in Nanyang had escalated beyond previous encounters. A handful of astute minds began to ponder the potential dangers ahead. Perhaps they could send their own kin to the border in hopes of earning military merit amidst the turmoil. Shen Yunshu had no time to dwell on how much wine the emperor had consumed or why he had suddenly singled her out during the banquet. Instead, she spoke on behalf of her father. Your Majesty, my father has dedicated his life to safeguarding the peace and prosperity of our dynasty. In this current turmoil at the border, he leads his troops in repelling the enemies of Nanyang, ensuring that we can celebrate the new year in peace. Thus, it is my father's wish that we gather here joyfully, with your Majesty in good health and high spirits. Perhaps it was the sincerity in Shen Yunshu's tone that brought a smile to the emperor's face. Well said. Qingran, you are indeed a reflection of my care. You speak far more eloquently than your father, who often delights in vexing me. Growing up alongside Luan, you are as dear to me as my own sons. Once you come of age, I shall ensure you have the opportunity to choose a suitor whom you admire, and I shall not allow anyone to mistreat you. At first glance, the emperor's words seemed harmless. However, upon deeper reflection, the guests realized this effectively ruled out all princes as potential suitors for the esteemed county princess. As expected, the expressions of several princes, including the second prince, shifted to something less than natural. Shen Yunshu paused, quickly grasping the emperor's intent, and responded eagerly, Your Majesty, do you promise? That I may choose my beloved after coming of age, and that there shall be no retraction? She was apprehensive that the emperor might whimsically issue another marriage decree. Although the likelihood of him disregarding her father to arrange her marriage seemed slim, even the slightest possibility warranted her caution. The emperor, caught off guard by her request, hesitated slightly, for there were families he would prefer not to see intertwined with the Shen family. However, a royal decree once made could not be easily retracted. Observing Shen Yunshu's expression, he tentatively inquired, "Does Qing Ran already have someone in mind?" Chapter 60, Lantern Festival, Part 1. Qing Ran held no particular affection for anyone and had no desire to marry just yet. She wished to remain by her parents' side for a few more years before choosing a suitor. Now that the emperor had granted her the freedom to select a partner in the future, she could use this as a reason to decline any marriage proposals that might come her way. Shen Yunshu's statement pleased the emperor, who chuckled. "You are yet to come of age, and you boldly declare how you shall refuse suitors. What if no one comes to court you? Would you not fear my laughter?" Traditionally, when a family has a daughter, countless suitors will come seeking her hand. As a county princess, appointed by your majesty, and having been compared to Lun, how could I possibly be without suitors? If that were the case, it would reflect poorly on your majesty. Shen Yunshu understood the emperor well. As long as she spoke in accordance with his sentiments, even jesting would not offend him. Indeed, the emperor laughed heartily. "If you were to have no suitors, it would be a disgrace to me. Though I know you jest, your words bear an unusual logic. Very well. I hereby grant you the right to choose your future husband, be he of noble birth or a commoner, so long as you are pleased. I shall even assist in keeping Zhan in check for you. However, you are still young. Your judgment may not yet be sound. You must present your chosen husband to me for approval. Your majesty need not worry. Qing Ran knows her limits." Shen Yunshu was acutely aware of her boundaries. As the sole legitimate daughter of the Shen family, there were certain households she could not consider for marriage, such as the influential Cui, Han, and Zhu families, as well as the various princes. Unlike common daughters who could marry into any family, alliances formed by the legitimate children of powerful households would signify an absolute bond, arousing the emperor's suspicions. Therefore, Shen Yunshu was pragmatic enough not to covet the impossible. She simply wished to delay such matters for a few more years. If necessary, she would seek a humble scholar, preferably one who was orphaned, struggling through life, perhaps suffering from poor health, and would eventually pass away, allowing her to live freely after an early widowhood. After careful consideration, she found this plan quite agreeable. The conversation between Emperor Ming and Shen Yunshu came to an end, and the crown prince led the way in offering the emperor a few New Year greetings. Only after that did the remaining princes and princesses, the younger generation, dare to exchange playful banter with the emperor. In the presence of Emperor Ming, there was a scene of paternal kindness and filial piety, while others beneath the platform toasted each other in congratulations, whispering their well wishes. The banquet was further enlivened by song and dance performances, filled with laughter and joy, which continued until the stroke of the hour of the dog. After the new year, the Ministry of Justice, the capital's chief, and the Department of Punishments patrolled various parts of the city of Chengdu. With the curfew lifted, nobles and commoners alike roamed the streets day and night, truly embodying the essence of the moonlight and lanterns fill the imperial city. Luxurious carriages and splendid palanquins overflow the thoroughfares. Shen Yunshu had arranged to go out to admire the lanterns on the 15th day of the first month with Lun, Wenpei Han, and Ji Sini. Accompanied by the crown prince, the Shun brothers, Wen Chengyuan, the eldest son of the Wen family, Ji Qinyang, the eldest son of the Ji family, and Ji Hongyi, the illegitimate son of the Ji family. They planned to wait for each other in a private room at the Jinmyo Pavilion. "Let us hurry, Your Highness. There is no need for pretense with just a few of us. If we delay, we'll have less time to enjoy ourselves." Liang Yuzhed, pulling the already dressed crown prince along the bustling street, anxious not to waste any precious moments of fun outside the palace. Throughout the month, every evening was filled with radiant lights and crowds, making it impossible to ride in carriages on the more prosperous streets, compelling them to walk instead. As Lun dragged the crown prince toward the Jinmyo Pavilion, she admired the various lanterns lining the streets, contemplating which one to purchase. Just as the crown prince was about to speak, Lun was suddenly captivated by a golden carp-shaped lantern, releasing her grip and rushing toward it. The lantern maker was skilled. The golden carp lantern appeared charming and adorable, with a wide mouth seemingly bubbling with joy, and the tail could sway back and forth, mimicking a fish swimming in water. although it lacked the exquisite elegance of the golden carp hairpin that Yunshu had gifted her. Its lively charm made it endearing to Luan. How much for this golden carp lantern? The vendor, an elderly man who seemed to have crossed the threshold of 40, looked kindly at the elegantly dressed Luan and smiled. I can see that you are quite young. Is this your first outing on your own? The most traditional custom during the Lantern Festival is, of course, solving riddles. Each lantern has a riddle attached, and you must guess it correctly to take the lantern home. Solving riddles? I know how to do that, Luan exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she gazed at the note hanging from the lantern. She had participated in such games before, though in her younger days, her parents had not allowed her to venture out alone during the Lantern Festival for safety reasons. Instead, she had attended a specially prepared small lantern festival outside the Qingtian Gate, accompanied by guards. However, to Lu En, that small lantern festival was merely a pretense, designed to amuse the royal children, with the commoners there being palace servants in disguise. Growing older, she found it rather dull. After much pleading this year, her father had finally allowed her to properly enjoy the festivities outside the palace after the banquet. I'll take this golden carp lantern. As Luan turned to seek the crown prince's help in solving the riddle, she unexpectedly spotted someone she wished to avoid. Li Rutenilin. What are you doing out here? The seventh princess, with a smug and haughty demeanor, lifted her chin defiantly. What? Did you think only you could throw a tantrum? Upon noticing the golden carp lantern, she was reminded of the one Shen Yunshu had gifted Luan, which Luan would flaunt during festive occasions, inciting her ire. This golden carp lantern stood out among the many, clearly appealing to Luan, and Ru'in intended to purchase it to provoke her. However, she was taken aback to find Lu and had already spotted it. With a huff, Li Ru'in turned to the vendor. Sir, I'll pay you 10 times the price for that lantern. Sell it to me. The elderly man shook his head. My dear, this golden carp lantern can only be taken after solving the riddle correctly. It's first come, first served. Whoever guesses it first shall have it. Seeing the vendor's obstinacy, Li Ru'in glared at him in frustration. Yunshu, come quickly. Luan turned to see Shen Yunshu approaching, her face lighting up with joy as she waved. Once Yunshu arrives, she will surely guess it. Shen Yunshu felt a sense of helplessness. She had come over simply because she thought Luan would like the lantern, only to find the two princesses quarreling over it. Knowing that Luan had never been at a disadvantage, she initially hesitated to intervene, but was soon spotted by Luan. Yunshu. Hurry. If you solve the riddle, the lantern will be ours. Luan exclaimed, shaking her small hand in excitement. Li Ru'in, you've always relied on others. What skill is that? Why should I care? Yunshu is my friend. She likes me and is willing to help. Does it concern you? Since they were in public, Shen Yunshu nodded politely to Li Ru'in, but did not formally greet her. After all, even without a formal greeting, it mattered little. Li Ru'in was a lesser princess with no rank until she received a title, while she held a noble title and land. Thus, it was merely respect for the royal family that warranted any form of acknowledgement. Shen Yunshu had a slight understanding of the riddles associated with lanterns in ancient times. Glancing at the riddle, she silently recited it twice. Removing few from inside, the wind leaves wind. Adding again turns it into phoenix. In front of the peak refers to mountains. While the formation of wild geese suggests person, and tilting person slightly becomes single person. Thus, in front of the peak, the wild geese form a slant leads to the character immortal. So, the answer is Phoenix Immortal, correct? The elderly man beamed and lifted the golden carp lantern down, presenting it to Shen Yunshu. This young lady is correct. I only made one of these lanterns. You are the first to solve my riddle today, so I shall gift it to you. Having sold lanterns in Chengdu for over a decade, his craftsmanship attracted many noble families each year. The three young ladies before him were dressed in lavish attire, exuding an air of nobility, with their servants attending to them. It was evident that their backgrounds were exceptional. Although they did not perform the formalities of nobility, addressing each other by name, in Chengdu, the surnames Li and Shun were not common. But I wanted that lantern too. Why won't you sell it to me? Isn't business about making money? Don't you know that the highest bidder wins? The seventh princess, Li Ru'in, feeling slighted, began to throw a tantrum. Li Ru'in, stop making a scene. This is not your territory. Just because you offer more, why should you think you can snatch it from me? You'll look like I'm in need of money. Luan shot back, unafraid after years of banter. We've finally made it out. Don't embarrass the Li family. If people recognize you throwing a fit, you might as well never step outside again. Li Ru'in glared at Luan, indignant. I saw it first. You've seen many things. Does that mean they all belong to you? Luan made a face at Li Ruoyin and, seizing the moment of her surprise, hopped away. Shen Yunshu sensed that the elderly man had likely deduced their identities. However, it was customary during the Lantern Festival for vendors to gift lanterns to discerning customers who solved their riddles correctly. Shen Yunshu observed the elderly man's humble attire and, although she accepted the golden koi lantern he offered, she wished to alleviate any concerns he might have about losing money on this lantern during the Lantern Festival. To ensure he would not go hungry on such a festive occasion, she instructed Ling Long and the others nearby to select a few lanterns of their liking, and she paid the man without asking for change. Shen Yunshu, turning around, she regarded Li Ruoyin, who had called her by her full name, with a hint of curiosity. "Miss, what is it?" Given their surroundings, she opted to address her as Miss instead of Princess. "In the past, we used to play together, but later you only associated with Li Rui. Is it simply because she is of noble birth?" Shen Yunshu initially thought that Li Ruoyin had stopped her to pick a quarrel. However, she was taken aback to see Li Ruoyin holding a small, grass-woven rabbit. Memories flooded back to when, at the queen's behest, she had entered the palace to play with Luan. Li Ruoyin had been a little bundle of energy back then, often bickering with Luan. Shen Yunshu, finding them both to be mere children, would often intervene, pulling them apart. Since Li Ruoyin had a stronger temperament than Luan, Shen Yunshu would craft small trinkets for her, which would elicit a haughty declaration of, "I shall temporarily spare you." As an adult in spirit, Shen Yunshu had regarded those gestures as mere tricks to pacify children. Little did she realize that, to Li Ruoyin, they were cherished gifts from a childhood friend. The rabbit in Li Ruoyin's hand was not one she had woven herself, but rather a purchase from the street. Yet, it dawned on Shen Yunshu that, despite her pride, Li Ruoyin had accepted her crafted rabbit, signifying that she had considered her a companion. Upon her arrival in this world, Shen Yunshu had been intent on altering the fate of the Shen family and aiding the virtuous prince in his ascension, naturally drawing closer to the prince's legitimate sister. Since Li Ruoyin was closer to the second prince, Li Yuanshun, Shen Yunshu had never included her in her inner circle. In hindsight, Li Ruoyin was merely a child, and her affinity for the second prince stemmed from familial ties and his kindness towards her. Among the Li royal family, apart from Luan, only the seventh princess, Li Ruoyin, was favored. Luan, being the legitimate sister of the crown prince, was inherently prioritized, regardless of the second prince's affections. Thus, it was not difficult to understand why the second prince chose to befriend the more easily influenced Li Ruoyin. Contemplating the historical fate of Li Ruoyin, Shen Yunshu lowered her gaze, her tone subdued. "I have never intentionally distanced myself from you. My closeness with Luan is merely due to our mothers being close friends in the past. If Miss Seven wishes to befriend me, I would indeed be honored." With that, she offered a polite bow and turned to follow the exuberant Lin, who was already showcasing her golden koi lantern to the crown prince and the Shen brothers. Though aware that Li Ruoyin's friendship with the second prince was orchestrated, Shen Yunshu chose not to meddle in their affairs. Every individual had their own destiny, and she did not aspire to be a sage who altered everyone's outcomes, fearing the burden of countless consequences. Furthermore, should they succeed and the crown prince ascend, the fate of the Shen family would remain intact, thereby altering the trajectory of history and, in turn, Li Ruoyin's fate. Ultimately, the outcomes would depend on individual choices. Chapter 62, Lantern Festival, Part 3. Under the luminous full moon, the streets were ablaze with lights and bustling with crowds. People, for once, mingled without regard for social status. As the richly adorned brushed past those in simple cotton attire, all holding similar lanterns, their faces alight with joy, cheering for the street performers. The entire capital was enveloped in an atmosphere of unprecedented festivity. In that moment, Shen Yunshu felt as though she had been transported to a thriving marketplace of an egalitarian world, where individuals paused in their hurried lives to sit with loved ones and share laughter. Luan, brimming with enthusiasm, darted about, reveling in the wonders of the festival, whether it be the acrobatics or the lantern riddles, akin to a spirited young colt that could not be reined in. The crown prince, helpless in the face of her exuberance, dispatched someone to deliver a message to the Jinmi pavilion, inviting those who had agreed to meet him there to join in the festivities before dining later. During the Lantern Festival, throngs of lovers seized the opportunity to rendezvous amidst the crowd, whispering sweet nothings to one another. As Shen Yunshu strolled along, she observed numerous young men and women exchanging meaningful glances, gifts, and even shyly clasping hands, believing themselves unseen. This scene left Shen Yunshu in awe, compared to modern times. The ancients were indeed more reserved, yet romantic. However, Shen Yunshu was taken by surprise when her own excitement arrived unexpectedly. While she was resting aside, as Luan released floating lanterns, a peachwood hairpin shaped like a lotus suddenly appeared before her. She looked up to find the young master Chun Bingxian, whom they had encountered earlier on the street. Princess Qingran. He greeted her with a scholar's bow, presenting her with a seemingly newly crafted peachwood pin. This was made by me a few days ago from the peach trees behind the Qinghua Temple. May it bless you, Princess, with protection from all evils, and may you find peace and joy. Shen Yunshu furrowed her brow, examining the peachwood pin before returning her gaze to Qin Bingxian. Traditionally, a hairpin gifted from a man to a woman symbolized his affection and intent to take her as his wife. Despite the pin's connotation of warding off evil, it was unusual for a man with no familial ties to present such a gift. Young Master Chen, what does this mean? Qin Bingxian's cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a bashful youth experiencing his first infatuation. I have long admired you, Princess. Shen Yunshu was momentarily speechless. She had merely chuckled at the playful antics of a few couples earlier, and now she found herself facing an unexpected consequence. Ling Long, standing nearby and fanning Shen Yunshu, stepped forward protectively, glaring at Chun Bingxian to prevent him from getting closer. Shen Yunshu donned a polite smile. Thank you for your kind sentiments, but I hold no feelings for you, young Master Chun. I fear I must disappoint your affections. Though Chun Bingxian hailed from a respectable lineage, being the legitimate grandson of Grand Minister Chun, he was known for his literary pursuits and artistic talents, earning a commendable reputation among the young gentry of the capital. Compared to his brother, the notorious Chun Shu, who was known for his debauchery, Chun Bingxian's humble demeanor and scholarly appearance made him seem exceptionally refined. Yet, despite his outward charm, Shen Yunshu was wary of the complications within the Chun family. Chun Bingxian, while appearing to be a gentle scholar, was robust and vigorous, a stark contrast to his delicate demeanor. With a host of troublesome relatives and a lengthy lifespan, he did not meet her criteria for a suitable partner. However, Qin Bingxian remained undeterred. Princess, do you have someone in your heart? None at present. Even if the princess has no interest in me, I wonder if you might share your ideal partner's qualities? I shall strive to embody them. That is unnecessary. We are not well acquainted. We have conversed at several banquets and exchanged poetry. I believe I am more familiar with you than others. True, she had forgotten that in this era, many individuals wed without extensive conversations beforehand. In that context, her rapport with Chun Bingxian could indeed be considered familiar. Then tell me, how do you perceive me? Faced with Chun Bingxian's sudden admiration, Shen Yunshu was intrigued. In my mind, the princess embodies elegance, kindness, tranquility, and a disposition that is uncontentious. Chun Bingxian eagerly employed every beautiful word he could think of that suited Princess Qingran. Enough, enough. You need not continue. None of those words apply to me. What you admire is not truly me, for you do not even know me. What you perceive is merely a fade, a performance for the eyes of others. I am a person who is meticulous and vengeful. You regard me as open-minded and generous solely because our interests do not intersect. Our temperaments are incompatible, and there is no need for pretense. The willow catkins on the branches are fleeting, and there are countless fragrant grasses in distant lands. I sincerely wish you a splendid future and hope you find a worthy companion soon. Hearing these insincere flattery unrelated to her, Shen Yunshu interrupted Chun Bingxian with a blank expression and turned to leave. Chun Bingxian hurriedly stepped forward, calling after her. Why must the princess be so modest? My feelings for you are genuine, and I hope you will consider them earnestly. Shen Yunshu frowned. Modesty? Her? Modest? Am I not the most beautiful? I simply do not favor him, and am choosing my words delicately to avoid hurting his pride. Shen Yunshu turned back, thoughtfully scrutinizing him. Today, he seemed overly persistent, a stark contrast to his usual bashful demeanor. If he were truly as courteous as he typically portrayed himself, he ought not to be so insistent now. I admire the princess. Regardless of her appearance, I am enamored by her essence. Seeing Shen Yunshu turn back, Chun Bingxian, oblivious to her expression, eagerly expressed his affections. Shen Yunshu regarded him seriously. This man possessed an innate charm that distinguished him beyond mere looks. It was this unique disposition that set one apart. You claim to admire my character, yet you disregard my true self. Is it not my appearance that you truly desire? Shen Bingxian was momentarily taken aback by her question, unsure of how to respond. My appearance is indeed pleasing. People are naturally drawn to beauty, and I too admire those who are aesthetically pleasing. However, while admiration is one thing, enduring companionship requires much more, especially for someone of our standing. Would you not agree, Mr. Chun? After all, we have merely exchanged a few words at a banquet. Such a lukewarm connection hardly warrants your deep affections. Her words were somewhat blunt and lacked courtesy. Initially, she had perceived Shen Bingxian as merely a youthful admirer, but his current demeanor seemed excessive. Shen Yunshu was no longer the naive 13-year-old girl, and such tactics no longer worked on her. Shen Bingxian finally noticed her expression and realized he had overstepped, shaking his head with a wry smile. The princess believes I only see beauty. I have expressed my admiration for your character, yet you remain modest. I know you hold no interest in me, but how can you be certain that the version of me you understand is the true me? Having said this, he bowed, ceasing to impede her departure. When words failed to resonate, Shen Yunshu chose not to reply and walked away. Meanwhile, the group releasing lanterns had not overheard Shen Yunshu and Shen Bingxian's exchange. When Qing Yuan and Wen Pei'an were engaged in conversation with the Chao siblings, who had accompanied Shen Bingxian, the second prince and the crown prince were also deep in discussion, creating an image of brotherly camaraderie from afar. Even the Shen brothers, who had been watching over Shen Yunshu, were now playfully bantering with Ji Sini. Of course, it was the mischievous Shan Huaijin who was teasing Ji Sini, while Shen Huaizhu merely attempted to keep the peace, worried they might tumble into the river where the lanterns floated. Shen Huaijin, arms crossed, observed the earnest Ji Sini. How many wishes do you have? You've been wishing for nearly an entire incense stick. This lantern festival occurs but once a year. I must make several wishes. Yixini replied. My mother says that once I reach adulthood, she will find me a suitor, so I must wish for several regarding my future husband. Ignoring his comments, Ji Sini released her lantern into the water, pushing it further with a stick. Your lantern is set askew. It won't float far. So your wishes are likely to remain unfulfilled. What do you know? It's because there's no wind at the moment. I think it's because your wishes are too heavy. Are you asking for trouble, Shen Huaijin? Look at yourself. Are you certain that none of your wishes for a future husband include the need for him to be sturdy enough to withstand a beating? My future husband wouldn't be as foolish as you, speaking without thought. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory, so why would I strike him? As Shen Huaijin and Ji Sini continued their playful bickering, Luan found herself in a quarrel with the seventh princess. This is the largest rabbit lantern I won from my second brother. There are plenty of rabbit lanterns, but my golden carp lantern is one of a kind. It's just a fish. I'll have the kitchen prepare a dish of carp sashimi. I'll order a steamed 8-treasure rabbit from the Jinxiu Pavilion. Ultimately, seventh princess Li Ruoyin's tantrums could not secure her much more time to play outside the palace. In contrast, Luan, as the legitimate princess and accompanied by the crown prince, enjoyed greater freedom. The seventh princess, being a side princess, still had to return to the palace according to the rules, despite her favored status. The remaining group, laughing and joking, finally made their way to the Jinxiu Pavilion without incident. The manager, aware of the identities of the guests who had reserved private rooms, personally delivered a pot of Longjing tea and 2 pots of rose sweet wine. As they were accompanied by their sisters, the men declined stronger spirits, opting for the same rose sweet wine instead. Shen Yunshu had always favored this non-intoxicating sweet wine and indulged in a couple of cups. Fortunately, her tolerance was commendable, and it did not show on her face. The Shen brothers merely glanced at her before continuing their conversations. However, when Pei'an, after 2 cups of sweet wine, began to feel tipsy and started to complain to Shen Yunshu, you wouldn't believe it. When I left home today, my half-sister learned that I was going out with the crown prince and Princess Lu'un and stirred up trouble. She had her aunt whispering in my father's ear, trying to get me to take her along. She acted all pitiful, like the little white flower you often describe, and it was utterly infuriating. Thinking back on it made Wen Pei'an angry. The crown prince already had his fiancée, Yi, and the empress dowager had wanted her to become the crown princess, but failed, leaving a significant mark on both her and her father's pride. Yet, she still dared to scheme against a legitimate daughter. When Ilan has been summoned by the empress dowager to the palace several times, and now believes she can assert herself at home, thinking she could become a concubine to the crown prince or even aspire to be a side consort. What a delusion. Side consorts must come from noble families. Do they not? Fortunately, my grandfather understands, and my father is not entirely foolish. If Wen Yilan successfully attaches herself to the crown prince, what would become of our family in the eyes of the emperor? Shen Yunshu observed Wen Peihan's flushed cheeks, unsure if her anger or the sweet wine was affecting her. Meanwhile, Wen Qingyuan felt somewhat awkward. Although Wen Peihan spoke softly, he had been trained in martial arts from a young age and could hear her clearly. While he knew Wen Peihan was close to Princess Qingran, family matters were still a source of embarrassment to discuss openly. However, he quickly realized that there were others present who were also accustomed to martial training, likely including the crown prince. Wen Qingyuan glanced at the crown prince, who appeared unfazed, and concluded that his sister was merely venting to her close friend, perhaps to subtly warn the crown prince as well. After all, Wen Yilan had the Empress Dowager's backing. Even if their father confined her at home today, a mere summons from the Empress Dowager could set her free. In the palace, where the Empress Dowager held sway, it was not difficult for Wen Yilan to encounter the crown prince. If she were to forge a connection with him and create a scandal, the crown prince and the emperor would undoubtedly harbor doubts regarding the Wen family. It would be wiser to clarify matters with the crown prince, ensuring he understood that Wen Yilan was now under the Empress Dowager's influence, beyond the control of the Wen family. Upon reflection, Wen Qingyuan began to admire his sister. Indeed, she was nurtured personally by their grandfather, and her intellect was truly remarkable. It was not without reason that the Empress Dowager favored her as the crown princess. However, the emperor harbored some reservations regarding the Wen family's connection to the Empress Dowager's maternal lineage, preferring that a daughter of the Wen family remain a loyal subject rather than ascend to the position of crown princess. Perhaps due to the Wen family's decent demeanor, which did not entirely align with the Empress Dowager's wishes, they managed to appease the emperor. As the legitimate son of the Wen family, the emperor even decreed a marriage for him with a royal princess. This gesture signified the emperor's willingness to maintain a familial bond with the Wen family, albeit on terms decided solely by him. Realizing this, Wen Qingyuan raised his cup in a toast to the crown prince, who regarded his future brother-in-law with favor, smiling as he drank the wine offered by Wen Qingyuan. Compared to Wen Peihan, Ji Sini displayed a commendable capacity for liquor, even engaging in a drinking contest with Shan Huaijin, the two of them exchanging toasts in high spirits, almost resorting to a display of martial arts. Observing the childish antics of the two, Shen Yunshu and Shen Huaiwen exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. While the diners of the Jimiao Pavilion reveled in their cups, the typically reserved second prince returned to the royal residence. By candlelight, he unfolded a note, which bore the ominous phrase, "Unfavorable deployment, abide by time, and conceal oneself." The second prince's countenance darkened as he clenched the note tightly, crumpling it into a ball. After a moment, he took a deep breath and burned the note to ashes. Chapter 64. An encounter with an old friend, a gathering for the Lantern Festival, concluded amidst the clinking of cups by several gentlemen and the laughter of the ladies. Once sated, everyone returned to their respective homes. Shen Yunshu recalled that Liuli had gone to the Ji residence earlier that day and, logically, should have returned by nightfall. Therefore, she instructed her carriage to take a detour, informing her attendants to tell her brothers that she was visiting the apothecary and would return later than them. As Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaijin did not share a carriage with Shen Yunshu, they learned of her detour only upon arriving at the Wang residence, from a guard who had been trailing them. Although they felt some concern, they reasoned that since they were in the inner city, a visit to the apothecary was merely a short detour, not too far, especially with Qingyu and Qingji accompanying her. Thus, they momentarily set aside their worries. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Yunshu encountered a troubling situation. From a distance, she noticed a figure slumped beneath a large tree, the black attire blending seamlessly with the night. Had it not been for Qingji detecting the scent of blood, it would have been challenging for anyone to discern the situation without a closer inspection. Shen Yunshu was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events on what was meant to be a festive evening. Who could have faced such misfortune, being pursued by enemies? She signaled to Qingji, who, dressed as a secondary maid, approached the man and gently called out, "Young master, are you well?" Seeing no response after a gentle nudge, Qingji leaned in to check for breath and pulse, examining the wounds. After confirming there was no immediate danger, she returned to Shen Yunshu, her expression impassive. Your Highness, he is alive, but he bears knife wounds from a fight, and there is nothing on him to indicate his identity. Will he die? He possesses profound internal energy. The injuries are mostly superficial. Though some have become inflamed, he has already been treated externally and likely came to the apothecary for internal medicine to reduce fever. He simply fainted from exhaustion. There is no threat to his life. Qingji assessed that, given the man's substantial internal energy, he would not succumb to unconsciousness easily. He would have been capable of defending himself, even in a dazed state, if he felt endangered. Umitba, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. It is best not to meddle in others' affairs, lest apart. Shen Yunshu recited a Buddhist phrase and turned to leave. In a world of martial arts, one cannot escape injury. For those like him, being pursued by enemies is commonplace. Oh, the ways of the world. Having completed her errand, she felt no obligation towards a man's fate. Just as she was about to depart, a weak voice called out, County Princess. Shen Yunshu's eyes narrowed in curiosity. County Princess? Given that she had been conferred the title of princess for some time, it was widely known throughout the capital. How could someone still address her as County Princess? Perhaps it was an old acquaintance who was slow to catch up on news? With a sigh, she turned her head toward the shadowy figure beneath the tree. Now that she had been noticed, leaving would tarnish her image of benevolence. Very well, I shall assist him. Lioli, seeing Shen Yunshu's resolve, resigned herself to fetching her medical kit to tend to the injured man. Frowning, she peeled back the outer layer of his clothing to examine the wounds inside. The man bore numerous injuries, and although the salves applied were of good quality, the application was rather crude, likely to leave scars and cause considerable pain. It seemed he was someone who dealt harshly with both others and himself. Having assumed he was merely a rogue due to her disdain for such individuals, Shen Yunshu had initially overlooked him. Yet, upon witnessing his condition, she recognized him as a brave soul and, feeling a twinge of compassion, Liuli diligently tended to his wounds. Linglong joined her to take a look and frowned upon seeing the man's face. Your Highness, I find this person somewhat familiar. Intrigued, Shen Yunshu leaned in to see as well, but Linglong, wary of potential danger, positioned herself in front of her to block her view. Thus, she could only peer through the gap between Qingji and Linglong. That fleeting glance triggered a sense of familiarity within her. As Liuli re-wrapped his wounds, the man, likely in pain, opened his eyes slightly and murmured, County Princess Yunshu. Those 4 words jolted Shen Yunshu's memory. As the youthful visage she recalled merged with the handsome face of the young man before her. Yu Wushuang. The following day, after breakfast, Shen Yunshu arranged for a carriage and set off for the Shun family apothecary. After rescuing the man the previous day, she had instructed Ji to ensure he was settled in the back courtyard of the apothecary, where the staff usually resided, to keep an eye on him. To prevent her family from worrying, she returned to the royal residence without lingering. Today, eager to check on his condition, she made a special trip. Upon arriving at the back courtyard of the Shun family apothecary, she found Yu Wushuang sipping the herbal concoction brewed by Ji. County Princess Yunshu, he rose to bow, but Shen Yunshu gently placed her finger on his arm, signaling him to remain seated. That's enough. You're injured. Just sit still and finish your medicine, or your wounds may reopen, wasting the remedy. It is of no consequence. As a martial artist, such superficial injuries are trivial. Shen Yunshu nodded, relieved to hear that. That's good. But why were you near the apothecary yesterday, when you were supposed to be with the censorate? Also, are you unaware of my title as Princess Qingran conferred by His Majesty? Where have you been of late? Yu Wushuang held the medicine bowl with both hands, his demeanor humble and compliant, appearing harmless. I have been investigating an old case in the martial arts world. I returned to the capital only a few days ago and heard a little about the princess in the streets. However, I was injured in a confrontation yesterday, and my mind was not quite clear, causing me to inadvertently use the old title. I begged the princess's forgiveness. He was fully aware of Shen Yunshu's elevation to Princess Qingran. The censorate was known for its timely information, and there was little in the court that they did not know. He merely wished to use her old name once more. Although he now held an official position, County Princess Yunshu remained a distant beacon for him. He rejoiced in her being named a princess by the emperor, but wished to utter her previous title again. County Princess Yunshu. Her given name was reserved for close acquaintances, and he felt unworthy to utter it, only adding County Princess to show his respect. Though somewhat peculiar, given that it was not a matter of great significance, Shen Yunshu did not doubt Yu Wushuang's explanation. Chapter 65. Interpersonal Relations. Upon returning to the county princess, everything went smoothly. The criminals had been dealt with on the spot, and it was only to prevent future troubles that I sustained injuries. I merely felt a bit weak yesterday, which caused me to faint outside the apothecary. In truth, my health is not severely compromised. It seems I was indeed slightly injured, and my mind was not entirely clear after exhausting myself. I purposely took a longer route to visit Shen's apothecary. I could have endured without taking medicine. I just wanted a moment to rest. However, I did not enter the apothecary and ended up semi-unconscious outside, which is how I encountered Shen Yunshu. By the time her maid found me, I had regained some awareness, merely assessing whether the surroundings were safe. It was only upon hearing Shen Yunshu's voice and realizing she intended to leave that I instinctively called out to her. Your abilities seem commendable in just a few short years. You are now capable of undertaking such perilous tasks alone. The Bureau of Investigation differs from other departments. The more dangerous the task, the more it reflects one's own capabilities. Yesterday, Qing Ji had already informed her that she sensed Yu Wushuang's profound inner strength through pulse examination, indicating that his martial skills are certainly on par with or even surpassing her own and Qing Yu's. Shen Yunshu had no doubt about this. When she first met Yu Wushuang, he already possessed some martial prowess. At merely 13 years of age, his skills have been recognized by Qing Shi as commendable, and coupled with the training he received from the Bureau of Investigation over the years, it was well known that the intensity of their training for the guards was hardly less than that of the royal family's dark guards or assassins. Thus, Yu Wushuang's ability to undertake such a dangerous task alone is a testament to the Bureau's confidence in his capabilities. Yu Wushuang glanced at Shen Yunshu, contemplating before stating, I have no desire to deceive the princess. This mission is not merely a matter of the martial world. It pertains to dark lines connecting to foreign nations. Since you're a royal princess, I can share some details, but there's much I cannot disclose. Shen Yunshu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of foreign dark lines. Such a significant task indeed suggests he has been performing quite well. In just a few years, he has already reached the point of executing such tasks independently. I must also thank the princess for her past kindness. You have saved my life once more. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you. Should you ever require anything, Yu Wushuang would risk his life to fulfill your wishes. As he spoke, Yu Wushuang lifted his robe and knelt, but Shen Yunshu quickly assisted him to his feet. Enough, there is no need for such formality. It was Lord Wang who recognized your potential. I merely gave you a slight push. This time, it is also in consideration of our old acquaintance. Shen Yunshu discerned that he was a person of deep loyalty and felt no need to press him for repayment. Someone like him would always remember such debts, and in the future, he would repay them in greater measure. Your mission has been satisfactorily completed, I presume? Surely you will receive accolades upon your return. Yu Wushuang nodded. Having solved several cases previously, my adoptive father has directly appointed me as the chief officer of the 7th rank. This current mission, being related to foreign dark lines, is even more significant than before, and I might receive commendations from the emperor. Lord Wang serves as the commander of the Bureau of Investigation, holding the 3rd rank. He governs the entire bureau. He can appoint officials below the 5th rank without needing to report to the emperor. At 17, being a chief officer of the 7th rank is already quite an achievement. Indeed, military officers tend to rise more swiftly as their accomplishments are earned through genuine combat. Wait, your adoptive father? Yes, I am fortunate to have gained Lord Wang's favor and have been taken as his adopted son. Yu Wushuang's voice was calm, yet tinged with tension. Wang Lu had been injured for many years, his lineage compromised, and he was unwilling to marry. That year, at the entrance of the dark prison, when he saw Yu Wushuang injured while rescuing Su Jun, both of them helped each other escape, embodying the kind of unwavering loyalty that resonated with Wang Lu. He thus took him as his son and told him, regardless of what the future holds, never forget the initial aspiration of this moment, to be favored by Lord Wang. Yu Wushuang naturally held no reservations. The titles of adoptive father and son were of little concern to him. After all, his biological father was not a good man, and he had no intention of passing on his family name. As for others claiming he had risen quickly due to his connection with Wang Lu, he had never cared. As long as he accomplished every task well and handled each case effectively, he could naturally prove his worth. However, He realized he was somewhat concerned about the princess's perception of him. Yu Wushuang's hands, resting on his knees, tightened around his robe as he awaited Shen Yunshu's next words. "Oh," Shen Yunshu remarked, her expression revealing that she understood. There was indeed a segment of history regarding this. She had not heard any news previously and believed it was no longer relevant. It seemed the Bureau of Investigation had remained discreet, managing to keep this information from becoming public. It was likely that Wang Lu preferred to avoid idle gossip, wishing for Yu Wushuang to prove himself before making any announcements. Receiving Shen Yunshu's casual acknowledgement, Yu Wushuang's lips curled into a faint smile, softening the serious demeanor he usually wore amidst battles. Those familiar with the news would either rejoice for him or scorn him for climbing the social ladder. Yet, the princess had always been a unique presence. Unconcerned with such matters, Yu Wushuang understood that she would never look down upon those who struggled at the bottom, striving to ascend. Just as he had once humbly begged her to take him in as a servant, she had recognized his abilities and ambitions, guiding him toward a path of elevation. After reminiscing for a while, Shen Yunshu stood to leave. Although they had formed a bond akin to life and death, their lives were intertwined with little relevance, and each had their own responsibilities, leaving little to discuss. Nonetheless, during their conversation, Shen Yunshu received some good news. The martial forces pursuing Lu Li and the Ji family had clashed with the court and were eliminated by Yu Wushuang's opportunistic actions. Henceforth, Lu Li could live safely as a maid in the Wang mansion, provided she refrained from mentioning the Ji family's affairs, which would likely ensure her safety. One admirable trait Yu Wushuang had adopted from Shen Yunshu was the refusal to conceal good deeds. For instance, he had targeted those individuals during his investigation specifically because he was aware of Lu Li's identity and the troubles she had faced at Qinghua Temple. He shared these details with Shen Yunshu. Although disrespecting the court was a capital offense, had it not been for Yu Wushuang's deliberate actions, some might have escaped. For this, Shen Yunshu felt she owed him a debt of gratitude. "You saved me. I will assist you." Such is the nature of human relations. Interpersonal connections are born from such exchanges, deepening bonds over time. Chapter 66. The Top Scholar's Triumph. After a languid month following the Lunar New Year, the candidates finally faced their final hurdle, the palace examination, on a beautiful early March day. Early in the morning, Luan eagerly dragged Shen Yunshu, Wen Pei'an, and Ji Sini out to witness the announcement of results. "It's all Father S' fault for saying I have a loose tongue and not telling me the palace exam results. Otherwise, I would have to drag you all out to see the results." Shen Yunshu chuckled at Lu An's pouting demeanor, teasing, "If the emperor had informed you, would you have any excuse to leave the palace today?" "I have plenty of excuses." Luan protested. "Ah, they're coming." While they claimed to be watching the results, they actually sat in the Chongming study building across the way, waiting for the guards to return with the news. Being ladies from noble families, it was unbecoming to jostle with commoners below, and they could not exploit privileges, so they had to send someone to inquire. "How is it? Who is the top scholar?" Luan eagerly inquired of the guard, who entered, covered in a sprinkle of spring snow, seemingly oblivious to the chill emanating from him. The guard, careful not to let his coldness reach the princess, bowed and reported. In response to the princess, the top scholar of this examination, Shen Huaiwen, is the legitimate eldest son of the Shen family, while the second place, known as the Bongyan, is Wen Qingyuan, the legitimate eldest son of the Wen family. The third place, or Tanhua, is a young man named Yuan Dingi, seemingly from a humble background. "Oh, my brother Huaiwen is the top scholar," Shen Yunshu exclaimed joyfully. Although she was aware that historically the legitimate eldest son of the Shen family had also achieved this honor, her heart swelled with happiness upon hearing it in reality. For this was not a character from history, but her own brother. "What about my second brother?" She wondered aloud. The attendant, quick-witted, did not merely report on the top 3 scholars, as several young ladies present had familial ties to scholars as well. The second son of the Shen family also ranked among the top 3, having also achieved the title of Jinshi. Without waiting for Ji Sini to inquire further, he bowed respectfully and informed her the eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Qinyang, is the second-ranked Jinshi. Wonderful. Their families had achieved recognition, and everyone present felt a weight lift from their hearts. The top 3 scholars are typically the only ones who can directly enter the court to serve the emperor after the palace examination. Those ranked lower usually must start from lesser positions and work their way up. The crown prince had stated that the princess, the county princess, and the 2 young ladies could wait here for a moment, as the scholars participating in the palace examination were just emerging from the Chengtian gate. Soon, the top scholar, the Bongyan, and the Tan would ride past, visible from the Chongming study on the upper floor. Indeed, after about a quarter of an hour, the atmosphere outside grew lively, with many citizens loudly calling out, "Top scholar." The group leaned over the railing of the second floor of the Chongming study, peering down to see Shen Huaiwen at the forefront, holding the imperial edict, mounted on a magnificent steed and surrounded by a throng of admirers. Flowers and scented sachets were thrown upon him, as well as upon Wen Qingyuan and Yuan Dingy, who followed closely behind. All three wore radiant smiles as they rode through the long street, embodying the spirited vigor of youth, exuding confidence and charm. Once the procession concluded, Shen Yunshu bid farewell to the others and returned to the royal residence. The following day, during the Qianlin banquet, Emperor Ming summoned officials to the feast, where the top 3 scholars were awarded their official positions. As the top scholar, Shen Huaiwen was appointed as a 5th-rank censor. Wen Qingyuan was inducted into the Hanlin Academy as a 7th-rank editor, and Yuan Dingy was appointed as a 7th-rank judge in the Court of Judicial Review. Those ranked 2nd and 3rd were assigned to various local posts, while some went to the 6 ministries for minor administrative roles, essentially filling vacancies wherever needed. Shen Huajing was appointed as the Crown Prince's chief tutor, holding the 7th rank, responsible for supervising court officials and the military. Ji Qinyang was appointed as the deputy supervisor of military supplies, also holding the 7th rank, tasked with overseeing material procurement and managing personnel. Shen Huajing had been the Crown Prince's companion in studies since childhood, which made sense, but Ji Qinyang's appointment was clearly a significant position of power, indicating the emperor's regard for him, particularly given that Ji Qinyang's maternal uncle, Han Jin, was a general of the cavalry, and his maternal aunt's husband was the renowned Jinbei Wang. Shun Jun. It was surprising that the emperor would grant Ji Qinyang such a crucial position in military affairs, showing a lack of concern regarding potential rebellion among these families. However, they merely mused about this, knowing that rebellion was not easily achieved, especially as the crown prince's position seemed secure, and the second son of the Shun family was now in a significant role, signifying the emperor's intentions for stability and succession. Many factions among the other princes, who had previously harbored ambitions, reconsidered after this appointment, pondering whether it would be wise to refrain from stirring trouble. However, the second prince did not share this sentiment. Recognizing that the crown prince's position was unlikely to change, he contemplated how to orchestrate an accident for the crown prince instead. The arrangements of the day did not sit well with him, and in a fleeting moment, his emotions betrayed him, revealing a glint of malice and disdain in his eyes. The third prince, Li Yuan Ao, caught a glimpse of this transient expression, finding it somewhat amusing. The emperor was quite pleased to see fresh blood injected into the court. Many of the scholars among the top 3 were from humble origins and came with fervent aspirations. Even if they would eventually succumb to the corruption of officialdom, they could still persevere for at least 3 to 5 years, which was one reason why the imperial examinations were held every 3 years. Wang El had served the emperor for many years and recognized that the current emperor was genuinely delighted. Thus, he seized the opportunity to present his merits. "May I report to your majesty? I have matters to announce. Yesterday, the operatives dispatched to deal with the spies from Liang have reported that all infiltrators around the capital have been eliminated." Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes brightened. "Oh, were there any casualties?" "None were lost." The emperor, pleased, clapped the armrests of his chair and laughed heartily. "Excellent. The Ministry of Justice is training you well." He continued. "Who led this mission? Step forward so I may see you." This operation against the spies from Liang had captured a significant target, and no one could rival Wang El in interrogating infiltrators. Unable to pursue the remaining fugitive spies himself, he had requested the appointment of his adopted son, Yu Wushuang, as a 7th-rank captain to lead the chase, pledging to eliminate all spies or not return to the capital. Now, with the task accomplished, he had come at this opportune moment to claim his credit. However, the emperor feigned ignorance, as he was more than willing to accommodate minor requests from a meritorious subject. In an inconspicuous corner, Yu Wushuang stepped forward to the center of the hall. "I, Yu Wushuang, pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor glanced at the respectful youth standing in the center. "You led the mission to eliminate the spies from Liang? Well done. Were you injured?" "Thank you, your majesty, for your concern. It was merely a superficial wound. I did not fail in my duty." Excellent, very good. The emperor expressed his satisfaction with Yu Wushuang's capabilities, repeating his approval. Wang El has informed me that you are his adopted son and have achieved significant merit. To train you, he only appointed you as a 7th rank captain. Yet, I believe you have gained sufficient experience. Although you are still young, given your accomplishments, it is fitting for you to be promoted to a 5th rank 1,000 household commander. In high spirits, the emperor made an exception and elevated Yu Wushuang 2 ranks. The more capable young officials there were in the court, the better for the Lang Dynasty. Among the older generation of officials, aside from those like Duke, one who remained sensible, many had begun to exhibit a sense of arrogance due to their age, necessitating a gradual transfer of power to the newer generation. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Wushuang did not feign modesty. He was grateful for the emperor's favor. However, there are always those lacking perception. Your Majesty, Yu Wushuang has yet to reach adulthood. A mere 7th rank captain is sufficient. To promote him directly to 5th rank would likely breach protocol and be an undue haste in development. An old official commented, believing it prudent for Yu Wushuang to undergo further training for a few more years. The emperor glanced over. The speaker was Feng Yuan, the Minister of Rights. Minister Feng, your argument is flawed. The promotion mechanisms for military officials differ from those of civil servants. They do not require years of experience in a single position, but are instead based on merit. Though Yu Wushuang is young, his achievements are already commendable. If we confine him to a mere 7th rank position, it may discourage the spirit of military officials. If completing missions bears no reward, who will diligently strive for success? Retorted Jiang Hong, the Minister of Rights. He had little regard for Feng Yuan, who was the father of Min Jiaoyi. After Min, Jiaoyi bore the 5th prince. Feng Yuan had carried himself with an air of superiority, as if he were a legitimate father-in-law to the throne. He had even dared to mock the favored concubine Li for only bearing a 7th princess, looking down on him. What does it matter if the princess is born to a prince? My daughter, although her child is a princess, is the most favored after the empress's legitimate daughter. Concubine Li held a higher status than the likes of Min Jiaoyi, who rarely even met the emperor's gaze. Master Jiang, rules are rules, and to casually break them is never wise. Rules are established by mankind, by the emperor himself. If the emperor deems that Yu Wushuang has sufficiently honed his skills, how can you so readily suggest he undergo further trials? Lord Feng, your authority has grown considerably. You even dare to challenge the emperor's words. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately bristled with anger. Master Jiang, do not unjustly label me with baseless accusations. I merely speak in accordance with our ancestral customs. With that, he promptly knelt before the emperor to offer his apologies, asserting that he bore no disrespect but was merely concerned for the youth's impetuosity, as additional training could only be beneficial. Wang Lu cast a cold glance at Feng Yuan and stepped forward. While it is true that Lord Feng believes the young should undergo rigorous training, we, the martial generals, differ fundamentally from the civil officials. Our promotions are earned through merit, accomplishments forged in battle, and cannot be dismissed merely because Lord Feng deems them youthful. Furthermore, the work of the Jishe factory, which they engage in daily, demands the utmost sacrifice to accumulate such achievements. We too desire to execute our duties as effortlessly as Lord Feng, enjoying leisurely chats over tea. Alas, for the sake of the dynasty's stability, perilous tasks must be undertaken by someone. Does the esteemed gentleman expect us to merely bide our time? We must possess the fortune to endure such an ordeal. The interrogations at the Jishe factory encompass all walks of life. Though they may appear cold and taciturn when provoked, they can wield words with remarkable skill. Feng Yuan found himself at a loss for retort, his face flushed with indignation while Wang Lu's sharp words cut through the air. The Ming Emperor, observing the exchange with an inscrutable expression, eventually interjected. The affairs of the Jishe factory fall directly under my purview, not subject to the scrutiny of the censorate. Has Lord Feng forgotten this? Hearing the emperor's pronouncement, Feng Yuan had no choice but to kneel and confess his error. At the dawn of the dynasty, the founding emperor disrupted many traditions and regulations of the previous reign. Furthermore, before his passing, he established the Jishe factory for the next emperor. Since then, subsequent emperors have inexplicably favored this institution, leading to its growth and prominence, becoming increasingly respected among all departments. Those sent on assignments from the Jishe factory are seldom challenged. for they operate solely under the emperor's command, executing their duties with little regard for the orders of others. From the nobility to the common folk, even court officials can be apprehended without warrant, which is indeed unfriendly towards them. Despite many officials' attempts to undermine this department, their efforts have only solidified its trustworthiness. The Ming emperor harbored a distaste for the officials' incessant attempts to test him through the Jishur factory. Yet he understood that a clear stream bears no fish. Officials cannot all be incorruptible. Hence, the existence of the Jishur factory remains essential. Generally, Feng Yuan is one to uphold rules strictly, always ready to voice his opinions whenever he perceives a breach. Thus, the Ming emperor did not chastise him today, but instead turned his gaze towards Yu Wuxuang. I trust in the merits you have earned through your trials, which warrant an exception in your case. The missions of the Jishur factory are inherently perilous, with casualties occurring annually. It would be unjust to require you to merely bide your time. Since you have been acknowledged as an adopted son by Wang Lu, it is only proper that you pay respects to the ancestral hall, providing an explanation to your forebears. The Ming emperor, knowing that Wang Lu's lineage was lacking, was happy to grant this favor to a minister he found agreeable. Upon entering the Wang ancestral hall, Yu Wuxuang would indeed ensure Wang Lu had a successor, thus honoring his ancestors. As commanded, this grant of favor bore witness to the rise of a new noble, a mere 17-year-old attaining the rank of a 5th-grade official in the Jishur factory, a department directly under the emperor. Furthermore, he had recognized Wang Lu, the commander of the Jishur factory, as his adoptive father. His future was indeed boundless. Chapter 68. The prince's grand wedding. Yu Wuxuang's emergence eclipsed the previous glory of the top 3 candidates in the palace examination. When Shen Huaiwen and Shan Huaijin returned to the royal residence and spoke of this event, Shen Yunshu was somewhat taken aback. Has he truly risen to the rank of a 5th-grade official already? Has my nudge had such a profound effect? It seems that Yu Wuxuang, due to his family background, wasted too much time historically. Given the opportunity, he could have ascended to greatness much earlier. Contemplating Yu Wuxuang's visage, Shen Yunshu shook her head. Alas, following the Qianlin banquet, the noble ladies of the capital would have yet another option besides the top candidates of this year's examination. With the palace examination concluded, the season of spring was upon them. The prince's residence had been completed, and the East Palace was bustling with preparations for the prince's grand wedding. The celebrations surrounding the marriage were magnificent and extravagant. From the selection of auspicious dates to the ceremonial rites, the entire capital was abuzz with the news. The wedding procession stretched from the Chui residence to the prince's palace, with the prince even dispatching his personal bodyguards, Siwen and Ma Sheng, to escort the bride, personally waiting at the palace gates, bestowing immense honor upon the Chui family. The noble ladies of the capital lamented the fortunate fate of the Chui family's eldest daughter. The young scions of noble families, however, were less affected. Although they recognized the Chui family's eldest daughter as dignified and beautiful during the banquet, she had not resided long in the capital, making her largely undesirable to them. Only the second prince, Li Yuanshun, upon returning from the prince's wedding ceremony, shattered a fine teacup in a fit of rage. The flooding in Suzhou had garnered significant public favor for the prince, and he sensed that his elder brother, under the guise of benevolence, was slipping from his control. He dismissed notions of divine inspiration or prophetic dreams, but remained puzzled by the reasons behind these developments. It was not until one of his informants reported that the prince had secretly visited Qinghua Temple on a covert mission that he began to suspect a connection between the temple and his brother's recent actions. He scorned the idea that his elder brother, who professed brotherly affection and moral integrity, was scheming behind the scenes to secure the throne for himself, even allying with the so-called stinking Taoists of Qinghua Temple. Now, with the prince's increasingly bold maneuvers capturing their father's attention, he realized the urgency of acting before others caught on. If successful, it could prove advantageous. However, neither his plans against the Northern King's residence nor the Chui family had borne fruit, allowing the prince to hastily proceed with his wedding. Should the future bride conceive a child, the prince's position would be further solidified. Li Yuanshun's gaze darkened as he regarded the exquisite inkstone upon his desk, his expression resolute and vengeful. It appears I must strike first while others remain oblivious. The prince's wedding was a grand affair, stirring celebrations in the capital for more than a month. After much anticipation, with the wedding finally concluded, the emperor, upon hearing of a victorious report from the borders, grew enthusiastic and prepared for the spring royal hunt, leading to the empress becoming increasingly overwhelmed in the inner palace. Ji Shuyao, a close friend of the empress, also felt the pressure as her two sons had grown older. Initially, she had thought to let them explore the world first, establishing their careers before marrying, but now both had excelled. Her eldest son, Shen Huaiwen, had been appointed as the top scholar in the palace examination, while the second son, Shen Huijin, had also attained a place among the top candidates and had entered government service. It was indeed the perfect time for them to marry. Many families had openly and subtly approached her to gauge her thoughts. However, given her family's small size, she wished to ensure harmony and avoid future disputes. Mother, what brings you to visit Shu'er today? During this bustling period, the royal residence was lively with visitors and to seek solitude. She had largely confined herself to her bamboo cloud pavilion. Today, for reasons unknown, after the midday rest, Xiaoyao arrived at Juyin Pavilion, bearing a plate of amber walnut kernels from the Changnan Yueji fruit shop, urging her to rise and partake in some sustenance before heading to the Qingxiu garden. Ji Shuyao was leaning against the table, her left hand propping her forehead while her right hand held a brush, scribbling something. Upon noticing Shen Yunshu's arrival, she beckoned her to sit down, accidentally knocking her previously drawn papers onto the table. Help me take a look at these families who have recently come to our Wangfu to inquire about matters, as well as some others I had in mind. Being a young lady, you must have encountered various noble families at numerous banquets over the years. I would appreciate your counsel. Shen Yunshu understood that her mother was likely selecting prospective matches for her elder and second brother. Glancing at the list of families on the paper, she noted that it was quite extensive. It seemed her mother did not harbor any prejudices regarding status, as she had not limited her choices to only highborn ladies. Shouldn't she consult her brothers regarding this matter? Your two brothers claim to have no romantic interests as of yet. Your elder brother is amenable to your mother's decisions, while your second brother, that incorrigible one, insists on waiting until he finds someone he truly likes before marrying, seemingly oblivious to his age. As Ji Shuyao spoke about this, a headache began to form. In this day and age, isn't marriage typically arranged by parents? Who waits until they find someone they fancy before tying the knot? What if they never find anyone? It is not that they shouldn't choose whom they like, but how can they know if they do not even consider their options? Well, at least the elder son is willing to marry. It is one problem resolved. Shen Yunshu focused on a list of noble families, recognizing two of her close friends, the Wen and Ji families. In truth, she felt indifferent about her sisters becoming her sisters-in-law. Ji Sini had previously confided that marrying into the Shun family as her sister-in-law would not be unwelcome, given the Shun family's virtuous reputation, free from concubines or illicit affairs, and she could remain close to her. However, Ji Sini's lively and talkative nature had become increasingly evident with age, often engaging in playful banter with her second brother. Her second brother, Shan Huaiqin, was somewhat lacking in the art of gentlemanly conduct towards young ladies, frequently riling Ji Sini. She perceived a certain playful enmity between them, yet nothing overtly romantic seemed to exist. Initially, she thought Ji Sini was still too young to understand her own feelings, so perhaps her second brother could wait a couple more years. As for her elder brother, Shen Huaiwen, she had previously thought that Pei'an would make an ideal sister-in-law, but Pei'an indicated that she did not harbor such feelings for him. Ji Shuyao observed Shen Yunshu lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the list, particularly at the name of one Pei'an, whom she had hoped would be a match for Huaiwen. With a hint of contemplation, Ji Shuyao ventured, among your friends, do you believe any would be suitable to become your sister-in-law? Chapter 69. The thoughts of youth Shen Yunshu returned to the present, shaking her head. Mother, I believe it would be prudent to refrain from hastily arranging marriages for my brothers. Their accomplishments at such a young age, entering the court as officials, indicate that their focus has been on establishing their careers rather than on starting families. Young men reach adulthood at 20. My brothers have only just entered this phase of life, and there is no need to rush into marriage. The crown prince and several princes are marrying at this time solely due to the royal obligation of producing heirs, yet we at the Wangfu are not under such pressure. A good meal is worth waiting for. My brothers possess talent, charm, and promising futures. Our family status is respectable, and even if we wait a few more years, there is no need to worry about their marital prospects. Upon hearing Shen Yunshu's words, Ji Shuyao understood. Realizing that the young lady from the Wen family held no interest in Huaiwen, she sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. After a moment of reflection, she acknowledged the validity of Shen Yunshu's reasoning. Previously, she had felt that her sons were of the appropriate age to consider marriage, especially as many of their peers had already begun to form connections. However, since the northern town's Wangfu did not possess an inherited title, the urgency to produce heirs was not pressing. The Shen family's lineage valued quality over quantity. You make a valid point. It seems I was mistaken. Allowing my 2 sons to wait for marriage indeed carries no issue. I had been anxious, fearing that good women would be taken by others. But I realize now that it is essential for my sons to choose partners they truly cherish. Shen Yunshu smiled, appreciating her mother's willingness to listen. Her brothers would surely be grateful for her insights, just as Shen Yunshu resolved the matter of her brothers' marriages. Yu Wushuang arrived at the Shen family's pharmacy to deliver a message to Shen Yunshu. The spring hunt was to be held at the royal hunting grounds, and preparations had already been made, with guards stationed around the perimeter, ensuring no issues had arisen thus far. Upon her return, Liuli recounted Yu Wushuang's message to Shen Yunshu verbatim. She was unsure what the princess had discussed with the esteemed Yu, nor why there was a sudden interest in the spring hunt, but she understood that the princess's actions were always purposeful. After hearing the message from Yu, she had prepared various poisons and antidotes at the pharmacy in case of emergencies. Shen Yunshu, however, felt anything but reassured. Instead, her brow furrowed in concern. In her previous life, the crown prince had been injured during the spring hunt, leading to his demise. If the law enforcement agency had determined that the guards posed no threat, then it must have been someone of status who had gained access to the royal hunting grounds. The crown prince, in his previous life, had been attacked by an assassin and had been unable to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. He had not even suspected the second prince, as they had maintained a good relationship. Had it not been for the second prince inadvertently revealing a clue during a visit to the crown prince before his death, he might never have connected the dots. However, if the second prince had not arranged for someone on the outside, it would imply he had used his own men. But wouldn't such an incident immediately lead to identifying the suspect? Unless he was confident that he could eliminate all traces afterward. Did the second prince possess such unwavering assurance? It seemed that his decisive and ruthless actions had enabled him to ascend among the princes, while others hesitated and probed. Hey, you have been loitering around the northern town Wangfu lately, and now you've come to the pharmacy to meet a lady? I suspected your fervor during the Jiang family incident was motivated by personal interest. In an empty alley near the Shen family pharmacy, a dashing young man dressed in a deep red robe perched atop a crumbling wall, twirling a folding fan as he watched Yu Wushuang pass by with an amused smile. Yu Wushuang appeared oblivious to his presence, walking past without so much as a glance. Yet, a hand resting at her side subtly flicked, sending a small silver coin tumbling from her fingers and striking the leg of Su Jun, who had used it for leverage to leap down from the wall. With a graceful landing, he brushed off his attire and exhaled. Are you quite idle? Su Jun did not respond, instead bending to retrieve the silver coin that Yu Wushuang had playfully tossed at him. Ah, you noticed me long ago but chose not to shake me off. Perhaps my skills in stealth have indeed improved. Yet, why do you seem so untroubled by my presence? As Su Jun examined the silver coin in his hand under the sunlight, he mused, for years, you have lamented over silver, your heart yearning for it. I assumed the one who captured your heart must be the one providing you with silver. Yet now, you seem indifferent to it, leading me to believe you have found the object of your affections. However, your only recent engagement has been with the daughter of the Jiang family, with whom you had no prior connection. Who else could it be? Ha! Yu Wushuang smirked, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she walked away. Seemingly amused by his lack of insight, Su Jun gazed at Yu Wushuang's expression, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. His eyes widened. You saved her, and it's related to the daughter of the Jiang family. Could it be that you dare to entertain thoughts of her? That person is someone even the princes vie for. She is the nemesis of all noble ladies in the capital. A pure lily, an unparalleled beauty, with extraordinary talent. She has always been the ideal child of others, though you have unprecedentedly ascended to the rank of 5th-grade official at merely 17, and have been taken in as an adopted son by Lord Wang. Your future is indeed bright. Yet I must candidly say, you are still quite distant from being worthy of her. Yu Wushuang sighed, enduring Su Jun's incessant prattle with resignation. I wonder why you used to wear coarse black robes during training without caring for appearances. Yet upon returning to the capital, you don a moon-white long robe, appearing quite dashing, even outshining me. If I recall correctly, there are rumors that the esteemed Princess Qingran has a preference for the dashing young Master Wu Shuang. Suddenly, Su Jun realized, you are also called Wu Shuang. I see. Even though you have entered the Wang family ancestral hall and changed your name to Wang Yu, you still insist on being addressed as you Wu Shuang, all to win her favor. You seem to be an aloof and proud individual, yet your heart is filled with ulterior motives. You Wu Shuang smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. A person like Jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. This was her remark. She claimed that the name Yu Wu Shuang suited him well. The investigative agency holds sway over all noble families' movements in the capital. She maintains close ties with the crown prince. And even the emperor has been swayed. He once believed she would marry the crown prince. However, with the crown princess already determined, the legitimate daughter of the northern king, Princess Qingran, cannot possibly serve as a concubine. The remaining princes have no prospects either. The current emperor is resolute about establishing his heir and will not permit the other princes to marry the northern king's daughter. Even other families of equal standing find it difficult. He wishes to strive for a chance. Even if he fails, being in a high position will allow him to protect her more effectively. Hey, you hypocritical fellow. Are you even listening to me? Su Jun draped his arm over Yu Wu Shuang's shoulder, lightly tapping his arm with a fan, his chatter relentless. In the twilight glow, the two figures, one in white and the other in red, strode confidently toward the setting sun in the west, casting long shadows that mingled with the fading light in the quiet alley. Chapter 70. The Hunting Grounds, Part 1. 7 days later, the Ming Emperor waved his hand, leading the civil and military officials from the previous dynasty, along with all the concubines bearing princes and princesses, as they prepared to set off for the royal hunting grounds. Due to Shen Yunshu's absence from the border, Shen Yunshu made every possible preparation for her mother's safety before departing, ensuring all necessary personnel were present. The procession set out at dawn, moving from east to west toward the hunting grounds, chasing the sunlight from dawn to dusk, arriving at the royal courtyard just before the last fiery glow extinguished. After all the ceremonial arrangements were completed at the courtyard, it was nearly midnight. Everyone washed up and rested, and the following day, they donned their riding attire, appearing spirited in the hunting grounds. Today marked the first day of the hunt, limited to 3 days. The one who captures the most prey would be declared the victor, with the first prize being a sword bestowed by the emperor and the second and third prizes being gold-threaded armor. May you return laden with spoils. The Ming emperor, seated atop a magnificent steed, succinctly concluded his opening remarks for the hunt. The crowd erupted in cheers, then galloped forth, racing deep into the hunting grounds. Shen Yunshu wore a bamboo green riding outfit, opting for a less ostentatious appearance compared to others, and wandered the periphery with Luan, Ji and Wen Peian. Aware from the crown prince's message that there would likely be disturbances today, she had instructed Qingyu to blend in with the guards protecting the ladies, leaving Qingji with her mother as a precaution. She didn't bring along Ling Long and Lin Lang, whose skills were lacking, and Liuli remained with the group at the camp. This way, regardless of whether trouble arose overtly or covertly, she could reassure herself about her mother's safety. She possessed martial skills and carried various medicinal powders provided by Liuli, and with Qingyu lurking in the shadows, she felt adequately prepared. The royal hunting grounds are routinely patrolled each year to drive away large wild animals, thus posing a low danger level. Moreover, noble ladies generally do not venture deep into the woods, typically gathering in small groups to avoid peril. Look, there's a rabbit. Let us go that way. Luan eagerly led the way on horseback toward the direction of the rabbit she had just spotted, and the others closely followed. Although they weren't particularly interested in swords or armor, a competitive spirit still lingered. If they managed to outdo the men in capturing prey, the emperor might reward them differently, not adhering rigidly to the sword as a prize. Whoosh! A plump rabbit dashed by, and Ji and Shen Yunshu simultaneously drew their bows. 2 arrows soared through the air, pinning the rabbit to the ground. The attendants promptly rushed over to retrieve the rabbit. Wow, precise shot! Yixini exclaimed. When did you master such exceptional archery, Yunshu? To distinguish the ownership of the prey, each person's arrows bore different markings. At that moment, Ji arrow was lodged in the rabbit's hind leg, while Shen Yunshu's arrow had pierced its throat. Clearly, Shen Yunshu's was a fatal shot. Ji Sini gazed at the lifeless rabbit, feeling as if a playmate had secretly practiced behind her back and suddenly excelled during an exam. With the group, Shen Yunshu refrained from feigning humility with false modesty. Instead, she merely raised an eyebrow and smiled. Just some routine practice. It's probably just talent, after all. The blood of warriors flows in the Shen family. Unbeknownst to Shen Yunshu, her display only intensified the irritation of the other three. Her prowess had completely spurred Lu and Ji Sini into action, prompting the four to roam about in search of various prey. Aside from Wenpeon, who was less adept at riding and shooting, the other three gathered an impressive haul, scouring the area and leaving no sparrow unscathed. Not far off, Shangwan Xinyue, overhearing Shen Yunshu's words, scoffed and turned to Jiang Xinyan. You were right. That Qingran princess flaunts her abilities, always seeking the spotlight. Jiang Xinyan glanced towards Shen Yunshu, then turned back to feign patience while comforting Shangwan Xinyue. All right, I was just speaking out of anger last time. Princess Qingran indeed has her merits. Her father is currently confronting enemies at the border, so it's only natural the emperor values her a bit more. Everyone is merely giving her face, indulging her. But she still looks down on you. Even if she's a princess, what of it? All right, keep your voice down. We are already beneath her. Let's not give her any more chances to gloat. Though Shangwan Xinyue fell silent under Jiang Xuanyan's pretense of comfort, her heart still simmered with resentment. Initially, she thought well of Princess Qingran, but after Jiang Xinyan mentioned that the princess had held a grudge against her since the empress's banquet for stealing the spotlight, she had been giving her the cold shoulder whenever they were alone. As a friend of Jiang Xinyan, she naturally sided with her. Meanwhile, as the ladies engaged, the men had ventured deep into the thickets of the hunting grounds. The crown prince drew his bow and arrow once more, striking down another deer in mid-gallop. The young nobles and rising political figures surrounding the crown prince observed his adept archery skills with astonishment. Previously, they had only seen him as reserved and dignified, conducting himself with an air of elegance and nobility, never suspecting he possessed such remarkable prowess in riding and archery. It seemed the title of crown prince was indeed well-deserved. He was truly a polymath, excelling in every aspect. As the group continued to hunt, they ventured further into the forest, entrusting their captured prey to the attendants for tallying, destined to be served at the royal banquet that evening. Regardless of the excitement and enthusiasm radiating from the young, the emperor was accompanied by a retinue of elderly ministers. Even though the emperor was in the prime of his life and had spent a morning hunting alongside several valiant generals, he was still persuaded to return by a group of courtiers. After toiling until noon, the Ming emperor, not wishing to burden his advisors, acquiesced to their pleas and decided to return with them, knowing that the hunt would not conclude in a single day. Let's return to the camp. We shall allow the youth to remain here and toil for our evening feast. As they departed, the courtiers praised the emperor for his prowess, exclaiming how much game had been acquired in just half a day's time, affirming that the emperor's skills had not waned. Indeed, I have not witnessed any other prince with archery skills as refined as those of the crown prince. Suddenly, a sense of alarm swept through the group, causing their horses to rear and turn in confusion as they sought to flee. As they tightened their reins, those with keen hearing discerned the sounds of large creatures charging towards them. This is bad. It seems a wild boar or bison has been startled and is heading our way. There is more than one. The command to scatter rang out, and Shen Huaiqing, who had a penchant for archery and some experience in hunting, urged the others to disperse quickly. Your Highness, we must leave. Shen Huaiwen, without a moment's hesitation, rode to the crown prince's side, flanking him as they made their escape. Quickly, do not cluster together. As they fled, several brown-black wild boars burst forth from the depths of the forest, snorting and crashing through the underbrush as if in a frenzy. The group instinctively turned to shoot their arrows while simultaneously urging their horses in the direction of the boars. However, the stampede of the wild boars scattered them, compelling each to make their way back towards the camp, driven by a primal need for safety. One of the guards protecting the crown prince spoke up, Your Highness, I know of a rendezvous point between the Imperial Guard and the Justice Department to the northeast. We shall find support there. The crown prince cast a cold glance at the guard, recognizing the similarity to past encounters, though this man was not the same as before. Shen Huaiqing had no doubts and continued to fend off the boars while urging the crown prince to move swiftly. Your Highness, we must go. We will hold them off. The crown prince regarded the guard and said, If that is the case, You go ahead to seek assistance. We will handle things here for now and follow shortly. The guard hesitated, instinctively retorting, "It is too dangerous, Your Highness." The Crown Prince replied with icy resolve, "Are you questioning my command? The Imperial Guard is bound to obey. Well, has a soldier ever defied an order?" The guard quickly recognized his error and stammered an apology. "I only worry for Your Highness," the Crown Prince interrupted impatiently. "If you truly wish to save me, you should depart at once." With a clenched jaw, the guard sprinted toward the direction he had indicated. As the guard departed, the Crown Prince quickly instructed, "Huaiwen, Huaiqing, do not linger. We must run this way." His dismissal of the guard was merely a tactic to buy time. The wild boars posed no threat to him and his capable companions, but they needed to remain united to fend off any attackers. Quickly this way, Shen Huaiwen noticed that the Crown Prince was heading in a direction opposite to that indicated by the guard and felt perplexed. Nevertheless, seeing the Crown Prince's determined demeanor, he followed suit. Shen Huaiqing remarked, "Your Highness, this is not the location where the guard mentioned the Imperial Guard and Justice Department would meet. The guard is suspicious. Before I arrived, I confirmed with personnel from the Justice Department that they withdrew before the hunt began. The Imperial Guard is solely responsible for this hunt. They do not collaborate with the Justice Department." Shen Huaiqing was taken aback. "Then why let him leave? If he is indeed treacherous, allowing him to alert others could buy them time, especially since I told them we would follow shortly. Now I fear they may have planned thoroughly, laying their own ambush along our path." As they spoke, dark-clad figures emerged from the trees. The Crown Prince observed that fewer attackers were present than in his previous life. Realizing this was a precaution set by Li Yuanshan. His intent was to act as bait, drawing Li Yuanshan out and exposing his conspiracy. Yet, a pang of guilt struck him as he glanced at Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaiqing. Once again, the Shen brothers were risking their safety alongside him, and he could only strive to shield them from harm. The assailants, silent yet lethal, launched their attacks on the trio with deadly precision, indicating their intent to kill. Fortunately, all three were skilled fighters, with Shen Huaiqing being capable of taking on 10 foes alone. Despite their numerical disadvantage, they held their ground in combat. Meanwhile, Shen Yunshu and the other noblewomen found themselves deeper in the woods, soon encountering individuals fleeing from the wild boars. Upon seeing the women, the man called out, "Run! A herd of wild boars is behind us. It is dangerous. Back to the camp." The rider, having distanced himself from the boars, urged them to retreat. However, without sight of the beasts, the women were momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. Shen Yunshu, quick-witted, exclaimed, "Get on your horse." She rushed forward, hoisting the stunned Shangguan Xinyue onto her mount. Shangguan Xinyue, regaining her composure, instinctively asked, "Aren't you coming? Go. Return and fetch the Imperial Guard. Do not linger here and complicate matters." Shen Yunshu turned the horse's head and gave it a gentle nudge to send her away. Shangguan Xinyue grasped the reins. Glancing back at Shen Yunshu, who was efficiently directing the other noblewomen to safety, remembering how effortlessly Shen Yunshu had lifted her onto the horse, an unexpected feeling stirred within her. Initially, she had desired friendship with Shen Yunshu, but after befriending Jiang Xianyan, who was gentle and kind, she found herself aligning with Jiang Xianyan during their quarrels. Now, she pondered whether the discord between Jiang Xianyan and Shen Yunshu was entirely Shen Yunshu's fault. "Go!" Shangguan Xinyue cast one last glance at Shen Yunshu before turning her horse sharply and kicking it into a gallop, racing back to the camp for assistance. Chapter 72. The impostor Shen Yunshu instructed Lin and Wen Pei'an to lead the noble ladies back to the camp, while she and Ji Sini, possessing some martial skills, lagged behind to ensure their safety. Upon hearing a call, Shen Yunshu turned around and was taken aback to see Mo Sheng. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you accompanying His Highness the Crown Prince? There are wild boars lurking nearby, so His Highness is escorting the Emperor back to the camp. I was sent to find Princess Lu Un and the County Princess. His Highness commanded me to ensure the safe return of the princesses and the noble ladies." Upon hearing this, Shen Yunshu sensed something was amiss. She was aware that Mo Sheng was not with the Crown Prince because the latter had deliberately separated them to expose the second prince's plot, assigning Mo Sheng and see when to prepare contingencies. She had initially asked out of concern for Ji Sini's presence, but now she pondered why Mo Sheng was here instead of attending to his duties. Something must have occurred on the Crown Prince's end. "I can't believe you're just returning. I haven't caught my deer yet. My brother the Crown Prince promised to help me hunt one and give me the antlers. Have you managed to get any? Mo Sheng looked anxious. County Princess, let's not think about the deer right now. Safety is paramount. His Highness has already captured quite a bit of game. You will surely return with more than just a pair of antlers. Shen Yunshu's face lit up with joy as she gently kicked her horse and slowly approached Mo Sheng. Really? In such a short time, my brother has caught so many? Mo Sheng, don't try to deceive me on his behalf. You heard him promise me those antlers. If he goes back on his word, I'll take it out on you. I want to return what I took from you before. Montak Shengzite. How could I dare deceive you? Ji Sini, noticing Shen Yunshu's sudden engagement with Mo Sheng, felt perplexed. Just moments ago, Yunshu had been urging the noble ladies to hurry back, and now she seemed unconcerned. Mo Sheng was typically busy running errands for the crown prince, and they had little rapport. Yunshu, what did you take from Mo Sheng? Seeing Ji Sini's bewildered expression, Mo Sheng felt a twinge of unease. At that moment, Shen Yunshu stood before Mo Sheng, blocking Ji Sini from view, allowing her to scrutinize Mo Sheng's face closely. What could it be? It's just. Suddenly, Shen Yunshu produced a pouch of powder from her person and, with a swift motion, struck Mo Sheng's face with it. The pouch burst open, scattering the powder. Although Mo Sheng turned away just in time, he still inhaled some. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yunshu unsheathed her specially crafted belt and lashed it at Mo Sheng's face. This belt was unique, designed with an additional layer over the usual sash, appearing merely decorative at first glance. However, it was made of thin, soft leather with golden threads woven within. This combination allowed it to serve as a sturdy whip, and the ends were adorned with slightly sharp silver leaves. While it wouldn't inflict serious harm, it would leave marks on the skin, revealing anything unnatural on the face. As Shen Yunshu struck, peculiar patterns began to appear on Mo Sheng's visage. The impostor hadn't anticipated being exposed, but knew he had to retaliate. Otherwise, his disguise would be revealed. Why are you attacking your servant, County Princess? He feigned innocence, attempting to resist. However, Shen Yunshu had witnessed various techniques of disguise in her past life, and upon closer inspection, she could discern traces of makeup on Mo Sheng's face. Furthermore, the blow she had delivered revealed something unnatural adhered to the bridge of his nose, likely a result of it being insufficiently prominent. Such techniques of disguise were rare in her current time, yet quite common in hers. Moreover, since Mo Sheng's arrival, he had not uttered a single truth. Although he spoke with a semblance of precision, he had not refuted her suspicions, and his compliance was too smooth to be genuine. Ji Sini, bewildered by the turn of events, asked, Yunshu, what is going on? I haven't taken anything from Mo Sheng. He isn't Mo Sheng. Sini, stay back, Shen Yunshu urged, continuing her assault while warning Ji Sini, who lacked the same martial prowess. The impostor, confused, was reluctant to fight back. Montak Sheng, County Princess. Ji Sini furrowed her brow at the struggle between Shen Yunshu and Mo Sheng. Upon closer examination, she noted something odd about Mo Sheng's face, but unfamiliar with disguise. She could not discern the issue amidst their scuffle. To her, it seemed as though Shen Yunshu had inexplicably attacked, while Mo Sheng was merely defending himself without intent to harm. However, this distinction mattered little. She understood how to choose between a servant and a friend. Montak Sheng, regardless of the reason, your actions against the county princess are utterly disrespectful. Ji Sini drew her bow, unable to intervene directly, but still capable of intimidation from a distance. The impostor hastily explained, I mean no harm to the county princess. Miss Ji, please persuade her. I have no intention of attacking. As he engaged Shen Yunshu, he sought to reason with Ji Sini, fully aware that Shen Yunshu had seen through his ruse. Her martial prowess exceeded his expectations, leaving him incapable of subduing her while she remained vigilant. Fortunately, he had contingencies. He could only stall for time, hoping Ji Sini could be persuaded to impede Shen Yunshu. Mo Sheng, cease at once. You dare evade the county princess's strikes? Ji Sini was resolute, regardless of Mo Sheng's position or the crown prince's orders. His actions against Shen Yunshu were beyond reproach. She was not one to prioritize kinship over justice, but she chose to support her friend first, intending to discern the truth later. Chapter 73. A half-dead survivor. Who are you to impersonate a person close to the crown prince? Montak Sheng. Seeing the impostor stubbornly deny the truth while attempting to buy time, Shen Yunshu took a few steps back. Sini shoot. At her command, Ji Sini released the arrow she had prepared. And Mo Sheng, already afflicted by Shen Yunshu's immobilizing powder, relied solely on his inner strength to withstand it. With an arrow striking his shoulder, he realized he could not capture Shen Yunshu and, fearing exposure of his disguise, he gritted his teeth and fled. Shen Yunshu could not allow him to escape. She warned Ji Sini to be cautious as she hurried after him, concerned about the potential dangers awaiting the crown prince and her brothers. Ji Sini strapped her bow onto her back and, seeing the direction in which Mo Sheng fled, felt a surge of adrenaline. What camp are we returning to? She quickly urged her horse forward, pursuing him. Jiao Masheng was struck by Ji Sini's arrow, sustaining injuries that made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his balance on horseback. As Shen Yunshu relentlessly fired arrows at him from behind, he ultimately succumbed to his fate, tumbling from his steed. Observing this, Shen Yunshu leapt down with agility, deftly wrapping her belt around Jiao Masheng's neck, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. With her right foot firmly planted on his chest, and her right hand forcefully pulling the belt tighter, she rendered him immobile. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Gasping for breath as the pressure constricted his throat, Jiao Masheng gradually surrendered, indicating his willingness to speak. Only then did Shen Yunshu loosen her grip slightly. Just as he was about to utter a word, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air, and an arrow sped towards Shen Yunshu's back. Seizing the opportunity, Jiao Masheng clutched her foot, immobilizing her further. Amid her struggles, a metallic clanging rang out behind her. Yu Wushuang materialized, blocking the arrow with his long blade before darting towards its origin, exuding an aura of lethal intent, swiftly dispatching the assailant with a few decisive strikes. Realizing that reinforcements were futile, Jiao Masheng bit down on the poison concealed within his teeth, choosing to end his own life. "There is no need for concern, my lady. These individuals are no different from assassins and will reveal nothing of value." As Yu Wushuang approached, he noted Shen Yunshu frowning at the lifeless form of Jiao Masheng, misinterpreting her expression as regret over the loss of a potential captive. In truth, it was her first genuine encounter with death, and despite the act of suicide, it felt no less jarring than if she had taken a life herself. The clash between her previous worldview and her understanding of this new society swirled in her mind, leaving her unsettled. She could only reassure herself that the cycle of life and death was commonplace in this world. Human life, at times, was as inconsequential as weeds. If she could not accept this truth, she would struggle to survive in this realm. Taking a deep breath to suppress her discomfort, Shen Yunshu turned to Yu Wushuang and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Yu, for your timely rescue." Yu Wushuang cast a discreet glance at Shen Yunshu, observing that she bore no injuries, though her countenance was less than favorable. He surmised that, as a young lady, witnessing such brutality could be quite distressing. Thus, he softened his habitual frown from battle, retracting some of the killing intent he emanated, lest he frighten her further. "There is no need for thanks. The debt of gratitude owed to the princess has yet to be repaid." Shen Yunshu nodded. "Then I shall not be polite. The external ointment from the Shun family's apothecary is quite effective for stopping bleeding and reducing scars, as you often endure injuries. I shall send some to you as a humble token of my appreciation. It is customary to express gratitude when one is saved." And Yu Wushuang appeared to be someone who preferred practical gestures over empty pleasantries. Although, had he not intervened, she would not have been in danger. She had already donned a suit of golden silk armor, and Xingyu had been disguised as a guard, lying in wait nearby. Anticipating Jiao Masheng would have a backup plan, she refrained from summoning Xingyu, intending to draw out any hidden threats. While she had not signaled for help, Xingyu would undoubtedly have acted if he perceived her peril. It was likely he had retreated upon witnessing Yu Wushuang's intervention. As Shen Yunshu remounted her horse, she addressed Yu Wushuang. "This man dared to impersonate Prince Masheng's close guard to deceive me. Surely, something has transpired with the prince, and this deception was likely a ploy to capture me, leveraging my brother or his highness to threaten the Shun family. My father is currently engaged in battle at the border with Nanyang, and I cannot discern who they truly are." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yu Wushuang realized it could escalate significantly, whether targeting the royal princess, threatening the Shun family, endangering the prince, or more grievously disrupting the border conflict and threatening the northern king. These were ambitions fraught with peril, punishable by death. This individual could very well be an undercover agent from Nanyang, and a thorough investigation was imperative. Yu Wushuang raised 2 fingers to his lips and emitted a soft whistle, a peculiar melody echoing through the forest, before mounting his horse and saying to Shen Yunshu, "The bodies here will be dealt with. If you wish to seek out the prince and the 2 young masters of the Shen family, I shall accompany you to ensure your safety." He recognized Shen Yunshu's martial prowess, knowing she was no ordinary noblewoman and was not to be underestimated. He intended to neither dissuade her nor treat her as a hindrance. Whatever path she chose, he would follow. As long as he was present, no harm would befall her before his own demise. Shen Yunshu cast a surprised glance at Yu Wushuang, having no time for further contemplation, and turned to ride deeper into the woods. In her fervor to pursue Jiao Masheng, she had deviated slightly from her course, moving further away from the direction of the prince. Meanwhile, Ji Sini, having been left behind, was making her way directly towards the route agreed upon by the prince and his entourage. At that moment, on the prince's side, the situation was reaching its climax. Siwen and Ma Sheng had arrived with a large contingent, encircling those who besieged the prince. Try to leave some alive. Unfortunately, most of these individuals were assassins, skilled in various methods of self-destruction. "Your Highness, Brother Huaiwen, Huaiqin," Ji Sini rode in just in time to see the chaos unfold. Instead of fear, a thrill surged through her at the sight of the skirmish. Using her hands to push off the horse's back, Ji Sini launched herself into the fray, delivering a swift kick to the chin of an approaching assailant, sending him crashing to the ground. He fell hard enough to spit blood, losing several teeth in the process, including one that had been laced with poison. With the poison now gone and his head spinning from the blow, the black-clad figure failed to carry out his intended suicide. Siwen, quick to react, subdued him, rendering him immobile. The prince had not anticipated Ji Sini's sudden arrival, nor her contribution in capturing a nearly lifeless prisoner. "You audacious thief! How dare you act so brazenly before me? I shall make you regret it." After kicking the man away, Ji Sini continued to curse as she attempted to land more blows, only to be intercepted by Siwen, who rushed in to prevent her from delivering further punishment. "My lady, if you strike him again, he may perish. His Highness requires a live captive." Chapter 74. Using a pig to kill a dog, what brings you here? Shen Huaiqin frowned at the exhilarated Ji Sini. "I have come to assist you. We can handle ourselves. We are well-trained and have many guards with us. Why would you venture out into such danger? Do you have any idea how perilous this situation is?" Shen Huaiqin was exasperated, unaware of Ji Sini's limited combat skills. Under normal circumstances, it might be acceptable, but in an assassination scenario, she was ill-equipped to cope. "What do you know? We intended to return, but someone impersonated Ma Sheng to deceive Yunshu and me. When Yunshu confronted him, she vanished, and I was searching for her. I had no idea I would find you." Turning to Ma Sheng, she exclaimed, "So you are here?" Yunshu was right. That Ma Sheng was a fake. How could you dare to engage with her? Until now, Ji Sini had not noticed the peculiarities of the false Ma Sheng, but upon seeing the real one, the differences became apparent. It was evident that while the impostor could deceive at a distance, proximity revealed the truth. "What happened to Yunshu? Is she in danger?" Both Shen Huaiwen and Shen Huaiqin spoke simultaneously, their concern palpable. "Someone impersonated Ma Sheng?" The prince cast a surprised glance at Ma Sheng. Ma Sheng, confused, hurriedly replied, "I am unaware of such matters. I was merely executing your orders and did not act independently. I have not encountered the princess today. Indeed, it appears that the impostor bore an uncanny resemblance to the real Ma Sheng. It is difficult to discern unless they are side by side. Could it possibly be one of those rumored skin masks?" Ji Sini scrutinized Ma Sheng's face, recalling the subtle differences that had set the false Ma Sheng apart. Shen Huaiwen gazed at the carefree Ji Sini, letting out a deep sigh. What on earth was happening? Could you explain more clearly? "Where is Yunshu? She went after that counterfeit Mo Sheng, and I was trailing behind, yet I couldn't catch a glimpse of Yunshu, only you two. But fret not. That fake Mo Sheng is no match for Yunshu. Moreover, he has fallen victim to her sedative and has also been struck by one of my arrows, so he should be in no grave danger." Despite Ji Sini's assurances, the others remained uneasy. Shen Huaiwen cast a glance at Shen Huaiqin, instructing, "You take His Royal Highness and Sini back. I will search for Yunshu." "Brother." Shen Huaiqin looked at Shen Huaiwen, concern etched on his face. "It's nothing. You all go find Yunshu. I'll return with my men." There is no need for both of you to follow me with so many people here. The crown prince would not wish for Shen Yunshu to be in peril, for if she were taken hostage to threaten them, it would indeed be a troublesome situation. Furthermore, Shen Yunshu's safety was intertwined with Shunjun at the border. However, he also worried that a delay could lead to unforeseen changes. So he must return to report to their father, leaving Shen Yunshu's safety in the hands of the two brothers. I will accompany you in searching for Yunshu. Yixini interjected hastily. Shen Huijin glared at her. You're still going? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? You shouldn't have followed earlier. Taken aback, Ji Sini retorted, I've been of assistance. How could I not follow if Yunshu is in danger? Wouldn't you be worried if something happened to her? And if something were to happen to you, would I not be concerned? Shen Huijin felt exasperated. Yixini froze. She was accustomed to their bickering, knowing that despite their frequent arguments, Shen Huijin had always been her childhood companion who cared for her. However, this direct expression of concern was a first for her. Shen Huiwen, witnessing the exchange, quickly intervened. All right, we know you've been helpful. Huijin is merely stating that Yunshu's skills surpass yours. She values her life greatly. If it were hopeless, she wouldn't take risks, unlike you, who recklessly seeks thrills. If she dares to pursue, she must have some confidence. Exchanging glances with Shen Huijin, Shen Huiwen reflected on Shen Yunshu's character and the fact that she had shadow guards with her, which calmed them considerably. Ultimately, Shen Huiwen and Shen Huijin set off to find Shen Yunshu, while the crown prince and his group returned to the camp with the bodies of the assassins and a half-dead captive, along with Ji Sini. As for their concerns regarding Shen Yunshu and Yu Wushuang, it was not merely the distance that delayed them, but rather some unforeseen events along the way. By a lush, sprawling tree, Shen Yunshu observed the visibly shaken Li Mu Yin, alongside a wild boar lying on the ground, and the maid, Yu Shu, who had been gored to death by the beast in an attempt to protect Li Mu Yin. This boar is acting strangely, almost as if it has been drugged, and it seems to target Miss Li specifically, Yu Wushuang remarked, kneeling beside the creature. Shen Yunshu, too, sensed that even in its frenzied state, the boar relentlessly pursued Li Mu Yin, which was quite illogical. Had they not stumbled upon the scene, Li Mu Yin and her maid would likely have perished. Approaching Li Mu Yin, Shen Yunshu grabbed a piece of her clothing and inhaled deeply, detecting a peculiar scent, unmistakably that of medicinal herbs. Do you carry any herbs on you? Or has your clothing been scented with something? Li Mu Yin shook her head vigorously. The sachet contained only insect repellent powder and some common fragrance pouches, nothing else. Realizing the predicament, she hastily removed the sachet from her person, now aware that the issue lay with her. Shen Yunshu examined it closely. It appeared to be ordinary insect repellent powder, akin to what Lu Li had given her. A closer inspection revealed a similar scent, albeit with a slight difference. She surmised that Li Mu Yin must have something else. Upon inspecting Li Mu Yin's clothing, Shen Yunshu noted that the scent was most potent at the hem, with faint traces of moisture. It seemed someone dissolved a powder capable of attracting frenzied wild boars in water and splashed it on your clothing. Do you know who could have done this? Li Mu Yan's chest rose and fell as she took deep breaths to calm herself, meticulously recalling all events leading up to her predicament. Yet she could not pinpoint who had tampered with her garments. Shen Yunshu, seeing her struggle, remained unperturbed. She believed Li Mu Yin was merely collateral damage in a scheme that would not guarantee her demise. This method of coercing a group of wild boars to scatter the crowd while using Li Mu Yin as bait demonstrated a clear intent to use the animals for murder. Chapter 75. Could it be the third prince? Shen Yunshu turned to Li Mu Yin, inquiring, have you had any recent conflicts with anyone? Limyan sighs Flitzgeret. She suspected the Chui family might have discovered something and sought revenge, yet she could not voice this suspicion. Noticing her silence, Shen Yunshu decided not to press further. This individual had dealings with the second prince and was cunning. Her words might not reflect the truth. Shen Yunshu withdrew a dagger from her sleeve and decisively cut away the scented portion of Li Mu Yin's garment. I shall seek out His Royal Highness and my brother. If you wish to return, I can provide you with a horse. You are no longer in immediate danger. The lack of communication from the law enforcement officials surrounding Yu Wushuang and the absence of news from Qingji suggested that neither the crown prince nor her brothers had returned to camp yet. She must locate them. Seek His Royal Highness? A sudden thought struck Li Mu Yin. Is His Royal Highness also in danger? Logically, in the hunting grounds, The positions of male and female guests differed. Why then would Princess Qingran venture into such perilous circumstances to find His Royal Highness? Accompanied by Lord Yu from the law enforcement agency? Remembering her near-fatal encounter, Li Muyin felt a growing unease. It's hard to say now, but I advise you to ponder this carefully. If anything were to happen to the Crown Prince, who would benefit most? You might just be collateral damage. Some individuals may not be as trustworthy as you presume. Shen Yunshu subtly hinted to Li Muyin that this matter was connected to the second prince. Those who could target the Crown Prince were undoubtedly the various princes, and if the second prince had a hand in this while also involving her, then it could only be him. Li Muyin's complexion paled at Shen Yunshu's words. The reason Shen Yunshu, alongside Yu Wushuang, had rescued Li Muyin was twofold. Firstly, as a member of the law enforcement agency, Yu Wushuang could not stand idly by. Secondly, even if Shen Yunshu suspected Li Muyin had a hand in the earlier incident with Cui Ziying, she did not deserve death. Moreover, Shen Yunshu surmised that Li Muyin's current plight was likely an attempt by the second prince to silence her, hence saving her might serve a greater purpose. Seeing that her words had struck a chord, Shen Yunshu chose not to elaborate further, leaving Li Muyin a horse and preparing to depart with Yu Wushuang. Yunshu, after taking a few steps, she spotted her two brothers riding towards her. Eldest brother, second brother, what brings you here? We encountered Cindy, and she told us you were chasing someone who resembles Mo Shang, which is why we hurried over. Shen Huaijin sighed in relief upon seeing Shen Yunshu unharmed. The Crown Prince is safe and has already taken the assassins back to camp. He instructed you not to worry. Understanding Shen Yunshu's impending questions, Shen Huaiwen preempted her, revealing everything she sought to know. Before departing, the Crown Prince advised me to tell you that regardless of what you see, do not pursue. Return to the camp first. At that moment, driven by concern for his sister, he had not pondered deeply, but now it appeared that she might be privy to information they were unaware of, and the Crown Prince seemed to be in the know as well. He had always been able to perceive the unique bond of trust between the Crown Prince and his sister, yet he also discerned that their relationship lacked any romantic inclinations, thus refraining from intruding with inquiries. Shen Huaiwen, however, had ceased to ponder the matter when suddenly, the usually reticent Yu Wushuang instinctively cast a glance at Shen Yunshu upon hearing those words. After a mere fleeting look, Yu Wushuang averted her gaze, and Shen Yunshu remained oblivious to this significant exchange. The expression on Yu Wushuang's face revealed no discernible change. However, she seemed to possess less of the vigor she had displayed while fighting alongside Shen Yunshu moments earlier. The Crown Prince has been attacked? Li Muyin exclaimed in shock as she approached Shen Huaiwen, who had just spoken. At this juncture, the Shen brothers finally redirected their attention to Yu Wushuang and Li Muyin beside Shen Yunshu. Indeed, the Crown Prince was pursued by assassins within the dense forest ahead, but the assailants have all been subdued. After stating this, Shen Huaiwen turned to Shen Yunshu, inquiring about the presence of Yu Wushuang and Miss Li. Lord, you saved me earlier, as that false Mo Shang had accomplices. Yet, they were all elite assassins, and their bodies have already been taken away by the Investigation Bureau. Shen Yunshu replied, glancing at Li Muyin. As for Miss Li, she had an object placed on her that attracted wild boars, nearly resulting in her demise. Lord Yu and I happened to pass by and rescued her. The boar's frenzied behavior was also abnormal. It is likely that it was drugged, and we should have someone examine it. Shen Huaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, the Crown Prince has summoned the Imperial Guard to retrieve all the slain boar carcasses for investigation. The group then returned to the camp, hastening their pace as Shen Yunshu and Li Muyin shared a mount, racing back to the encampment. At this moment, within the royal villa of the hunting grounds, the premises were bustling with fully armed Imperial Guards and personnel from the Investigation Bureau. Upon their return, the Shen brothers were summoned by the Ming Emperor to recount the events that transpired, while Shen Yunshu returned to the villa designated for the Prince of the North to rest, sharing some of the day's incidents with Ji Shuyu to alleviate her concerns. Throughout the night, the villa was illuminated with lights as people came and went. The Ming Emperor had investigated throughout the night, and the evidence ultimately pointed to the third prince, Li Yuanao. Some accepted this conclusion, while others were skeptical. The third prince had a history of mischief, often flaunting his mother's influential family background, and he rarely understood the concept of humility. Among the princes and princesses, he and the seventh princess, Li Ruin, were known for their arrogance. He often clashed with the crown prince, viewing his status as merely a result of fortunate birth rather than merit. In the grand hall of the royal villa, the third prince, Li Yuan'ao, wept profusely, exclaiming his innocence. "Father, I am wronged. I merely acted out of frustration. You favor and trust the crown prince above all. I only intended to teach him a small lesson. I never wished for his life." The Ming emperor, furious, seized a cup of hot tea and hurled it at Li Yuan'ao, who cried out in pain. "Impudent! That is your elder brother, the crown prince, and the future heir. Do you think you can teach him a lesson, Owl? What do you think you are?" Li Yuan'ao's words incensed the Ming emperor, who shouted in a low, furious tone, "I see you have lived too comfortably these years, disregarding your elders. Today, you dare to lay hands on your own brother. Do you plan to rebel against me tomorrow if you covet my throne?" "Father, I would never. I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. But I harbor no disrespect towards you. Father, I was merely confused. I never intended to harm my brother." Chapter 76. The third prince's demotion kneeling on the ground. Li Yuan'ao kowtowed, fervently confessing his guilt, presenting an exaggerated display of remorse. Those assassins were poisoned. They were elite warriors who took poison upon realizing their failure. Luckily, Miss G inadvertently captured one alive, but he only had a breath left, and he mentioned nothing but my name before he perished. The crown prince observed the disgraceful behavior of Li Yuan'ao and the heartbroken expression of the Ming emperor before stepping forward. "Father, those assassins concealed poison in their teeth. They were determined to die. It is peculiar, as this does not align with my brother's usual conduct. If he were not receiving counsel from someone behind the scenes, it is highly probable that he was framed, using his influence as a weapon against him." Hearing the crown prince's words, Li Yuan'ao quickly chimed in. Yes. Someone must be framing me. Father, you must believe me and support me." The Ming emperor took a deep breath and closed his eyes, fully aware of his son's personalities. The royal family needed to flourish to preserve the dynasty. Yet with many princes, the struggle for succession was inevitable, a test he imposed on his sons. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms, and allowing them to compete was a form of training. However, he never anticipated that some of his sons, whom he thought he knew well, would resort to such ruthless measures from the outset. This was a blatant display of fraternal betrayal, devoid of any familial affection. After a moment of composure, the Ming emperor opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Third Prince Li Yuan'ao, you show no respect for your elder brother, and you have laid hands on him. From this day forth, you are demoted to a prince, exiled to Yizhou, and may not return without summons." The crown prince remained unharmed, and the matter was resolved satisfactorily. However, the third prince's actions could not go unpunished, for failure to do so would leave him unable to explain himself to his eldest son. The Ming emperor was always decisive in his actions. Though reluctant to part with his own flesh and blood, he recognized that Li Yuan'ao had been incited. Yet, he also understood that his sons wore masks when facing him, presenting only superficial facades that concealed their true selves. Even if Li Yuan'ao spoke the truth, claiming he was framed and had no intention of taking the crown prince's life, his so-called small lesson was far from innocent. The elaborate scheme he orchestrated indicated that, had the crown prince fallen victim, it could have resulted in either death or irreparable harm to his claim to the throne. The Ming emperor gestured for the guards to escort away the still wailing Li Yuan'ao, then turned his gaze to his most favored eldest son. The crown prince, who usually appeared gentle and kind, had surprised him this time. Not only had he received information beforehand, but he had also prepared a counterattack, laying everything bare before the Ming emperor. "Since you received that dream from the celestial beings, you seem to have undergone a transformation, becoming more akin to my own self in my youth." Previously, the Ming emperor had thought none of his sons resembled him. The eldest, Crown Prince Li Yuanzhen, was benevolent by nature, lacking the authority befitting an heir. The second, Li Yuanshun, though amiable, had a penchant for extremes. The third, Li Yuan'ao, was akin to a debauched scion, arrogant and lacking ability, yet possessed of the audacity to harbor petty schemes. The fifth, Li Yuanji, was obstinate, even more so than the second, unwilling to disguise his true nature. The eighth was conventional, gentle, and avoided extremes, adhering to a path of moderation. As for the 10th, still young, he appeared intelligent enough. The Ming emperor's intention was merely to establish a legitimate heir, as the empress was his beloved wife, and their bond was profound. Naturally, the heir born of the empress would be the successor, barring unforeseen circumstances. He had invested considerable effort in the crown prince, who, while not entirely satisfactory, was deemed fit to maintain the status quo. However, in recent years, the crown prince had gradually matured, his demeanor still kind, but increasingly decisive and shrewd in his methods. Observing his father's contemplative expression, the crown prince spoke in a calm tone. I have merely realized that if I do not change, I shall be unable to fulfill the responsibilities of a future sovereign. In the past, the emperor was forthright and disdained fratricide, securing the throne through monumental military achievements and commanding an army of 500,000. Thus, he had never witnessed such a scene. Now his son, lacking the prowess of his father, must endure these trials. His ability to face the current situation with calmness stems from having already encountered the worst outcomes. Observing the matured visage of the crown prince, the emperor chuckled softly after a prolonged silence. My son, you have grown, and I take great comfort in that. He understood that this matter was not solely the work of the third prince, but involved the machinations of others. It was he who had fallen into a trap. Unlike his brothers of yore, his sons concealed their ambitions, opting instead to play the role of the unsuspecting. This tactic he found most contemptible. The struggle for power and profit is inherent to human nature. If they possessed true capability, what harm would it be to grant them authority? The art of strategy can also tread the path of righteousness. There is no need to lurk like vermin in the shadows. If they aspire to be sovereigns, why masquerade as innocents? During the time of his brother's struggle for succession, despite the incessant conflict, each held their own dignity and pride, along with personal boundaries and convictions. Thus, upon his ascension, he did not seek to annihilate his brothers who once contended for the throne, resulting in the current existence of regional princes. Regrettably, it seems that the offspring of dragons are indeed diverse, and none resemble him, which fills him with disappointment. With a deep sigh, the emperor lowered his gaze, revealing a softer side, a contrast to his usual decisive demeanor. Although he had chosen not to directly participate in the fierce contest for succession, he had witnessed its brutality. If you wish to investigate further, I shall not impede you. You are my chosen heir, and I shall protect you, no matter the cost. Should your brothers seek to contend with you, I do not expect you to show them kindness. I merely hope that in the end, you can spare their lives. The crown prince, witnessing his father's rare display of sorrow, was reminded of the past when the emperor fell gravely ill after his own injury, and how Yunshu had said that the emperor would pass away within 5 years of his demise. A wave of bitterness surged within him. Surely, his own death had affected the usually wise and discerning emperor, allowing others to exploit the opportunity. Perhaps it was also fear of the emperor uncovering the truth that drove them to desperate measures. Ultimately, it was he who had burdened the emperor. Chapter 77. Resolution of Affairs. The crown prince clenched his fists within his sleeves, addressing his father, who still held some hope for him. Father, rest assured, had it not been for my brother's aggression, I would not have resorted to such fratricidal conflict. If there were any other choice, I would not willingly harm their lives. The emperor nodded, realizing he could not demand too much. If matters escalated to that extent, words would be futile. This incident at the hunting grounds must be addressed. Who led the imperial guards this time? Such grave negligence cannot simply be overlooked. Summon Yu Wushuang from the Investigation Bureau as well. The crown prince had nearly been assassinated. Although the third prince had orchestrated the breach, the emperor needed answers from those responsible for the hunting ground security. Your Majesty, I am guilty. The commander of the imperial guards, Lu Geng, knelt in acknowledgement of his dereliction, aware that his future was bleak. He did not plead for mercy, only confessing his fault. Lu Geng was dismissed from his post for failing to protect the crown prince and was exiled to the frontier. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the commander of the imperial guards, Lu Geng had executed numerous tasks for the emperor, understanding that once the emperor had made a decision, it was immutable. No amount of pleading would change his fate. He had captured many criminals and knew that cries for mercy were often the last desperate gasps. Moreover, he dared not speak further, fearing the emperor would discover his negligence stemmed from having accepted bribes from the third prince, turning a blind eye to his transgressions. The third prince was often likened to the debauched scion of the Chen family, yet he acted with more restraint due to his royal status. Initially, Lu Geng had thought the third prince's entry was merely to teach a lesson to some noble youth, of frequent occurrence, believing that his royal lineage and the favor of the consort would ultimately protect him. However, he never anticipated such audacity, leading to a calamity of this magnitude. Given another chance, even if the third prince promised him a title, he would not dare facilitate his plans. If the crown prince had lost even a single hair due to this incident, Lu Geng would deserve death tenfold. The emperor was not oblivious to the overall situation. However, since the crown prince was unharmed, he chose to spare Lu Geng's life, considering his past diligence and achievements, thus opting for a simplified judgment and exile. The crown prince watched as Lu Geng was led away, having only interceded for Yu Wushuang, not for Lu Geng. Recognizing that while Yu Wushuang was deemed useful and independent of other princes' influence, Lu Geng was not entirely blameless. Had Lu Geng not harbored ulterior motives, the third prince would not have so easily infiltrated the hunting grounds with a band of assassins. If it were merely a simple hunt, why would such a large entourage be necessary? As the commander of the imperial guards, how could he not discern the oddities? He likely acted out of either greed or an intent to curry favor. With Lu Geng's dismissal, the emperor's fury subsided slightly as he turned to Yu Wushuang. During the inspection of the hunting grounds, you failed to detect that the wild boars were drugged, leading to injuries among many. While this can be understood, it still constitutes negligence. Yu Wushuang bowed his head, acknowledging his fault. Yet, you ultimately rescued Princess Qingran and several ladies. And your subordinate, Su Jun, arrived in time to assist the crown prince. Considering these factors, do you have anything to say? Yu Wushuang offered no rebuttal. The emperor was clearly in a foul mood, and had he not shown some rationality, he would have executed them on the spot. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your leniency. The matter concluded with the third prince being demoted to Yezhou and Lu Geng's position reduced. The emperor's retinue lingered at the villa for several days, awaiting the recovery of the injured noble youths before returning. It was indeed a pity that the second prince had not been apprehended. Did you not claim that he was behind the actions in your past life? In the Chongming study, Shen Yunshu sat languidly across from the crown prince, toying with a string of jade beads, abandoning any pretense of formality. At that time, I was on the brink of death. And what Li Yuanshen said would no longer serve to deceive me intentionally. That would be futile. Perhaps it is due to the misfortunes of this life that I no longer trust him, and thus he has managed to erase his traces so thoroughly, pushing Li Yuanzhao into the spotlight. Although the evidence does not directly implicate the second prince, many hidden connections suggest that the third prince alone could not orchestrate such a complex scheme, hinting at the second prince's involvement. Nevertheless, there are gains to be had. Li Yuanzhao is not entirely innocent. Moreover, my brothers are now exposed to the emperor's scrutiny, their ambitions surfacing, and they can no longer pretend to be naive. What has emerged is a true struggle for succession, devoid of the bonds of brotherhood. I do not fear their overt conflict. After conversing with the crown prince for a quarter of an hour, Shen Yunshu departed his chamber, moving next door. Upon receiving a serving of tea and snacks, the innkeeper also ushered in a woman adorned with a veil. Here, freshly brewed tea, do take a taste. Shen Yunshu greeted the woman as if meeting an old acquaintance, her tone casual and relaxed, as she poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for her. Princess Qingran. The woman returned the courtesy, removing her veil, revealing herself to be Li Muyin, the legitimate daughter of the Li family. I have yet to extend my congratulations. I heard that the Shu Wang's heir has already received the auspicious news and will soon be embarking on the journey to Shu Prefecture for the wedding. Thank you, Princess. I have not yet had the opportunity to express my gratitude for your assistance that day. Have you summoned Mu Yin for some important matter? Li Muyan's smile was faint, as she sensed that Princess Qingran must have gleaned something significant. It was only later that the people learned the full circumstances surrounding the expulsion of the third prince from the hunting grounds. Many claimed that the third prince coveted the throne and had plotted against the crown prince, aiming to usurp his position. However, she understood that the situation was not so straightforward. If the wild boar scheme was indeed orchestrated by the third prince, then she bore no grievance against him, and he stood to gain nothing from targeting her. Hence, Princess Qingran's words that day seemed far from deceitful. Chapter 78. Meeting Li Mu Yin, it is not so much a matter of instruction, but rather that I find myself perplexed by certain events and seek your insight. That day, you and the crown princess fell into the water together. Although I did not witness how you both tumbled into the lotus pond, I happened to see the second prince rushing to rescue you after your fall. Shen Yunshu spoke in a manner akin to casual conversation. Yet her words caused a subtle shift in Li Mu Yan's gaze. She immediately wondered if Princess Qingran was aware of everything, and whether the crown prince had been informed as well. Then she recalled that the second prince had indeed intended to jump into the water, and his words had been genuine. He had only been thwarted by the crown prince's intervention. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why, after the incident, the second prince had abandoned her as if they had never met. And what of the potion that had attracted the frenzied wild boar? Shen Yunshu took a sip of tea, observing Li Muyan's flickering expression, and continued. The second prince's actions were remarkably swift. Had the crown prince not intervened in time, he would have truly plunged into the water. You must consider, if two young ladies were truly saved by a man, what would that do to their reputations? Shen Yunshu fixed her gaze on Li Muyan's face, scrutinizing her reactions. Despite being a prince, the opinions of the common folk could not be silenced. The second prince had grown up in a strictly governed palace. He ought to have known better, yet his immediate instinct was to leap into the water to save someone. Tell me, who did the second prince wish to rescue? Could it be that one among you holds his affections? At that moment, Li Muyan felt a pang of anxiety, hesitant to speak. The second prince had confessed his fondness for her, yet his intention to enter the water was not to save her, but the crown princess, Cui Xing, in an effort to assist her. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. The second prince's reaction afterward did not align with his professed feelings for her. Thus, his motive that day may not have been to aid her after all. Shen Yunshu lifted her teacup, her gaze sweeping across Li Muyan's changing countenance. And she deliberately added, "It seems fate has played a trick on us. You were originally the chosen candidate for the crown princess. Princess Lin mentioned to me that the emperor had nearly made his decision at the flower banquet hosted by the Cui family. The crown prince was originally there to see you. Had he taken a liking to you, a decree would have swiftly followed to the Li residence." Li Muyan, upon hearing this, looked up in shock at Shen Yunshu. However, Shen Yunshu pretended not to notice, her fingers delicately brushing the tea leaves in her cup. Unfortunately, the situation had taken a turn. The Cui family claimed that someone had pushed the crown princess into the water, and the first suspect was you, who had been pulled in by her, followed closely by the second prince, who had responded too promptly, with the crown prince as a witness. And knowing the straightforward nature of Duke Cui, he would not hesitate to bring the matter before the emperor. Unexpectedly, the second prince had openly declared in the imperial study that he was enamored with the crown princess and wished to marry her, claiming he had only intended to rescue her in a moment of folly, even requesting the emperor's permission for marriage. Alas, the crown princess and Duke Cui were unwilling, which only served to vex the emperor, prompting him to send the crown prince to the Cui family to resolve the issue. Yet, it was then that he fell in love with the crown princess at first sight. Li Muyan listened, stunned and at a loss for words, as Shen Yunshu recounted the unfolding drama. Of course, Shen Yunshu required no response from her. Li Muyan's emotional defenses had already been breached, and her expressions were genuine, revealing her thoughts with clarity. With a little verbal guidance, one could surmise the situation's essence. Duke Cui and my father, the Prince of Jinbei, both command the border armies. Miss Li, your father, Lord Li, occupies a high-ranking position as a Guanglu doctor. You must understand that individuals of our standing would not marry a prince without a compelling reason. As she spoke, Shen Yunshu noted the increasingly troubled expression on Li Muyan's face and chuckled lightly. Yet, where do so many accidents arise in this world? Some matters may require a touch of human intervention to come to fruition. Would you not agree, Miss Li? Li Muyan took a deep breath, pondering whether the princess suspected the second prince of being deliberate or of colluding with her. After all, she had been the first choice for the crown princess. What reason did she have to conspire with the second prince? In her mind, the event had transpired, and she would never admit to it, lest she offend the Cui family or the crown prince. Indeed, that is what I cannot comprehend. Why would you conspire with the second prince to push the crown princess into the water? At that time, the Cui family's legitimate daughter posed no threat to you. Shen Yunshu observed Li Muyan's expression closely. Unless you felt threatened by the Cui family's legitimate daughter? For a fleeting moment, Li Muyan's composure faltered, and Shen Yunshu noted her unease with keen awareness. It seemed that the second prince had indeed shared something significant with her. Did the Li family not receive news from the palace? Why did she so readily believe it? Could it be that the second prince had employed charm to sway her? The last line had been a jest, as Shen Yunshu considered the second prince's royal lineage and handsome appearance. With his carefully crafted persona of being both scholarly and martial, He could easily captivate a sheltered young lady. Yet, upon uttering those words, Li Muyan's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, startling Shen Yunshu. Could it be that her jest had struck a chord? Li Muyan appeared to be an ambitious woman who favored subtle schemes. Shen Yunshu had assumed her to be a person who valued power over beauty, and had found some admiration in that. Yet, she had not anticipated that she was still young and somewhat naive, easily swayed by the allure of a charming man. After being repeatedly guessed correctly, Li Muyan finally regained her composure and, concealing her emotions, looked at Shen Yunshu. The princess is quite close to the crown prince. Surely you must know that he is already aware of everything, correct? Is your visit today at the behest of the crown prince? Li Muyan feared that the crown prince had come to settle accounts with her. However, Shen Yunshu waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, the crown prince does not seek to hold you accountable for past matters. Those are trifles. What truly matters are the events within the royal hunting grounds. We both know that during the hunt, with the wild boar going mad and the crown prince being attacked, there were surely more hands involved than just the third prince. Chapter 79. Another heroic rescue? Li Muyan shook her head, her demeanor clouded with sadness and anger. It is not that I have deliberately concealed anything. I truly do not know who orchestrated this. My devoted maid, Yunshu, has tragically passed away. She had been by my side since childhood. As the princess, you must understand the weight of such sorrow, having your own maids who share your life. If I truly knew who had plotted against me, I would never conceal the truth. Reflecting upon the death of that maid, Shen Yunshu nodded. It is no wonder that Li Muyan mourns. Even she feels a pang of sympathy, for the girl was undeniably loyal. When she and Yu Wuxuang arrived that day, Yunshu was nearly at death's door. Yet she still thought of protecting Li Muyan until she saw them come to her aid, at which point she could finally rest. Li Muyan's grief and terror were genuine. And it is this context that gives Shen Yunshu the confidence to subtly provoke the relationship between Li Muyan and the second prince. However, given the current circumstances, such provocation may not be necessary. Their bond appears rather tenuous. Thus, she inquires about the nature of Li Muyan's relationship with the second prince, how he deceived her, and ultimately abandoned her. After all, Li Muyan's expression is replete with the bitterness of being treated as a pawn, leading Shen Yunshu to surmise that their relationship, if not entirely severed, is certainly not one of amicable cooperation. Li Muyan, worn down by Shen Yunshu's incisive analysis, sighed in resignation and relinquished her resistance. One day, as I was leaving, I encountered Shen, who was causing a ruckus in the street, startling my horse. The carriage careened wildly, throwing the driver off, and neither Yunshu nor I could tame the frightened steed, allowing it to run amok. I did not observe the chaos outside, but I learned later that someone had subdued the horse. After the carriage came to a halt, I saw the second prince rescuing the injured Yunshu and me, escorting us home and summoning the court physician to attend to my injuries. Grateful for the second prince's timely intervention, I sought to express my appreciation. Knowing his fondness for exquisite stationery, I set out to visit Chongming's study in hopes of a fortuitous encounter, only to find myself once again embroiled in trouble with Chen. It turned out that the startled horse had injured someone belonging to Chen, who was relentless in pursuit of retribution. Ultimately, it was the second prince's royal status that quelled Chen's ire and extricated me from the predicament. Through these repeated encounters, I became acquainted with the second prince. On several occasions, he rescued me without seeking anything in return, and for a time, I harbored feelings of admiration for him. Though Li Muyan hesitated to voice the sentiment, aware that she was now betrothed, making past affections inappropriate to discuss. While her feelings for the second prince had since faded, she still cherished the memories of their initial encounters, which embodied the dreams of a young maiden longing for a hero. Listening to this melodramatic tale, Shen Yunshu found herself bemused and took a sip of tea to steady her nerves. Now she comprehended why Li Muyan was so eager to assist the second prince. It was a classic case of hero rescuing a damsel. Observing Li Muyan's lingering uncertainty, Shen Yunshu realized she was about to divulge how she and the second prince had conspired together. Feel free to share. I shall merely listen as if it were a story, she encouraged. The crown prince had already surmised their collusion at the flower viewing banquet at the Chui residence, rendering Li Muyan's admisión inconsecuential. If the crown prince wished to act against her, he would have done so long ago. Li Muyan hesitated at this revelation. When the palace announced my candidacy as the crown princess, the second prince approached me with a heavy heart. He explained that Duke Shui had returned with military accolades and sought a favor from the emperor to secure an advantageous marriage for his daughter, leading the emperor to consider Shui Ziying as the crown princess. The second prince professed his affections for me, expressing his willingness to respect my wishes and asking whether I preferred to become the crown princess or the second prince's consort. Should I choose the latter, he would request my hand from the emperor once the decree was issued, ensuring Shui Ziying would not ascend to the position of crown princess. Shen Yunshu nodded in understanding. During the time of their heroic ruse, Duke Shui had not yet returned to the capital, and Li Mayan was likely one of several candidates. The second prince had likely employed this tactic with other noble ladies as well. However, after considerable effort, it became clear that despite her initial infatuation, Li Mayan ultimately desired the title of crown princess more. Thus, the second prince altered his approach, claiming he would help Li Mayan achieve her wishes, when in truth he had found a more suitable candidate and intended to abandon her while using her to secure his own interests. Shen Yunshu marveled at the intricate machinations at play. Does Miss Li not indulge in the popular tales of the streets? Shen Yunshu queried unexpectedly. Li Mayan, caught off guard, shook her head. At home, she primarily studied the Confucian classics and pursued the arts. Her parents discouraged her from reading such frivolous literature, dismissing it as the unrealistic fantasies of impoverished scholars. Shen Yunshu conceded her point, acknowledging that while those tales may lack merit, they nonetheless contained valuable insights. Had Li Mayan perused them, she would surely recognize the second prince's behavior as strikingly familiar. Noticing Li Mayan's confusion, Shen Yunshu sumilat bravery. Have you heard of my encounter with mountain bandits outside the capital? Li Mayan nodded vigorously, recalling how the valiant guards of the Northern King swiftly dispatched the bandits, proving their mettle as seasoned warriors. Are you aware that the second prince fortuitously happened upon this incident and escorted me safely? Li Mayan had heard whispers, noting that aside from the crown prince, the second prince was renowned for his warm-heartedness and willingness to assist others, which explained her trust in his character. However, as she pondered, a semblance of realization dawned upon her, and she looked at Shen Yunshu with a troubled expression. Are you suggesting that the second prince's actions were all orchestrated? Seeing that she had grasped the implications, Shen Yunshu nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, while the ploy may be trite, it is undeniably effective, particularly the trope of the hero saving the maiden, which the second prince has mastered. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but wonder if the second prince had a dedicated scriptwriter, for he was so adept at employing the tired tropes of romantic tales. In the month of April, Li Mayan chuckled bitterly as the full weight of her folly struck her. She had been thoroughly deceived by the second prince. Realizing that her foolishness had cost her the title of crown princess and alienated her from both the Shui family and the crown prince, she felt no reward for her scheming, finding herself in an even worse predicament than before. Thank you for your candor, princess. I understand that you and the crown prince, as well as the crown princess, likely harbor little affection for one such as I, who covets the crown prince's favor. However, I will always remember your life-saving deed and your guidance today. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall repay your kindness. Li Mayan rose and respectfully bowed to Shen Yunshu, who did not intervene, merely observing her. I have one more request. Please convey my apologies to the crown princess, expressing my regrets. However, I assure her that the heir of the Shu kingdom has committed to the Li family and will soon depart for Shu prefecture. Given the geographical distance, it is unlikely we shall meet again. I wish the crown princess and the crown prince a union as harmonious as the sound of a zither and a lute, resonating in perfect harmony. With that, Li Mayan bid farewell to Shen Yunshu and departed, having spoken all that was on her mind. As the initial trepidation began to dissipate, she recognized her new status as the firmly established fiancée of the Shu kingdom's heir. Neither the crown prince nor the princess could leverage unproven accusations against her. With the realization that Shu prefecture was distant and isolated, she concluded that it was best to part on good terms, allowing the past to drift away like leaves in the wind. Shen Yunshu discerned the intentions of Li Muyan, yet deemed it irrelevant to her. The crown prince was seated nearby. The conversation within this chamber had already been conveyed through the hidden aperture in the wall. She was merely an onlooker. Having satiated her curiosity, she prepared to take her leave. When matters did not concern her, she preferred to participate less, allowing others to manage their own affairs. This was a principle Shen Yunshu had gleaned regarding interpersonal relations. She instructed the innkeeper to charge the tea to the crown prince's account. Shen Yunshu did not return to the crown prince's quarters, but bid farewell to the innkeeper before departing. In April, amidst the gentle rain and breezy whispers of spring, one Peihan, the legitimate daughter of the one family, celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony on the first day of the month. Suitors flocked to the Duke of Wen's residence, nearly trampling the threshold. However, the Duke remained non-committal, expressing a desire to keep her for another 2 years. Whispers circulated among outsiders, speculating whether the Duke was holding out for a position for his daughter as a side consort to the crown prince or as the consort of another prince. Especially since the Empress Dowager frequently summoned both the legitimate and illegitimate daughters of the one family to the palace. Unlike Princess Qingran, who had a title, the Wen daughters were still unbetrothed, making their frequent visits to the inner palace rather conspicuous. When Peihan found the situation quite vexing, she had no desire to go, but the Empress Dowager's summons left her with little choice. Conversely, when Elon relished the attention, flitting about the inner palace to curry favor with the Empress Dowager, adorned in the lavish gifts bestowed upon her, the Empress Dowager contemplated placing one Elon in the crown prince's residence to avoid offending him, suggesting to the crown princess that she should take the initiative to introduce one Elon to the crown prince. Regrettably, the crown princess had already formed a bond with the crown prince prior to her own marriage, and he had made it clear that he was disinterested in romantic pursuits, preferring to deflect such matters whenever possible. One afternoon, under a benevolent sky, Shen Yunshu received a message from the palace and ventured to find the somewhat bored Luan. In the small garden of Yongla Palace, Luan was amusing herself by teasing the golden koi in the pond with her golden fish hairpin. "Yunshu, do you think these beautiful koi would taste good?" She mused. Luan had a penchant for sweet and sour koi, and watching the vibrant fish swim made her ponder their flavor. However, she recalled Shen Yunshu's warning that often, the most vividly colored creatures were toxic, while paler, unadorned fare was typically safer for consumption. As Shen Yunshu walked around the koi pond and entered the pavilion, she sighed at Lu and S musings. These splendid fish deserve to live a few more days. Isn't the sweet and sour koi prepared by the imperial kitchen delectable enough? It is indeed quite tasty. But I find myself a bit bored and in search of something to occupy my time, Luan replied, tucking her hairpin back in her coif. With so many people coming and going in the palace, how could you still feel bored? Would you like me to find something for you to do? Upon hearing this, Luan looked up, her gaze drawn to Shen Yunshu, who had just entered the pavilion, dressed in a light blue inner garment with a jade-colored outer robe. Her hair was elegantly tied with a matching ribbon, the ends cascading gracefully. A jade belt adorned her waist, the tassels swaying gently in the breeze. This fresh ensemble, complemented by her youthful radiance, seemed to dim the brightness of the sun above. "Yunshu, you are truly beautiful, resembling a celestial being," Lun exclaimed. "Your brows like distant mountains, your slender figure like a willow. Once adorned, you enchant the spring breeze, and a single smile is worth a fortune. Indeed, it is no wonder. Were I a man, I would gladly spend a fortune to earn a smile from such a beauty. There's no need for extravagant spending. In my bamboo cloud pavilion, where bamboo grows abundantly, I plan to set net in the small pond beside the water lilies to raise a few koi." As she spoke, Shen Yunshu glanced at the koi pond, noticing that the fish appeared to have grown plumper. "You certainly care well for your koi. They look well fed. Sending me a few would be your way of generously spending for a beauty. Your audacity grows ever bolder," Luan retorted, rolling her eyes. "Those particularly vibrant ones, however, are yours. They stand out too much and look inedible. If I ever succumbed to temptation, I would not touch those." Upon entering Yongla Palace, Shen Yunshu had already secured a few of Lu and S golden koi. Luan, turning to her, remarked, "Those koi cannot be taken without compensation. What clever scheme do you have in mind? You are surely aware of the Empress Dowager's penchant for summoning Peihan and when Elon to the palace?" "I'm aware. But when the Empress Dowager calls, they visit her palace and seldom emerge to see me. Often, they leave too late to do so. The Empress Dowager's palace is too restrictive, and I dislike going there, especially with that clingy one along. If I go, the Empress Dowager will undoubtedly insist on her accompanying me, which is quite bothersome. There is nothing entertaining about it." Shen Yunshu waved her fan, her tone teasing. "You still fail to grasp the allure. It is precisely this that makes it intriguing." She not only knew that the Empress Dowager had summoned the Wen sisters to the palace again today, but also that the Crown Prince had brought his wife to visit the Empress. The Crown Prince frequently entered the palace to handle state affairs, though he rarely appeared in the inner palace. Thus, even if the Empress Dowager wished for the Wen sisters to meet him, it was challenging. However, with the Empress still present, the Crown Prince would inevitably take his wife to greet her, which meant he could not neglect the Empress Dowager during his visit. Therefore, today's events were bound to be fruitful for her. After contemplating Shen Yunshu's words, Lewin realized that nothing was more entertaining than observing the unfolding drama. She dispatched Coral to wait along the path from the imperial study to the Empress Dowager's residence, Funning Palace. Shortly thereafter, Coral returned, reporting that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess had indeed gone to Funning Palace. The two promptly rose to join the spectacle, not merely to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager! Lewin exclaimed as she pulled Shen Yunshu into Funning Palace, where they found the Crown Prince and Crown Princess seated on one side, while the Wen sisters occupied the opposite side in a lively gathering. The Empress Dowager, surprised by Lewin's presence, who was typically averse to her palace, asked, "What brings you here today, my dear? And you brought Qingran along as well. I heard that grandmother has been feeling rather bored lately and has summoned Peihan to entertain you. I thought it only fitting to bring Yunshu along to pay my respects." Lewin bounded forward, wrapping her arms around the Empress Dowager's arm, playfully ingratiating herself. "Peihan has been flaunting her ruby pendant from you, grandmother. If I do not appear, I fear I may lose your favor." The Empress Dowager chuckled at Lewin's antics, teasing, "It seems you are quite taken with that ruby pendant. It was a coming-of-age gift for Peihan. Do not covet it. However, I do have a splendid piece of red coral in my treasury that you may have sent to your Yongle Palace." Lewin, unreserved, immediately seized the opportunity. "Grandmother, you must not change your mind. I shall have my maid, also named Coral, fetch it." The Empress Dowager gently tapped Lewin's head, saying, "Very well. I hope you will visit the Funning Palace less often in the future. You see, you've only just spoken a few words and already wish to take my Coral. If you were to come more frequently, who knows what else you might want." Despite her discontent with the Empress, who hails from a Yi family rather than the Wen family, the Dowager understood the necessity of the Emperor's alliance with the Yi family for his stability after ascending the throne. Thus, her demeanor towards the Empress has remained relatively acceptable, and she has been kind to both the Crown Prince and her granddaughter Lewin. However, her dissatisfaction with the Empress resurfaced recently due to the Crown Prince's choice of consort, which did not include a woman from the Wen family. Though Lewin was innocent and lively, being of royal blood, she could perceive the peculiar tension between her grandmother and mother, prompting her to visit the Dowager less frequently. As she playfully flirted with the Dowager, she turned to the Crown Prince and made a cheeky face, eliciting a suppressed giggle from the Crown Princess beside him. When Elan observed Lewin's antics with a tinge of envy, despite being the Dowager's grandniece, her status as a concubine had prevented her from ever meeting the Dowager. It was only due to her elder sister's refusal to heed the Dowager's wishes regarding marriage to the Crown Prince that she was granted the Dowager's favor. Yet, even with this attention, she felt overshadowed by her sister's disregard for the Dowager's intentions. After a few private summons, the Dowager did invite both sisters to the palace, bestowing gifts upon them, albeit favoring Wen Peihan slightly, simply because she was a legitimate daughter. When Elan cast a glance at the elegantly poised Shui Xing, tightening her grip on the handkerchief in her hand, she disdained her elder sister's pretentiousness, for the Crown Princess was destined to become the matriarch of the harem. Who would not desire such a position? Her sister's excessive pride only stemmed from her privileges. The Dowager, having once been distinguished for her beauty and her grandfather's merits, had steadily secured her position. However, the Emperor, not being of her bloodline, did not extend the same trust to the Wen family. The Emperor's esteem for the Duke of Wen's household was based on its capabilities, not its ties to the Dowager. Neither the Empress's nor the Dowager's maternal families were favored by the Emperor, who was wary of excessive power among maternal relatives. Regrettably, this was a lesson lost on the Dowager. Thus, her grandfather lamented that while the Wen family might appear stronger than the Yi family, once the Dowager passed on, the Wen family would need to curtail its ambitions to survive in the capital. The Dowager need not worry about Peihan, for her mother had begun instructing her in the responsibilities of a matriarch, and her grandfather had sought the Emperor's favor to ensure she would receive a grand marriage decree, allowing her to wed splendidly. When Peihan's words carried weight, Having learned the ways of a matriarch, she would not settle for being a mere concubine. With the emperor's blessing, her marriage would not be subject to the dowager's whims. Understanding this, Shen Yunshu silently praised, "Sister Peihan is truly formidable." Chapter 82. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix indeed. Upon hearing Wen Peihan's remarks, the dowager's expression soured. Even Luan, who stole a glance at the dowager's countenance, felt that Peihan was quite audacious. The dowager, exasperated, thought to herself how the eldest daughter of the Wen family could be so obstinate. Given the influence of the Chui family, it was nearly a foregone conclusion that a daughter from their household would be the future empress. She had hoped to place Wen Peihan as a concubine to the crown prince, which could lead to a favored position and a high likelihood of producing an heir. Alas, Peihan remained obstinate, adhering to the philosophy of better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, oblivious to the fact that even a phoenix's offspring would be phoenixes, while a chicken's progeny would remain mere poultry. How could a subject compare to being the master of one's own house? Such conflicts in the inner quarters were all about power struggles. Wen Peihan, unaware of the dowager's internal scorn, simply smiled amicably at Chui Xing, indicating her lack of interest in marrying the crown prince. Chui Xing, recognizing the dowager's unilateral decisions, returned the smile with warmth. The crown prince surveyed the assembly, providing the dowager with an opportunity to save face. "My dear sister Peihan has played with Luan and Yunshu since childhood. In my heart, she is as dear as they. Do not worry about her future marriage. I shall ensure she finds a suitable match." When Peihan's face brightened, teasingly looking at the crown prince, "Then, dear brother, you must find me a handsome suitor, or I shall not be satisfied. Of course, if I were to slight my sister Peihan, both Luan and Yunshu would surely unite against me," he replied. This was the first time when Peihan referred to him as brother, typically addressing him with formal respect. Now, with such familial affection exchanged, the atmosphere felt more genuine. The dowager, observing this, forced a smile. "Your sibling bond is indeed commendable. It is fortunate that you are kind, dear crown prince, but do remember, outside the palace, do not indiscriminately claim siblings. Our royal daughters hold precious status and are not to be treated lightly." The dowager's tone carried a sting. Royal descendants should not extend familial bonds so casually, for it would complicate future palace dynamics. "Indeed, grandmother," they replied in unison. "Peihan is settled, and since the emperor and crown prince are willing to take charge, I shall refrain from intervening. However, we must ensure Ilan's future is secured. I must find her a suitable match." The crown prince smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. When Ilan, shyly glancing at him, wondered why the dowager appeared to favor Peihan while seeming indifferent towards her own future. She had hoped to spend more time with the dowager. The dowager, now feigning reluctance, sighed, "Ah, it is rare to have such a delightful descendant. I wish you could stay by my side, but alas, you must eventually marry. Yet, as a concubine, Ilan would not be able to wed into a prominent family, which would likely hinder her visits to the palace." The dowager, observing Ilan's pitiful demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, one can trust no one as much as one's own family. You are delicate should you marry into another household. How would you endure any mistreatment? The assembly watched the dowager and when Ilan enact their touching familial bond, remaining silent. The dowager, facing the crown prince, spoke bluntly. "Yuanjun, what are your thoughts on Ilan?" The crown prince, noticing the dowager's persistence, regarded Wen Ilan with a cool smile. Though her status as a concubine was lowly, her connection to the dowager suggested that securing a suitable match for her would not be insurmountable. "However, your sister Ilan is delicate, and I cannot bear to let her stray too far from me. You currently have too few people by your side to care for you, making it just right for Ilan to stay close to you, allowing me to see her more often." The Empress Dowager smiled kindly, as if to say, "I do this for your own good." The crown prince furrowed his brow, appearing perplexed. Although she is a secondary daughter, she belongs to the Wen family, which is, after all, the maternal family of the Empress Dowager. Having her alongside me as a concubine would likely be an injustice to Sister Ilan. Yet, my daily duties involve either reviewing memorials for the emperor or attending to state affairs, leaving me indeed short of caretakers. Both Siwen and Ma Sheng are men and lack the necessary attentiveness. The crown princess must manage internal affairs and cannot always attend to my needs. Furthermore, being exposed to the elements and openly attending to my daily life, I am somewhat particular. I've already dismissed 3 matrons who were meant to care for me. Sister Ilan, being so fragile, as if a gust of wind could topple her, can truly endure this? The Empress Dowager's expression darkened with the Crown Prince's words, and she could no longer refrain from reproaching him. What nonsense are you speaking? Your sister Ilan is, after all, my granddaughter. How could she become a concubine? Besides, your daily needs are attended to by servants, not seeking a maid or servant. Although Ilan is delicate, she can still flourish. The Crown Prince, as if enlightened, nodded. If she cannot be a concubine, then she must be a favored concubine, for after all, it has been less than a year since my wedding with the Crown Princess. It would be quite inappropriate to take a secondary wife at this juncture, as it would disgrace the Crown Princess. The Empress Dowager must know that to allow Xiang to become the Crown Princess took my father half an hour of weeping before the Duke of Chui would consent. My father also advised me that until the Crown Princess bore a legitimate son, he must not take a secondary wife or have illegitimate children. Therefore, if Sister Ilan's health is not robust, and the Empress Dowager wishes for her to reside in the back courtyard of my princely residence, it is not impossible. Such matters need not require the Empress Dowager to consult me. The Crown Princess manages the inner household affairs. As long as she is informed, the Crown Princess is typically understanding. At that time, a small sedan chair can be brought in through the back door without needing to inform the Emperor, to avoid his admonition. Sister Ilan can recuperate well in the back courtyard, and with Xiang around, she will certainly not be mistreated. The Empress Dowager was at a loss for words, having forgotten how obstinate the Duke of Chui was. If she truly allowed the Crown Prince to take a secondary wife within a year of his marriage, that old fellow might very well report it to the Emperor. Chapter 83. Prejudice against origins. If she cannot be a secondary wife and cannot have illegitimate children, what is the use? Never mind. I do not insist that you take a secondary wife immediately. Sister Ilan is still young, and waiting another year is acceptable. However, Crown Princess, you must understand that your husband is the Crown Prince. He must have heirs, and you should be more accommodating and not cling to him so tightly. Chui Zhang rose and bowed, saying, yes, in accordance with the Empress Dowager's teachings, I shall not forget. Seeing that today, affairs would come to no resolution. The Empress Dowager wearily waved her hand, knowing that you all came to visit the Empress. You should go early to avoid keeping your mother waiting. The Crown Prince rose leisurely, still respectful in tone. If the Empress Dowager is tired, please rest. I take my leave. Lun was engrossed in the gossip, having been told by Yunshu upon her arrival that the Crown Prince would handle matters himself, which is why she did not rush out to defend her royal brother. It was precisely because of this that she realized being an observer was quite intriguing. When Shen Yunshu noticed the Crown Prince and Crown Princess preparing to take their leave, she exchanged glances with Luan, who quickly followed suit to bid farewell to the Empress Dowager. We shall not disturb the Empress Dowager's rest. I will take Qingran and Pei Han to see our mother. Since when Ilan is better at caring for others, let her stay here to look after the Empress Dowager. Qingran and Pei Han took their leave. The Empress Dowager, in a less than pleasant mood, did not insist on Lu and taking Wen Ilan along, waving her hand for them to depart. Wen Ilan watched the trio leave closely, twisting the silk handkerchief in her hands. Once outside Funing Palace, they did not genuinely follow the Crown Prince and Crown Princess to Fengyi Palace to pay their respects to the Empress, as the Empress could not see the Crown Prince daily and would surely miss him dearly. Thus, they felt no need to join the commotion. The three strolled through the Imperial Garden, and by noon, Shen Yunshu and Wen Pei Han departed the palace. Upon exiting the palace gates and feeling the gentle breeze, they decided to invite Ji Sini to accompany them to the 8 Treasure Pavilion. Seated in a private room at the 8 Treasure Pavilion, Shen Yunshu and Wen Pei Han awaited Ji Sini while observing the performances at Wanyan Tower across from them. You both have arrived, Yixini exclaimed, storming in after a cup of tea. Shen Yunshu and Wen Pei Han exchanged glances. Who upset you this time? Have you stuffed walnuts in your cheeks? Both spoke simultaneously, and Wen Pei Han cast a helpless glance at Shen Yunshu, who was deliberately teasing Ji Sini, and sighed. Ji Sini stood by the window, her eyes wide open like copper bells, gazing at the performances at Wanyan Tower. My mother recently introduced a match for my second brother, only to discover that he has long been infatuated with someone else. However, that girl comes from a lowly background. My second brother said he feared my mother would disapprove, so he kept it a secret. The two were puzzled by her words. The Ji family does not hold prejudices against social standing. They knew that Ji Qinyang, the legitimate son, had been matched with the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. The Ji family is Shen Yunshu's maternal family, and Ji Sini is her cousin. Ji Sini was born on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, while Shen Yunshu was born on the 8th day of the 1st lunar month, making them only 29 days apart. However, Ji Sini has always been mischievous, while Shen Yunshu has been quite composed from a young age, making Ji Sini appear somewhat like the elder sister. Even Ji Sini herself believes this. She has always called Shen Yunshu sister and disregarded what the family said. Following closely behind Shen Yunshu and mimicking her actions, Shen Yunshu found this little girl amusing and allowed her to call her sister. Until one day, for reasons unknown, Ji Sini suddenly seemed to grow up and realized she was the younger one, and thus stopped calling Shen Yunshu sister. Yet, Shen Yunshu had grown accustomed to calling her by name, and it was indeed difficult for her to call this whimsical girl sister. Hence, the two maintained a tacit understanding, referring to each other by name like intimate friends. Ji Sini's grandfather is also Shen Yunshu's maternal grandfather. Her grandfather, Ji Jinghao, is the current grand tutor, having taught the reigning emperor. Her uncle is a censor in the court of censors, a position that oversees the emperor and supervises officials. Ji Hao is highly trusted by the Ming emperor to the point of rebuking even the emperor when he becomes furious. Her cousin, Ji Qinyang, has recently passed the imperial examination and entered the court, though he holds only a 7th grade official position. Still, being the deputy director of the armory is a respectable position, and his future prospects are surely bright. With such connections, it would not be impossible to seek a princess's favor. Yet he has merely settled for a daughter from a 4th grade official's family. If the legitimate son of the Ji family has such a match, how could the illegitimate sons have any issues with social standing? What could be so low about that girl's family? Is she the daughter of a merchant or someone from Xianglin? The Ji family's ancestral home is in Xianglin, and there are still members of the Ji family residing there. Investigating a girl should not be difficult. Upon investigation, it turned out that the girl's family is merely a small merchant household, with connections to some wandering individuals. She herself is wild-spirited, having ventured alone into the capital. And to top it off, she has expressed that she does not wish to marry my second brother, claiming she values her freedom. Shen Yunshu found her reasoning somewhat confusing. To desire freedom while being entangled with a nobleman? Such behavior seems contradictory. My second brother, though a son born out of wedlock, was raised well by my mother after his concubine passed away. While he may not be particularly capable, he at least understood matters in the past, and now he is captivated by a woman from the wandering life. When Payan pondered for a moment and spoke, somewhat baffled, this matter should not be difficult to resolve, right? Your second brother is utterly captivated, yet the lady has expressed her unwillingness to marry, since she does not wish to wed, and we cannot forcibly take a woman against her will. This matter should come to a natural conclusion. What further complications could there be? Ji Sini bit her lip, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. My second brother has already shared an intimate connection with that lady, so... Shen Yunshu and Wen Peihan shook their heads in unison, deeming the situation quite absurd. It is indeed a delicate subject, but it was an unexpected circumstance. In the world of martial arts, individuals often disregard trivial matters. Currently, the two are entangled in a dilemma, and my brother appears quite tormented. My mother is also quite troubled by it. I have come today to seek your assistance. She is now playing the qin at Wangyun Tower to make a living. Yunshu, would you accompany me to meet her? Shen Yunshu sighed resignedly. After all, they were family, and the Ji family was the only branch of her maternal grandfather's clan residing in the capital. The remaining relatives were all in Xianglin, leaving only these two families to support one another. It would be good to visit her, as it would alleviate some worries for my aunt. Sister Payan, it would be best if you refrain from joining us. Too many people might lead others to think we're there to bully her. When Payan nodded in agreement, although the Wang Gongfu had a close relationship with the Ji family, there was no blood relation, and attending such family matters would likely make the other Ji family members uncomfortable. Chapter 84. Wangyun Tower within Wangyun Tower. The sound of the qin resonated beautifully, echoing through the hall. Patrons leisurely sipped their tea, eyes closed, seemingly lost in the music, for it was indeed a place conducive to relaxation. Shen Yunshu and Ji Sini found a quiet private room on the second floor to enjoy tea and listen to the melodies. As the performance concluded, Shen Yunshu handed a silver ingot to the waiter. Could you summon the young lady who just played? The waiter glanced at Shen Yunshu and Ji Sini, noting they were both women of apparent noble birth. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Please wait a moment." Moments latte. A woman clad in a red dress and veiled approached, carrying her chin, and bowed slightly before Shen Yunshu and Ji Sini. "Are you ladies here to listen to the chin?" The maiden's music was exquisite, sometimes resembling the gentle trickle of a spring, at other times soaring like autumn clouds over verdant mountains. Her melodies, imbued with the spirit of the martial world, lingered in the air long after she had played. "May I have the honor of knowing your name, dear lady?" Shen Yunshu, unable to conceal her admiration, genuinely praised the woman who had just entered. It is said that the music reflects the musician. One who can produce such melodies must surely be a heroine of the martial world, someone who has experienced the true essence of high mountains and flowing waters. Her demeanor exuded grace and confidence. She did not appear to be a woman ensnared by trivial romantic entanglements. "I am Chu Xuanyao, a woman of the martial world." Although Chu Xuanyao had never met Shen Yunshu and was unaware of the appearance of Princess Qingran, Ji Sini had seen her once on the street, though she had not been recognized. Understanding that the Ji family's esteemed daughter had come for a reason, she could easily deduce the purpose of the visit. "I am Princess Qingran. Ji Hongyi is my distant cousin, and this is Ji Sini, the esteemed daughter of the Ji family." Shen Yunshu did not pretend to be a stranger, as she had spoken since entering, while Chu Xuanyao had glanced at Ji Sini several times. Shen Yunshu surmised that Chu Xuanyao had likely encountered Ji Sini before, and thus the pretense of probing was rendered unnecessary. "I apologize for my rudeness. I was unaware that Princess Qingran and Miss Ji were gracing me with your presence. Are you both here merely to listen to music, or do you seek me for a specific purpose?" "We indeed wish to meet you, Miss Chu. We are aware of the matters between you and my second cousin, and we have come to inquire about your feelings." Chu Xuanyao smiled faintly. It was merely a past affection that became difficult to suppress, leading to some ill-timed actions. "I have come to understand that I am a woman of the martial world, and I do not wish to be ensnared in the intricate affairs of your noble family. I prefer not to be a caged bird without freedom, so I have come to regret my choices." It is often said that women of old were reserved, seldom speaking of matters of the heart, yet this was a refreshing departure from a norm. Shen Yunshu found herself intrigued by such progressive sentiments. "Your brother is becoming increasingly haggard for your sake, and you can so readily relinquish him? As a woman, do you not value your own reputation?" Ji Sini looked at Chu Xuanyao, shocked and unable to comprehend, as if her ears had deceived her. "I understand you have your pursuits, but despite the opulence of the capital, it cannot compare to the freedom of riding through the martial world. However, if you genuinely desire true freedom and wish to sever ties with my second cousin, you should leave the capital entirely. The owner of Wanyan Tower is also a person of the martial world. He may share common ground with you and could perhaps offer some protection, allowing you to maintain your principles amidst the power struggles of the capital. Yet, being at the mercy of any passerby is hardly the freedom you seek, is it? If you remain in the capital, it must be due to some lingering feelings for Ji Hongyi or some other reason." Chu Xuanyao had not anticipated that someone like Shen Yunshu, who had grown up in comfort, would possess such keen insight. Everyone has their reasons for their actions. Why must the princess pry further? "Please convey to Ji Hongyi that my mind is made up. If you do not intend to coerce me with your status, I shall perform a piece for you, and after the music ends, we shall part ways." Not wishing to elaborate, Chu Xuanyao delicately placed her chin and played a sincere piece, concluding her performance before taking her leave. "This is utterly absurd. I must return and clarify matters with my brother. You should not be so fixated on her," Ji Sini declared. Shen Yunshu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is best to keep a distance from her. Otherwise, trouble may ensue." Ji Sini scoffed. I to fear her? She would do well to avoid me in the future. It is not about fear, but rather about avoiding trouble. What kind of trouble could our Ji family not resolve? Perhaps there are troubles we cannot foresee. Otherwise, why would Chu Xuanyao so easily abandon my second cousin? Ji Sini frowned at Shen Yunshu. "What are you saying?" "I did not comprehend. If she truly regrets her decisions and does not wish to marry into the Ji family, she should leave the capital at once. She has wounded my cousin's heart so deeply. We cannot guarantee the Ji family will not bring her trouble. Moreover, if she yearns for freedom, playing the chin at Wanyan Tower hardly constitutes true freedom. Though merchants may have their own wealth, it is a far cry from living as a performer. Why would she remain in the capital to sell her talents? There must be some underlying reason keeping her here, something not meant for outsiders to know. Even Ji Hongyi or the Ji family may not be able to assist her, or perhaps she simply does not wish for them to intervene. After all, judging by the final piece she played, she still harbors some feelings for him. That piece, originally an unaccompanied tune, was later sung with poetry by a woman, becoming quite popular. Alas, the flowers have fallen. The melody of the flowing water shall not return. This does not bode well. With a sigh, Shen Yunshu rose, brushing off her garments. Thus, to avoid trouble, it is best not to meddle in affairs that do not concern us. However, if my second cousin cannot let go and wishes to share in the burdens with Miss Chu, he should speak plainly with her and express his feelings. The sooner such complicated matters are clarified, the better, to prevent them from escalating into greater troubles. Chapter 85. The Xianglin choose, she has always possessed a keen intuition, and it is evident that Miss Chu harbors some untold secrets. Alas, she detests entanglements, especially in an era where troubles often involve entire families. Noble families are rife with unsavory affairs, compounded by the vendettas of the martial world. Shen Yunshu held little hope that Ji Hongyi would disregard this matter. His demeanor suggested he would not easily relinquish his interest in Miss Chu, or else her aunt would not be troubled. All she could do was pray that her second cousin would be fortunate, and that the troubles surrounding the Chu family would not be too grave. After confiding with Ji Sini, Shen Yunshu departed from Wanyan Tower and headed to the Shun family apothecary to seek out Liuli's grandmother, Madame Ji, to inquire about the Chu family situation in Xianglin and any past incidents. After all, Liuli and her grandmother had lived in that region for many years and were likely privy to some information. Upon hearing Shen Yunshu's inquiry, Madame Ji pondered for a long while before vaguely recalling something relevant. If one were to speak of the Chu family in Xianglin, there had indeed been no prominent households with the surname Chu in recent years. The only mention was of the former governor of Xianglin, Chu Shuluan, who had been imprisoned for embezzling river repair funds over a decade ago. The emperor had decreed that the Chu family would be barred from the imperial examination, from serving in the court, and from military service for 3 generations. It was said that the Chu Shuluan's family was no more, and those related to the Chu family had mostly ventured into the martial world, while some distant branches had taken to petty trading to make ends meet, avoiding the limelight. Shen Yunshu felt an unsettling premonition upon hearing this. She instructed Linglong to procure some food and deliver the news to her aunt, Han Shuya, who would likely conduct her own investigation. A few days later, when Liuli returned, she bore news for Shen Yunshu. That esteemed Lord Yu had visited their apothecary again and asked her to inquire if the princess wished to know about the Chu family. Shen Yunshu, while sketching designs for a new hairpin, looked up in surprise at Liuli. He knows? Liuli nodded, producing a blend of fragrant spices she had concocted from fresh flower juices to fill the incense burner. Indeed, this esteemed Lord Yu is truly remarkable. He is guaranteed to resolve any inquiries the princess may have. The matter concerning the Chu family was not investigated by the Wang family, but by the Ji family themselves. How could he have guessed that the princess was interested in this? He did not divulge the particulars, merely stating that it was somewhat troublesome and that a few words would not suffice to explain. However, if the princess had the time, he could inform her in person. Linglong sat on a small Wang Wali stool shaped like a deer, savoring a bowl of amber walnut kernels from the Chungyueji fruit shop, and, with a mouthful, asked Liuli why Lord Yu did not allow her to convey the message directly. What troublesome matter could it be? If it could not be explained in a few sentences, why not write a letter? I suspect that Lord Yu harbors some intentions towards our princess, arranging a meeting without even a formal invitation. Who casually proposes a meeting like that? Shen Yunshu couldn't help but smile at Linglong's murmurs. Enough now. We are well aware of the nature of those from the Investigation Bureau. Most of them are cold-hearted and do not appreciate playing tricks. Moreover, Lord Yu is a paragon among men, having achieved high office before even coming of age, and his position is entirely earned through merit. His skills now surpass even those of Qingyu and Qingji. Such a person is unlikely to be like those frivolous young masters. When he proposes a meeting, it is surely for serious discussion. After all, the Investigation Bureau has no apparent ties to the Northern King's mansion, and with her father absent, it would be inconvenient for him to visit without an invitation, making it both troublesome and conspicuous. Recalling how Lord Yu saved her during the hunting event, she had merely sent some scar ointment later, realizing afterward that he had specifically sought her out. The Investigation Bureau was responsible for inspecting the hunting grounds. While the Imperial Guards handled security, it was only because Lord Yu noticed something amiss that he stood guard outside the hunting grounds, enabling him to enter the woods to search for her at the first opportunity. Normally, Lord Yu would have prioritized rescuing the Crown Prince, but he encountered the panicked Shangguan Xinyue, who almost fell off her horse. After saving her, he learned about her and Ji Xinye's predicament, and then followed the trail to find Shen Yunshu, sending Su Jun to protect the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince had not prepared himself that day, the timely arrival of the Investigation Bureau to protect him was indeed a significant achievement, far surpassing the merit of rescuing an unrelated princess. Yet, Lord Yu still chose to save her, relinquishing the glory of saving the Crown Prince. What a genuinely grateful person he is. Thus, it is only right that she expresses her gratitude properly. Perhaps she should bring some more of the scar ointment Liuli prepared, or perhaps add something else. The next day, Shen Yunshu went directly to her apothecary, and indeed, Lord Yu was already waiting in the back courtyard. It was evident that he was always efficient in his dealings, having summoned her. There was no need for further arrangements. His presence alone was sufficient. Lord Yu's gaze remained fixed upon her as she entered, his originally cold and stern eyes softening considerably at the sight of her ethereal presence. "Princess, your foresight is truly admirable," he remarked. Shen Yunshu smiled gracefully. "A mere stroke of cleverness hardly warrants such praise from you, my lord. If we speak of foresight, are you not also deserving of such commendation? You awaited my arrival here, presumably anticipating it. I did not know when the princess would come, but since I invited her, I naturally awaited her arrival at all times. Should the princess not come today, I would continue to wait here tomorrow." Upon hearing Lord Yu's response, Shen Yunshu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, Lord Yu is a person of integrity. After a brief moment of contemplation, she cut to the chase. "Did you summon me here to discuss some troublesome matter you have uncovered?" Lord Yu took a seat at Shen Yunshu's invitation and recounted the information he had gathered. The daughter of the treasonous Chu Shiluan? No wonder the branch of the Chu family that adopted her did so to liberate her from the stigma of being the daughter of a traitor, hoping for a better life. Though her circumstances have not improved significantly, any improvement is still welcome. However, if she believes there were issues with the case against Chu Shiluan and thus wishes to investigate, that is understandable. Yet why would she choose to fall in love with my second cousin before abandoning him? She must have known from the outset of her identity as the daughter of a traitor. It was not something she discovered later. If she feared her association with Ji Hongyi would hinder his future, she should have distanced herself from him from the beginning. Chapter 86. A bold idea. This situation seems illogical, Shen Yunshu mused, furrowing her brow. Since the emperor has already rendered judgment on Chu Shiluan, the remaining family members of the Chu clan have been duly punished. Thus, she could openly declare her identity as Chu Shiluan's daughter without consequence. Besides the whispers of others, the Ministry of Justice would not imprison her. Furthermore, as her second cousin is a secondary son without the prospects of inheriting the family estate, should he truly wish to marry her, they could simply separate from the family. The current emperor is known for his leniency, and those who have been punished are seldom pursued further. At most, Ji Hongyi would be unable to hold official positions or bestow titles upon his wife, but would not significantly impact the other members of the Ji family. Therefore, if she genuinely loves her second cousin, she should be forthright. Why make such a fuss? Lord Yu poured a cup of tea for Shen Yunshu. "Your analysis is quite astute, princess. According to my investigation, Chu Xuanyao's transformation was rather abrupt, leading me to suspect that something has transpired or that someone has influenced her. However, time is limited, and I have not yet had the opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Once I have more information, I will return to inform you." Shen Yunshu regarded the filled teacup before casting a curious glance at Lord Yu. "I'm not your superior. My lord, even as a princess, the Investigation Bureau answers solely to the emperor and is not obligated to serve me. I have no authority to direct you. Master Yu now resolves all my matters. Could it be that he wishes to repay the debt of gratitude I owe him?" Yu Wushuang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to clarify, "No. How could the princess's great kindness ever be repaid? I merely wish to alleviate the princess's burdens. Do you think I'm being overly troublesome?" Shen Yunshu gazed at the young martial general before her, whose imposing physique and handsome appearance were adorned in splendid official robes. Yet he presented a demeanor of submissiveness and grievance. evoking an unexpectedly delightful contrast. It turned out that the historically renowned figure of terror was merely a budding youth. On that day in the hunting grounds, he had seemed as cold as ice, with thin lips and a commanding presence. Quick and decisive in his actions when it came to violence, exuding an aura of faint menace in his words. Though he still bore some youthful immaturity, he already exhibited the early signs of a future hero. Seeing him today in a relaxed state, devoid of that lethal aura upon closer inspection, he transformed into a refined gentleman with a complexion as exquisite as jade, his lips as red as vermilion. Princess, Yu Wuxuang felt somewhat uncomfortable under Shen Yunshu's gaze, and called out softly, "I have heard that the princess favors handsome appearances. Do you think my looks are presentable?" "Indeed, Master Yu is exceptionally handsome. With such a jade-like demeanor and golden bearing, it is far too modest to merely describe it as presentable." Shen Yunshu openly acknowledged her admiration for his appearance. Yu Wuxuang smiled gently, aware of his own good looks, a rare source of pride for him. Shen Yunshu had initially been reluctant to trouble Yu Wuxuang, as she believed that favors should be used judiciously, and her current concerns were trivial enough to be handled within her household. However, it seemed that this Master Yu was genuinely attentive to her gratitude, diligently attending to matters related to her. She had anticipated that their relationship would resemble the platonic, understated camaraderie of gentlemen, yet it appeared their bond ran deeper than she had thought. "I can see that Master Yu is a person of great loyalty and righteousness. Though I have rescued you twice, you have also aided me. In this back and forth, we can now be considered sworn friends. Let us set aside the notions of gratitude and favor from now on, if that is agreeable." With a beaming smile, Shen Yunshu raised her teacup, toasting Yu Wuxuang as if it were wine. Yu Wuxuang was taken aback by her words, quickly lifting his own teacup, bowing slightly, and drinking it all in one go. The look in his eyes transformed, now sparkling with a newfound brilliance. To be regarded as a close friend by the princess was indeed a great fortune for him. "Master Yu is overly humble. I feel a sense of familiarity with you, and my heart rejoices at the prospect of friendship." A gentle breeze caressed the treetops, stirring a flurry of leaves that danced down, brushing against their garments. Shen Yunshu lifted her gaze from her vantage point. The young man in his crimson official robes stood tall and proud, reminiscent of a sturdy pine or a verdant emerald, his presence strikingly unique. His sculpted features bore a hint of aloofness, yet his star-like eyes sparkled in the dappled sunlight, akin to a serene lake reflecting the setting sun, mesmerizing in its beauty. "Does Master Yu have someone he holds dear?" Yu Wuxuang was momentarily taken aback. He understood his own feelings, but had long refrained from being overt. The princess's sudden inquiry left him puzzled, for she had never shown any inclination towards him. If he were to confess, it might lead to misunderstandings. Yet to deny, it would be deceiving her. Uncertain of how to respond, he hesitated, and Shen Yunshu, observing his indecision, smiled lightly. "Never mind. If it is difficult for you to say, I shall not press further. I have matters to attend to, so you may carry on." A few days prior, the Duke of Wen had sought the Emperor's approval for the marriage of her sister Paon, warning her that she too would soon need to find a husband after coming of age. Having lived in this world for over a decade, she increasingly realized the impracticability of remaining unmarried and childless in such a time, where royal authority and social hierarchy were starkly defined. To stand out too much would be perilous. Without sufficient capability, she could only suppress her individuality, with her family's esteemed status. The Ming Emperor had already declared his intent to arrange her marriage personally, limiting her choices to a small circle. Thus, she could not afford to wait passively for a day when options might be scarce. She needed to prepare in advance. She had once entertained the idea of finding a delicate, fragile husband with a short lifespan, but such criteria were excessively demanding and difficult to fulfill. And even if she found someone fitting, her parents might not approve. Just as she was momentarily captivated by Yu Wuxuang's pleasing visage, a bold thought stirred within her. Historically, he was known to be cold-hearted and indifferent to matters of love, devoting himself solely to his career, having never taken a wife or had a confidant. Some unofficial records speculated that he might have once cherished someone, but that was unverified. In that fleeting moment, she felt that Yu Wuxuang fit her criteria perfectly. He was orphaned, free of family ties that could complicate matters. His cold demeanor suggested an absence of emotional entanglement, allowing for a partnership based on mutual benefit. After all, Her status as a princess and the presence of the Northern Duke's residence could be advantageous for Yu Wushuang, a rising star in the realm. Furthermore, he was undeniably handsome. Even without love, he would be a fine figure to present in public. Yet, if he truly held a cherished person in his heart, then she could not proceed with such an idea. After all, this life diverged greatly from history. If he indeed had a beloved, and if that beloved were still alive, then perhaps they could find happiness together. Would it not be unethical for her to intrude upon such a bond? With this thought rendered impossible, she resolved to seek alternative plans, or perhaps even join her father on the battlefield to guard the borders. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Shen Yunshu nodded to Yu Wushuang before promptly rising to take her leave. Yu Wushuang watched her retreating figure, a flutter of discomfort crossing his heart, compelling him to speak without thinking. "Princess, please wait." He gazed at her slender silhouette beneath the mottled shadows of the trees. Clad in a lake green garment, delicate as clouds and radiant as a lotus emerging from the waves. In a moment of urgency, he hastily recalled all the connections he had with the princess, suddenly struck with clarity. "Are you troubled by matters of marriage?" Stepping closer, he met Shen Yunshu's gaze directly. "I dare to ask, dear princess, are you seeking a suitable husband to avoid an imperial marriage?" Seeing her silent response, he took another step forward. "I dare to inquire further. Am I the first person you have considered?" Shen Yunshu sighed. Sometimes, being too clever could be a bane. She had blurted out her question impulsively, but upon reflection, it seemed inappropriate. After all, history was history. How could she guarantee that, under such altered circumstances? Yu Wushuang did not have a cherished person. She had nearly decided to abandon the idea, only to have it guessed now, which was exceedingly awkward. "Do you believe I have many options?" Shen Yunshu's expression revealed her resignation. "Then I must be the princess's first choice," Yu Wushuang asserted confidently. "Your inquiry today must indicate that I align perfectly with your expectations for a husband, as well as those of the current emperor." He had no parents, no family background. Even if he entered the Wang family ancestral hall, the Ming emperor would have no cause for suspicion, as Wang El could be trusted, and the Jichong factory could be relied upon. He was merely a blade, with his future dependent entirely on the emperor's whims. In the emperor's eyes, no matter how well he performed, he remained a sharp-edged weapon, held firmly by the emperor. The Northern Duke's residence wielded military power and could not be intertwined with the influential families of the scholarly elite. A partnership between civil and military would be complementary. Yet an alliance would mean controlling a significant portion of court. Moreover, he could not ally with other military generals, as the Han family had already established ties with the Shen family, and adding another military house could consolidate too much power in one lineage, potentially breeding ambition. However, the northern town king, Shen Zhen, shares a youthful bond with the Ming emperor who is reluctant to offend him. Thus, the emperor cannot fully leverage the marriage prospects of Princess Qingran, which is a source of his vexation. As such, the future husband of Princess Qingran is likely to be a humble martial general without significant background. This aligns with the emperor's recent decision to hold another martial examination, presumably in search of a promising candidate to match with Princess Qingran. After all, it is customary for princesses to be paired with top scholars. So even a humble origin would not be deemed a slight if he were a martial champion. Yet, the emperor has his own intentions, while the princess has her own thoughts. Today, when Princess Qingran unexpectedly posed this question to him, it likely stemmed from her belief that rather than waiting passively for an arranged marriage, she might as well take the initiative to choose a suitable partner for herself. Shen Yunshu, unaware that Yu Wushuang had already formed a multitude of assumptions in her mind, sighed as she gazed upon the handsome youth before her. Having just spoken of being the best of friends, it would not be appropriate to withhold the truth now. To be candid, given the considerable time the adult has spent in the investigation bureau, he should be aware of the emperor's thoughts and understand how challenging it is for someone of my status to find a suitable match. My intention was merely to discuss a cooperative arrangement, as I believe those in the investigation bureau tend to be somewhat aloof, lacking in emotional depth. I sought to find a partner within a controllable scope, one with whom I could discuss collaboration rather than romance. After all, this world is often harsh toward women, while being comparatively lenient towards men. Therefore, even if my partner were to develop affections for another, negotiations could be conducted amicably, whether it involves taking a concubine or separation, as it would not significantly impact the man involved. However, Upon reflection, I realize this may be somewhat abrupt. A gentleman of your stature, known for his integrity, would likely disdain the notion of exploiting a marriage for personal gain. This misstep is mine, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Yu Wushuang, confirming her suspicions, smiled slightly, her dark eyes sparkling like scattered stars, reminiscent of a bright moonlight embracing the night. I find it quite agreeable. Shen Yunshu. Yu Wushuang could not comprehend why Princess Qingran might harbor misconceptions about him, interpreting him as cold-hearted and emotionally detached, likely due to the stereotypes associated with those from the Investigation Bureau. Nonetheless, it matters little. If this misunderstanding serves to his benefit, then no explanation is necessary. I believe the princess's proposal is excellent. Initially, my intention was to serve the court diligently, without contemplating romantic entanglements, as I have no particular affections for anyone. I was indifferent to such matters, prepared to accept any marriage granted by the emperor in due course. However, upon hearing the princess's words, I feel enlightened. Rather than await an arranged marriage, it would be better to seek a partner within a manageable scope, allowing for mutual comfort. Shen Yunshu wholeheartedly agreed with Yu Wushuang's sentiments. Although historically, Yu Wushuang faced difficulties in progeny due to injuries, and it remains uncertain whether this is factual, it is evident that he has no descendants. Perhaps his detachment from romantic pursuits stems from a youthful insensitivity, compounded by his injuries leading him to abandon thoughts of marriage altogether. Should the crown prince indeed vanquish Li Yuanshan in this life, Yu Wushuang might evade the fate of injury, even if that fate cannot be avoided. Such circumstances would surely alleviate many worries. In such a scenario, spending a lifetime as husband and wife with Yu Wushuang would hold no adverse implications for her. Without in-laws to contend with, there would be no concern over a husband indulging in domestic strife, nor would there be a need for children. This arrangement would be her ideal marriage. Shen Yunshu gazed at Yu Wushuang with admiration, recognizing that a man dedicated to his career is indeed most attractive. You possess great insight, which explains why I feel a connection with you. Since you share this perspective, shall we discuss the terms of our collaboration? Chapter 88. A pleasant collaboration. Yu Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, feeling assured that he had not taken a misstep. He sensed that had he directly revealed his thoughts, it might have jeopardized the outcome. He never aspired for the princess to wed him. However, with the crown prince's wedding approaching, it was evident that the crown princess was not the widely assumed Princess Qingran. Furthermore, it was clear that the princess at this moment lacked a favored scion from a noble family or any better suitor. If it was not to be him, it could be someone else. Why should it not be him? If it is something he desires, then he must strive to attain it. What sort of collaboration does the princess envision? I hold no particular demands for my future wife, and this partnership, in essence, seems to benefit me. So I am open to the princess's requests. Shen Yunshu straightened, realizing there was no room for hesitance at this juncture. First and foremost, since we are to collaborate, it must be founded on equality and respect. Each party shall fulfill their respective duties and responsibilities. Yet if one encounters difficulties, the other must provide support without reservation. Yu Wushuang nodded in agreement. This was only natural. Even outside the realm of collaboration, he regarded the princess as a confidant and as friends. He would never shirk his responsibilities should she require assistance. Very well. Secondly, Yu Wushuang gestured for her to continue. Since you are indifferent to matters of love, I kindly ask that you maintain your integrity and present a faade of unwavering devotion to me, even if it is merely for appearances. As we are in a collaborative relationship, and given the harsh realities faced by women in this world, should we wed, I shall remain steadfastly loyal to you, regardless of the nature of our union. However, should you find yourself enamored with another in the future and require space, do not hesitate to speak up. Our contract can be terminated amicably, whether through separation or otherwise, as long as we maintain a peaceful and pleasant coexistence. Let us establish clear terms from the outset to facilitate matters later on. Listening to Shen Yunshu's words, Yu Wushuang raised an eyebrow in intrigue. He was unaware of the princess's specific intentions, yet her willingness to consider separation rather than accept a husband with another woman, even if it were merely a contractual arrangement, suggested her high standards. He promptly made a mental note of this. It appeared that even in their official capacities, he must not afford her any opportunities for misinterpretation. Do you agree, my lord? As this is a contract, it must be honored, and there can be no later regrets. Shen Yunshu observed Yu Wushuang's inscrutable expression and inquired once more. Yu Wushuang, having navigated the streets since youth, had cultivated remarkable emotional control, further refined through his training in the investigation bureau, making it difficult for her to gauge his feelings. Thus, rather than analyze, she chose to speak plainly. While the term she proposed might seem disadvantageous, she was inherently not one to easily fall for someone, even in a past life filled with warm-hearted individuals. She had yet to encounter anyone worthy of a lifelong commitment, especially in this patriarchal era. Her father had already been a rare gem. Finding another would not be a simple task. Thus, her declaration of fidelity was but a strategic retreat. After all, she was a princess. Should she truly contemplate separation and remarriage, the implications would not be trivial. Given these circumstances, why should she pursue such a path? She did not live for true love. Once the crown prince ascended the throne and the northern town king's affairs settled, she could leisurely traverse the world, carrying a fortune in gold and jewels, exploring mountains and rivers at her leisure. Was that not a delightful prospect? Moreover, with her wealth, beauty, and status, should she desire to provide a home for any number of suitors, it would not be beyond her reach. So why the need for remarriage? I wholeheartedly concur with everything the princess has proposed, though you may perceive me as somewhat stingy, Yu Wushuang sighed. If the princess permits me to pursue my own affections, I could hardly obstruct your search for true love. Yu Wushuang was unaware that Shen Yunshu had already contemplated providing a home for every boy in her heart. He simply recognized that Princess Qingran held no interest in him at present. Should she genuinely find someone she truly cherished in the future, he would willingly release her to pursue her own happiness. Since Princess Qingran harbored doubts about men's promises, he resolved to demonstrate his sincerity through actions in the days to come. If the princess remained unmoved, it would not trouble him. He was no paragon of virtue. Should he falter in the future, if the princess found him lacking, she would not grieve for him. Was this, then, the agreement of the elder? As for the matter of true love, that could be discussed later. Mutual respect would suffice. Shen Yunshu did not fully believe Yu Wushuang's words, but that was of little consequence to her. She acknowledged that he was devoted to his career and aspired to achieve great things. Yet she implored him not to hinder her should she one day wish to explore the vast world beyond. Yu Wushuang chuckled lightly, realizing he had perhaps tried too hard to convey his concern for her future. However, he did not contest Shen Yunshu's sentiments. He tightened his grip on the dagger, striving for wealth and honor, all to protect those he cared for from further humiliation. Yet, if the one he protected wished to gallop freely, his blade would follow, cleaving through obstacles. If she desired a life of seclusion, he would wield it to chop wood until the fields. Should the princess one day wish to abandon her current life to explore the mountains and rivers, he would accompany her. Ultimately, he cared not for the path he walked, for the destination mattered little. What he cherished were the people beside him. The princess need not worry. Whatever she wished to pursue, Wushuang would not stand in her way. Then it seems we shall collaborate quite harmoniously, Shen Yunshu concluded, satisfied with Yu Wushuang as a partner. Yu Wushuang beheld her radiant smile, responding with a sincere grin. It is my utmost honor. The two proceeded to devise a plan that would publicly intertwine their fates, as their previous encounters could not be openly discussed. In the eyes of many, they were strangers. Apart from the incident at the hunting grounds where Yu Wushuang had successfully led a team to reunite the prince with the scattered young masters and ladies, there were no other overt connections between them. However, the hunting ground affair was a thorn in the emperor's side, too sensitive to be broached, as it would only evoke unpleasant memories. Thus, to ensure the emperor would grant a marriage decree, a more compelling and undeniable rationale must be presented. The following day, as dawn broke, the persistent drizzle of the night finally ceased, the dense clouds began to disperse, and swallows chirped incessantly beneath the eaves. Shen Yunshu donned a gown of exquisite silk, her hair half-tied, adorned with a lark hairpin, and a pearl nestled at her brow, rendering her ethereal. "Are you prepared?" "My lady, I am ready." Qingyu has already brought the carriage to the door. Lianlong and Liuli exchanged worried glances, my lady. "Do you truly not wish for us to accompany you?" Shen Yunshu adjusted her attire, instructing, "Let Qingyu drive, while Qingji and Linglong accompany me in the carriage. With Qingji's skills and Linglong's modest prowess, we shall manage should any trouble arise. Moreover, with my own abilities, I can protect myself even in the event of an unforeseen mishap. Disregarding her attendant's concerns, Shen Yunshu set forth with Linglong and Qingji, disguised as her personal maid. Go! Qingyu, clad in the attire of a coachman, urged the horses onward. The carriage traversed towards the bustling 10-mile-long street, Qingyu skillfully maneuvering to avoid collisions. He turned back, whispering to those inside, "Protect the princess." Then, with a deft flick of his wrist, he pricked the horse with a fine silver needle, igniting a wild gallop down the street. Be careful. The carriage jolted violently as Qingyu was accidentally thrown off, scrambling on the ground, panic-stricken as he chased after the runaway vehicle, shouting, "Be careful, my lady! Watch out!" Just as the carriage overturned 2 vendor stalls, Yu Wushuang emerged from a nearby pharmacy, witnessing the uncontrolled carriage barreling down the street. Utilizing his agile skills, he swiftly caught up, leaping onto the carriage and seizing the reins to bring the horses to a halt. Whoa! As the carriage came to a stop, Yu Wushuang did not lift the curtain, but, with great courtesy, dismounted to inquire, "Is everyone inside unharmed?" Seeing the carriage had truly halted, Qingji relaxed her tense demeanor, appearing slightly frightened as she assisted Shen Yunshu out of the carriage. "Thank you for your timely rescue." It is Princess Qingran. Are you injured? Do you require a physician?" "No harm done, merely startled. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have suffered some minor injuries. May I inquire your name, noble sir? I shall express my gratitude in due course." "There is no need for thanks, my lady. I am Yu Wushuang, an officer of the Jingshi factory. So is you Qianhu. I have heard much about your remarkable youth and accomplishments, and indeed, your reputation precedes you. You flatter me, my lady. I do not deserve such praise. You have rendered me a great service. For I remember the time when you were but a destitute youth, nearly sold by a gambling uncle. It was I who rescued you and provided you with silver to survive. Your kindness is forever etched in my memory." Thus, Shen Yunshu and Yu Wushuang engaged in a lively exchange on the street, causing the surrounding crowd to glean the depth of their connection. Before Shen Yunshu departed, she instructed Linglong to compensate the vendors for their losses, recounting how her noble lady had saved Yu Wushuang in the past, and now he had returned the favor. This revelation stirred memories among the bystanders, many of whom remembered the incident when Princess Qingran, then County Mistress Yunshu, had saved a young beggar from a gambler. Who would have imagined that the little beggar had blossomed into the youngest officer of the 5th rank in the realm? As the days turned into weeks, rumors of their enchanting tale of heroism and romance spread like wildfire, captivating the hearts of the people. Shen Yunshu made grand visits to the Wang residence, while Yu Wushuang openly frequented the town North King's palace, further fueling the excitement among the populace. When this matter reached Li Yuanshen, he was incensed, shattering the exquisite inkstone gifted to him by the town North King. What is this Yu Wushuang? Resorting to the same tactics as this prince. He is clearly a beggar at heart, clinging to powerful connections, first with Wang Lu and now with Princess Qingran. He has truly mastered the art of living off others. Due to the scheming between Shen Yunshu and Yu Wushuang, which borrowed elements from the previous instance where the second prince deceived Li Muya, the second prince felt an unsettling familiarity with the situation. What incensed him most was the realization that his own theatrical performance had been far superior to Shen Yunshu's. Yet she remained impervious to his charm, allowing Yu Wushuang's rather uninspired tactics to succeed instead. Li Yuanshen gazed at Shen Bingxian, his tone laced with disappointment. "Initially, your endeavors met with failure, and since then, you have scarcely laid eyes on Princess Qingran. The few encounters within the palace bore no fruit, and now, even a beggar has outperformed you." Shen Bingxian recalled his previous attempts to enter the palace under the guise of the second prince, only to coincidentally encounter Princess Qingran, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. The princess truly embodied the saying, "Easily recognized is the visage of the Guanyin, yet her heart is as unyielding as iron." With a calm demeanor, Shen Bingxian addressed Li Yuanshen, assuring him that there was no need for concern. Based on his understanding of the princess, she harbored a profound wariness towards others, and, being raised in the residence of the Northern King, possessed the blood of a warrior, far removed from the fragility of a typical romantic young lady. Given that neither of us succeeded before, it is unlikely that the princess would develop any feelings for Yu Qianhu over such a trivial matter. The rumors circulating might very well be concocted by Yu Wushuang herself. Li Yuanshen, however, was not as optimistic. He was acutely aware of how swiftly the Northern King's residence distanced itself from him. Even now, with the Northern King absent, they should not be so indifferent to the rumors surrounding Princess Qingran. Chapter 90. Rumors unbeknownst to Shen Yunshu. Her imitation of the second prince's heroic rescue had infuriated him. She merely found the tactic effective, as evidenced by the popularity of such narratives among the audience. As for the indifference of the Northern King's residence, she had already informed her mother and brothers, of course refraining from mentioning anything about collaboration or contracts. Knowing her parents would not comprehend her lack of romantic fantasies at her age, she simply expressed her admiration for Yu Wushuang's looks, which her mother found quite believable, considering Yu Wushuang had visited the palace several times. Ji Shuyu had seen him firsthand, clad in moon-white garments, his hair meticulously tied back. Truly a figure of ethereal grace, precisely her daughter's taste. Her daughter, who found even the most modest of servants must possess handsome features, was not one to shy away from being captivated by a dashing young man. As the rain cleared and the sun began to rise, a new tea house called Qingfeng opened in the bustling city of Chengdu. This establishment served both tea and delicate pastries, quickly overshadowing other tea houses and pastry shops upon its debut. Only the long-established Baobaizai, the largest pastry shop in Chengdu, could rival it. However, due to its novelty, many wealthy patrons who had grown weary of Baobaizai flocked to Qingfeng. In addition to its expensive delicacies, it offered ordinary tea at the modest price of a copper coin per bowl, attracting many ordinary citizens seeking respite while shopping, thus rendering the tea house increasingly lively. Did you see? The youngest son of Minister Liu married the lady of Linjiang County the other day. The spectacle was quite grand, surely a sight to behold. In the main hall of Qingfeng, a group of common folk gathered over tea, whispering about the recent extravagant wedding. Those officials and nobles truly possess great wealth. A passerby, sipping tea for a copper coin, remarked with a hint of envy, recalling the lavish scene. So many bearers. All the lids were open, displaying treasures. Unlike the ordinary families that merely fill their boxes with filler. These were genuine, solid gold and jewels. Just a handful would sustain me for a lifetime. No, even a third of a box would suffice. Don't speak so carelessly. Do you know how rare a 10-mile bridal procession is? In the capital, how many can you see under the emperor's nose? Do you know the backgrounds of those families? Another passerby retorted sharply. The lady of Linjiang County is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. The youngest son of the Liu family married her, came a response. But the lady of Linjiang County is the legitimate granddaughter of the Grand Minister of Rites. Her mother hails from the renowned Xia family of Jiangnan, a household of great repute. I once visited while they were merchants, as Shen Yunshu savored her exquisite Luan melon seed tea in a private room. She overheard the lively discussions below. Now that Lu Mingzhi is wed to Jiang Xinyan, what about your cousin? Ji Sini, sipping milk tea and munching on fragrant cakes, replied with her mouth full. She married Chao Haiping, the legitimate son of the Chao family, long ago. The chatter downstairs grew increasingly animated. Honestly, there's no need for envy. Such grand bridal processions are rare, especially for a girl who is cherished at home with substantial backing. The lady of Linjiang County is the only daughter, with a wealthy maternal family to support her. Not every family in Chengdu can afford to lavish such attention on a single daughter. Not necessarily. Beyond a county lady, there are county princesses. Take the most famous one in Chengdu, the princess who was recently rescued by Yu Qinhu. Who else could it be? There is but one princess in the current court. The Princess Qingran and Lord Yu truly make a splendid pair. Perhaps by next year, when the princess comes of age, it will lead to a happy union. But the Northern King is still at the border. Is there still fighting over there? Those Southern Yinyang scoundrels are not yet satisfied. Indeed, once my son grows up, I shall send him to the military to confront those Southern Yinyang scoundrels eyeing our Chengdu. You can keep dreaming. Your son, who has been coddled at home, unable to distinguish grains, will you really send him to the border to fight? As the conversation meandered further afield, in a nearby private room, Shen Yunshu, secretly peeking through a crack in the door, breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to her, in another private room, Shangguan Xinyue listened intently to the animated discussions below, gripping her teacup tightly. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Shangguan Xinyue's attendant, Xiaoman, approached to open it. Lord Yu. Shangguan Xinyue arose with a smile, revealing a rare moment of elegance. Miss Shangguan, Yu Wushuang acknowledged, standing at the doorway without stepping inside. Quickly, Shangwan Xinyue gestured for him to enter. Lord Yu, please take a seat. The tea is already brewed. Yu Wushuang surveyed the room and the attendant by Shangwan Xinyue's side before stepping in, choosing a seat closest to the door. Miss Shangwan invited me here, claiming to possess clues regarding the Yang family case. Yes, I happened to learn some information that I thought might be useful to you, so I rashly summoned you here. Then please, Miss Shangwan, enlighten me. If it proves genuinely valuable, I shall duly report your contributions to the higher authorities. Feeling the intensity of Yu Wushuang's gaze, Shangwan Xinyue's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her eyes, breaking away from her usual carefree demeanor. Upon raising her gaze again and meeting Yu Wushuang's inquisitive stare, she quickly began to speak. Just a few days before Yang Baiwan's demise, he had visited Wanyun Tower, where he attempted to coerce a woman named Chu, who was performing there. However, he was promptly expelled by the staff of Wanyun Tower. In a fit of indignation, Yang Baiwan hired several thugs to retaliate, only to be apprehended by the Jingshuoyan. It is said that the proprietor of Wanyun Tower had connections with the Jingshuoyan, and Yang Baiwan's father, Yang Jushan, spent a considerable sum to extricate him. Yu Wushuang listened quietly to Shangwan Xinyue's account, glancing at the teacup poured by Shangwan Xinyue's maid, yet she did not partake. Chapter 91. A rare romantic soul. We have already uncovered these details. Might there be any additional clues from Miss Shangwan? Indeed, I too have visited Wanyun Tower and encountered the woman who plays the zither. She possesses martial skills, and it is conceivable that Yang Baiwan's death was a deliberate act of retribution by her. Oh, how can Miss Shangwan be so certain that the zither player is skilled in martial arts? Yu Wushuang finally expressed some curiosity. On one occasion, I disguised myself as a man and accompanied my elder brother to Wanyun Tower to listen to music. During that visit, I inadvertently collided with a maid carrying tea, and that Chu woman deftly caught the tray laden with teapot and cups without spilling a single drop. Although I lack talent in martial arts, I have a keen interest in studying it, and her agility was unmistakable. Otherwise, she could not have been so quick and precise. Shangwan Xinyue spoke with conviction, and after observing her for a moment, Yu Wushuang felt that her assertions were likely true. The clues provided by Miss Shangwan will be thoroughly investigated by the Jishu court. Should Miss Shangwan uncover any further information in the future, please feel free to relay the clues directly to the Jishu court without the need for personal visits. Not at all troublesome. I wish to assist in the investigation. Shangwan Xinyue hastily waved her hand. How did Miss Shangwan come to know that this case has been taken over by the Jishu court? And how did you know that I am in charge? Shangwan Xinyue did not notice the scrutiny and inquiry in Yu Wushuang's gaze, only feeling a bit bashful as she fidgeted with her handkerchief. I overheard my father speaking with Minister Yin of the Criminal Department. I did not know it was you in charge, but I thought it best to inform you, as you are with the Jishu court. I also wish to repay the favor for your rescue of me during the hunting event. Though Yu Wushuang had little interaction with women, he had recently developed feelings for someone and had gained some understanding of matters of the heart. Observing Shangwan Xinyue's demeanor, he felt a vague sense of foreboding. Yu Wushuang refrained from looking at Shangwan Xinyue any longer, setting down his teacup and preparing to take his leave. Thank you for your information, Miss Shangwan. However, there are boundaries between men and women. Since you are yet unmarried, any rumors that may arise could tarnish your reputation. Should you have further clues, please send them directly to the Jishu court. Seeing Yu Wushuang rise, Shangwan Xinyue quickly followed suit. I am not afraid of any rumors. Is it because of the gossip with the princess that you are particularly cautious about this matter? I am unafraid. If anything spreads, it is fine. After all, you saved me, which would only serve to show that your actions stem from kindness, unrelated to romantic entanglements. Yu Wushuang regarded Shangwan Xinyue with a neutral expression, his demeanor cold and stern, a stark contrast to the warmth he had shown upon entering, eager for information. It is well known that the Jishu court's guards are ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. The notion of kindness is misplaced. The task of the Jishu court that day was to save everyone at the hunting grounds. I did not save only you, Miss Shangwan. My actions were driven by duty, not by any sense of obligation. Furthermore, should you circulate details of the events that transpired at the hunting grounds, you risk inciting the Emperor's wrath, a burden I fear you would not be able to bear. I advise you to consider your actions carefully. Shangwan Xinyue sensed Yu Wushuang's detachment and pouted slightly. I am not foolish. I understand what should and should not be said. I will only mention that you saved me, which surely reflects positively on you, does it not? Or is it that you prefer to maintain the rumors surrounding you and Princess Qingran? Since Yu Wushuang rescued her during the hunting event, she had developed a fondness for this capable and accomplished officer, who was also remarkably handsome, surpassing even the recently acclaimed Jin Shi. He epitomized her ideal husband, prompting her to seek opportunities for interaction with him. However, she did not anticipate that as she found a reason to engage with him, rumors of his connection with Princess Qingran would emerge, with neither the Jishur court nor the Prince of Junbei intervening to dispel them. Her father even advised her to abandon her hopes, having discerned her feelings and tested the waters during court sessions. It was evident that Yu Wushuang had genuine interest in Princess Qingran. Unwilling to concede defeat, she sought a reason to invite Yu Wushuang out. Yu Wushuang regarded Shangguan Xinyue with indifference. Recently, during court sessions, many have jested about me, including Minister Shangguan. I presumed Minister Shangguan would inform Miss Shangguan of the situation. However, you are correct in one regard. While my rescues are not always connected to matters of romance, my act of saving you is indeed unrelated to such feelings. As Yu Wushuang reached the door, Shangguan Xinyue, somewhat agitated, called out, "I only wish for a definitive answer. Is it true that you and Princess Qingran are to become engaged?" Yu Wushuang had not intended to respond, as the emperor's stance remained unclear. He could feign interest in the princess without wanting others to believe she reciprocated his feelings, for should matters not progress, it would jeopardize her future prospects for marriage. As he opened the door, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure just beside, poised to exit, but seemingly halted by their conversation. Although he could not see the face, he recognized the jade palace sash at her waist, an item he had seen not long ago, vivid in memory. Yu Wushuang paused in his departure, softly speaking. From the moment I first encountered the princess in the dim autumn haze, her every expression has been akin to the radiant sun, warming like the morning glow. Over the years, her joys and sorrows have become my seasons. This feeling is etched in my very bones, unforgettable. After speaking, he glanced at the motionless figure behind the door, smiled faintly, and departed the tea house. Yu Wushuang's words not only shattered Shangguan Xinyue's heart, but also astonished the eavesdropping Shen Yunshu and Ji Sini. Wow, that Lord Yu is truly devoted to you. Ji Sini blinked in disbelief, tugging Shen Yunshu back into their private room. Shen Yunshu was equally surprised. She had previously advised Yu Wushuang to feign deep affection for her, yet he had executed it with such fervor. Did he not fear a potential embarrassment should he later develop feelings for someone else? I am somewhat moved. Ji Sini clasped her hands to her face, overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on Shen Huaiqin, who never uttered sweet words and only angered her. She felt an urge to confront him. Why was she even thinking of Shen Huaiqin? Shen Yunshu nodded in agreement, also feeling touched. The Jishur court truly cultivates well-rounded individuals, capable in both literature and martial arts, executing tasks flawlessly with remarkable efficiency. Just as they concluded their discussion, he had already crafted himself into a paragon of romance. This little tale is simply too moving. Chapter 92. A cautionary word. While Shen Yunshu and Ji Sini whispered to one another, Yu Wushuang, having left Qingfeng Tea House, was escorted away by palace officials at the entrance of the Jishur court. "Your Majesty, Lord Yu has arrived." In the imperial study, Lu Yongzhong entered, holding a feather duster and slightly bowing his head as he softly informed Emperor Ming. The emperor, clad in dark silk embroidered with a five-clawed golden dragon, sat behind his desk, not lifting his gaze from the memorial in his hands. "I, Yu Wushuang, pay my respects to your Majesty." The Ming emperor maintained his posture of reading memorials, remaining silent, while Yu Wushuang stood still in a bowing position. After a moment, the Ming emperor set down the document. "Oh, Yu Qianhu has arrived? Quickly, no need for formalities. Lu Yongzhong, how is it that you did not notify me of Yu Qianhu's arrival? It seems your duties have become increasingly commendable." Lu Yongzhong, upon hearing the emperor's reproach, hurriedly took the blame upon himself. "Alas, it is my fault. I noticed your Majesty was engrossed in the memorials and could not bear to disturb you, thus delaying your important matters. I am deserving of punishment. Please forgive me. Your Majesty." The Ming emperor cast a glance at Yu Wushuang. "You have made Yu Qianhu wait unnecessarily. Hurry and apologize to him, lest you witness how I shall punish you later." Lu Yongzhong quickly turned to Yu Wushuang, bowing low in apology. "My lord Yu, it is my fault for making you wait. I hope you can forgive me this once." Yu Wushuang understood that the emperor was merely displeased and had directed Lu Gonggong to take the blame. As the chief eunuch serving the emperor, Lu Yongzhong represented his majesty's dignity. How could Yu Wushuang dare to accept his apology? He reached out to assist Lu Yongzhong. You're being too hard on yourself, Gonggong. His Majesty is occupied with state affairs. It is our dereliction of duty as subjects that we could not alleviate his burdens. Waiting a moment is entirely reasonable. How can we blame you? The Ming Emperor nodded in satisfaction and signaled Lu Yongzhong with a glance. Lu Yongzhong immediately bowed and retreated from the study. At the door, Xiao Anzi anxiously peered inside, and upon seeing Lu Yongzhong, quickly supported his arm and whispered, "Is Master well? What has angered the emperor?" After exiting, Lu Yongzhong straightened his back, and upon hearing Xiao Anzi's question, glanced inside through the curtain and sighed. "It was not I who angered the emperor, but that Lord Yu." Noticing Xiao Anzi's confusion, Lu Yongzhong gestured for him to refrain from prying too much. "Go, brew another pot of tea. The emperor will require it shortly." What is the progress on the Yang family's case? The Ming Emperor, fiddling with his he sure by bracelet, leaned back in his chair, resembling a superior, casually inquiring about his subordinate's progress. "Your Majesty, we are still investigating. There are some leads, and I shall report back after a few more days of inquiry." The Ming Emperor nodded. The time was too short. He did not expect much from this inquiry. It was merely an opening statement. "Having entrusted this matter to you, I trust you will handle it well." As he spoke, the Ming Emperor leaned forward. "I heard recently that you saved Princess Qingran on the Long Street." Yu Wushuang, observing the emperor's body language, understood that this was the crux of the matter. Much as he had suspected, it appeared that the previous reprimand was indeed related to this incident. "Your Majesty, the princess's horse was startled. I merely helped steady the carriage. It does not amount to saving her. The steeds of a northern town prince's manor are among the finest, though not military steeds. They are well-trained and would not easily be frightened." The Ming Emperor's tone carried a hint of skepticism. The situation seemed rather contrived, coinciding with Princess Qingran's impending coming of age and discussions of marriage. He did not believe Princess Qingran had colluded with Yu Wushuang, but he suspected that Yu Wushuang may have orchestrated this incident to ingratiate himself with the northern town prince's manor, a sentiment shared by some court officials. "I'm unaware of how the horse was startled. It merely startled for a moment. I inspected the horse afterward and found no significant issues. It was likely just an accident. I trust the people of the northern town prince's manor will investigate thoroughly upon her return. I did not inquire further afterward. The manner in which the horse was startled is inconsequential. What matters is that he merely happened to pass by and offered assistance. Thus he should not know too many details. Knowing too much could imply ulterior motives." "You are unaware? What are the rumors circulating?" The Ming Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Yet an inexplicable pressure began to rise. "It is my fault. Upon seeing the princess, I was filled with joy and did not deliberately avoid discussing matters with her, which led to the spread of rumors." Filled with joy, the emperor's gaze turned dangerous. "Yes, the princess saved me when I was young. I have always wanted to repay her kindness, but due to our differing statuses, I have never had the opportunity to interact with her." "Princess Qingran saved you before you entered the investigative bureau?" "Indeed. So, you have feelings for Princess Qingran?" Yu Wushuang pressed his lips together, his tone resolute. "I harbor feelings for the princess." "Umph, how bold you are to think so." The Ming Emperor scoffed, throwing the bracelet he held onto the desk. And Yu Wushuang bowed his head in silence. "Do you realize the princess's status? She is worthy of all the noble sons of the capital. I am currently planning to select a man of both virtue and beauty from among the old aristocracy to marry her once she comes of age. How dare you even entertain such thoughts given your background?" Yu Wushuang listened to the emperor's blatant falsehood but did not refute him. This humble official knows well that his status is unworthy of the princess. "I do not dare to aspire for her hand, but I merely wish to repay her kindness if given the chance." The Ming Emperor scrutinized Yu Wushuang for a moment, observing his unwavering demeanor, and his tone softened. "To know gratitude and seek to repay it, Wang Lu has indeed taught you well. If I recall correctly, Yu Qinhu's birthday is in September, and you will soon be 18? "Yes, indeed. You are young and promising, and now you have entered the Wang family ancestral hall, not entirely lacking in status and background. However, the work of the investigative bureau involves many dangers, and the northern town prince is like a brother to me. I cannot afford to be negligent regarding his daughter. I understand, Your Majesty. The princess deserves the best sons of the realm. At this point, Yu Wushuang also discerned that while the Ming Emperor aimed to exert control over the northern town prince's manor, he still harbored genuine feelings for both the prince and Princess Qingran. I shall consider your matters, but I have also promised Qingran. Her husband must be someone she favors. You may continue with your duties. As for the rumors, since they have already spread, there is no need to dwell on them. Just one thing. Should things not work out between you two in the future, it shall be known that it was your unilateral affection for Princess Qingran. Keep that in mind. Chapter 93. A reminder: the Ming Emperor was not oblivious to the northern town prince's lack of action regarding the rumor incident. That girl Qingran has always been exceptionally clever, understanding propriety. She is not merely a sheltered girl who only knows how to play the guqin or compose poetry. She likely comprehends some affairs of the court as well. This is evident from her proposals for disaster relief back in her days at the Taishui. Thus, although Yu Wushuang met the criteria he had envisioned for selecting a suitor for Qingran, and the northern town prince's manor had tacitly accepted this, he still needed to confirm this with the girl herself. After all, she was a child he had watched grow up. If she found him unsuitable, it would be unnecessary to impose upon her. Unfortunately, his lifespan is limited. If the Li family's empire is to endure for generations, it must not harbor ministers whose accomplishments overshadow the sovereign. It is not that he does not trust Shenzhen, but his descendants may not possess the capability to manage a capable minister like Shenzhen. If an emperor cannot govern his ministers, it can either breed ambition in the ministers, leading to rebellion, or cause the emperor to feel apprehensive of capable ministers, akin to a thorn in the throat, prompting their removal. Therefore, it is vital that the northern town prince's power does not continue to expand. This is beneficial for both the northern town prince's manor and the Li family's empire. Yu Wushuang and the Ming Emperor exchange subtle tests, each gaining a general understanding. This humble official knows that the princess has never had any special feelings for me. My affection has always been one-sided. The Ming Emperor was somewhat pleased with Yu Wushuang's perceptiveness and waved his hand for him to leave. Watching Yu Wushuang exit the study, the Ming Emperor sat in silence for a while, then picked up the teacup on the table, only to find it cold. Lu Yongzhong, the tea has gone cold. Ah, this humble servant has already instructed Xiao Anzi to brew a new pot. It is now at the perfect temperature. I shall replace it for you. Lu Yongzhong, who had been eavesdropping outside, hurriedly entered upon hearing the Emperor's call. Wait a moment, let Xiao Anzi change it. You go find someone to deliver a message to the northern town prince's manor. Say that Luan wishes to summon Qingran to the palace. I shall attend to this matter at once. Lu Yongzhong promptly exited to summon Xiao Anzi to expedite the delivery of tea, while he discreetly instructed a reliable young eunuch to convey a message to the prince of the northern town. At that moment, Shen Yunshu was engaged in preparing an antique soup within the royal residence when she received the unexpected news. Luan typically did not seek her out with such frequency or urgency, and this young eunuch was not one who usually assisted Lu in delivering messages. Upon closer inspection, she recalled having seen him in the company of the emperor's chief steward, Lu Yongzhong. Please wait a moment, esteemed eunuch. This antique soup has a potent aroma. I shall change into more appropriate attire and accompany you to the palace shortly. Shen Yunshu suspected that today's summons might be related to the emperor. Thus she refrained from adorning herself in the casual manner she would typically don when meeting Luan. Instead, she selected a formal wrought tan yellow palace gown and proceeded to the palace with the young eunuch. Is the eunuch perhaps mistaken? I recall the six-sided stone pathway leading to Yonla Palace is more direct. The young eunuch turned back with an apologetic smile, explaining, the emperor wishes to see the princess and has requested that you accompany me first. Afterward, you may seek the princess. Indeed, Shen Yunshu did not inquire further. She had a notion of the emperor's intentions. I pay my respects to the emperor. Qingran has arrived? Quickly, Lu Yongzhong, prepare a seat for her. Lu Yongzhong hastily arranged the seat that had been prepared in advance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Yunshu performed his standard court courtesy. The Ming Emperor gazed at the graceful and poised young woman before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia akin to witnessing his own daughter blossoming into womanhood. In contrast, Lu An's boisterous nature often overshadowed the fact that, despite the Ministry of Internal Affairs already busily preparing for Lu An's coming-of-age ceremony, he still perceived his little princess as not yet grown. With a sigh of reflection, the Ming Emperor began to explain to Shen Yunshu, Lu An's coming-of-age ceremony approaches. and she is currently selecting her garments and ornaments. The ministry's previous offerings did not meet her satisfaction. As the legitimate daughter of the emperor and empress, she naturally deserves the finest. Observing the emperor's expression of helplessness yet appreciation, Shen Yunshu responded with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Ming emperor shifted to the main topic. Qingran, what are your thoughts on the rumors circulating in the marketplace regarding you and Lord Yu? Shen Yunshu blinked at the emperor, recalling her chance encounter with Lord Yu at the Qingfeng tea house the previous day. At that time, Lord Yu had been engaged in discussions concerning case details, and the individual present had posed the same question to him as well. Shen Yunshu deliberately omitted mentioning that the voice she had overheard belonged to Shangguan Xinyue, merely stating that they were discussing case matters. Oh, what did Lord Yu say? He professed his deep affection for me, declaring it unforgettable. Shen Yunshu tilted her head slightly, responding with poise, unembarrassed. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Such bold declarations from Lord Yu Wushuang, quite audacious indeed. And what are your thoughts on this? Shen Yunshu considered that Lord Yu was handsome, lacked any elder relatives, and thus was not bound by convention, aligning with her criteria for a suitor. The Ming emperor burst into laughter. You, my dear girl, have been led astray by Luin. Now you speak of your own marital prospects without a hint of shyness. I speak only the truth. The Ming emperor, amused by Shen Yunshu's innocent demeanor, found her even more endearing, sensing that her heart had yet to awaken to love, and that Lord Yu Wushuang still had a long way to go. In high spirits, the emperor leaned over the table, speaking earnestly to Shen Yunshu. If Lord Yu is infatuated with you and you find him suitable, it should be a fine match. However, the prince of the northern town remains at the border, and I cannot hastily grant marriage without his counsel. Ultimately, your husband must be approved by your father. There is time yet. Who knows if Lord Yu's affections are genuine? Before marriage, a man's words are seldom trustworthy. Shen Yunshu nodded seriously. Is it not true that they are seldom genuine? Their lines are often rehearsed, and Lord Yu himself has taken great liberties, showcasing his talent in this regard. Indeed, the adage held true, a man's words can be deceiving. The Ming emperor, watching Shen Yunshu nod earnestly, chuckled. So, Qingran also believes I speak wisely? Lord Yu claims that your act of saving him has made a lasting impression on him, which I might entertain as credible. However, remember that he is a child raised in adversity, and thus may cling to those who have aided him. Yet, with so many daughters from noble families in Chengdu, as he rises in status, he could easily be beguiled by the allure of wealth and beauty. Human hearts are most vulnerable to the passage of time. With a sigh of contemplation, the Ming emperor suddenly leaned forward with enthusiasm, whispering to Shen Yunshu, next year, we shall host martial examinations, where most participants will be valiant young men. While it may be rare to find someone of Lord Yu's appearance, there is no shortage of underprivileged youths who are easily molded. Will their parents, with the prince of the northern town and myself present, who would dare impose restrictions upon you? Anyone who attempts to impose rules shall be summoned to answer before me. Chapter 94. Lu An's coming-of-age ceremony. Shen Yunshu gazed at the Ming emperor in astonishment, never anticipating that he would be so playful as to allow her to select from among the martial candidates. Can I truly choose whomever I wish? Of course. Even a martial champion? All is at your discretion. But surely the top scholar would be the most handsome? That pertains to the civil examinations. Martial exams do not operate under such criteria. It is based solely on skill. Whoever prevails claims the victory. As Shen Yunshu and the Ming emperor exchanged banter, both were captivated by the prospect. Had it not been for her rational mind reminding her of her commitment to Lord Yu, she might very well have considered participating in the martial examination herself. After all, it will be filled with strong, valiant young men. Shen Yunshu vigorously shook her head, dispelling the image of charming youths swirling in her thoughts. No, that's not suitable. The Ming emperor watched her reaction, laughing heartily, even rubbing his stomach in amusement. This Qingran girl had always been delightful. She often bore a serious demeanor, exuding an ethereal coolness. Yet, when she spoke, she transformed into an endearing, neighborly girl. Shen Yunshu struggled to grasp the Ming emperor's sense of humor. After his laughter subsided, he waved her off. No matter. Take your time to ponder. There is no rush. Your marriage can be discussed after your coming-of-age ceremony and when the prince of the northern town returns from the borders. Shen Yunshu graciously accepted the emperor's kindness and was escorted out of the palace by the young eunuch. Throughout the entire affair, She had not caught a glimpse of Lun. Oh well, she is likely quite busy. That night, with the wind calm and the moon bright, within the Wang residence at the Wangshu Pavilion, Lord Yu Wushuang stood by the window, gazing with an untroubled expression at Su Jun, who was seated at a desk, writing. Your handwriting is truly unworthy of your name. Su Jun yawned nonchalantly. As long as my name suits my face, that suffices. Lord Yu Wushuang frowned at Su Jun's self-styled cursive script, which was a chaotic flurry of strokes. Sometimes, one's writing reflects one's character. Unlike before he turned 13, when he had a mother to guide him, Su Jun was an orphan, having lived off the charity of others in the village. As he grew older, his feminine appearance almost led to him being sold into a brothel, but he was fortuitously rescued by passing law enforcement. One would think such a background would make him resent his delicate features, yet he took pride in them instead. Su Jun rested his elbows on the desk, forcing himself to turn the page of the book before him. Wangshu, does that mean moonlight? Lord Yu Wushuang looked up at the bright moon outside the window and sighed. What else would you think? I thought you had a personal attachment to it. I had the Wangshu Pavilion long before I entered the Wang residence. Oh, so it was not your personal preference? Isu, you noted affirmatively. Then it must be your own favoritism. Su Jun gazed at the silhouette of Yu Wushuang, a smile playing on his lips. I cannot believe you harbor no thoughts at all, otherwise in such a vast Wang residence. Why would you choose this courtyard over all others when it is just you and Lord Wang? Perhaps Su Jun's grin was too infuriating. For Yu Wushuang flicked her wrist behind her back, hurling the book in her hand towards Su Jun's face. Just as it was about to make contact, he caught it deftly. I knew all along that you have been envious of my handsome visage for quite some time, he teased. Yu Wushuang made her way to the inner chamber, reclining on the bed while still fully clothed. I merely wish for you to read more. You are my assistant now. If you lack knowledge, it will be quite embarrassing for me. Moreover, smiling too much may lead to wrinkles. Su Jun touched his face, finding no wrinkles, and pouted. Do not underestimate me. I used to stand outside the private school in town every day, listening to the students recite their texts. I have also received the teachings of a master. I can recite the great learning in the Analects, far superior to the young masters of wealthy families who are constantly punished by their teachers. If not for the poverty that left me starving with my talents, I might have even been able to achieve the highest honors. No, given my looks, I would likely only be a successful candidate in the flower examinations. As Su Jun rambled on, he was just about to close the book Yu Wushuang had thrown at him when he caught sight of a particular page. What is this? If the people do not neglect their duties, they will benefit. If farmers do not miss their seasons, they will succeed. If punishments are reduced, life will flourish. If taxes are light, there will be abundance. If the palace is frugal, there will be joy. If officials are fair and not oppressive, there will be happiness. The 6 Secret Teachings? Why are you reading The Art of War by Tai Gong? Yu Wushuang, however, paid no heed to Su Jun, closing her eyes to cultivate her inner peace. At this moment, she only wished to swiftly meet the Duke of Zhou in her dreams, yearning to see a figure as enchanting as the moonlit Chang'e. Just before her thoughts fully submerged into the dreamscape, she could faintly hear the sound of a pen gliding across paper, along with Su Jun's incessant murmurs of complaint. On the 8th day of the 6th month, the lotus blossoms glimmered under the sun, filling the pond with their beauty. The empress sat in the main hall of Fengyi Palace, while various consorts and distinguished ladies occupied the sides. Princess Lun, adorned in a lavish autumn fragrance-colored gown, awaited outside the hall as the ceremonial officer announced her presence. Princess Lun, supported by Amber, entered the main hall, where the consorts and ladies rose and stood with their hands lowered. Princess Lun stepped forward to the main seat, knelt on both knees, and raised her hands to her forehead, bowing 3 times. The empress descended the steps, her gaze tender as she regarded Princess Lun, loosening the hairpin that held her silken hair and gently arranging it before inserting a phoenix hairpin. The ceremonial officer proclaimed loudly, announcing the emperor's decree. Ceremony complete. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, my legitimate daughter, the 9th Princess Li Rui, is hereby conferred the title of Lun, granted the territory of Yuyang County, and bestowed a princess's residence, with the right to enter and exit the palace freely. Exhausted from the ceremony, Princess Lun found her spirits revived upon hearing that she would finally have her own residence outside the palace. The Ming Emperor, eager to celebrate his precious daughter, ordered a small banquet in the palace, hosted at the Lotus Pavilion by the eastern lake of Yuking. As the sole legitimate daughter of the Ming Emperor and the most favored, the preparations were meticulous, despite the emperor's decree for simplicity due to border conflicts. As dusk descended, the sky became a tapestry of hues, and delicate glass lanterns adorned the jade hall spring trees surrounding the Lotus Pavilion, extending to the pavilions on the lake. The multicolored lanterns reflected the purple blossoms, blending their vibrant colors into the depths of Yuking Lake. The melodies of stringed instruments filled the air as the palace musicians danced gracefully, their flowing sleeves reminiscent of butterflies flitting among flowers. As the protagonist of the evening, Princess Lun busily conversed with the various ladies, while Shen Yunshu and Shui Xing sat side by side, fanning themselves as they admired the night view. Chapter 95. Where there are people, there are accidents. As it was Princess Luan's coming-of-age ceremony, the banquet was exclusively for ladies. Aside from the Ming Emperor, who insisted on attending, no other men were present. It was presumed that, being a family banquet organized specifically for the princess, no one would cause any disturbances. Unfortunately, where there are people, there are accidents. The 10th Prince Li Yuanxi had sneaked out to observe Luan's ceremony, but ended up falling into the water after colliding with the 7th Princess Li Ruoyin, who was leaving out of boredom. The Ming Emperor, furious, scolded the maid responsible for attending to the 10th Prince and contemplated punishing her severely. However, the 10th Prince intervened, pleading, "Father, please do not punish Sister Qingxing. She has taken great care of me. Without my mother, Sister Qingxing is all I have." After being rescued, the palace servants realized the 10th Prince had not drowned, yet he refused to change his wet clothes, rushing to defend Sister Qingxing. "Seventh sister did not mean to push me. Father, please do not punish her. I can swim. I am fine." The Ming Emperor looked at the small figure of the 10th Prince, shivering in his damp attire, earnestly defending the 7th Princess and her maid, which softened his temper. "Quickly change your clothes. I promise not to punish them until you return." The 10th Prince nodded, joyfully running off to change, taking Sister Qingxing with him. The Ming Emperor noted how accustomed the 10th Prince was to Sister Qingxing's care. Having fallen into the water, he might be frightened and catch a chill, so he did not insist on keeping Sister Qingxing back. "Li Ruoyin, what happened?" the Ming Emperor inquired, his tone displeased. The 7th Princess, though she had not fallen into the water, felt the weight of his gaze. Whenever he used that tone to call her name, it meant he was angry. "Father, I was wrong. I did not do it on purpose. I did not expect little Ten to suddenly appear and dash towards me, so I instinctively pushed him." Li Ruoyin Bota. This was a gathering of ladies, and she had not anticipated anyone else would come. Little Ten, though not tall, was surprisingly quick and had rushed at her before she could react. While it was wrong for her to have accidentally pushed him into the water, he had been the one to sneak into the women's banquet. Surely, father would not punish her alone. She felt particularly displeased today, as Luan's coming-of-age ceremony was far grander and more celebrated than her own. Furthermore, father had even organized a small banquet to attend, indirectly participating in Luan's ceremony, wearing a far more visible smile than he had during her own. Feeling unjustly treated, Li Ruoyin's large eyes brimmed with tears, exuding an aura of sorrow. The Ming Emperor watched his usually mischievous and headstrong daughter transformed by a single remark into this pitiful state, and he helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Stop that. Who is at fault? You or I? Have I punished you?" Li Ruoyin blinked, reining in her emotions. The Ming Emperor, realizing that neither of them was easy to handle, decided to redirect his focus. "What Jingpin? Why is she not here today?" Furrowing his brow, the Ming Emperor noted that it was Luan's coming-of-age ceremony, a significant occasion, and questioned why she would dare to miss it. The Empress cleared her throat. "Your Majesty, you may have forgotten. Jingpin has been ill for some time. Given the occasion, she deemed it inappropriate to attend while unwell and requested to rest at Changming Pavilion. I thought, since today is Luan's grand day, I would not have the time to tend her needs." The Ming Emperor recalled his ailing concubine and the sudden intrusion of the 10th Prince, who had only one maid attending him. "Is her illness severe? Not even the 10th Prince could be looked after?" The Empress sighed. "It appears to be quite serious. I had arranged for the imperial physician to attend to her, but there's been no improvement. The doctor has mentioned it is a seasonal ailment that will eventually pass. It appears that I have been remiss in my duties, overwhelmed as I am with various matters. I ought to personally investigate the situation. Given the urgency, it is best to nurture oneself properly. The Empress may visit. Yet she must prioritize her health and avoid exacerbating her illness. I shall personally pay a visit shortly. The illness of concubine Jing is rather peculiar and has lingered for far too long. Reflecting on the words of the 10th prince, lamenting his inability to see his mother and relying solely on Qingxing for care, Emperor Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Concubine Jing has always been one of the lesser-favored consorts, elevated to her position solely because she bore prince. Such individuals abound in the palace, and he has not devoted much attention to them. Moreover, concubine Jing hails from a less than reputable lineage, having connections to a disgraced minister, which does not endear her to him. Thus, he has remained indifferent to the intrigues of the harem, believing that once one enters the palace, one must possess the fortitude to endure. However, it seems these petty machinations have escalated to an extent that they now affect the prince. He must see to this matter. As a result of this incident, the palace banquet was hastily concluded, much to Shen Yunshu's delight. The following morning, Luan, endowed with the privilege of freely exiting the palace, flitted out like a liberated butterfly, making her way to the residence of the Northern Duke. Yunshu, I am free. Shen Yunshu sat beside the rockery, scattering fish food to the koi, and couldn't help but chuckle as she observed Lu An's exuberant approach. It was merely a trip outside the palace. She had done so many times before. Although the emperor and empress exerted control over her, they could hardly withstand her tantrums and caprices. Was her excitement this morning truly warranted? Luthen dashed to Shen Yunshu, tossing a handful of fish food into the pond and striking a pose with her hands on her hips, huffing playfully. It is entirely different. This is a decree, granting me the privilege of free passage, without the need for tantrums or coaxing. I can go out whenever I please. You simply do not understand. This is true freedom. Shen Yunshu watched the koi she had acquired from Lu and eagerly devouring the food, letting out a sigh. She now understood why the fish in Yonla Palace grew as plump as young pigs. Luan settled on the corridor, brushing off the remnants of fish food from her hands, her expression brightening once again. Of course, besides this delightful news, there is another reason to celebrate. Li Ruyin has been placed under house arrest by the emperor. How splendid! Her freedom contrasted sharply with Li Ruyin's confinement, bringing her immense joy. Is this due to the 10th prince? Shen Yunshu inquired. Oh, you have no idea? After you left yesterday, a commotion ensued. Le recaled animatedly. The 10th prince had snuck out to attend my coming-of-age ceremony, intending to present me with a gift. Unexpectedly, he encountered Li Ruyin, who was also wandering about, and fell into the water. When he departed, he gifted me a small wooden fish, which he had carved himself, having used a table leg as his material. Our interactions have been limited, yet he truly has a kind heart. Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued. I suggested that we ask the emperor to visit the 10th prince in the evening and have a physician check on concubine Jing. You won't believe what happened next. Concubine Jing has been bedridden for over half a month. The emperor, puzzled, summoned the physician to discover that her ailment was initially a mere seasonal illness, yet prolonged due to the fact that the favored consort Li consistently took the nourishing provisions meant for concubine Jing, exacerbating her condition. When the emperor arrived, he encountered the servants of Chongming Xian returning empty-handed from the imperial household. Upon inquiry, he learned that their supplies had been seized by the residents of Huayang Palace, inciting his fury, leading to the house arrest of both the senior and junior members of that palace. In my view, the punishment was lenient. Their arrogance was excessive, even to the point of depriving a sick individual of nourishment. It is truly unfortunate for the 10th prince, unable to see his mother, yet still attempting to attend banquets to deliver gifts. Listening to Lu and recount the events of the previous evening, Shen Yunshu absorbed the narrative, which largely revolved around the 10th prince's misfortunes and concubine Jing's deteriorating health, interspersed with critiques of the audacity of consort Li and her daughter. Why would consort Li target concubine Jing? Concubine Jing was not favored by the emperor. Rather, she had been elevated to balance the harem and prevent the offspring of powerful ministers from monopolizing high positions. Typically, she could only see the emperor when accompanied by the 10th prince. In recent months, the emperor had been preoccupied, and aside from the empress, only consort Li had managed to see him, leaving the other consorts in a lurch. Thus, consort Li had little reason to target a sickly concubine Jing. You see, consort Li has her own tragedies. She once experienced a miscarriage during her early pregnancy, and during that time, concubine Jing was carrying the 10th prince. Consort Li irrationally believed that concubine Jing's child had caused her loss. While her reasoning is flawed, she has always been domineering, and although she has not physically harmed concubine Jing's child, the emperor, perceiving her grief as understandable, has overlooked her behavior and even elevated her status. Shen Yunshu reflected on the various princes' backgrounds and remarked, "Isn't concubine Jing related to Chu Shuluan?" Luan, puzzled, asked, "Who is Chu Shuluan?" He was the former governor of Tsuzhou, imprisoned for corruption. Luan, now intrigued, recalled, "I was quite young then, but I later heard my mother mention that concubine Jing is a daughter of a collateral branch of the Chu family." The scandal surrounding Chu Shuluan implicated the entire family, and had the 10th prince been born under different circumstances, concubine Jing's status might have elevated accordingly. However, due to these events, she remained in a lower position, which explains why her modesty and the emperor's indifference are somewhat understandable. Yet, did concubine Jing know of Chu Shuluan's case being suspect? According to the case files observed by Yu Wushuang, it was ultimately the vice minister of the Central Secretariat, Zhou Zheng, who took over Chu Shuluan's case and ordered his dismissal. Zhou Zheng is the maternal grandfather of the second prince. Shen Yunshu mused that while she would not interfere in the affairs of the Ji family, if this matter were to involve the second prince, it would warrant her attention. Gazing at the small wooden fish crafted from a table leg that the 10th prince had given her, Shen Yunshu noted that the wood should be quite aged. Given that concubine Jing was not favored by the emperor and had allowed the provisions to be seized, it was unlikely that her furnishings were new. If the table leg had indeed seen considerable time, it would not possess the quality it exhibited. The essence of wood continues to evolve even after being harvested. With careful observation, one might discern its age. Older wood becomes denser, harder, and more resistant to deformation. However, the wooden fish, when assessed for density, hardness, and weight, did not resemble aged timber. Particularly, wood taken from a table leg is not easily carved. Even an 8-year-old child would struggle to achieve such craftsmanship. Thus, the 10th prince may not be as naive as he appears. While one may empathize with him, it is crucial to remain cautious, lest one become ensnared. Shen Yunshu recalled how the 10th prince had mentioned his swimming skills while pleading for the 7th princess and her maid, Qingxing. For an 8-year-old prince, even with martial training, it would be unusual to pursue swimming lessons. The likelihood is that such incidents, like yesterday's fall into the water, are not new to him. Moreover, a prince of esteemed stature, unable to present a fitting gift for his royal sister's coming-of-age ceremony, resorts to crafting wooden carvings from the very legs of the table. Such behavior, even if overlooked by the emperor, cannot go unpunished. A token reprimand for the favored concubine Li, alongside an elevation of the treatment afforded to the 10th prince and concubine Jing, is inevitable. While it may appear that the 10th prince has committed a transgression by intruding upon the banquet, his youthful innocence, driven solely by the desire to present a gift to his sister, will elicit the emperor's leniency. It may even draw the emperor's attention to the present circumstances of Changming Pavilion, offering support to the mother and son. Ultimately, the beneficiaries of this situation will naturally be concubine Jing and the 10th prince. Every utterance and action of the 10th prince, from beginning to end, holds significant weight. Whether these were his own machinations or lessons imparted by concubine Jing, the child is far more astute than he appears. His intentions, however, are merely to secure better treatment for himself, a reasonable endeavor in the intrigues of the harem. As long as he does not seek to exploit Luan, it is permissible. Shen Yunshu gazes coldly at the carved wooden fish. Chapter 97. Concubine Jing, the Chu family as dusk descends. The pomegranate tree in the courtyard of Changming Pavilion displays yellowing leaves, which flutter down with the wind. Li Yuanshan sits opposite the 10th prince, casting a glance at the serene figure of concubine Jing seated above. Yet the tone of their conversation lacks courtesy. The young prince, though still tender in years, should have grasped the nuances of palace life. Concubine Jing must understand that were it not for my intervention, your chances of seeing the young 10th prince would be exceedingly slim. The case of Chu Shuluan from years past was adjudicated by my grandfather, Lord Zhou. Should one wish to delve into the particulars, it would be no arduous task, and even a retrial could be easily arranged. However, resurrecting such long-standing cases could tarnish the reputation of the old man, and I must see commensurate value in it. The affair of Chu Shuluan, once the deputy magistrate of Tsuzhou, was merely a casualty of courtly strife. while Chu Shilin was not entirely virtuous. He lacked the audacity to embezzle funds allocated for river restoration, which had indeed been seized by mountain bandits under the directives of Feng Yuan, the Minister of Rights. Zhou Zheng is aware of the intricacies of this matter and even played a part in it. After all, at that time, concubine Jing had already given birth to the 10th prince, poised to rise in status as a mother. With the 10th prince's upcoming full moon celebration, both concubine Jing and Chu Shilin had the potential to ascend further, with the newborn prince gaining the leverage of his maternal clan to compete with his royal siblings. Such developments would not bode well for the families backing the other princes. Though the most promising member of the Chu family was Chu Shilin. With Suzhou not far from the capital, his prospects for advancement were bright. However, after Chu Shilin accused and apprehended a junior member of the Feng family dispatched at Suzhou for experience, he incurred their wrath. The Feng family, having already produced a 5th prince, stands in competition with the families of other concubines who bear princes. Furthermore, Chu Shilin had maintained amicable relations with many officials from the humble gentry faction, often clashing with the wealth-driven Feng family, which led to Feng Yuan harboring resentment and ultimately concocting the charge of embezzling river restoration funds. Zhou Zheng, having battled the Feng family for years, was well-versed in their tactics. When handling the Chu Shilin case, he surmised some underlying truths. Yet, instead of wasting time and energy seeking to exonerate Chu Shilin, he hastily condemned him. In Zhou Zheng's eyes, the Feng family, entrenched in the capital for years, was not easily toppled, whereas the rising Chu family was quite vulnerable. The Zhou family had engaged in a long-standing rivalry with the Feng family, and sacrificing a few pawns for a minor setback was far less taxing than delivering a crushing blow to the Chu family. After all, the Zhou family had daughters in the harem, and it was entirely normal to push a rival's family into misfortune. It was merely a matter of convenience. While the vast empire may appear boundless, the pinnacle of power and wealth is but finite. The more individuals vying for a share, the less each holds, making the elimination of threats a natural course of action when necessary. The second prince emerged from Changming Pavilion, brushing off the dust from his attire, unperturbed by his grandfather's past deeds. With the Chu family in decline and Chu Shilin gone, only his solitary daughter remains, incapable of stirring significant upheaval. Even should a retrial occur, it would pose little concern. The 10th prince, now without a protective backer, could be of use to him, and he would not hesitate to facilitate a retrial for the Chu family. After all, years have passed, and if he were to initiate the process, the Zhou family's past maneuvers could be easily obscured. Zhou Zheng's shortcomings would merely be regarded as oversight, a minor inconvenience to the current Zhou family, and could even serve to vex the Feng family further, adding to the troubles of his younger brother, Li Yuanjia. Meanwhile, as the second prince was coercing concubine Jing and the 10th prince within Changming Pavilion, Yu Wushuang observed Chu Xuanyao from outside Wanyan Tower. He found it unsurprising that Chu Xuanyao was skilled in martial arts, given her background as a woman of the Jianghu. Yet, he was curious about the connection between her and Zhou Jieli, the scion of the Zhou family. Despite the previous investigations into Chu Xuanyao being hindered by the Ji family's influence, he still remembered her as the daughter of Chu Shilin. Zhou Jieli, as the legitimate grandson of the Zhou family, maintaining a connection with a Jianghu woman seemed implausible. He could not believe it was unrelated to either of the two cases. He simply did not know which matter it pertained to. After separating from Su Jun, Yu Wushuang followed Chu Xuanyao and Zhou Jieli for several days, gradually uncovering the general circumstances. As the evening breeze whispered and twilight enveloped the surroundings, Yu Wushuang, clad in moonlight-hued attire, perched atop the roof of Wanyan Tower. Observing as Chu Xuanyao exited, he flicked a small pebble at her, prompting her instinctive evasion. Without affording her time to contemplate, Yu Wushuang leaped down, his hand slicing through the air toward Chu Xuanyao. After exchanging a few blows, she realized she could not match him in skill. Seizing an opportunity, she retreated a few paces to maintain a safe distance. Your martial prowess is exceptional. Why must you toy with me here? Speak plainly of your intentions. While his strikes appeared lethal, they were tempered, as if he were merely testing her abilities. Nonetheless, his demeanor was far from friendly. Despite her youth, Chu Xuanyao had traversed the Jianghu and encountered its treachery. She did not allow the handsome figure before her to beguile her. She had no illusions that he was a romantic hero drawn to her uniqueness, seeking to capture her attention. Such unexpected appearances could only belong to an uninvited guest. The daughter of Chu Shuluan, she narrowed her eyes, an edge of hostility evident, as her hand subtly retreated into her sleeve. As a young lady navigating the Jianghu, her martial skills were not unparalleled, yet she carried means of self-defense, including some rudimentary poisons and sedatives, readily available for emergencies. Though not particularly rare, they sufficed for urgent situations. Sensing her readiness, Yu Wushuang's gaze turned dismissive. I advise you to stow away your little schemes. For me, eliminating you would merely be the act of disposing of a suspect, without any repercussions. However, should you choose to act against me, the charge would be murder of a court official, and you may as well resign yourself to the fact that the case concerning Chu Shuluan will never see the light of day again. A court official? Chu Xuanyao paused slightly. Pray tell, who might you be? I am Yu Wushuang, head of the cautionary office, he replied. Chapter 98. The suspicion surrounding Chu Xuanyao, the name of Yu Wushuang, head of the cautionary office, was not unfamiliar to her. She had heard whispers of him before. The youngest official, possessing the most handsome visage, these are matters that pique the interest of the populace. Recently, the tales of a valiant rescue involving the noble princess Qingran have further elevated the reputation of this esteemed Lord Yu Qianhu, making his name quite familiar among the common folk. Chu Xuanyao furrowed her brows, aware that even if she resorted to some underhanded tactics, she would still be no match for this formidable lord. The Jisher factory was an entity she could not contend with. She instinctively wondered if perhaps the Jisher factory had uncovered something. Did the emperor learn of her intentions to exonerate her father? Yet, the Chu family was, without a doubt, wronged. No matter how powerful Lord Yu was, he should not be so oppressive. Chu Xuanyao felt a mix of indignation and resentment, distressed that they would come to her doorstep under the cover of night to intimidate her. How impressive the Jisher factory must be. Yu Wushuang paid no heed to her emotions. After confirming Chu Xuanyao's abilities, he refrained from beating around the bush. Yang Baiwan had previously harassed a musician at Wanyan Tower, only to be forcibly removed by the establishment's enforcers. Undeterred, he sought revenge, but was subsequently apprehended by the Jingzhou Yin for disturbing the peace. Yang Jiushan had to pay a hefty sum to secure his release. Although Yang Baiwan was a good-for-nothing, he had been spoiled from a young age, leveraging his family's connections with the favored concubine Hui to wreak havoc in the capital, making him the second most notorious wastrel after Chen Yinyi. He possessed no redeeming qualities, save for one, his obstinacy. After his release, he learned of the relationship between the proprietor of Wanyan Tower and the Jingzhou Yin, opting not to create trouble openly, but rather to covertly pursue the musician he had previously tormented, seeking revenge. However, he subsequently vanished without a trace, until his lifeless body was discovered at Yichuan Lake. Yu Wushuang observed Chu Xuanyao relatively calm demeanor before speaking again. The musician at Wanyan Tower, whom Yang Baiwan had harassed, was none other than Yu. Yang Baiwan bore several bruises, particularly a fierce mark on his left shoulder with multiple fractures in the scapula, resembling the style of combat Yu exhibited when you engaged him. So what if I struck him? Do you believe I am the one who killed Yang Baiwan? You did not kill him, for during the estimated time of Yang Baiwan's death, you were playing the guqin at Wanyan Tower, and those present can attest to your whereabouts. Then why have you come to interrogate me? Yu Wushuang smirked slightly. The individual who was not slain by you, yet your accomplices remain questionable. I am merely a wandering artist, devoid of any accomplices, such as your romantic interest, Ji Hongyi, the illegitimate son of the Ji family. Upon hearing Ji Hongyi's name, Chu Xuanyao grew anxious. How could Ji Hongyi still be implicated when she had severed ties with him long ago? I have long since cut all connections with Ji Hongyi. How could this concern him? Does the Jisher factory fabricate accusations without evidence? It is merely a reasonable suspicion. After all, the second son of the Ji family still harbors feelings for you. It is conceivable that after your altercation with Yang Baiwan, Ji Hongyi could have intervened. And Yu Wushuang fixed his gaze on Chu Xuanyao. There's also Zhou Jieli, the young master of the Zhou family, who has recently been in contact with you. As soon as Yu Wushuang's words fell, Chu Xuanyao's expression momentarily shifted. What was he insinuating? What business would a person of such stature have coming to a humble place like mine to listen to music, having encountered countless delusional individuals over the years? Yu Wushuang recognized the subtle change in Chu Xuanyao's demeanor. You must understand, The Jisher factory operates differently from the six doors. We do not entertain unresolved cases. Once one enters the dark prison, confession is inevitable. Since the case of Yang Baiwan has invoked the attention of the Jisher factory, it cannot be resolved simply. Both Zhou Jieli and Ji Hongyi lack an alibi for the time of Yang Baiwan's demise, and both had interactions with him following your conflict. Thus, they have since been taken into the dark prison of the Jisher factory. Yu Wushuang relentlessly probed Chu Xuan Yao's psychological defenses. Whether they are sons of noble families or chivalrous figures, the Jisher factory treats all equally. You are fortunate to stand here and converse with me, because those who witnessed your performance have attested to your innocence. You may choose to remain loyal and protect them in silence. But you ought to fervently hope that Zhou Jieli and Ji Hongyi also choose not to sacrifice you as a shield. After all, it is true that you struck Yang Baiwan, and both of their families are affluent and influential. Persuading the audience from that day to change their testimony is not a difficult task. This is the capital, a realm filled with the wealthy and powerful, not a place where one can rely on the code of chivalry. Chu Xuan Yao's conviction wavered, not from fear of being used as a scapegoat, but because she was aware of the truth. Since the news of Yang Baiwan's death emerged, she had known Zhou Jieli was responsible. During their meeting, she had unintentionally crossed paths with Yang Baiwan, who had been ambushed. She was uncertain how much Yang Baiwan had overheard before being discovered. If it was merely gossip about her, that would be one thing, but Zhou Jieli's words had alluded to some secrets of the Zhou family. Her harsh beating of Yang Baiwan was, in fact, a means of protection. At least, she had hoped that injuring Yang Baiwan would delay Zhou Jieli from taking further action, allowing Yang Baiwan to survive long enough to devise a plan for his own safety. Yet, she never anticipated his demise, nor did she expect Ji Hongyi to become entangled in this. The name of the Jisher factory struck terror. Once imprisoned in the dark prison, torture was a genuine possibility. Ji Hongyi had no martial skills. How could he possibly endure? But her father's case. Yu Wushuang, observing the turmoil on Chu Xuan Yao's face, pressed on. Since being detained, Ji Hongyi has steadfastly refrained from implicating you. You may find temporary solace there. However, Zhou Jieli seems to possess little affection for you. He has already confessed that you were the one who struck Yang Baiwan, claiming it was because Yang Baiwan overheard your desire to exonerate Chu Xuluan that you silenced him. Why then does the Lord not believe his words? Why can it question me? Yu Wushuang scoffed lightly. The Jisher factory does not take everything at face value. We possess the discernment to differentiate between truth and deception. Chu Xuan Yao's expression grew complex. Where was the Jisher factory when my father was sentenced? After all, he was merely a Tongji in Suzhou. Even a corruption case would hardly warrant the emperor's attention, let alone provoke an investigation by the Jisher factory. When her father was arrested, she was still a child. As she grew older, she learned about the events of that time and recognized how swiftly the case was resolved. Had anyone conducted a thorough investigation, the outcome would likely have been different. Thus, she harbored no fondness for Lord Zhouzheng, who handled her father's case, and her trust in him was far from complete. Yet, if she were to seek a re-examination of the case, she had no choice but to rely on Lord Zhou. If she were to approach others, not only might they refuse to assist her, but given Lord Zhou's status, he could very well obstruct her efforts, ensuring her father's case would remain forever unresolved. The descendants of the Chu family would continue to suffer from her father's legacy, drifting like rootless weeds in the world. Chu Xuan Yao gazed blankly at Yu Wushuang, the case of her family intertwining with Ji Hongyi, who languished in the dark prison, swirling in her mind. After a moment, she spoke hoarsely. If I reveal the truth behind Yang Baiwan's death, can you assist in exonerating my father? Yu Wushuang, having encountered countless pitiable souls, exhibited no excess sympathy for Chu Xuan Yao's plight, maintaining an exceedingly cold tone. Chu Xuan Yao, you must understand. The reason I have expended so much effort to speak with you today, rather than simply bringing you back to the Jisher factory, is that although Yang Baiwan met his end from a single blow, the timing of his death does not align with when you engaged him. However, if you truly possess knowledge yet choose to remain silent, it constitutes an obstruction to the investigation, and I would no longer engage with you in a civil manner. Thus, you lack the qualification to negotiate terms with me. Observing Chu Xuan Yao's pallid visage, Yu Wushuang shifted the subject. The Investigation Bureau has always favored delving into the roots of matters. Should the case of Yang Baiwan bear any connection to the earlier case of Chu Shuluan. The Bureau would indeed conduct an inquiry to prevent any oversight. If my recollection serves me correctly, Zhou Jiali's grandfather, the esteemed Lord Zhouzhong, was the very individual who condemned Chu Shuluan back in the day. That night, Yu Wushuang returned to the dark dungeon of the Investigation Bureau. Su Jun was seated within, the air thick with the stench of blood, nonchalantly sipping tea with his legs crossed, while a row of implements of torture lay beside him. Directly opposite was Zhou Jiali, bound and awaiting execution. Su Jun smacked his lips, even though the foul odor tainted the taste of the tea. What he relished was not the beverage, but the exhilarating thrill of the moment. Only those who had fought their way out of the Bureau could truly comprehend his sentiments. And what did the daughter of Chu Shuluan have to say? Upon noticing Yu Wushuang's return, Su Jun poured a cup for him as well. Yu Wushuang accepted the teacup, casting a glance at the bound individual on the execution frame, fixating on Zhou Jiali's expression, which was a curious blend of defiance and arrogance. Zhou Jiali had located Chu Shuluan, promising to exonerate Chu Shuluan in exchange for her becoming an asset to the Zhou family and drawing closer to Ji Hongyi. Isu Yun, perplexed, wondered why one would seek proximity to Ji Hongyi, who was merely a son of the Ji family. Given Chu Shuluan's status, she could not approach the legitimate sons of noble families. Yet Ji Hongyi harbored deep affections for her and lived comfortably within the Ji household. Thus, despite being a mere illegitimate child, he still held his own significance. Yu Wushuang took a sip of tea. Chu Shuluan had only performed one task for Zhou Jiali during the royal hunting event. She had devised a means for Ji Hongyi to smuggle her in disguised as a maid, seeking an opportunity to administer a certain drug to Ji Qinyang, the legitimate heir of the Ji family. What kind of drug? What concern did it have for Ji Qinyang? Yu Wushuang glanced at Zhou Jiali, who feigned calmness while eavesdropping on their conversation. The drug Zhou Jiali had provided her had already been dissolved in water, instructing her merely to splash it onto Ji Qinyang without leaving any evidence to ascertain its nature. However, it was indeed a substance capable of attracting frenzied wild boars. Wasn't it? Noticing the sudden constriction in Zhou Jiali's pupils, it became apparent that Chu Shuluan had developed feelings for Ji Hongyi and learned from him that the Ji family was not particularly harsh on their illegitimate children. Ji Hongyi had a good rapport with his legitimate elder brother. Thus, while executing her scheme, she had swapped the drug with a common vermifuge. Hence, the drug remained in Chu Shuluan's possession, and it would not be difficult to find a physician for examination. In reality, that potion had already been disposed of in haste by Chu Shuluan, leaving no way to verify its nature. Yet, recalling the incident when the Prince of Shu's consort was pursued by wild boars, only to later discover stains on her garments and a distinct odor of certain herbs. The two events, though seemingly unrelated, bore striking similarities. The incident at the hunting grounds stemmed from the boar being drugged, which led to an attack on the Crown Prince when his entourage was sparse. The Investigation Bureau's final findings attributed both the drugging of the boar and the assault on the Crown Prince to the third prince, who admitted to the accusations. However, he denied any involvement in the covert attack on the Prince of Shu's consort. Given the magnitude of the Crown Prince's assault, it seemed illogical for him to deny the latter, especially since the Prince of Shu's consort had not yet married the Prince of Shu and was merely a legitimate daughter of the Li family. This was merely a superficial guise. Previously, the Investigation Bureau had unearthed faint traces of the second prince's influence behind the third prince, yet lacked concrete evidence. And the emperor was disinclined to pursue the matter further, thus it was abandoned. In hindsight, the second prince's maternal family was the Zhou family, and Zhou Jiali had orchestrated Chu Shuluan's covert attack on Ji Qinyang using the same method employed against the Prince of Shu's consort. Ji Qinyang, being aligned with the Crown Prince, would undoubtedly be in his company during the hunting event. All these intricate connections led back to the Zhou family and the second prince, all targeting the Crown Prince. Would Zhou Jiali remain tight-lipped under duress? Su Jun revealed a bloodthirsty grin, his usually handsome face taking on a slightly sinister demeanor. Let us see if this renowned scion of the Zhou family truly possesses the fortitude he claims. Yu Wushuang approached the array of torture instruments, selecting a small, curved blade, and moved beside Zhou Jiali, forcefully plunging the knife's tip into his knee and twisting it sharply. Blood gushed from Zhou Jiali's wound, staining Yu Wushuang's moon-white attire with crimson. The once ethereal gentleman now bore an expression of malevolence, as if transformed from a celestial being into a demon. Amid Zhou Jia Li's anguished screams, Yu Wushuang enunciated each word with resolute intensity. After all, the Investigation Bureau excels at dismantling the very bones of the guilty. You have no evidence. How could you possibly torture me? The consort of Xianfei is my aunt, and the second prince is my cousin. Zhou Jiali initially doubted that Yu Wushuang would truly resort to torture, maintaining a semblance of scholarly pride, even within the bureau. After all, the Zhou family had the backing of the second prince and the consort of Xianfei. He considered himself a member of the imperial family. Without a decree from the emperor, the Ministry of Justice would not dare to torture a noble family. Thus, he believed the bureau's intentions were merely to intimidate him. As long as he remained resolute, they could do nothing. Yet, he never anticipated Yu Wushuang would act so recklessly. Su Jun also selected an instrument of torture, draped in dark crimson as if drenched in blood, approaching leisurely, a peculiar joy evident on his face. Though lacking the visual impact of Yu Wushuang, his demeanor astonishingly matched the tools of torment, as though he were a specter from the depths of hell. Chapter 100. The conclusion of the Yang Baiwan case in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Yu Wushuang and Su Jun emerged from the dungeon together. Zhou Jiali proved utterly ineffectual. He was terrified before any substantial measures were taken. Su Jun glanced at the moonlight, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Yu Wushuang wiped his hands with a cloth, having anticipated this outcome. A pampered scion of a noble family cannot withstand pressure for long. Had it not been for his desire to vent his frustrations, there would have been no need for him to intervene. This sort of individual would confess with minimal coercion. Nevertheless, with Zhou Jia Li's testimony, Zhou Zheng would undoubtedly face consequences, effectively severing one of the second prince's most significant supports. After all, the assailant of Princess Qingran at the hunting grounds was not affiliated with the third prince. The emperor had been reluctant to allow further investigation, and royal decrees are not to be defied. Thus, the current investigation was not about the hunting grounds but rather the case of Yang Baiwan. The empress had wept bitterly before the emperor, claiming Yang Baiwan's death was unjust. The emperor, incensed, ordered the Investigation Bureau to thoroughly examine the case and ensure that those who dared to act so brazenly beneath the emperor's gaze were brought to justice. Upon receiving the emperor's edict, the Investigation Bureau was naturally obliged to fulfill their duty diligently. However, Zhou Jiali, unable to withstand the pressure, divulged not only the necessary information but also extraneous details. To his surprise, the case of Yang Baiwan could unravel connections to the hunting grounds, all seemingly coincidental. Su Jun observed Yu Wushuang's evident good spirits and internally criticized him for his pretentiousness. What Ji Hongi? He had been detained for several days, well-fed and cared for, without any torture or intimidation. Yet the second son of the Ji family appeared utterly oblivious. What had he done? This was never his affair. His invitation had merely been a formality. Now that the investigation had clarified matters, it was merely a matter of returning him properly. Chu Xianyao remained unaware that her concerns for Ji Hongyi were unfounded. He had not endured the torturous experiences Yu Wushuang had described, but had merely been a visitor and was subsequently sent on his way. In the early morning light of the following day, Chu Xianyao gathered the evidence related to her father's case, along with some clues extracted from Zhou Jiali, and silently departed from Wangyun Tower, knocking at the door of the Criminal Investigation Department. As Yu Wushuang prepared to enter the palace to report on the progress of the case, she opened the door to find Chu Xianyao, wearing a veil hat and holding a sword. Lord Yu, I betrayed Zhou Jiali and fear that the Zhou family will silence me. I seek refuge in the Criminal Investigation Department for a few days. She was indeed a witness who had turned from darkness to light, and since she had committed no wrongdoing, it was not unreasonable for her to seek protection during this time. With her father's case unresolved and the Zhou family no longer reliable, she had no choice but to turn to the Criminal Investigation Department. Remaining under their watchful eyes would prevent her from being forgotten. Yu Wushuang arranged for others to attend to Chu Xianyao and donned her official robes to enter the palace. Before the court convened, she reported the case of Yang Baiwan to the emperor. Upon learning the circumstances, the Ming emperor was furiously enraged, reprimanding Zhou Zheng during the morning court session and sentencing Zhou Jiali to death. No amount of pleading from Zhou Zheng could sway the emperor. It was evident to all that once the Empress Hui lodged her complaint and the Emperor dispatched the Criminal Investigation Department to investigate, the matter left no room for negotiation. Justice had to be served for the Yang family. The Zhou family had traded a promising grandson for a prodigal son of the Yang family. It remained unclear what Yang Baiwan had discovered that prompted Zhou Jili to resort to such drastic measures, committing a grievous misdeed. The others in the Zhou family were not entirely unscathed. Zhou Jili's father, Zhou Hongxin, the Vice Minister of Justice, was reprimanded and demoted for failing to educate his son, while the Deputy Minister, Zhou Zheng, also faced a year-long salary cut. Following this, the second prince refrained from further contact with the Zhou family. Fearing the emperor's wrath and the implication of collusion, he intended to adopt a low-profile approach, momentarily setting aside his affairs. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wushuang broached the subject of Chu Shuluan's case with the Ming emperor, preparing to strike another blow against the Zhou family. The emperor was aware that the root of the issue stemmed from Zhou Jili's promise to Chu Xuanyao to seek justice for Chu Shuluan, which had led to a series of events. The cause of Yang Baiwan's death was ultimately a case of unforeseen disaster. According to Zhou Jili's confession, it was clear that Chu Xuanyao had come to Chengdu to seek justice for her father, but her investigation was discovered by the Zhou family, who recognized her identity as the daughter of Chu Shuluan. They exploited the affections of Ji Hongyi, an illegitimate son of the Ji family, to manipulate her against Ji Qinyang, the legitimate heir. When Chu Xuanyao refused to comply, Ji Qinyang remained unharmed, and she severed ties with Ji Hongyi to avoid implicating him, disrupting Zhou Jili's plans. Their altercation was interrupted by the ambushing Yang Baiwan, leading Zhou Jili to silence him. Thus, it was apparent that the case of Chu Shuluan was laden with intrigue. Otherwise, how could Zhou Jili use it as leverage? Now that Yu Wushuang had invoked the matter of Chu Shuluan's daughter seeking justice, the Ming emperor readily acquiesced. Eager to witness what his once loyal minister would resort to for the sake of the second prince, born of concubine Xian. Upon returning to the Criminal Investigation Department with the emperor's decree, Yu Wushuang ensured the department fully undertook the responsibility of revisiting Chu Shuluan's case. The second prince and the Zhou family had lost their initiative. By the time the second prince learned of the developments, it was too late. He had previously delayed addressing Chu Shuluan's case to manipulate Jing Pin and Xiao Shi, as well as to have Chu Xuanyao work for him. After all, the case had lingered for many years. A few more days were inconsequential. Yet he did not anticipate Chu Xuanyao's unpredictability, nor that Zhou Jili, who appeared so composed, would be exposed during negotiations by Yang Baiwan, a mere wastrel. Had he proactively proposed to clear the Chu family's name, not only could he have concealed the Zhou family's previous manipulations, but he would have also garnered a reputation for benevolence, portraying himself as just and upright in his treatment of his maternal family. He could have had his grandfather publicly acknowledge his errors, and a noble deputy minister would have been lauded for his integrity in admitting a minor oversight. Surely, the emperor would not impose severe penalties, and it would have left a positive impression, yielding no loss. Regrettably, it was now too late for such considerations. With the case now in the hands of the Criminal Investigation Department, which acted solely on the emperor's orders, and with the Zhou family having recently erred and drawing the emperor's scrutiny, he found himself unable to intervene. In Chapter 101, the Chu family's exoneration, Yu Wushuang remained unaware of the second prince's regrets. When returning Ji Hongyi to the Ji family, she explained the circumstances surrounding his capture and disclosed all pertinent information regarding Chu Xuanyao. The Ji family, upon seeing the unscathed Ji Hongyi, recognized that the esteemed Yu Qianhu of the Criminal Investigation Department was not as reckless as some suggested. His actions were driven by reason. Han Xia listened to Yu Wushuang's explanation and fell silent for a moment. A lone daughter, she had ventured into the world, navigating the complexities of power to vindicate her father and secure a rightful existence for her kin entangled in the unfolding events. Her resilience and steadfastness in upholding her principles evoked memories of the valiant warriors who fought alongside her father and brothers. Ji Hongyi understood that Chu Xuanyao's desire to sever ties with him stemmed from her awareness of the chaos at the hunting ground and the eventual fate of the third prince. She recognized that the situation was far more complex than merely involving a few individuals, and wished to shield him and the Ji family from the machinations of others. 3 days later, Yu Wushuang presented the compiled evidence to the emperor. He sat alone in the study for the duration of a tea's brewing time, before summoning Lu Yongzhong. Lu Yongzhong, I was too hasty in my youth. It was my fault. When he ascended the throne, the Chu family, while not entirely impoverished, still fell short of the established aristocracy. At that time, Chu Shuluan had just entered the court, brimming with ambition and fervor. He had been discontent with certain noble families amassing wealth unchecked and had sought to elevate a few destitute families to counterbalance their influence, with the Chu family among them. Later, when Chu Shuluan was accused of corruption, the emperor was particularly incensed, yet he had restrained himself from executing the entire Chu family. Additionally, he had trusted Zhou Zheng at the time, never contemplating that the Zhou and Feng families, rivals, would share such a covert understanding. Lu Yongzhong observed the emperor's pained countenance and remarked, "Your Majesty, you must not blame yourself." After a moment of reflection, the emperor sighed, recognizing that the past could not be undone, but the future remained salvageable. Although lost, the path is not far gone. Today is different from yesterday. Lu Yongzhong, convey my decree. Clear Chu Shuluan's name, restore the Chu family's right to participate in the imperial examinations, return their ancestral lands in Suzhou, refurbish their ancestral home, and ensure that the Chu family no longer wanders without a place to call home, adrift in the world. Chu Xuanyao, daughter of Chu Shuluan, has shown commendable intent in seeking justice for her father. Therefore, she is to be conferred the title of County Princess of Xianglin, with a residence and a reward of 3,000 taels of silver, along with various servants. After articulating the restitution for the Chu family and Chu Xuanyao, the emperor's expression darkened. Feng Yuan, minister of the Court of Rights, has committed atrocities against loyal subjects. His crimes are unforgivable. Henceforth, he shall be stripped of his office, and all members of the Feng family shall be exiled to the borders, never to return. Zhou Zheng, deputy minister, is similarly suspected of complicity in tyranny. His position shall also be revoked. All officials from the Zhou family shall be demoted by half a rank. Any who dare to plead for them shall face the same fate. The emperor's decree sent shockwaves through the court. The Feng and Zhou families, being connected to the royal family, had many supporters among the officials. However, the emperor's final statement, "Those who plead for them shall also be demoted," effectively silenced their voices. Only the cunning Min Jiaoyi, clad in simple garments and without a trace of makeup, dared to approach the study to plead for leniency. This situation is indeed unavoidable. After all, her father and family have been exiled, leaving her without kin. Within the confines of the harem, she has become like a rootless floating weed, devoid of support or hope. The Emperor Ming displayed little compassion for the weeping Min Jiaoyi outside the gates, merely treating her lamentations as background music while reviewing memorials. Growing weary of the sound, he summoned Lu Yongzhong and demoted her from Jiaoyi to Gairin, warning, "If you cry again, your rank will be lowered further," which effectively silenced Min Guirin. With no other recourse, she retreated to her palace, praying that the emperor would eventually remember their years of shared history and the hardships she endured in bearing 2 children for him. The news of Min Jiaoyi's demotion to Min Guirin swiftly spread among the court officials, who realized that the emperor was resolute in his decision. Any plea on behalf of her would only risk implicating themselves. The emperor, disappointed that none of the officials dared to test his temper, announced the next day, during the morning court session, that the Ministry of Works would begin constructing residences for the princes, indicating that after the new year, they would no longer need to reside in the imperial palace. Lu Yongzhong personally visited the prince's residence to deliver this news. The emperor had stated that the crown prince was already out of the palace, having married the crown princess, and the other princes were nearly of age, except for the youngest, the 10th prince. After the new year, the other princes could also move out to their own estates. Servants would be arranged to cater to their needs, and should they face any discomfort, they were to be patient, as the emperor would soon find suitable princesses for each of them to manage household affairs. Lu Yongzhong looked at the princes before him, speaking cheerfully and earnestly, as if he were a concerned father fretting over their futures. Yet, this was merely his embellishment. The emperor had actually expressed his desire to expel his restless sons from the palace to spare himself the sight of their fidgeting. Though the princes listened to Lu Yongzhong's polished version, they were not naive. The abruptness of the decision was telling, and it was evident that the emperor did not act out of affection. They could only speculate that his impatience stemmed from the quarrels involving Zhou Zheng and Feng Yuan, both of whom were associated with the princes, leading to the emperor's discontent with them all. The princes uninvolved in this matter felt little trepidation, as leaving the palace could be advantageous for their future endeavors. During the remaining time they had a sway in front of the emperor, they cherished every moment, engaging in study and martial practice, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Meanwhile, the most unfortunate, the fifth prince, wallowed in his palace, seeking solace in wine as he contemplated his future. Li Yuanjia sat in disarray, his hair unkempt, when he learned that the Feng family had been dispatched to the frontier. Gritting his teeth, he crushed the glass cup in his hand, causing shards to pierce his palm. The mingling of the dark red rose wine with his blood flowed onto the pristine tiles, creating an eerie and decadent tableau. At the city gates of Chengdu, Chu Xuanyao, with a simple white ribbon binding her flowing hair, sat tall and poised atop her horse, her face radiant with a smile that even the blazing sun could not overshadow. I am grateful to the nobleman for exonerating my father. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not shy away from any peril. Yu Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement. It is my duty. There is no need for the county princess to be courteous. Beside them, Su Jun glanced at the sky. County princess, the emperor has ordered the Jisher factory to escort you back to the Chu family ancestral home. It is getting late. We should depart. Chu Xuanyao remained silent, casting her gaze into the city. As if on cue, a figure on horseback galloped toward her. Xuanyao, Ji Hongyi, observing the girl before him, noted her newfound confidence and charm, more radiant than when they first met. Realizing she was leaving, he had rushed to her side, intending to ask if she could stay. However, upon seeing her, his words faltered. Xuanyao, I have come to see you off. He had once perceived her as a pitiable woman, cast adrift due to her family's misfortunes. Yet at this moment, he recognized the immense effort she had invested in seeking justice for her father and the future of her family. He had hoped to provide her with shelter from hardship, only to find that she had, unknowingly, been his protector. Returning to the Chu family was her heart's desire, and he could only wish for another opportunity to see her again. The girl, under Ji Hongyi's ardent gaze, responded with a playful smile. Is this merely a farewell? Though we are not bound by convention, the entire city knows you are my suitor. Aren't you concerned about my reputation? Ji Hongyi's initially hopeful and melancholic expression brightened at her words, filled with the joy of having found a lost treasure. I shall return to prepare a betrothal gift and propose to the Chu family in Xianglin. Chu Xuanyao smiled, nudging her horse forward with a gentle kick, one hand holding the reins and the other wielding her whip. Giddy up! The girl, clad in yellow, her black hair glistening under the sun, rode past the orderly escort. Galloping forward, the pounding hoof shattered the fallen leaves and flowers beneath, heading toward the distant melodies of birdsong, leaving behind her voice as melodious as wind chimes, intertwined with the warm breeze, echoing in Ji Hongyi's heart. Ji family's second young master, I await you in Xianglin. As the white dew faded and the moon waned, Ji Shuyu, upon rising one morning, felt that too much had transpired in the capital recently. She decided to accompany Shen Yunshu back to the ancestral home of the Ji family in Suzhou, seeking solace in a change of scenery. Shen Yunshu had no objections, as matters had temporarily settled. The influence of the third and fifth princes had been significantly weakened, and the second prince had also suffered considerable setbacks. The emperor remained in a state of unresolved anger, and no one dared to test his temper. Xianglin was not far from Chengdu, a swift ride taking about 7 or 8 days, while a carriage would take longer. When the carriage from the Duke of Jinbei arrived in Xianglin, it coincided perfectly with the eve of the 7th day of the 7th month. Shuer, come here. Ji Shuyu called excitedly to Shen Yunshu as she entered, beckoning her over. She instructed Furong to fetch a lilac-colored gauze dress to try against Shen Yunshu. This is a new outfit made by Mother for you. What do you think? Is it beautiful? I remember you like elegant colors, but today is the 7th day, a day for daughters, and we must dress up nicely. This lilac is both noble and graceful, perfectly suiting your complexion. Shen Yunshu found the color quite exquisite. It was indeed regal, a hue one could wear only with a certain status. The 7th day of the 7th month was the most traditional daughters' festival in the Chao dynasty, celebrated in every city and town for all young maidens yet to reach maturity. Even the most sheltered young ladies would venture out on this day. Unlike the noble daughters of the Langdu family, whose marriages are often dictated by circumstances beyond their control, the young women of Xianglin enjoy a greater degree of freedom in choosing their suitors. On the Day of Daughters, The unmarried girls of Xianglin adorn themselves with silk flowers in their hair and carry fragrant sachets as they stroll through the streets to admire the blossoms. Within these sachets, they discreetly place a note inscribed with a line of poetry. Should a young man catch their fancy, they may gift him the sachet, and a discerning suitor will recognize the verse and come forth to propose. However, Shen Yunshu harbored little interest in such matchmaking theatrics. Rather, she was captivated by the talent performances of the Xianglin maidens taking place today on Huxin Island. Notably, the current magistrate of Xianglin, aware of the Chu family's recent vindication, had specially invited Chu Xuanyao, now conferred the title of County Princess of Xianglin by the Emperor, to showcase her talents, marking a symbolic return of the Chu family to Xianglin. By the time Shen Yunshu arrived at Huxin Island, it was already teeming with people. Fortunately, the magistrate had reserved a seat for her beside the county princess. There is no need for formality. We are old acquaintances, Shen Yunshu remarked as she observed Chu Xuanyao, who now bore a brighter countenance, devoid of sorrow. As Shen Yunshu turned to acknowledge a voice that greeted her with a cool salutation, she was taken aback to see Yu Qianghu. "What brings you here?" she inquired, surprised by his presence. "The emperor has issued a decree for the investigation bureau to escort the county princess back to the Chu residence and ensure her safety," Yu Wushuang replied, maintaining an air of professionalism, though a hint of lightness and delight seeped through his tone. Having spent time with Chu Xuanyao, she could discern the subtle shift in Yu Wushuang's demeanor. Stealing a glance at his expression and then at Shen Yunshu, realization dawned upon her. Rumors circulating in the streets were indeed true. Shen Yunshu found herself puzzled by Chu Xuanyao's sudden enlightenment, but noticed that she too was devoid of a sachet, prompting a soft smile. Her second cousin was currently at home preparing a betrothal gift. It seemed the second cousin was destined for marriage. As they settled into their reserved seats, they witnessed the continuous displays of talent from the maidens on stage. These performances lacked a formal judging standard. Each girl simply showcased her unique abilities. In Xianglin, a woman of talent and artistry earned great respect. Given Shen Yunshu's status, it would be inappropriate for her to perform, unlike Chu Xuanyao, who, as the county princess, could partake in local festivities without reservation. However, as she was not a princess herself, she felt the weight of royal decorum and the potential for unwanted attention if she were too conspicuous. Sipping tea and savoring delicacies, Shen Yunshu appreciated the sweet flavor of the local chestnuts, especially the osmanthus chestnut cake that Ling Long excelled at making. "Are you returning to Xianglin to visit family?" Yu Wushuang inquired, tilting his head slightly, appearing to watch the performance while his gaze subtly shifted to the young women on stage. "Yes. With my father away and my mother feeling bored, she wished to return for a change of scenery, so I accompanied her, though framed as a family visit." The truth was that her mother's true relatives were the Ji family in Longdu City, and their return was primarily to pay respects at the ancestral shrine and converse with the elders of the Ji clan. Noticing Shen Yunshu's empty waist, Yu Wushuang asked, "Did the princess not bring a sachet?" "I intentionally left it behind. During such festivities, given my unique status, losing a sachet could lead to complications. So I deemed it best not to wear one." Shen Yunshu sighed. "I am not yet in a position to offer a home to every young man. And since I am already betrothed, I cannot indulge in flirtations. Pursuing unattainable love is akin to trifling." Yu Wushuang listened, somewhat perplexed. Yet he caught the phrase "cannot indulge in flirtations," which brought a subtle smile to his lips. He produced a glass lotus hairpin from his pocket and casually offered it to her. On the Day of Daughters, while women could bestow sachets upon favored men, men could also present silk flower hairpins as tokens of affection. As Shen Yunshu accepted the delicate pin, her expression softened. "I chose this from among many ordinary silk flower pins. Knowing the princess appreciates lotuses, I thought you might favor this glass lotus instead." Shen Yunshu was indeed taken aback. The design resonated with her tastes. She was not surprised by the investigation bureau's knowledge of her preferences, but was curious about how Yu Wushuang had known she would arrive in Xianglin before the 7th day of the 7th month. "Did you anticipate my visit?" "We decided on a whim to set out, and the investigation bureau is quite well informed," he explained. "However, I only learned of your arrival after you and the princess reached Xianglin. Upon observing the customs of the Day of Daughters, I thought it fitting to prepare something for you." Leaning closer, Yu Wushuang whispered in her ear, "Have you forgotten? Our second step has yet to commence." Shen Yunshu blinked in surprise. Second step? Have we discussed this? The first step, a heroic rescue, had led to their reunion. Was the second step to establish a deeper bond? Such a bond would require a token, without which how could she approach the Duke of Beijing to propose? Rubbing her slightly itchy ear, she considered Yu Wushuang's words. Yes, he was right. The 7th day of the 7th month was a significant date for their reunion in Xianglin. A delightful coincidence reminiscent of the most cherished reunion plots and tales. Exchanging tokens of affection at such a moment would feel entirely natural and reasonable. She had initially pondered creating a dramatic scene akin to those in stories. For reasons unknown, after orchestrating her own romantic narrative, she found herself somewhat addicted to the notion. In her past life, it was the allure of historical tales that led her to study archaeology. Perhaps pursuing screenwriting would have been equally rewarding, as her talent might have made her a renowned playwright. Alas, she could only script her own scenarios now. What a waste of potential. Unaware of Shen Yunshu's self-reflection, Yu Wushuang assumed she was contemplating their situation, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. If we were to contrive an elaborate scene akin to our previous escapade, it might come off as contrived and raise suspicion. But now, everything unfolds so serendipitously. Shen Yunshu nodded, acknowledging his insight. However, as she touched her empty waist, she lamented, "But I have no sachet to exchange. I didn't prepare a new one. Only the one I used before. It is merely a formality. The essence of the gesture is what matters. There is no need for overthinking," he reassured her. "Very well. Later you may visit our villa, and I shall present you with one," he added after a moment's thought. "Should I also compose a poem for you? Are you inclined to write one?" "Not particularly. It need not be written. I shall add some mosquito-repelling herbs to the sachet, as the glass combination works exceptionally well." "Thank you, esteemed princess." Engrossed in their conversation, they lost track of time, oblivious to the conclusion of the talent performances above, until Su Jun approached to remind them. Recognizing the situation, he discreetly took it upon himself to escort the county princess back, leaving Yu Wushuang to manage matters at hand. On their return journey, noting that Chu Xuanyao was not among the group, he wisely refrained from inquiring further. Having collaborated with Yu Wushuang for many years, he trusted that all would be well with the county princess and felt assured as he escorted Shen Yunshu back to the Shen family's villa in Xianglin. Although this residence is not as expansive as the Wangfu of the northern town, it possesses all necessary amenities, and the layout of the living quarters is quite similar to that of the Wangfu, designed for comfort. In particular, Shen Yunshu's bamboo cloud pavilion is essentially a faithful reproduction. This was prompted by an incident in her childhood when she returned to Xianglin and struggled to sleep for 2 or 3 days due to the unfamiliar arrangement. Consequently, Shen Zhen ordered the complete replication of her bamboo cloud pavilion to a 1-to-1 scale. Aside from the absence of the golden koi fish gifted by Luan, everything else is virtually identical. Yu Wushuang stood quietly in the courtyard of Shen Yunshu's bamboo cloud pavilion, the gentle breeze caressing her immaculate moon-white attire. Rustling through the bamboo grove, while the setting sun cast a subtle glow in her autumnal eyes, evoking a delicate emotion. Shen Yunshu, however, was preoccupied within the house, rummaging through her belongings until she finally unearthed a fragrant pouch intended as a gift for Yu Wushuang. This pouch was conceived to enhance the business of Yiyun Pavilion, featuring embroidered motifs of adorable animals, such as on fragrant pouches and folding fans, which have proven quite popular in the city of Longdu. The one she held was her own handiwork. Her embroidery skills were rather modest. Initially, she had instructed Lin Lang to create a few pieces for the crown prince as consideration. While this particular pouch was kept for herself, it depicted an endearing panda munching on bamboo. Though the craftsmanship was average, it still exuded a charming naivete, serving as a nostalgic reminder of her past life. As it had never been used, it remained as pristine as new, making it an ideal token for Yu Wushuang. The esteemed official was known for his magnanimity, and since he had previously stated that the gesture mattered more than the formality, he would likely not mind her modest embroidery skills.